Those that can't see in the darkness often remark how it is all black, but those who could see often see in colors that couldn't quite be described to man. I would be able to unlock all three choices in time, and I thought to myself that the dark void seemed to be the power I needed the most. I've struggled with the void for all this while. Our pace of expansion is dictated by the void. Our travels through the void is the clear limiting factor of how we could visit new worlds, and eventually the conclusion of the council was fairly decisive. I would select the void, the dark void. The selection itself was immediate and quiet, but what immediately happened soon after was the appearance of black lightning over the skies of Freshka. Void lightning, a single blast to my first body. I wonder whether this was heavenly retribution. I felt my soul, already separated across my clones, began to change, and the view of the void came instantly. One moment it wasn't, and the other, I suddenly saw the different shades of darkness in the skies above, in colors I couldn't quite see. My immediate description of the void layers was magical photo filters. This was like looking at photos of the stars with infrared or ultraviolet light. They revealed things that were not there before or in different places. Each of these filters revealed a different version of the stars with different locations. As I shared it with Stella, she immediately understood what this was. This is the different perspective we've been looking for all this while. It's hidden behind a domain ability. I thought about it, and perhaps it could be a domain ability for me, but there may be certain races or species who could see the different void layers themselves. Stella immediately began to experiment on her newfound access to the void layers. We were all very excited to see the new worlds hidden within the void layers, but we had to be prepared. We were not sure what exactly lurked on the other side. Ian finally has mechs, Prabhu said, amazed, as he watched the magical construction emerge from its hangar on the moon. My Valthorns outdid themselves when they built the first moon base, and they outdid themselves again when they constructed what was the first orbital battle platform. We were expected the first of the remnant meteors to enter our void teleportation range soon, but given that they were such small objects with hardly any bubble of reality, we felt the risk of engagement in such a situation was too high. With such small bubbles of reality, even if we succeeded in destroying them, we wouldn't be able to flee in time. It's likely that their reality was very fragile to begin with, and so my void archmages recommended against attacking them in the void seas. The best area of engagement was once they entered Treehome's now expanded sphere of reality. This was, in a way, the equivalent of letting the meteor enter our solar system. The means of engagement were these orbital battle platforms, the first few usable space warships, and these mechs. The mechs were not really mechs, but instead to facilitate the heroes in their movements and survival in space. They were only made possible due to a combination of clever crystal work from our crafters. I wish we could make mechs with our hero forges. Kay, on their shared communication network, responded, I could. You guys just need to work around your limitations. Each hero's hero forge was different, tailored by their assigned power sets. Kay, being the ship girl that she once was, could make mech suits. Basic ones, but mech suits nonetheless. For Prabhu and Colette, their weapons were smaller. Kefri didn't want to participate in the defense of Treehome. She said she had things to do back on Three Worlds, so we didn't force her. Similarly, Adrian had his own set of tasks back on Mountain World. Chungwell, being Chung, he decided to ignore us altogether. I wasn't bothered, but Prabhu and Colette tested out our first mechs. They struggled, and we had to send the mechs back to the workshop to work on the synchronization. In theory, mechs and golems are pretty much the same thing. The golems ultimately were controlled by their masters, and so the system facilitated the control and manipulation of the golems' many parts. However, a mech in our case is piloted by heroes, and these heroes don't have the relevant skills and classes. Sure, they could still be manipulated and moved about relatively well, but not at the operating level expected of heroes. Certainly, not a level of performance where these mechs can see battle against the Demon Kings, even if it should still be quite sufficient for lower levels of demons. Most conventional weapons continue to work, as long as they were within the boundaries of Treehome's reality bubble. Now that we were able to move in space, we attempted to reach the very edges of this reality bubble, and realize it was more like a rubber ball than actually a soap bubble. As we move closer to that edge, we are pushed closer towards the center of that reality bubble. So it'll feel as if we are moving forward, but in reality we were not going anywhere. In other words, it was like there was a treadmill at edges of reality that pushed inwards. With enough force and a high enough speed, it should be possible to overcome this force and pierce the reality bubble directly. Still, day by day, I could sense the bubble of reality continued to expand. My domain ability was gradually pushing the world wider, and soon it would be large enough to accommodate a secondary world. I wonder what it'll be like. Does the world just pop out of thin air? Or like a world drifting out of the void, would it come with an inbuilt population, or would it be empty? Three Worlds, with the Crystal King imprisoned, the first moments of war began to emerge. The human kingdoms and nations struggled to realign in what was a tectonic shift in power. We sent diplomats everywhere, accompanied by our Valthorns. We had to show force, even if I didn't want to use the stick all the time. But I had to. There was a point of no return. When the Crystal King attempted to sabotage our preparations, that was the point of no return for me. They put my people at risk. Now I put them at risk again by making them force these human nations to bend their knee, bloody or not. As with any large group of people, some were loyalists, and despite my declaration, they were not convinced. They fought, and what began was an unfortunately brutal occupation by my forces. Old leaders had to be expelled, especially those that sought to fight against me. Those that didn't were actively and openly monitored. It was the noble class that opposed me most, and it was them that I had to remove. I tried a mix of carrot and stick. I enticed those willing to bend the knee with food supplies, resource assistance, and protection. Those that didn't were punished. I assisted family struggles, using those willing to work with me to overthrow those that didn't. The human nations, some attempted to attack us with their military. Johann became my enforcer. He traveled the land with his dragon and struck fear into the kings and queens. Yet they were attacked frequently, and in response they were punished, jailed, and at times slaughtered. It made me churn, a little. But then I remembered that there are times that we have to make an example of a few to scare the masses. I had imprisoned the Crystal King. What was done was done. Now I deal with the consequences. It was a scene that was repeated across the kingdoms of the Crystal King's land. You come into my kingdom and demand I bend the knee. The king roared, surrounded by his soldiers and knights. Golems, it would not do for a king to cower in his throne. Johann smirked. No, I demand you work with us under the old arrangements with the Crystal King. You either accept or you will be removed and replaced with those who will. You'd rather not invite the brutality of Ian's mercy onto your land, or let you experience a little of Ian's perspective. You, the king, held his scepter and called on the strength of his class to withstand the weight of Johann's domain. One minister tried to speak up. Your Majesty, please, we should discuss this further. The king stared at the minister, but another minister spoke up for him. Your Majesty, the minister is wise. We were dealing with a god. We had sent our spies and agents into the many kingdoms, to bribe, to talk, to convince those who could be convinced. This occurred before Johann's visit, to prepare the field for the agreement. The same king agreed later on, convinced by his council of ministers. We bribed half of them and attempted to bribe the other half, but they were wise enough to remain silent. They have seen our beetle armies. Many had used magic to look at what happened to Malga and were made speechless, but ultimately we used the stick. There was an unfortunate king that opposed us to the end. He evoked war, and Johann made him into an example. We announced our intention to remove him as king, using charges collected by my spies. Then we killed him there and then, publicly before his own citizens and subjects. Death was a scythe we threatened on every noble. About 2/3 of the kingdoms eventually capitulated to our rule, even if we had to reward them with wealth. Wealth was no big deal. After all, it is a resource I can always create. 1/3 of them saw the writing on the wall and realized I was stronger than their Crystal King. They agreed out of fear. The other third agreed with bribes. As for the remaining 1/3, we had to engage in power struggles. My agents helped those in favor of our new regime to overthrow their existing rulers and functionally install our people as the puppeteers of their new ruling state. Naturally, there was blood spilled, kidnappings, murders, and assassinations, all to prevent a bloodier war. The next one was to deal with the priests, and similar to the kings, we bribed them. Those that we couldn't bribe, we removed. My spies and assassins were busier than ever. Accidents, visits to another world. I offered exile to those who wished to resist. I granted them the chance to live in Lava World. The priests of the Crystal King's land were granted the right to operate as normal, so long as they did not incite riots or attacks against us. The commoners and citizens of the Crystal King's lands, most of them couldn't be arsed, and in the era where high-speed communication is only available to the rich, most farmers and peasants didn't even know there was a change in power. They would learn of such changes over a longer period of time, through the stories spoken by merchants and bards. Again, bribes. It was honestly because I had the wealth of Treehome that I could engage in such outright bribery of the masses. My spies fed these folks coin and made them tell more pleasant versions of the story. We asked them to speak out how the Crystal King attempted to sabotage the hero Kefris battle against the Demon King. We were the Crystal King's divine punishment. It was an angle that worked well and helped pacify the commoners. Many didn't really feel strong loyalties to the Crystal King. He was too distant, too aloof. His empire was more of a ragtag coalition of vassal states rather than a proper federal structure. The improved farming yields from my druids and trees that came after soon placated the commoners who usually dealt with hunger and heavy taxation. Naturally, among the commoners, not all accepted the change of regime. This was most unfortunate. We tried to re-educate them, expose them to what happened, but ultimately some were violent, and death is the only way to deal with them. It is unfortunate that regime change must occur this way, but I accept the blood on my hands. I will pay the price for my brutality when my day comes. Dwarf World. My mages and crafters analyzed the sunsteel, and we believe it should be one of the components of what the demons use for the sun rings. At least, we believe the sun rings to be some kind of metallic alloy. It's this sunsteel mixed with something else altogether. Trade. The dwarven lord looked absolutely shocked. You want half of the sunsteel. You might as well rob us. Lumuf frowned. Half is fair. I will be doing the work. I really rather work this out on friendly terms rather than invade. I don't know who you are threatening, the dwarven lord didn't understand. Naturally, in front of him was just a man. A powerful man, but he didn't grasp exactly what he was faced with. Lumuf waited for a bit and realized he might have a point. Though the dwarven lord rejected Lumuf's trade deal, Lumuf decided to explore the world some more and realized this world, despite the constant brutal wars between the dwarven cities, was also filled with many relatively high-level dwarven craftsmen. Many were level 50-60, and they were available in very large quantities. There were multiple dwarven craft academies throughout the world that produced the smiths, crafters, and engineers needed to construct their gigantic war machines, and they loved large-scale construction projects. He pinged Stella. Stella, do you think you're keen on sending some dwarves from and to our homeworld? Sure, but why? I'm thinking of some good all perspective. I think Alka would love this world. He could turn this world into one of those forge worlds. Stella paused. If they are a bunch of war-hungry dwarves, why not give them war? Lumuf paused as he digested Stella's message. You know what, you're right. We should give them war. Oh, do you want an invasion force? We're a little tight with half of our folks dealing with the comet remnants and the other half occupying 3-world. No, I think I have something else in mind. Really, will this world be worth it? Stella challenged. What do you have in mind? Get me a group of dwarven lords from the academy willing to rule over some alien dwarves. Lumuf said, I believe this world has potential to assist our war efforts. A node should be sufficient, since we should be able to claim some land as our city. Got it? Stella laughed. Then, we could effectively convert the cities into our dwarven workshops. Rather than fight each other, it was time to channel the dwarven crafts towards a more productive war. We would turn this world into a forge world, and those war machines will find themselves battlefields where they can do some good. Satria, Edna, Rune, and Ezar. Edna spent days in the Relic City, observing how the temples and the people worked. With her advanced surveillance tools, it was fairly easy for her to soon get a sense of where everything was and how it worked. It was a beautiful city, especially the Temple of Hawa. It was incredibly grand and made with an opulence unmatched in any world Edna seen before. Its structure was made with a kind of shimmering marble, and the arches were decorated with gems and a kind of gold paint that looked more gold-like than gold. It was magic, and the presence of divine magic in the area was unmistakable. The relic in the deepest part of the temple bubbled, twisting the fabric of reality in a way only domain holders like Edna could feel. Here they were close to the gods, and Edna was sure of it. She hoped that she would be able to arrange an audience with the gods. That would help the war effort and figure out what the hell went wrong with the demons. So the time to make a scene finally arrived. I'd like to see the head priest, Edna declared frankly in the temple. She had been watching the place for a while and noticed that the head priest was present for a meeting with the city's king. He was frequently away, but this was one of the days when she saw him enter. The priest stared at Edna like she was an alien. Who do you think you are? No one sees the head priest. I insist. Edna's aura flared and the priest felt his hands tremble. She thought of more discreet methods but decided against it. It was better to just hit it directly. If they were unfriendly, then deal with it that way. I will let him know. Who he will want to know who wants to see him. Tell him I'm a warrior from another world and representative of another god. Edna repeated, and the priest's trembling looked even more intense. His eyes met Edna's burning gaze briefly, and he ran. At once, milady. Edna expected an army of Templars to charge down at her, and so, when an army of Templars armed with divine weapons did in fact emerge, she wasn't shocked. This way, milady, one of the priests said, escorted by what appeared to be a decent army of Templars. They were all about level 70 to 80, which made them very strong by most measures. With their divine equipment, they could stand a chance even with the higher-level Valthorns. Edna was escorted into the depths of the temple, and she could sense people moving throughout the temple. There was a huge guard force appearing around the relic, as if worried that the relic would be attacked. She just smiled and walked past the corridors of paintings and tapestries, all speaking praises of their god, Hawa. Eventually, she was led to a chamber far from the relic, and was clearly not the actual chamber of the head priest. But the head priest was there, decked from head to toe for war. Divine armaments, rings, armors, they would take a hit. Greetings, milady. Of all the outlandish attempts to get an audience with me, yours is the most ludicrous. A visitor from another world and representative from another god, the head priest said. He was smug. So ridiculous. So you succeeded. What do you want? Edna didn't feel the need to answer it with words and merely allowed her domain to ripple outwards. It shook the cloth and tapestries. The magical defenses in the room vibrated. The head priest felt his rings tremble, as if begging to be activated. It caused the head priest's face to contort from smugness into horror and then to fear. He then stood. You're not lying. Edna shrugged. Why would I? I come from another world, a world that also has Hawa as one of our people's faith. She looked around and withdrew her domain. The trembling in the room vanished. I will cut to the point. I want an audience with Hawa. The head priest stared at Edna as if she was mad. An audience with our god? Are you insane? No. We found the demon's son and we need your god's help. Only gods can hope to strike at the demon's power. The head priest frowned. You're insane. How do you hope to? It's not the first time we spoke to a god. Edna countered. If it helps, let your god know we have spoken to Ava. The head priest shook his head. Communion with our god is a costly, resource-intensive process. And it happens whenever you select your champions for this world. I know Hawa can be reached from this world. And why should we do it? Because we will get it eventually. Edna answered. All the delays merely add time but do not prevent the inevitable. We will find the gods one way or another, be it Ava, Hawa, Gia, Nira, or whoever other gods out there that we have not seen. And the head priest stared. We can help. We have the ability to breach distances through the system. Our patron god can create permanent pathways between worlds, allowing your god to extend power further than ever. He paused and closed his eyes. You mean it, proof that you are from another world. I would gladly send you to our world if you want to, but I ask that you trust me and consult whoever you need to consult. Edna repeated. The Hawa temples of Satria were a coalition of Hawa churches, each with a relic, each with its own head priests. Collectively, they operate as a council of equals, though each branch of the Hawa church were functionally independent. They often do not intervene with each other, outside for the rare moments when Hawa descends and transmits a message. Divine communion. Edna heard that it was possible since a long time ago. Some priests and priestesses hear the voices of their gods in their mind, through dreams. It is unmistakable because the god's presence is extremely difficult to fake. The head priest looked at Edna uncomfortably before letting out a long sigh. Can you show me that aura of yours? Again, at full strength. The head priest answered. I'll take it as proof of your claims. To initiate a conversation with our god requires agreement of all the head priests. This is a matter far more serious than what I can do alone. Edna sighed and let it rip. This time the walls cracked as the full weight of her close to level 200 aura rippled through the entire city. The entire city would have felt it as if something pressed on them. A weight of power. The head priest and all the divine guards clenched their weapons. Edna smiled. They were strong enough to resist because Hawa's blessing was exceptionally strong in this world, but even the weaker few felt their legs buckle. If Lumuf was here, they would all be kneeling. That is unmistakable indeed. Tell the rest of the head priests that we offer a return trip to our world to have an audience with my patron Ian. I believe once you meet Ian, you will find that our request to meet Hawa to be not unreasonable. The head priest nodded. I will need some time to speak to the rest of my peers. The Hawa's circle don't meet often, and the next meet is in a few months. I will bring this matter up then. Edna nodded. We can wait. I have plenty else to do. How'd it go? Rune and Ezar asked over their shared communication. The head priest said they will bring it up to the Hawa's circle meet in a few months. How are things on your side? Edna said as she retreated to an inn. Went as well as expected. I popped into the head priestess room and I got misunderstood as a suitor, and apparently if a single man appears in a single woman's room at night, I'm supposed to take her as my wife. Rune said. Ezar facepalmed from his part of the city. Edna chuckled. I think this is the second time you did something like that. Rune just shrugged. I seem to attract the wrong kind of people. You shouldn't be popping up in people's rooms at night. Edna said. She's heavily guarded as hell and I really don't want to knock people out just to talk to her. My attempts to get in through the front door got shut off because the head priestess gets too many people trying to meet her that way. She sounds cute. The knight smirked. Oh please, Rune said. How'd she take your confession? She asked me to call the rest of you here. Rune said, and she still wants me to marry her. Edna laughed. She takes that pretty seriously. It's a faith thing, some religious mumbo-jumbo. I didn't see such a rule in the Hawa documents we have back home. Tell her you are married. I plan to. Next time we should insist on same-sex night visits. Rune countered. I'm not visiting a woman at night ever again. Never seems to go well, not with my kind of shit luck. I wouldn't call it shit luck. The other two domain holders laughed. Edna smirked. All right. Ezar, what's your situation? The head priestess is an old woman. She listened, but she thought I'm a madman, so chased me out. I think we'll need Lumuf here to speak to her kind of person. It's just a vibe I am getting. Think she respects someone like Lumuf. Darn. Very well, I think we should make ourselves seen during the coming meeting of the Hawa's circle. Edna added. That should be our best place to make our case to Hawa. They don't even say where it is. It's one of those super secretive meetings. Rune countered. Ask your fiancé where it is then, Edna asked. She's not, and I am not manipulating a woman's love for that. Rune countered. There's some red lines in my life, and that's one of them. Edna chuckled. You're pretty chivalrous, despite your fondness for late-night visits. Stop it, Edna Ezar, just come over to my side of the world and visit this woman with me. And Edna, you're going to pretend to be my wife. Edna laughed. You really want an old woman like me as your pretend wife instead of a beautiful young priestess. Why not tell her you have a wife somewhere else? I'm not marrying some priestess I barely know. So shut it and play along. Very well, Edna laughed. Edna realized all the relic cities were flat out beautiful. They were so well protected and covered with divine magic that it didn't seem likely that the demons would be able to attack them. The relic city of Alpash was located along a gentle slope along the hills, and the temple occupied a central location, surrounded by walls. There was a beautiful silver statue that was 15 stories tall of a man with a sword, a shield, and wearing a knight's helmet. There were 5 castles throughout the city, each located along the walls and each home to one of the ducal families of Alpesh. Among the 5, one would be king at one time, and the role of king rotated among the 5 families. But Alpash was also home to a relic, and it was a gigantic divine shield too big for any man to wield. Still, even from afar, Edna could feel the divine energies stored within. Should a demon king attack, it was likely they could hold the city. Just like the other relic city, the presence of Hawa was strong. Divine magics rippled in the air, the shield's presence warped reality. Edna briefly wondered what it will be like to move all the divine relics together. So your prospective wife is located there, Edna said. Yes, okay. Remember, our goal is really to get an audience with Hawa. This priestess is one of the circle, so she can help facilitate that objective. Edna repeated. Ready? Rune shrugged. I don't really want to see her again. You just go, please, you're a domain holder and you don't want to see a woman again. Come on, Edna countered. Ezar just grinned. I must say, Rune, I don't recall ever seeing you this flustered. Look, Ezar, you go visit a woman at night. I've done it. Ezar laughed. They don't mistake me as a suitor. Maybe I just have a punchable face that women hate. You, on the other hand, look like the pretty boys that women absolutely adore. Rune flushed. Oh, I'm never gonna let that slide. Ezar chuckled. Rune glared. I hate you. Edna just rolled her eyes. Boys, focus. We got a priestess waiting for us. Let's convince her to side with our cause. Yes, Mom. The priestess room was located in a magically protected sphere, in one of the inner buildings of the temple. It was heavily protected, that most mages wouldn't even be able to get in, but for domain holders, the restraints and magical protections just washed off their bodies. She was half asleep in her sleeping gown when she noticed the window was open and felt the presence of others in her room. Despite her seemingly youthful experience, Edna was fairly sure she was a high-leveled priestess, in the same league as the other high priest she met. She was likely to be around level 70 to 80, and she wore a special necklace around her neck filled with divine magic all the time. Oh, Yurei here again, with guests, the priestess spoke. As Edna expected, she was a beautiful woman, well-equipped in all the right places and blessed by Hawa. Edna could feel the presence of Hawa's blessing, just like in the high priest. It's likely they have a Hawa high priest class or something similar. Are they the suitor's party? Rune frowned. I am not marrying you. The priestess frowned. Am I that unattractive? So many men desire me, and here you are. I offer you my hand in marriage, and you reject me. Rune's frustration was palpable. Woman, I am here to continue that conversation. We need an audience with your god, Hawa. She frowned. I'll raise your cause during the Hawa's circle if you agree to take me as your wife. I'm married. Don't lie to me. I don't sense a woman's presence on you. The priestess countered. In truth, that was because the priestess couldn't sense anything on Rune, who was protected by his own domain. I don't believe in your god. Rune countered. Doesn't matter. Hawa will forgive you. She thought about it for a moment and stared at Edna briefly. Then she frowned. Nothing. I want this man to take me as his wife. Edna countered. Priestess, we really do not wish to mix personal matters into affairs involving the fate of worlds. There are worlds that could benefit from our mutual cooperation. I know, but as head priestess, I have full prerogative and discretion in my decisions, as granted to me by Hawa, and so my condition remains. He takes me as his wife. Edna realized this woman was nuts and looked at her 2 colleagues. Well, I believe we have nothing more to add. Let's go. Edna would rather take the chance and convince the other head priests and priestesses. This woman was probably a little messed up in the head. But as Edna, Rune, and Ezar was about to vanish through the door again, the priestess realized her ways was probably too aggressive. Wait, Rune and Edna stood. Oh, you claim to be from another world, correct? The priestess spoke. Yes, Edna looked at Rune and Rune made a long sigh. Fine, I'll take you on a trip to our world. Later, the priestess smiled beautifully. I can't wait to see you again, husband. Rune rolled his eyes and vanished through the window. They would visit the other head priests and attempt to convince them of their cause. Year 266. First of the comet fragments emerged from the void. We have been tracking it the moment it appeared within our vision, and we watched with great interest for the moment it entered our bubble of reality. The first few meteors popped out of the darkness, like a cluster of rocks that suddenly shed its cloak of invisibility. A quick scan revealed that we didn't detect Multipus' presence, but among the rocks was a slightly larger chunk of the comet's core, and that rock maintained a small bubble of reality. Engage, my mages ordered as the meteors entered our range. Mages in our tree-based environmentally controlled battlesuits attacked the rocks. They were much smaller, and it seemed the very act of traveling through the void had eroded them one way or another. It was a good sign. It meant that without a strong bubble of reality, the rocks we expect to face should be smaller than the main comet. The distant dark skies, not visible from Treehome, erupted in explosions of magic. With extremely powerful telescopes, it would be possible to see some small sparks and explosions, but we destroyed the smaller remnant meteors. For the core remnant, a few of our mages hopped onto the rock and tried to steer it. Core material was valuable. I have it in such little quantities that if there was a core chunk from the demon's comet, we wanted to see whether we could process it and learn from it. But like core mana, it degrades quite quickly, especially when exposed to the light of the sun, which was strange, one of the quirks of core mana. For now, with magical propulsion, we guided this remnant rock from the core of the demon's comet and directed it into a somewhat stable orbit. My Valthorn mages then quickly set up a basic manipulation system, just a few magical patterns and formations that created some propulsion to steer the core away from Treehome. This would allow it to maintain that stable orbit. It wasn't big, but we wanted to examine this core remnant in greater detail. I was fairly impressed that we now had our first space-based research station. My Valthorn's first space-based research station consisted of portable living quarters from our almost century-long experience of building underground bunkers, and later on our developments on the Demon's Comet, Lava World, Comet World, and our moon. Travel to and from the research station in our world was a lot simpler since we had access to magical portals and teleportation spells. We didn't need rockets. Even deploying our new wood-based mechs involved teleportation to the closest undisturbed space. Stella watched as the first engagements with the meteor remnants proceeded as planned, and as my forces exert itself on Three World, on Mountain World, on Dwarf World, and now, even this world of Satria. And so begins the Imperial Era of Ian. Stella said as she arrived in Three World and watched my Valthorns crawling all over the city of Malga. You speak of it as if it's new. I chuckled. It's just an observation, really. My void domain holder watched. Within a year, we had to quell dissent in the human lands. In many ways, an era of great political change for the Three Worlds humans. In normal times, the Sandpeople and the Centaurs would capitalize on this to wage an attack and try to claim some fringe territories from the human kingdoms. But with the presence of my overwhelming beetles, they know better. The Centaurs have seen my warriors in their lands, and know that we have far stronger warriors than them. Jean-Pu of them all seemed to have most to think about. The nature of our relationship was perhaps an ally of convenience, but my occupation of Malga had made him feel a little queasy, as if he invited evil into his home. Perhaps it was a sensation to have power challenged. I thought it might be a sense of vulnerability, or perhaps it was how relatively easy it was to suppress the Crystal King, even with the Crystal King's huge array of hero items. He didn't manage to use them, and I also discovered they were primarily designed for use against heroes that turned rogue. The hero item's effectiveness against Lumuf was suspect, and this was something that I saw Jean-Pu thinking about keenly. I noticed because he began asking Kefri for more general-purpose hero items instead of human killers. So this Empire Stella looked at the human lands. What do you have in mind? The war to free ourselves from the demons will not end, not with how they bend the system to its will. We will need warriors. We will need equipment. The myriad worlds will supply them. I see. Stella said it is like that. Malga's priests of Malas adapted surprisingly easily. I still wondered who Malas was, whether Malas corresponded to any of the religions of Treehome. Gia, Nira, Hawa, Ava. Those are the main four of Treehome. There were a few smaller ones, but their presence has been minor, and it's hard to tell whether they are real gods or just fake ones. Then on the Satria, there's Hawa's gods. Then on Delvigard, the dwarf world, the dwarves, so far, didn't seem to believe in any of the gods we know of. Looking at the trend, there may be more than 10 gods, scattered over a vast area. The gods may be able to exert significant power over a set of core worlds, but a much more reduced presence over the rest. An empire gearing up for a war, but I can't help but think about the day after. You make it sound like we will win. We will, Stella said, unsure of herself. But I hope there is something for the people, after all of this, that we become a post-scarcity society, where everyone lives at peace and can decide to live the lives they want. That will happen after. Will you let go? Yes, I said. I was sure I would. I'd be more than happy to shed the mantle. If life was no longer at risk of extinction, if forests and my trees are allowed to prosper, why do I want to meddle in all this shit? It's pointless. The squabbles of life against each other. Pointless, I don't care for it, but I have to because I need them to win this fight. Stella looked at the growing empire and sighed. It was a mess. I'm torn whether that's a good thing. Kay watched as the city of Freshka fell asleep that night. It was getting dark and the skies were clear. There were lights that littered the city. It is said that Freshka could be seen from miles away. The sprawling mess of Freshka's city, at times, never seemed to sleep. The streets glowed from the colorful lights. Magical stones, not fully formed crystals, were somehow converted into magical lights through the inventive manufacturing processes of crafters and enchanters. The crystal shortfall due to the manufacturing of bombs significantly drained the traditional supply of crystal-based lights, so cities such as Freshka and many others found alternatives. Some cities used a type of glowing bug that is specifically bred to provide lighting. Some cities found glowing trees and plants, which provided much-needed lighting. Others reverted back to fires. With the huge variety of woods these days, there are a certain variety of slow-burning woods that give enough light. Some just embed a light spell into various types of magical material to cause them to emit light, but this required a mage to constantly maintain lights throughout the city, instead of materials that could draw in ambient energy. Freshka was still busy at night, but traffic was less heavy than daytime. The city's resource demands were so high that logistics guilds resorted to moving goods at odd times to maximize efficiency. Kay dodged a convoy of beetles. The Valtrian Order leased cargo ferry beetles to the various merchants' guilds for commercial use, and they were a large source of income for the order. Cheap, magically sustained, and hardy, they significantly reduced the need for horses for goods, but most kingdoms, especially those that fear Ian's retribution, still maintained their own stables and horses, just in case. Dinner was over, and there were streets filled with bars and clubs. It was a scene that sometimes reminded her of home. People everywhere still have a need for entertainment, especially those of the flesh. Taverns were noisy at this time. Past the noisy commercial streets, she walked into one of the quietest, most privileged corners of Freshka. She arrived at her destination. It was a large mansion. Quiet. She knocked on the gate opened magically. Lady K, an order guard, stood at the guardhouse. There was also a maid waiting for her. You arrived earlier than expected. Shall take you in. She was escorted into a quiet waiting room. Tea was served, along with some fruits. The walls had paintings of places. The crystal golem smiled at the master of the house. Laufen and Lausanne didn't live together. Her mother lived a few doors down the street. They talked about Arlissa, how Arlissa's still spending her time with adventurer stuff, about Lausanne's son, Lauda. Both Arlissa and Lauda are more than 100 years old now, and both as half-elves, their lifespans were going to be shorter than Lausanne, unless they gained a lot of levels. Still, they should live until at least their 200-300s if all goes well, unlike Artie who died so much younger. Despite being a quasi-royalty of Freshka, Lauda founded his own small magical entity that focused on research and ruins. He didn't want to be too closely associated with the Order, even if they still received Order's funding, unlike his mother and grandmother, who were still Order members till this day, partly because he saw how Arlissa went through a rebellious phase and essentially burned bridges with many of her old friends. What about you? What have you been up to? Kay asked. I visited the Northern Islands recently, to meet Mila and Alexis. Oh, them, how are they? Kay said with subtle contempt. She still struggled to fit them into the plans. Even Ken didn't really want to include them, given their complicated past with Ian. They are fine. They took my advice to bunker up well. The North's growing well. The cities feel a lot more prosperous since I last saw them a few years ago. The vassal and guild wars didn't hurt them as badly as the rest. The vassal wars have mostly come to a standstill. The resource demands of the Great Comet attack drained much of the fire out of the war, and now that it has, de facto, ended, both sides settled into a comfortable ceasefire and status quo that neither wanted to restart. There might be an incident or flare-up that causes it to resurface, but for now, both sides are focused on licking their wounds and preparing for the eventual resumption of hostilities. Crystals also began to trickle back into the market. Kay looked at Lausanne and then dropped the question on her mind. Lausanne, would you be willing to take up arms again? She paused, realizing Kay's question was serious. Why, your children are old now. You no longer have to care for them like you used to. You have free time, and now more than ever we need you to do what Jura once did. Be on the front lines once more and be one of the pillars of our world. Lausanne closed her eyes briefly. Is this request from Patriarch Lumuf or Edna? No. Me and maybe Stella, Kay answered. Of all the elves from the first days of Frika, only you remain. Well, and your mother, but she is not a warrior. Rome is around. Kay grinned. It's not the same. You are the first true Valthorn. That should be Jura. He's dead, Kay said. I believe Ian would still give you a soul-strengthening seed if you ask for it. For decades you are at level 85. There's probably some overflow experience in you that would. Lausanne looked at her room. You want me to abandon the comforts of my beautiful home and head back out there in the wilderness, battling demons and monsters. Yes, because you are special, Lozan. Till this day there is no one with your tier blessings. Sure, there are many, many others with the lesser variants of blessed by the soul tree, but knowing the system, there is an unspoken value as the first blessed one of Ian. You are the first, and that grants you a weight you can wield. Lozan closed her eyes. Tell me what's really on your mind. Kay sipped her tea and allowed the question to linger a bit before she spoke her mind. Ian needs moral guidance. There are the domain holders, but we know he needs more than that. He needs a bit of your presence. You have history and a past, a bond few others can claim to have, a bond that has turned distant. All I see are your internal struggles, Lozan, Kay answered. You're doing nothing with the rest of your life and you know it. You had just reason when you wanted to care for Lotta, but those days are over. Long over. What if I don't live up to that? There are so many with far better innate talent. The domain holders are all incredible people in their own ways. Is that what you fear, Lozan? To try once more and find yourself not worthy? Lozan closed her eyes. In many ways, it was a crisis of self-confidence. She didn't answer. Kay continued. You once said to Ian that you wanted to be a hero. We now know that the path to power exists. Edna is close to that point. It is no longer an impossibility, not like your earlier days. Ian's access to the other realms enables opportunities for growth we never had before. Lozan, please, it's time to give that old dream of yours another chance. Juro once said your dream was foolish, but even he didn't see how things developed. Lozan listened, her heart swirling. A part of her was convinced. What's your interest in this? The golem laughed. Must everything be about interests? But you have an interest in this. I'd like to see an end to this, properly. I feel sorry for those like me that we are on this treadmill of endless fighting, summoned to fight in worlds that don't know us. Lies, Lozan countered. That's bullshit. The golem smirked. Kay closed her eyes and then spilled the beans. I look at Arlissa and you and see different versions of wasted potential. Arlissa is one where she couldn't take the expectations and crumbled. You could in some, but you chose to walk away. We've known each other for years, decades, centuries. Lozan, ever since the day you trained us, protected us and got us to level, back when we first met in that dwarven city in the eastern continent. That day, almost 130 years ago, in my eyes, you were always a hero. You can still be one. With Ian's resources, I have no doubt about it. Lozan stared at Kay. Both of them looked at each other for what seemed like an eternity. Eventually, Lozan let out a long sigh. I have a lot of catching up to do. Void layers. Stella felt it immediately, as Ian said he would select the dark void. The world twisted and distorted ever so slightly, as if the entire world was an old cathode ray tube television that just experienced an interruption to its signal. The world was the same but different. There were now layers to things. Ian immediately mentioned the term filters, as if everything was photography filters. That was an acceptable way of looking at things, but Stella wondered whether it was more appropriate to see things at different levels of magnification and zoom, that this was the world at different levels of zoom and magnify. Even Treehome looked different once Stella applied the void layers. It was just plain nothingness in some, and some others something else. Stella wondered whether this was some kind of magical version of seeing quantum entanglement. That objects here are tied to some other objects far away, and the void layers merely rearrange the world in accordance with how things are entangled together. The void layers shifted things about. Each layer moved the position of the different worlds in wildly different positions, and incredibly, they are all true at the same time. If teleportation was possible, in short, an ability to cross vast distances through linking two locations together, why wouldn't it be possible to have naturally occurring variants? This was the worlds and realms cut up and pasted again in different places, a puzzle with multiple possible answers. Each world is a puzzle piece, and each layer a different acceptable variation of how the puzzle was solved. Depending on which layer, a world could be infinitely far away or just next door. Stella stared as her mind flipped through the different layers, and watched she could only process about 20 layers. She may have access to them, but her mind could not process those that were still too different. It hurt just trying to look at them, and she didn't even know why. Your nose is bleeding, Lady Stella, one of the Void Archmages, Vetter, commented. Vetter, too, had gained access to the Void layers, and he only managed to see 6 of the layers before his mind began to feel the strain. I need Patrick's help. Stella commanded as she walked into the special brain augmentation tree designed to expand her mental processing capacity. The minds linked with hers as she attempted to push the edges of the void layers. Incredibly, the moment she could see it, it didn't take her more mental energy to see it again. Once she got it, 23 layers. Darn it. Stella emerged exhausted and sipped on a fruit punch filled with nutrients prepared right outside. The Archmage Vetter nodded. Shouldn't push it too hard, Lady Stella. A few of the lesser Void Mages had bad nosebleeds and had to be under Healer S watch. Stella shrugged. The Void Worlds. Do you see it? One of them. Vetter nodded. The Order had about 7 Void Archmages now, though none of them close enough to get to the domains yet. They would have to participate in combat, perhaps intentionally triggering demonic mothers, and use their void energies on the Black Sun's shards. I can see 2 different layers with them, Stella frowned. In some versions of the void layers, the world was entirely of a different color, as if these were special worlds and they contained worlds entirely unseen on any other layers. These were hidden in the gaps of the void sea, the equivalent of folders and files that were hidden from view through some administrative rights, and no matter how the files get shuffled around, these hidden files remain hidden. Vetter nodded. Preparations to visit is underway, though our collective view is that we should get over the meteor remnants. Stella understood, I agree. Tempting as it may be, it is not the right time to jump to these void worlds now. Vetter breathed a sigh of relief. Ian's node seeds. They could be sent to these void worlds. The void domain holder paused. It was true, but right now they were spoilt for choice. With the expanded star map provided by the rescued Zeratin, they could see even more worlds that were linked to Delvigard. Then on the other side of Satria, there's the Hawa-controlled worlds. Stella knew they were close to the gods because of how Hawa's power permeated through the world of Satria. That was also another front for exploration. They really didn't have enough void mages to go around. Not just that, they didn't have enough domain holders to explore the world safely. Year 267. Delvigard, what do you think? Lumuf asked as he guided the dwarven Lord Sundus through the small town. It was a relatively run-down, undeveloped place, but the local dwarves still built a small town here. Here, in this small dwarven town of Odios, with no resources of worth, they were not worth the attention of the nearby dwarven nations. Sundus, a relatively young dwarven lord from the Freshlands Treasury College, nodded. Can be done, but I will require assistance. There's a lot of construction to do, and I will need the triology priests to back me up. I'll need some time to convince the dwarves to accept our rule. Lumuf glanced at Kaffa. Kaffa nodded. I'll handle it, Patriarch. My avatar nodded. I'll leave the responsibilities for this world to you, Kaffa. It appears I am needed elsewhere. The lizard person gave a salute. I won't let you down, I know you won't, but do not fear failure. We will inevitably fail somewhere. Even Ian fails. Lumuf smiled and looked back at Sundus. Lord Sundus, I'll return to Treehome and arrange the resources. The Delvigard force was not a full invasion army, unlike Three Worlds. We deployed almost 30,000 Valthorns and Valtrian Order operatives throughout the human kingdoms in order to manage the transition period and enforce our rule. At about 100 people, it was pretty much a small but elite reconnaissance force. But with Kaffa around, the likelihood of threats that could threaten them was fairly minuscule. Sundus was one of 5 dwarven lords recruited from Treehome for the task. Each of them will be assisted by about 20 others elites, as bodyguards, spies, and also to act on their instructions. They would each claim one of these smaller dwarven towns, as these towns do not have a high-ranked lord leading them. The 5 would then form a shadow alliance, acting in concert with the rest of the Valthorns. Once a certain scale was achieved, the plan was that I would deploy one of my node trees in Sundus Town. As the situation on Three Worlds and the human kingdom stabilizes over the next few years, we would then have more resources to redirect to Delvigard and properly begin our colonization process. Of what we know of Delvigard so far, we have 2 actual goals and 1 optional goal. The main one in my brief assessment of Delvigard was to properly capture the dwarven academies of Delvigard. These craftsmen and smithing academies train a lot of the crafters that worked on their war machines, and if we could maneuver our FTC-trained dwarven lords into a position where they controlled these academies, that would be ideal. The second one was to gain access to a stable supply of these sunsteels and sunmetals, and conduct experiments on how to better use these new materials for our war against the demons. The third one was to recruit the dwarves for our war. I would like to channel their thirst for war towards the demons. That should bring about some semblance of peace and unity to the Delvigard dwarves. If not, we would like to convert the dwarves into our war suppliers, providing assistance to our forces. Right now, the Valthorn's manufacturing processes are strong, but some variety of goods and an expansion of our total military-industrial complex would allow us to mount more attacks and reduce our lag time between attacks. We felt this keenly with the Demon's Comet, where we had to tap into all our crafters and manufacturers to make sufficient bombs. Even then, it felt insufficient. It took us too long to ramp up our production, and our bombs were still not good enough. As an institution, we will learn from our mistakes and get better in the art of fighting demons. We will roll with the punches and hit back as hard as we can. Treehome. Back on Treehome, the situation was calm. More fragments emerged from the void, and during this time the heroes got some additional practice with the meteors and their tree mechs. Then we finally had one that carried a part of the Demon King Multipus. It was fairly small, and the heroes annihilated the creature easily. So far, so good. None of the meteors have got past our first layer of defenses, but the bulk of the meteors should only reach us in about 3 years' time. Our space-based defenses would be truly tested then. Here, Kay held out the strange seed in her hand. Lausanne trembled slightly as she touched it and consumed it. I remember when Jura ate it for the first time and felt like his soul was on fire. Lausanne immediately went and rested on a bed. I feel queasy. I was told it's a common occurrence. She slept for a day, and when she woke up, her soul weighed more. So how many levels did you gain? Kay asked as she came to check on her friend. I was told some folks have overflow levels. Level 98. Lausanne said, trembling slightly. I seem to have done a lot since I hit my peak. Darn, 13 levels is pretty good. I hit level 100 some time ago, but it's getting pretty damn hard to level outside of the dungeons. I'll take you with me. Lausanne paused. When I was sleeping, I was thinking about this, about what I am doing. What? Kay looked back. What if one day we have to fight him? Kay shook her head. I'd rather not get to that point. We bend it, we mend it, but I'd rather not end it. That's an ending well regret. Lausanne looked out of her home and into the streets. She wore Valthorn armor, custom made. Her position in the society meant many gave her special rights and access, even when she didn't ask for it. It's been a while since I've visited dungeons. Kay smirked. Well, it'll get easier with time. Throughout Treehome, with the winds of the vassal wars behind us, trade and mostly normal life resumed. Piracy, a problem we've pretty much allowed to occur due to the leveling it generated, came back in full swing, this time putting the pirates against their former clients. This time, adventurers participated in the defense of the guilds. Adventurers generally tried to stay out of the war between the guilds and empires of the other continents, simply because their nature of work wasn't designed for regular combat, even if their high levels made them valuable irregular units. Once more, nothing from you. Why do you endure these pirates? It's been 2 decades since the day Emperor Aranul ascended to the throne of his holy empire, but we still occasionally spoke. With my reach, it was not impossible for me to contact him even in the safety of his palace. The range of my telepathic abilities has increased, a result of the cumulative increase in levels over the years. Why not? It is only the natural course of mortals to attempt to subvert known ways of achieving wealth. Why do you expect me to do something? True. Sometimes, I think nothing is exactly what you want to do. Aranul chuckled in his throne room. There was no one present. He had chased them out whenever we spoke. But I know some of the Emperor's aides are secretly listening, and he knows about it too. But a semblance of privacy is better than none. By most measures, his holy empire prospered since his ascension. His elevated powers brought prosperity. As the average health improved, farming yields improved, and somehow the earth itself rewarded them with new mineral discoveries. A king or an emperor bends the luck and destiny of his nation. Earthly minerals and resources are certainly not finite in the traditional earthly sense. System shenanigans can trigger the creation of new mineral veins, just as how the flow of magical ley lines changes the mineral structure and qualities of the rocks it passed through. To a certain extent, there is a friendly competition between us. Aranul wants his empire to catch up with the central continent, and for most part, I don't get in the way. With our domain holders, we remain so far ahead that it would be difficult for them to even think of competing. I believe it is the open communication between the two of us that allowed this to happen. As the Order expands into a multiplanar institution, our capacity to monitor and to truly control all the minutiae of local policies and politics is limited. Already, Stella informed the Council of the presence of at least 15 more worlds that could be accessed directly from Treehome due to the newly unlocked Void layers. 15 worlds, just from us directly through the new Void layers. My council gathered, and I wondered whether we should just send spies to them directly. But with domain holders at a shortage, using my level 100s was an elevated risk because they lacked the protections a domain holder had. In a way, it was ironic that I didn't hesitate a full army to demon worlds, but I hesitated with these alien worlds. This was partly because demon worlds, for most part, felt like a known quantity. We were expecting demons, not other domain holders or gods. The range of possible enemies were somewhat predictable. If there was a domain holder hiding in the world of demons, they would be hiding really well. Gods, well, we don't expect them in the world of demons, because gods could easily defeat demons on their own homeworlds. I hear from the grapevine that you're exploring more worlds. Aranul said. It wasn't that much of a secret. We explored worlds, and we publicly announced that we want to explore more worlds. It was a recruitment pitch, really. People who have that exploratory streak would join us. The curiosity and desire to learn was a valuable quality to have. What I am truly afraid of with all these new worlds is the discovery of a potentially hostile civilization with the ability to travel through the multiverse. If they possessed mind-reading abilities, that meant only my domain holders were the only ones that could interact with them with high certainty that their minds are not compromised. I am always exploring. There are many worlds out there, and we hope to find allies among them. If you find our god, let him know I'd like to speak to him. Ironically, we were. The Holy Emperor Aranul was blessed by the combined blessings of Gaya and Hawa's archpriests to create a king above kings. We are close to one of them, when we do speak to him. I want to be there, Aranul said. I am a holy emperor of an empire, created in Gaya and Hawa's name, but in the end I want to know whether they care. whether there is purpose in this foolish conflict that we inherited from the earlier set of divine communions, whether we can end this long-standing conflict and work together. I wasn't sure. I didn't know whether Hawa would be friendly or hostile. Of all the four major gods of Treehome, personally, I think it's most likely that Gya was hostile. Gya didn't even like spirit trees in his temple grounds. I still remember their priests kicking me out of their temple's garden. What if he doesn't want to speak to you? I asked. Then there is no point for this faithful one to be faithful, is it? Yurei the Holy Emperor, surely your faith goes beyond such interaction. Is your faith so weak that it crumbles from being spurned? I countered. I didn't know why I was testing his faith either, but I suspect I didn't like how transactional it all sounded. There are those that believe all the frills of our society's interactions are stripped out. It comes down to our expectations. Each transaction leads to current or future benefit or fear of retaliation. Many people behave well because they know being nice has future payback. If there were no future consequences, only a select few will be nice just to be nice. Emperor Aranul chuckled. Praise Hawa and Gaya, for I am a fool that can't see their greatness. If a god doesn't speak to me, even as a holy emperor, what more do I expect of my subjects? What more do I expect of the men who I send to their deaths in his name? I continue to believe in him, for their ways are as mystical as the darkness of the skies above. But a holy emperor is holy only because he is the conduit. He is the link between the heavens and the earth. If he doesn't speak to me, then I must abdicate my throne and choose someone who will be granted an audience with our God. Ah, that was a sensible angle. He is a holy emperor because he must speak for his God. Without the ability to speak to his God, he is nothing but a normal emperor. It is a fairly common expectation in medieval societies that the emperor is the god's incarnate. What is God's hand if the hand cannot see God? I see your avatar, the patriarch in the voice of Ian, and wonder where I stand. I suppose even emperors experience imposter syndrome. Satria, the home of the 7 Hawa relics. I doubt Hawa would actually refuse to see you, the high priest said. It was the 6th high priest they met so far, and of the ones they met, 2 had refused to entertain them. The high priest of Museo was willing to speak for them, as was the high priestess of Alpesh. 2 in favor, 3 against. We merely request for the delivery of the message to Hawa. The 6th one abstained. He frowned. Sorry, this is as much as I am willing to do. It is the matters of our God, and a mere mortal as myself would not step in. It is a common stance. Those that opposed generally had the same stance, that with the matter of God, Edna would be the one to seek out an audience herself. The priests have no say, and should not be seen as working for another god. Even if it was just the act of delivering a message, all matters around their god was dealt with velvet gloves, and they would not dare to even consider modifying old customs and processes. Faith. It did so much good to their world. It gave them protection and gave them structure. But there are times Edna hated dealing with them. Can you imagine our own priests turning out this way? Ezar said with a scowl. They could. Edna responded earnestly. We better remind the patriarchs and matriarchs not to be such stubborn fools. It's a balance between accessibility and mysticism. Rune said with a sigh. The ranger archer was surprisingly knowledgeable. With more access, God loses mysticism. Edna frowned. That's so stupid. A god's presence is self-evident. Anyone standing in front of Ian knows that. Edna remembered the day when Ava descended for an audience, and she remembered how it felt. It was truly an unmistakable experience. Those who were there know who they saw, and no words can explain it. A god is a god, and there was no need for all this pomp and process. Before divinity, there really was nothing else to compare to. But Ian is not in front of everyone, Rune countered. Think of it this way, if Hawa is so freely accessible, then it so happens that one can no longer speak to Hawa. Will Hawa suffer from a loss of faith? Therefore, the base assumption for a faith is that speaking to God is only in very, very special situations. Edna realized Rune had a point. If the god was always seen as there, then suddenly disappearing would be bad for them. But if he is always unseen, then whether he is or not is of no consequence to the faith. But we are asking for an audience. And I bet kings and emperors have asked for an audience too. That 2 of 6 are willing to speak for us is actually pretty good. The council of Hawa high priests numbered 7 in all, 7 relics and 7 high priests. But this means we don't have a majority. Edna frowned. We need Lumuf here to convince that old woman to change her mind. Year 267, Part 2. Delvigard. Sundus found it quite easy to bribe the existing dwarven lord to resign from his post and hand it over to him. After all, he was the lord of a small town worth nothing. A bit of money and high-quality equipment did more for him than his position ever did. So Sundus soon found himself lord of the small dwarven town of 2,000 dwarves. They worked at a mine that produced regular iron, and they had forges to make high-quality steel, which they sold to the other dwarven cities. For food, some of the dwarves farmed. It was a matter of great reluctance for the Delvigard dwarves, since they didn't like farming all that much. On Treehome or on places like the eastern continent where the dwarves had their hidden underground cities, they loved to fund the other races to produce all their food and wheat or buy their food from others. It was for this reason dwarven cities are rarely monoracial cities, because they needed some people to be farmers and would treat them well to do what they were meant to do. It was a productive, symbiotic business transaction. The dwarves supplied high-quality equipment and ale, and the humans supplied the wheat, barley, and rye. The dwarves were also stockier, sturdier, and generally better brawlers than the humans, so they often provided protection to the human farmers, who also enjoyed how the dwarves generally stuck to their word. On Delvegard, there are no humans, and so the dwarves had to do their own farming. In most dwarven towns, most dwarves do their own small-scale farming, where their produce is enough for themselves and for the brews they make. Dwarven homes in Delvegard usually came with a small patch of land next to their existing homes where they cultivated some of their farms, or in more structured cities, there were designated shared lands where the irrigation was centralized. But in most cases, large-scale farms were extremely rare, except in certain dwarven cities where there is a functional slave class or underclass of dwarves. This was an underclass of dwarves that were forced to do farming. There's an opportunity here. Kaffa said to Sundus, and Sundus readily agreed. A monocultural dwarven society isn't able to do what they need to do well. The dwarves farmed, and they tried their very best to automate the process through large magical machines meant to run their farms. This was an option available to the strongest of towns, because automated farming golems were fairly difficult to make, because for dwarves who were so picky with the quality of their wheats, the unskilled golem's output was still pretty bad. A farmer with skills and levels produced high-quality food, materials for brews, but dwarves didn't like being farmers, and those that did are few and far between, and so they become rather precious folks. Despite this, their society looked poorly on them. A dwarven farmer's social status in Delvegard was shit, so most of them doubled up as brewers, which was a better ranked position. Still, the split focus and the micro scale meant farming output in Delvegard was low. Despite farming being an absolute necessity for survival, dwarves in Delvegard generally avoided taking up too many farming skills. They would take one or two just to ensure that they had some viable crops, but no more. In fact, most of them preferred to subsist on a diet of hunted meats, foraged berries, and fruits. So Delvegard dwarves tend to base their cities and towns near large hunting grounds, large forests with a decent amount of berries and fruits, or near rivers where they could engage in fishing. But the options are fairly limited. If we bring in an entirely new race of people to serve as farmers, that is a risk of its own. The two discussed their options: disease, environment, and we would essentially alter the racial composition of Delvegard. In some ways, we were already altering it with our actions, but large-scale import of an alien race to a world like Delvegard did feel a little wrong. It felt like we were introducing a potentially invasive species, even though we already are an invasive species. The alternative was to engage in import of the common necessities of the Delvegard dwarves. We had the ability to produce large quantities of high-quality food on Treehome. In short, we could be the remote breadbasket of Delvegard and pretty much throw the economic balance of Delvegard upside down. In a way, we really had three main options, though our ultimate solution was likely a combination of them. We could start introducing a migrant race to do farming. We also could use my trees and my blessing abilities to boost natural food sources. We could import. Actually, Sundus asked, what's Ian's time horizon for Delvegard? Do we want to take over this world in 2 years, 10 years, 50 years, or 150? But within 10 years, we want a solid foothold with at least 2 to 3 cities. Kaffa said, the things we want in Delvegard are people, skills, academies, things that would be destroyed if we acquired them by force. Our preferred strategy here is to trade and win over, similar to how Ian won over the rest of the central continent with trade and pretty much overwhelming power during Freshka's first century. Sundus looked at the domain holder and scratched his head. You need to make yourself into a scary person if that's the case. Are you going to be the stick that looms over us all? The lizard folk frowned. That's still a strategy that we'll need to shape over time, Sundus countered. Lord Kaffa, I hope you don't find this offensive, but I believe you are ill-suited for this assignment. If Alchemist Alka is here, we should have a significantly better time. His sheer presence as a domain-tier dwarven alchemist should convince many to join us. The lizard folk actually froze momentarily, but he was willing to entertain the idea, and as the thought swirled in his mind, he eventually nodded. You are right, but Alka's resurrection is still a decade away. For now, I will have to suffice. The dwarven lord could only sigh. I guess so. All the other dwarven lords successfully took control of their new towns. There was hardly any resistance, not when the right amount of money was paid. These towns were worthless, but with the Valthorn presence, all of them dwarves selected from our own academies, our work began. In some ways, we gave dwarves huge options. With access to the wider Valtrian order network, the dwarves of Treehome could select duties that they were most suited for, and with a large enough net, we could have dwarven druids, alchemists, blacksmiths, and builders. We deployed them in these 5 towns and used their skills to give our new towns advantages. New walls, improved yields from the foraged berries. As the year reached its end on Delvegard, Sundus finally said his town was ready for the node. And so, I deployed my first node tree on Delvegard. Mountain World. Adrian, the last hero of Mountain World, prepared for battle. In a year, another demon king would arrive. 15 years seemed too short or too long, depending on how you see it. 15 years was enough for a human child to become a war-ready soldier. Because on this war-obsessed Mountain World, a life of war starts early. 15, 10, child soldiers aplenty. Will you be calling them back? Lumuf looked at Mountain World. He was slated to visit Satria too, but that was a risk. I thought about it. It was a suboptimal choice, and the exploration of Satria took longer than I expected, partly because I wasn't expecting to find a world touched by the gods. We've scouted out the connected demon world and found it to be some kind of wolf world. The demons took the form of gigantic wolves, but with elemental powers. Each of the slightly different variants of the horned demonic wolves controlled either fire, earth, or lightning. The demonic champions were shape-shifting demonic wolves that possessed a demonic form. They were either wolf form or demon form, where they were the stereotypical winged demons with horns. It was amusing to witness the demons with shape-shifting ability, so I captured some of them for research. Lumuf would have balked at this assignment decades ago, but now, capturing a demon champion and overwhelming it with mana, this assignment was no sweat. It was nothing next to being stuck in a demon comet. We hauled 3 demon champions back to Treehome through the void gates and sent them into my gigantic biolabs. That way, Lumuf looked as the group of Valthorns carried the pacified demon champion. The wolves have been trapped in magical stasis, in a kind of crystalline prison invented by Alka a few years before the comet. It was meant as an anti-hero countermeasure. As a prison for heroes, it's still insufficient, but it proved effective in weakening demons too, because the combination of anti-mana glass used throughout its structure and magical formations drained the demons of their magical energies. Once upon a time, this amount of demonic mana would prove too much, but we have changed since then. Advancements, all the little steps along the way added up, and now we have prisons able to subdue a weakened demon champion. The Valthorns walked through the tunnel. Here, the Valley of the Unrotten, the presence of magic was sometimes suffocating. The Valthorns gripped their equipment, and their breaths were heavy. Ian could have opened the valley up long ago. But it remained the way it was, with only a small opening where Ian's canopy reached into the skies. The rest of the valley remained hidden under the hardened, root-reinforced walls. The sludge was long gone, transformed into regular dirt and soil. But here in the valley, it was a land of magic. Each tree here was slightly different, and anyone with magical sight would instantly notice the huge cacophony of signals throughout the valley. This was Ian's extended mind, large numbers of Ian's assistant trees whose sole purpose is to augment Ian's sight over the worlds. There are smaller versions of these orchards of artificial minds around each of Ian's clones, but here lies the greatest of them all. Lumuf stopped and looked at a grotesque existence that looked like human brains cut out and piled into the shape of a tree. Patrick, the Titan Grand Mind tree, and there were 2 of them. There were crystals and gems in them, turned into strange shapes. The crystals and gems were used as connective tissue. Precious metals turned into a web of links throughout the strange tree. Lumuf didn't remember the other one's name, but Ian planned for more of them. It hummed, and for someone with Lumuf's senses, he could hear a constant buzz as Patrick thinks. But this was not where they would be. There was a section where Ian conducted demonic experiments, deeper. There were massive trees here, but to say they are trees would be a stretch of definition. They were all a massive hollow log that could be covered, filled with Ian's vines. They would thoroughly examine any creature thrown inside, though its ability to study materials was significantly weaker. Here in the depths of Ian's valley, there were no concerns that the weakened demon champion could cause damage. Ian's presence alone petrified the demonic creature, and his vines pulled the struggling wolf demon into the log. It would be torn apart and eventually transformed with Ian's mana. Such is normal. One of them was already transformed in the field, but for those that are still purely demonic, Ian wanted to peek into them. Ian would learn from them, and often new discoveries are reflected in the beetles. Shape-shifting beetles would be a welcome addition to Ian's arsenal. Lumuf stood and watched. No, he could feel it as Ian's vines began to work on the wolf demon. He could feel the vines pierce the skin and hide of the creature, and felt it crawl through its body and grab what's left of the demon champion's dried soul. It was vivid, and Ian loved studying creatures that it never encountered. Across all worlds, Valthorn and Valtrian Order operatives continue to harvest and collect new specimens for studies, a tradition that started long ago during the days of New Freaka. Ian had reached the wolf demon's body, and Lumuf knew Ian had just made a copy of the creature's dried soul spring. He would attempt to rebuild it on Lava World later on. Lumuf noticed the other Valthorn operatives' trembling hands as they pushed the second crystal prison close to the log. They've done this many times, but for non-domain holders, they know this is face-to-face with the jaw of the beast. They know it is safe. They know what to do, but fear is primal. Lumuf merely gave them a knowing nod. They have to face their struggles. It is safe. Ian would not hurt them. As Ian finished digesting what was left of the third demon champion, he concluded his research. Biolabs were one of Ian's favorite tools, and he loved experiments. He was also eager to study the Delvigard dwarves and the humans of Satria, but it'll have to wait for a while. Silver weapons will be needed, I remarked. This message was delivered to the Mountain World hero, Adrian. He visibly facepalmed. Oh great, I am facing werewolves. Are the others coming to help me? Only Prabhu, Colette, and Kefri. Chung. Adrian shook his head. Don't have to explain. I get it. Werewolf demons were surprisingly hardy, resistant to magic and also blunt weapons. But like their nature, silver somehow pierced through those defenses fairly easily. It wasn't too hard to modify some of our existing weapons to incorporate a bit of silver, and many of our existing weapons already have some silver element within them. My void mages triangulated the location of arrival and prepared for the battle. In our usual way, the surplus weaponry from the demon's comet were redirected for this purpose. Lumuf and the other domain holders would return for this. Their adventures on those new worlds would have to wait for a while. Zadrio. Edna, Rune, and Ezar explored all the relic cities, but they eventually concluded that Patriarch Lumuf would have to be present in order to convince the other two head priests to switch sides. The head priests of the 7 relic cities met once a year for what is known as the Hawa's Circle. Hawa himself only selected the Hawa's champions after the Demon King arrived, and that was a few years more. In short, they have at least a few more years before Hawa would come. If they have to, they'd have to crash a meeting with Hawa's champion. Well, let's head back. Edna concluded. We need to be there for the fight with the wolf demon. Stella would open the portal from the other side. You don't want to say goodbye to the priestess, Ezar teased. I bet she's going to hate you if you just disappear without telling her. Rune was about to roll his eyes. You promised her you'd take her on a trip. He gulped. Aw man, come on, I can't be taking a woman on a trip, not when we're going back to fight demons. Edna laughed but nodded. Ezar has a point. I think you need to be more sensitive to how a woman of her age thinks. Let's take her with us. What if she's a security risk? Rune countered. She's a high priestess of Hawa. We're revealing information about ourselves. Agree on that too, but at least tell her you're going away. I know she's trying to observe you even now. Rune flinched. It was true he was notified that his domain blocked attempted scrying, but there were ways around it. She attempted to scry locations close to them, and it was possible to do so when their locations were not secret. He frowned but nodded. I'll send her a message. I'm leaving your world, Rune said via magical message. He activated an item that allowed him to have a magical conversation. Also, you can stop scrying now. The spell only facilitated a voice conversation, partly because Rune didn't really want to see her. You know, of course, I keep getting notified it's blocked. If you're leaving, can you take me with you? No, the unspoken reason was clear. She was a risk and they didn't want to cannot expose our location. My god is not a threat, she answered, clearly sensing the cause of her rejection. We don't know about that, Rune said. Edna and Ezar listened nearby. There really was not much point for privacy in such situations. I am certain of it. We have a common foe, I hope so. But until we are sure, we're not taking the risk. Rune countered, if you'd arrange for the audience. It's all about the audience, the priestess repeated. Fine, I'll tell Hawa, but if you get to speak to him, I want you to take me to your world, the ranger sighed. He wondered why he had this type of trouble. Look, it's not my decision. It's a collective decision as an organization. I cannot promise you that. Goodbye. The magical spell was cut off there. Edna laughed. Well done, but I do think you need some relationship coach. The way you spoke to her was quite harsh. Rune shook his head. Why are you trying to matchmake me with a foreign priestess? Can't you just let me date Ian's priestesses instead? I am not. It's your personal choice in the end. Edna nodded. Come, let's get back and deal with a giant pup. Year 268. Delvigard. The security situation in most of the newly controlled towns were stable. The dwarves were fairly respectful of power, and they voiced their disagreements and dissatisfactions in a straightforward manner. In the face of strength, they respected and accepted that, and so didn't make much of a fuss. These small towns didn't have much concept of pride, and its identity as a town or nation-state wasn't fully formed. This was due to the relatively short history and the lack of unique selling point. As a result, the 5 lords from Treehome were generally free to consolidate their power and make changes. It's likely things would be trickier with older dwarven nation-states. These states and cities would have longer history, more pride, and generally, a stronger desire to keep control within itself. But for now, nothing much occurred. The void creatures found in the minds of the other dwarven cities were nowhere near the 5 towns we now controlled, but it wasn't that difficult to find them. The dwarves, incredibly, had a special class for it, Sunmetal Prospector. These dwarves seemed to have an inbuilt radar that detected the presence of these sun metals whenever they approached a new land, and stronger, higher-leveled prospectors could even sense their presence just by standing on top of them. From our informants, it seems that the dwarven lords themselves usually have some prospecting or mining classes because of how valuable the sun metal was to their war efforts. Sun metal, in other words, was Delvegard's gold. The void creatures were the dragons that guarded them. Large veins somehow generated and caused the creation of particularly strong void creatures, and in Delvegard mythology, there were stories of the void creatures as the spirit of the sun metal, expelled from their flesh due to their crimes. In those stories, the void creatures guarded the sun metal veins like an obsessive spouse and would fight tooth and nail to protect their bodies. In other regions of Delvegard, another version of the story places the veins as the remains of an old dwarven god. The void creatures were the poisons that killed the old god and now feasted on its remains. Kaffa found the stories fascinating and traveled to learn more about Delvegard. His levels and domain made his physique exemplary, and he used it to his full advantage, moving from place and place. We wanted to visit all the large kingdoms of Delvegard and improve our knowledge. One of the key concerns the Lumuf had was whether there was divine presence in this world. We wanted to find out who these dwarves worshipped and whether there are other domain tier individuals. Most of the dwarves we met so far seemed to believe and worshipped a god called Eras, but Eras was more like a craft god, and it was a familiar name. We had records of Eras, as mentioned in the Margmarian recordings. But unlike the records in the Margmarian city, Eras' faith in the world of Delvegard was more casual and unregulated. Here, the teachings of Eras were passed down from parents to children, and so were twisted in bits and pieces. What's left of the original Eras scriptures were scattered across the dwarven nations, but no one actually attempted to piece them together. In some ways, the dwarves didn't take Eras all that seriously, and the pious was a real minority. It is a blend of an old faith with dwarven superstition. One of the largest dwarven factory academies on Delvegard was an institution called the Delvegardian Yards. It was a large mountain that was hollowed out over the centuries, and home to the third largest war machines and factories on all of Delvegard. It was politically a subordinate of the nearby dwarven kingdom of Ruthfjord, but in substance, the factory master of the Delvegardian Yards was the true king of Ruthfjord. Even today, it is the Ruthfjord king's father that controlled the Delvegardian Yards. Kaffa tapped the illusionary device, and it cloaked his presence. He could do so with his scales, too, so the illusionary device was made not to interfere with the functionality of his colorful scales. Colossal war machines stood motionless in the yards. Here, hundreds if not thousands of dwarven crafters worked on separate parts of the war machines. Some worked on their legs, some worked on their body, some worked on the weapons that would soon. Kaffa walked about untouched. In this factory academy where masters taught their apprentices, the sound of metals banging and hammers hitting steel was the background music. No one noticed the invisible lizard. He snuck through the vast academy and then into the hangars located on another side of the hollowed-out mountain. They had at least 30 war machines just under maintenance, and another 10 more that seemed ready for use at any time. They had pilots, dwarven machine operators, each forming a bond with their gigantic war machines. The war machines had to be charged. They had large crystal power units, and the operators themselves supplied some of the war machine's power requirements. Just as sun metals were used for joints, they also used some kind of sun metal crystal mixture for batteries. I was tempted to steal one and even suggested it. I was fascinated. Such equipment and design were unseen on Treehome, and I believe Alka would love it, but I was interrupted. But what if this leaves a bad mark? Do we really want to start a relationship with these dwarves on the wrong foot? Some of my dwarven diplomats advised otherwise. I believe we can obtain this above board through trades. Very well, let's try trades then. We could easily trade void weapons for it. My void mages produced enough void weaponry, but that's something we wouldn't reveal. Not yet. Kaffa soon learned that the kingdom of Ruthfjord controlled about 70 war machines. There were a few other kingdoms with such similar size. Most smaller kingdoms and city-states controlled 2 to 3 such war machines, and even those were of a lower quality than the giants. The war machines themselves had surprisingly powerful beam weapons, and the legs were pretty much stabbing weapons. By my own estimates, 2 of these war machines could take down a demon walker. Their protections are rather weak, Kaffa noticed, as they mainly relied on the natural endurance qualities of the sun metal and sunsteel. Most of them were focused on energy reflection spells. Kaffa's espionage continued, and he snuck through the Delvegardian Yards easily. He quickly detected the presence of a hidden chamber and entered it. The factory master worked on a super colossus. 10 legs and enough weapons to match 10 colossus. It was engineered for the factory master. It wasn't that unique. Kaffa's exploration of the other large factories and academies revealed that most kingdoms worked on some superweapon. Bigger, stronger. Each factory master wanted to go above and beyond a war machine. It seemed even dwarven kingdoms needed a trump card. his visit would be cut short. For now, he would return for another visit. Kapha, time to go back. Demon King coming. Rift emerging. The Demon King is departing from the core of the werewolf world. The void mages on the demon world, now linked to mountain worlds, sent the message. I wonder how HTE Kenari would react to another canine world, but the wolves of werewolf world were shapeshifters. I wondered what sort of people they had when they were still populated. Well, moment we've been waiting for. Edna laughed as she took out a gleaming blade of silver. Everyone was armed with enough enchanted silver to properly stock a jeweler, but in many ways it was a shame. We even modified our bombs to embed little bits of silver beads and alloys in order to amplify their effectiveness. In theory, it should work, but every Demon King's skill set is unknown. Demon Kings could be resistant to things their demons were weak to. Adrian, the lead defender, prayed. He prayed to his friend, even his older friends, those that passed away long ago. Demon King Marchosias has arrived. The place of battle on Mountain World was a large forest. We've rigged the place with bombs. The werewolf champions emerged from the rifts and were swiftly shot down. Then we all felt the Demon King's presence. It emerged from the rift. Its fur was like a living liquid. Once we detected it, the bombs exploded. Edna and the domain holders prepared for battle. I was partly expecting the fight with Multipus first. The pulse of the chained explosions blasted upwards, and I knew it was slightly weaker. Without Alka's presence, some of his skills were inactive, and that impacted the strength of the bombs. The large forest was instantly transformed into a crater. It was a pity. I felt pain in my soul when such a large forest was leveled, but I would restore this forest later. I made a note to my artificial souls to do so. The wolf is coming. Marchosias, the wolf-shaped Demon King, lunged for Adrian like a furious war god. It was wolf-shaped, but not a wolf, because that was when we saw a few more magical claws and limbs emerged out of nowhere. Stay back. Edna charged ahead, and her silver blade shone like a glorious full moon. She slashed, and the Demon King recoiled. Her power was fully activated then, and she tanked the Demon King's powerful claws. Each claw strike contained the power of a Demon King, and though Edna took it like it was nothing more than a pillow strike, the aftershocks from each strike still left small craters around the domain holder. She landed a few slashes. Her silver blade left magical wounds on the Demon King, but it was clear those wounds mended. The heroes continued to bombard the Demon King with spells, and immediately noticed how lackluster their attacks were. Its magical resistance is astronomical. Prabhu frowned. Switching to blended magical spells. If magic didn't work, the heroes were each given a nation's arsenal of physical spears and projectiles. They would wrap these projectiles in their magic and use them as bullets, empowered by their hero weapons. The hero's magical attacks bombarded the wolf demon and impaled it. Its fur was magically resistant, but physical weapons still hurt it quite a bit. I don't really get why silver weakened it, but I suppose it's some system shenanigans. The demon pulsed. We thought it was going to blow, but it didn't. Instead, it merely shapeshifted and transformed into a different form. A smaller, much smaller demon. Faster, smaller. Edna tried to step in the way and slashed it. Edna traded a few blows, but the Demon King wasn't keen on fighting the domain holder. Instead, it looked around and aimed at the 4 heroes present. It tried to battle Kefri, and soon realized Kefri's armor was too strong. Kefri, the Scorpionite heroine, was quite good at close-range combat, and her natural carapace could take more hits than most heroes. She traded blows with the second form, and the Demon King immediately realized it didn't want to engage Kefri in combat. It shifted and tried to target the mages instead, but Prabhu and Colette were too close, and they were also protected by my domain holders, Lumuf, Kapha, and Ezar. No go. I watched it try to attack Rune and Johan, but my rangers' move speed meant they were able to maintain a distance. Marchosias was trying to pick off the weakest member of the party, and domain holders were not its priority. It wanted heroes, and so its sights landed back on Adrian. Edna immediately retreated. I don't like how it's looking at you. Adrian laughed. You think it'll get me? We don't know. It tried everyone and couldn't get far. Prabhu and Colette's combined bombardments meant they could sufficiently prevent the Demon King from getting close, and so that meant only Kefri and Adrian were in the melee range. Lumuf's with the mages, so it'll be with you. It also seemed quite afraid of Lumuf and my avatar mode. So long as Lumuf was there, Marchosias seemed to understand it wouldn't be able to get near the 2 mage heroes. Kefri immediately leapt over. Well, it's weakened, and looking to pick the weakest of us off. Who wants to be the bait? Adrian frowned. I suppose that's me, since it didn't seem to like fighting with you. They watched the Demon King dodge attacks from my ranged heroes and my roots. It was surprisingly still speedy, and the rift above continued to release smaller wolves. Is that necessary? Lumuf asked as he activated his Fury of the Avatar. Il tried to restrain it. The entire terrain was surrounded by roots, and for once the gigantic wolf seemed tiny. It was a wolf trapped in what seemed to be a mess of vines and woody tentacles. Marchosias immediately emitted an aura, a layer of black energy that formed around its body like a protective barrier. It briefly protected itself from all attacks and my vines. A demon king with shields. Lumuf smirked. It's been a while since I've seen a demon king with shields. Well, let's go for it. Immobilized, despite its shields, the demon king was sitting ducks. We charged our weapons and waited for that protective layer to fade. Once it faded, we blew up the demon king. Demon King Marchojas has been slain. There was no explosive destruction. The demon king left a core that was tainted by star mana, but that was no matter. The entire crater was seeded with crystals as the remnants of the demon king's corpse transformed into demolite. Well, time to clean shit up, Lumuf declared. The Valthorns quickly descended on the forest to mop up the residual energies. Adrian looked at Kefri. You know, I had the strange feeling like I was supposed to die today. Kefri laughed. You think too much. With so many other combatants present, you think you die today? Well, it's just a weird feeling, like it was written in the stars, but it did not happen. Kefri frowned. Don't say such inauspicious things. There's still multipus. I don't think so. It's inevitable that we will die. Adrian laughed. I just wonder when. The Comet world floated through the vastness of the void sea. Its bubble of reality expanded slightly, very slightly. This was a world with no core remaining, and so its bubble of reality is maintained by my existence. I wonder whether only domain holders emit a bubble of reality, or whether it is something that all living creatures have. It floated by places. Darkness. Its movement in the void sea brought us even further away from the demons, and I wondered where it was headed. We've been working on manipulating an object's trajectory through the void sea for ages, and even now we've not succeeded. With the void layers, we wonder whether this is even necessary. Perhaps in one version of the void layers, the Comet world was headed in the right direction after all. That's so optimistic. Stella laughed. But true, I countered. It's like falling upwards. The void sea defies all normal types of logic. The void sea is pretty much whatever your mind thinks it is. It's like a painting on a canvas. My void domain holder chuckled. I can't wait to start exploring the void layers. We need to hunt Multipus down and be done with this meteor storm. The demon king is out there somewhere, on one of the meteor remnants. I doubt it was consumed by the void. It just didn't seem like a thing for demon kings. Chung was alone in his part of the world. He trembled as his mind weighed on him. It wasn't the demon king of his world. And yet, when he heard that a demon king came from Mountain World, his mind seemed to strain. A hero was compelled to fight demon kings. It wasn't that strong if the demon king was of another world, but it tugged at his mind and he lashed out. He abandoned his puppet state and found a place in the mountains. There were no sapient beings here, only animals and monsters. He lashed out, his arrows blasted the surroundings. Everyone knew the area was off limits. It was where the archer hero went to blow off steam. The place was filled with craters and holes. I've not bothered to repair it and left the mountainous region riddled with all the scars of his attacks. It happened more and more, especially in recent years. I spied on him and realized that he was slowly losing it. Conflict with this hero seemed inevitable, and the only one left on talking terms with him doesn't want anything to do with him. Internally, we prepared for conflict. We ran simulations of battle against the hero Chung. If he actually turned on us, the ideal state was a surprise attack. I didn't want to kill a hero. Yet, as his erraticism grew, I knew that it was inevitable. I only hoped that there wouldn't be too much collateral damage. Interlude. It's been decades since she saw active duty, but Kay was right all along. A part of her wanted to go back, now that her kids have all grown up. It wasn't hard. It was only hard in her mind. What's worse was that she knew it was her own mind working against her. Ian said once, apparently from an old philosopher, that the mind is its own unmaking. It was true, and yet it still happened to her. There were things that were so clearly headed their way, and yet the mind would refuse to do anything. She stretched, her elven muscles and bones regained its old flexibility. It was magic. She'd even say it got stronger. Since she took the soul's strengthening seed, she felt she was more complete, more whole. Matters of the soul were hard to explain. The concept of being more whole, more complete, when the soul was already complete seemed counterintuitive. But the soul can grow. The soul's density, its weight. Its presence, more. When she was a child, Ian spoke to her at length about the nature of the soul. Of everyone in this city today, she remembered many small talks between her and Tree. Even now, she could feel him there at the very edges of her mind. A door she could open at any time. A voice she could reach out and talk to. She remembered that Lumuf once said that if the mind was a house, Ian was like one of the rooms in his mind. It was there, and she felt it was apt. For her, it was a door. At times, it was like an invisible limb. It was that door that allowed her to sense Ian's return from the Rotedlands. Long ago, during the days of her travels in the eastern continent, she remembered how the door wasn't even there. But these days, even in the northern islands or the mountainous underground cities of the eastern continent, that door was still there. She knew what it meant. Ian's reach had covered the entire realm. She could speak to him anywhere and felt the rest of her soul. She wondered why she could sense herself, a rare ability the priests and other mages claimed. She wondered whether it was something she inherited from Ian. the soul grows. It grows when nourished. Each act of gaining experience is forming a brick that grows the spring of the soul. She picked up the spear. When she mentioned she wanted a new weapon, multiple high-level craftsmen volunteered to make her something customized. Lausanne swung it around as she practiced with her sparring partner, Kay. Her golem opponent used her golem abilities to her benefit. She could create shields of crystal, a temporary growth from her limbs, and block her spear strikes. "You don't seem to be in the zone today," Kay said. Lausanne laughed as her spear thrust slammed into Kay's shield, then followed with a rapid series of jabs. "No, I am not. What's on your mind? What's on yours?" Lausanne countered. Kay didn't like the idea of the League of Heroes all that much, despite being forced to accept the task, and Kay believed a volunteer group composed of people like Lausanne would work better in the long term. Kay wanted a mix of summoned heroes and native champions because she saw the flaws of the summoned heroes and believed that native champions could augment the gaps. The summoned heroes were too unstable, despite their power, and strong native champions could serve as their anchors. Eventually, there needed to be some kind of specialization. A defense-focused force of domain holders and heroes, and an offense and exploration-focused force of domain holders. The worlds out there was too large and they needed more pieces on the field. But despite all that, Lausanne told herself she was doing this for the right reason. She didn't do it because she was selfish. She was not here to satisfy the hole in her heart. She lied. She knew it was there. Annoying sensation. She liked this. She enjoyed it. Far more than being at home. "Mom, you're really going back to the military?" Lauda asked. She had gone through 6 dungeon tour by then, and this was the 15th time he asked. They were not young anymore. Lauda was an adult and would soon have a family of his own. She would be a grandmother in due time, a grandmother back in the military. Loffen, her own mother, once said it is rare for elven grandmothers to serve in battle, but not so for grandfathers. But she wasn't just any grandmother. She looked at her own mother and knew the life of a doting grandmother filled with social work and societal duties was not a role for her. In her heart, her calling was still out there. She suppressed it during Lauda and Arlisa's younger years, tried her best to dedicate her life to her growing children. But the joy and lightness in her heart when she sparred with Kay was all she needed. She knew it when she went back to the dungeons and slaughtered monsters. She could feel it in her limbs. "Yes, it's where I should be." "Why?" Arlisa asked. "Because I enjoy it. She was good at it. She still is good at it. She may be a long way from being the best, but she was pretty damn good at it." Lauda understood. "Stay safe, mother." But he would ask her again. Her son couldn't help but worry, because doubt never faded. However remote, there was a chance she would not return. That was life on the battlefield. Arlisa looked at her mother like she was insane. "You're already so old." Lausanne nodded. It was a response from her human half. For elves, and especially Lausanne with the soul-strengthening seed, she felt fitter than ever. "I know, but I still want to do this." Level 100 came a few weeks ago after one of the level 90 dungeons, and her class transformed into Yonic Phantom of War, a fairly unique class, despite it being an upgrade from the Yonic Weapon Master, though Kay said there were about 12 others with the same class in the entirety of the order. Her blessings also mutated at level 100, turning into the only one in the entirety of the Valtrian order, First Sentinel of the Tree. She didn't like the name. She wondered whether Jura had it first, and a part of her felt a little torn for taking what should have been someone else's. That door in her mind felt wider, and the way it linked to her familiar felt stronger. Ian's familiars had been able to replicate some of Ian's powers, and it is often capped at their own levels. Someone at level 80 could access a variant of Ian's level 80 ability through the familiar. It was usually weaker, much weaker. It didn't come from Ian directly, of course. The access of power came through the system. The system replicated Ian as a template and granted access to variants of that template. It was similar to how the Court of the Daytree retained the skills of its predecessors. She looked at her children. Arlisa disagreed. "I must do this." Arlisa frowned. She knew her daughter opposed it. Her son didn't look at her. 2 years later. Lausanne sweated it out in the final room of the secret dungeon. She heard of its existence, but it's been a long time since she delved into the level 100+ dungeons, located deep in the subterranean chambers of Treehome. Kay smiled. That went well. Lausanne nodded. The boss of the level 110 dungeon was some kind of gigantic thorny lizard. The materials harvested from the lizard would be given to the order, and they would usually make some weapons or potions out of the remnants. She formed a small team. Kay, Lausanne, and 2 other younger Valthorns that were in the early level 100s. They were surprisingly stressed out. Kay and Lausanne were famously known as members of Ian's inner circle, royalty, elite. Whatever they called it, the 2 of them had Ian's ears, and almost everyone treated them carefully. After the dungeon, they went to that secret town in the underground chambers, the nomadic dungeon town. Every building here was movable, and when the dungeons moved, the buildings moved with it. They had to because the dungeons expire after a while. The ley line's energy dwindled over time. Their goal was level 125. They could get there with the experience seeds, but there was a flaw to it. Someone who worked hard to get to level 125 was going to be a little bit stronger than someone who got there through consumption of experience seeds. Long ago, Edna and the first generation of domain holders needed to move every other month because the dungeon's energies would be exhausted. These days, they didn't have to move as much, and the dungeon's energies recharged faster. The domain holders claimed that it's Ian's enhanced vitality after Ian hit level 250. Lumov claimed it was a combination of factors, such as the enhanced energy of Treehome that meant stronger ley lines, and also the higher levels and skill. Kay stretched and asked. Kay asked the same question many times, and Lausanne realized the golem had a tendency to repeat herself. How long is it going to take for you to hit level 125? I don't really know how long it'll take, Lausanne said, but Kay said her leveling speed was extraordinary. In many ways it was. Lausanne gained 3 levels when others gained 2. Even next to Kay, with her fragmented hero's blessing, Lausanne's levels were still faster, but to Kay it was absolutely normal. Ian's been watching you since forever, and you've got all of Ian's blessings. If you can't gain levels, I doubt anyone else can. She remembered Lumov's explanations. Level 125 was where things got harder. They had to earn the right to be a domain holder. The system didn't like power levelers much at that point, and it is well known that most blessings begin to dwindle in effectiveness, except for the hero shards. Those divine objects worked at all levels, and were so thoroughly broken, Lausanne wondered how the system even allowed the hero shards to exist. It upended all the principles that everyone else followed. Mother, how have you been? Lausanne asked as she visited Laufen in her home some distance away. Well, better now that you've decided to take up arms. Laufen smiled at her daughter. The two don't look far apart in terms of age. For humans, they'd be mistaken as sisters. Laufen looked at her. Do you remember when Jura died? Lausanne remembered taking Arlissa to visit the place that eventually became the city of Tigishfall. It was a vivid sensation to speak to Jura through spiritual communion, facilitated by Ian, something she didn't wish to do ever. But sadly, death forever remains more frequent than she hoped, and she knew Ian's priests facilitated that service for the spirits that managed to linger for a bit, so she nodded. Laufen smiled. Good, I don't intend to speak to you that way ever. I hope to see you as one of the domain holders. Lausanne let out a long sigh. The path is laid out, but it is not an easy one. I will try, Mother. Laufen held her daughter's hand. It's one thing to see our children die in battle. It's another thing entirely to see our children die inside, hollowed out like a husk. If this is what you want, go. The younger elf nodded. Was it that bad? I didn't feel it was. I could smell the fetid stench from my mansion. No, you couldn't, Lausanne laughed. Lavaworld was different. It's been a long, long time since she visited this hellhole, and she was instantly disturbed by how peaceful it seemed. There were demonic trees right around Ian's clone tree. Here she looked at the gigantic tree and understood why Kay and the domain holders had concerns. Ian's clones were infinitely adaptable. They would adjust themselves to fit its natural environment, and here Ian's tree took a hybrid form, a blend of a tree and the demonic energies of Lavaworld. I thought Ian limited its use of demonic energy. Lausanne gazed at the titanic tree. Its presence on Lavaworld was a testament, a monolith of nature's defiance. Its tree was both green and red. Its trunks glowed and filled with streaks of red, blue, and green. Its leaves were mixed, some bright, vividly green, some in a shade of demonic red, and some others withered and dead. She could feel it here, the throbbing blend of natural energy, demonic energy, and something else. This is the testing ground. Kay countered, it seems on a larger scale than I expected. I was expecting just a small farm of demonic trees, not an entire forest. Lausanne looked and in her heart understood the domain holders' concerns. In her mind, maybe it was just their scale of things that didn't line up. To Ian, a forest really was tiny. If its trees covered multiple worlds, relatively, what was an entire forest of demonic trees? It could be just one. No, less than that. But seeing it for itself, it did make her feel a sense of disturbance she couldn't quite explain. Lavaworld was a land of magma and lava. If any, what little original vegetation here consumed the minerals and gases of the vents. The demonic trees didn't attack her at all. No, as someone who could feel a connection to Ian, it disturbed her that she felt that same connection with these demonic trees. Ian was the master of these demonic trees. She saw the demonic beetles crawling between the branches of the demonic trees, jumping, stumbling, falling. The demon champion is around here, Lausanne asked. No, it's far ahead. Why are we not teleporting? Kay looked around. I thought you needed to see this. What Ian tries to do with the demons. Learning, absorbing, assimilating, studying our opponents to become better. But the humans once said, just as one gazes into the abyss also gazes into them. I fear Ian learns more than he bargained for. You've become really good at propaganda. Lausanne countered. She felt shaken. It's standard espionage and insurgency training. The spies talk about instilling fear. They speak of the gravity of the offense, to show proof, to spin small realities into great horrors, to show darkness such that they drown out the light, to rig the scales by playing with the emotions and expectations within ourselves. And you're still doing it. Lozan frowned. You're scaring me about the spy operation's insidious nature. Kay laughed. I've spent too much time with Spymaster in Tip, but the best propaganda all starts with a little grain of truth, by showing angles to the truth, by showing how the same fact can be interpreted wildly differently just by taking a different position. It's like the Void Sea. The elven lady and the golem walked past even more demonic trees and into an area where Ian bred and experimented on large amounts of demonic beetles. The entire spawning area was filled with purpose-built demonic trees. The truth is whatever you think it is. Kay laughed. You don't believe that sort of flimsy statement. Lozan countered. Kay laughed some more. I don't. I do believe there is some objective truth out there. I believe there is right and wrong, good and evil. You'd like to believe I am still innocent and naive. Lozan nodded. That sounded a bit more like the Kay she knew. They stood there and watched the demonic beetles emerge from their large tree sacks. These were experiments, and they noticed each beetle was slightly different, very slightly. It was essentially evolution by sheer quantity and brute force. The demonic trees all spawned little beetles. Some collapsed, and their bodies were reabsorbed by the trees. She felt a bond with them. She could feel them through that door in her soul. These were Ian's, she knew it, and she wondered as her eyes gazed at the strange alien creatures whether what Ian needs is really a moral guide. Kay, what? I don't think my role is to be Ian's moral guide. There were others to guide the ship. Oh, she thought about her own history, from the very first days of Frika to New Frika and then to Freshka. She held faith that their tree was there to protect them. Even when it seemed like Tree was overwhelmed by the demonic sludge, the entire valley overflowing with demonic energy, it tried its best to protect them. Then what do you think it is, to be his first believer? Lozan looked at the demons and felt her connection to the world around her. It was not malice, it was curiosity, a desire to learn. Despite how dark and grim Ian's actions may seem, it is guided by a desire to save us all. Even if all else fails, I want to believe in it. I've seen him in weaker times, and his desire to resist has not failed. Even when he converted demons, even when the demon kings threatened to overwhelm us all, I believe. Kay looked around. Lozan guessed Kay knew people a lot better than she let on. Kay seemed to have a sense of how to press buttons. Progress does not come instantly. Progress does not always take a straight line. Lozan recited it, but her heart trembled at how it felt so relevant to herself. Progress often requires us to gaze into the depths and discover where we should not go. When a cave explorer dives into the deep, dark caves to find what's down there, our role is to keep the faith and ensure that the ropes for the diver remain secure. We protect the path for them to climb back out of the darkness. Lesser beings cannot even try to explore the depths of the demon's corruption. The demons would overwhelm them. There truly is no one she knows that could even hope to venture into the darkness and live to tell the tale. If it is not Ian, then who? Someone has to be foolish, insane, and a bit twisted to venture into the dark and create the first light, to touch the unspeakable, to understand the taint of their corrupt energies and master the means to reverse them. Kay smiled. You have more faith in Ian than you have in yourself. Lozan felt that. That is true. And I'd like to say you are born from pretty much the same cloth, or patch. Lozan shook her head. Her mind thought of Uncle Jura. She wished for many things, but ultimately she accepted his decision to die a hero. He died a hero and left a set of shoes that was always too big for her. It wouldn't be possible to fit into his shoes, but she hoped her shoes would walk the path he once did, to continue the journey that ended for him. It just took her more than a century to realize it. Ian would have said she wasn't ready back then. She probably wasn't. Now, with lesser worries behind her, she will be. Year 269. Zadriel. World of Satria thrummed with the power of the divine. To the others, they were faint strings that required some work to notice. For Lumuf, a man of faith, they shone in his eyes like markings made of wispy lights. They were the signs of the presence of a god's touch. Divinity, at some point, was how the system flagged the presence of an administrator. Hawa's power was a lot more noticeable in a world like this, the way it threaded in the land itself, and how the core of the world was even intertwined with it. This was Hawa's world, whether it was a core world that was not immediately clear to Lumuf, but it didn't matter. And now they would crash a meeting of the high priests. The high priests, or Hawa's circle as they were called, were having a secret meeting in a mountain far from society. It was one of those secret temples that only the high priests knew about. For those who were not a man of God, it would be difficult to find it, with the illusion magics and even the presence of strong illusions. But for Lumuf, the presence of Hawa's energies made the location as obvious as the sun's, and even easier for him to trace it. All they needed to do was follow it, like the threads left behind by a hero as they ventured in the labyrinths. The circle priests were blessed by Hawa. They said Hawa rarely descended. The priest of Ian knew that exceptions could be made, and the group followed them to the secret mountain temple. Lumuf wondered whether he'll meet another god, just like how they met Ava. The place was hardly populated, though the presence of the Hawa Circle's divine guards should be enough to deal with most enemies. They were decked in divine touched equipment from head to toe. What is it with priests and their secret enclaves? Rune complained as my domain holders stalked the priests. It was the first time they've seen secret enclaves. Even back on Treehome, all the temples had secret bases. We shouldn't be complaining. Edna countered with a grin. We have enough secret bases to rival them. Rune wanted to respond, but realized Edna was right. Valthorns and Valtrians really had a lot of secret bases all over the realms. It would be the pot calling the kettle black. They watched, and their own senses stretched. The secret enclave of the Hawa was protected by magic, but they were not prepared for trees. Our trees and grasses grew through the magical defenses easily, and through them, we knew what happened within. The circle conducted their secret meetings in an indoor, fairly covered garden with a large airwell. The reason it had an airwell was to allow for Hawa to visit, should the divine being decide to grace them with his presence. That was exceptionally rare, of course, but it is tradition, and so every generation of Hawa's circle continued its meeting in this beautiful garden. The entire garden was the very picture of serenity, and as a place Hawa once visited, the touch of Hawa's divinity could still be felt even in the ground and the rocks of the indoor garden's walls and pillars. The plants here were radiant and magical as they were touched by the gods. The flowers here are exceptionally beautiful and flowered without withering. The single sun beam through the airwell was somehow at the exact level of strength, neither too harsh nor too soft, and the small man-made pond shimmered. It was a place perfect for a tea party, but instead it was the venue of the priest's secret meeting. The Demon King will arrive in about 2 years. How many warriors have you shortlisted for Hawa's consideration? They were a council of equals, but it was often led by the oldest priest in the circle. Each of them started to name a number. Hawa's champions were nominated candidates, chosen from the strongest warriors of the priests. The divine guards were often candidates, as the divine guards themselves, selected by each of the high priests, were all incredible warriors. But Hawa often required warriors of a certain youth and strength, so older, more experienced guards were omitted. They needed to constantly replenish the divine guards with talented young warriors, and each of the relic cities created dedicated academies and institutions for such purposes, or co-opted existing military structures to function as the feeder institution. The relic city of Museo had 2 feeder orders, the Order of Museo's Knights and the Museo High Guards. The relic city of Alpash relied on the Alpash Hawa Templars to select its divine guards, and the Alpash Hawa Templars recruits from the general army. All in, the Hawa's circle named about 40 names, and by tradition, Hawa would select between 5 to 15 to be blessed with the powers of Hawa's champion, and each receive a special set of champion's armaments. The 40, naturally, would have to face Hawa's divine presence. Fainting before Hawa was naturally a rejection. After the shortlisting of names for the Hawa's champions, what followed was mundane administrative matters, such as the coming Hawa celebrations and other smaller conflicts. This was part and parcel of their yearly priestly affairs, and Lumuf inwardly chuckled at how familiar it all sounded. The patriarchs and matriarchs of the trilogy had very similar meetings, with even similar topics. The Hawa's circle spoke briefly about the demons, and from our understanding, they were not worried. Demons may win certain battles, but when the divine blessed take the field, victory was all but assured. The divine guards, armed with divine blessed weapons, could take on demon champions and the demon knights. The only reason why they were not deployed was because there were not many of them, and most of them were in the relic cities. According to Rune's scouting reports, only 20 of the divine blessed guards were deployed outside of the territory of the relic cities. The rest of them didn't go very far. In other words, the suffering of the other cities can be partially attributed to the relic cities' refusal to deploy more people outside. The relics were infinitely more important than the life of the cities. It was a case quite similar to how the Valthorns are mostly deployed on the central continent and our allied lands. Eventually, after what felt like half a day, the meeting neared its end. The eldest of them said, and then anything else to discuss, there's the matter of the Otherworlders. The priestess of Alpash asked suddenly, visitors from the other world. Ah, they visited you too, another head priest frowned. What did you tell them? Of course I didn't tell them anything. Who would believe liars like that? But they are real. They really are from other worlds. The priestess of Alpash defended. Do you truly believe there are people outside of Hawa's greatness? The other priest countered. The priest of Museo sat quietly. The power they display is real, at least. The priestess of Alpash spoke up. I did not detect such things, and Hawa would have informed us. Then the unexpected happened. The skies twisted, as if a portal opened in the skies above them. The once blue skies turned dark, and then from the darkness, a golden beam of light that pierced through the swirling black clouds. Here, in a land far from the rest of humanity, the skies parted. The Hawa's circle knew immediately. Their eyes widened in shock, their jaws slackened. The eldest of them immediately prostrated on the floor, and the rest of them followed. The divine guards quickly followed. Hawa came. I felt it through Lumuf, the twisting of divine threads, the distortions of reality, the presence of divinity, familiar like Ava but different, just slightly different. The entire world felt it too. The beam of golden light shone from the skies above, and in a sudden increase of intensity, it shot what seemed like a golden burst of light. Lumuf looked up, and with our senses, it was easy for us to pierce it. The light came through a divine portal. Hawa was somewhere else, and I believe we would be seeing a representative. Edna, Rune, and Ezar looked at each other, and the newer domain holder trembled. Edna looked at Lumuf. This is a familiar sensation. Lumuf nodded. I suppose it knows we are here. We will be fine. Hawa appeared in the middle of the garden courtyard in the form of a golden shadow. It was as if light itself took the shape of a warrior knight with a golden tail on its helmet. The golden shadow glowed faintly, and it was possible to see the outline of swords and spears in its figure. 1,000,000 swords and 1,000,000 spears. It was as if gazing into a world filled with fights and battle. Greetings, my faithful. The Hawa circle knelt and did not speak. Their heads were on the ground. Their arms were as well. They waited. You may speak. The eldest of them spoke. His forehead was on the stone floor. Lord Hawa, it is not yet time for you to select your champions. Is there something else we can assist you with? Ah yes, the demons. They are coming soon, but I am not here for them. The group present didn't dare assume anything, so the eldest asked, what can we assist you with? Say the word and we will do it with all our might. The golden shadow shifted and walked towards the eldest priest. It is not something for my faithful to do. Instead, we have visitors. Eavesdroppers, it's time you make yourself known. I didn't know how, but the golden shadow looked at us. I instantly felt my domain spam me with notifications. This was Hawa's realm, and that meant Hawa should monitor this world with far greater attention than the rest. In a way, this was expected. We saved time and resources. Part of me was pleased that this went as how I thought it would, even if it did occur a little earlier than expected. Lumuf, Edna, and my domain holders were nearby, but not so nearby, so it was a surprise when their own domains were hit with the flood of notification. Lumuf gulped but nodded. Looks like I must face the god. Edna gulped. Let's go together. At the same time, the priests of Hawa were incredibly surprised and looked around, wondering who their god referred to. Lord Hawa, do we call the guards? The golden shadow laughed. Guards, you face visitors who would soon be my peers. 1,000 guards would not hurt them. Lumuf landed right in the garden, and the 3 domain holders landed behind him. The priests of Hawa all yelped. You, the golden shadow, raised his hand. Hawa's energies were so thick that it was oppressive. Be silent, my faithful. This is a conversation with those a few steps into the divine. Listen well and learn. Lumuf clasped his hand in respect. Hawa's energies bounced off his body. I felt a strong force push against my own, but it wasn't enough to push me back. Lord Hawa, I am Lumuf, avatar of Ian. I come representing Ian, and we come to seek an audience, for guidance and assistance. The golden shadow was faceless, and yet it felt like our eyes met. I shall now call upon Ian. Lumuf said, and instantly the avatar form's energies rippled outwards. The priests, already suppressed by Hawa's powers, now felt my own power flooding the space. A newly ascended one, Hawa's shadow, spoke. Greetings, Ian. Greetings, Hawa. I answered in response, my voice spoken through Lumuf. The priests around us trembled. The divine guards froze in their place. We've been traveling the other worlds in search of the old gods, I see. Have you met my peers? I have only spoken to Ava. The one of the Great Lakes. How is he? Drifting far away. We all are, Hawa said with what felt like a sigh. I felt your request to meet through my priests and decided to cut the fats. Let us get to it. What do you wish to tell me? We've found the demon sun, and there is a barrier that stops us from getting close. We ask for your assistance to help us. Hawa looked at one of his priests. His eyes were like a beam of light, and it shone on the priest, marking him. Priest Salazar. Present yourself before Ian. He will show you what he has seen. Salazar was the eldest one of the priests, and he trembled. He walked over to Lumuf and knelt before him. I am at your disposal. Through Lumuf, I touched his head. In an instant, through my dream academy, I injected Salazar with our memories of the sun rings, the demon sun, the black blob, and our detected divine energies within the demon sun. Salazar's widened as if he had gone insane. But he was brought back to the world when Hawa spoke. Now come to me. Salazar walked over as if he was a puppet, and the golden shadow touched his head. A ball of light emerged from his forehead and was instantly absorbed by Hawa's shadow. Such memories should not be seen by mortals. My apologies, Priest Salazar. It is best if my people do not see the great darkness that festers outside of my worlds. We waited, as the golden shadow seemed to study the memories. This sun ring is unfortunately too far from me. I am centered around my core worlds, my existence weighed around my believers. I can bridge worlds with my clones. I can send your champions there, I countered. Access does not change my weighted core, and my resources are limited. Then can you help us, summon heroes and equip my men with divine equipment, or fight with us? My champions pale before the foul spawn of the corrupted cores. What they send to invade our worlds are not what they have to defend their own, the golden shadow said. This foe of ours fought us since the earliest days of the realms, and even now it holds one of my peers as its prisoner. It defeats us by attrition over the eons, flooding us with its foul spawn, wearing us down over the millennia until we are unable to bless enough champions to resist. If you come to request for me to fight with you, I cannot do so. I am weakened by distance from my core worlds. I offered an alternative. If you are too distant, surely there will be some others that are closer. If you know where they are, I will seek them out. I do not, and I suspect my peers would be the same. We cannot take the field with you. If we could, we would have done so long ago. But that does not mean I cannot help. I suspected a task was coming. You were offered the pact. Yes, then you know that each of us has a duty to protect the peripheral worlds. These distant worlds where we summon the raw souls from the imagical worlds to serve as our champions. The source worlds, Earth, distance. It is a strange thing. We have a duty to them, and yet each of these worlds consumes so much of our energy, so much that I have little to spare for other matters. I hear your request, Ian, and I am willing to aid you. I will forge a weapon powerful enough to shatter the Sun Ring's barrier, but to do so, I will need to reduce my energy expenditure. If the gods constantly spent their faith points protecting the faraway worlds, they likely didn't have much left. However, if the faraway worlds could be saved without requiring the use of heroes, the gods would be able to have a faith point surplus and could do something with it. Help me protect the peripheral worlds. You will have to defeat about 15 of them and hold it for some time. I will transmit their locations through Salazar. These are the worlds that drained most of my energies. Freeing them will give me the capacity I need to build something for you. 15 worlds, but exercise caution. Even if you shattered the Sun Rings, that same power isn't enough to break through the demon's foul prison. To take the battle to the demon's sun, you will need more than just my power. Seek out the other gods and convince them to lend you their power. I will lend you mine when the time comes. Perhaps together we could remove this foul sun and free my peer from its grasp. Do you know who is trapped within? I asked. Hawa paused, as if examining my memory. I do not know for sure, but I suspect it is one of the ancient steel worlds, the engineer eras. That is Era's true body, and though it is captured and its energies used by the demons, it is not yet dead. Not yet dead. So long as his corpse remains, Eras can regain his presence. He still has believers in multiple worlds. Through Salazar, I received bright locations located in the Void Sea. These were worlds under Hawa rule, but were so far away from them. What are the demons? I asked. I do not know. They fought me ever since the day I gained awareness in this world. Perhaps the Ancient One, Gaia, or the First of the Sons, Shura, would know. Once you complete your task, you can return here, and I will see you then. You can't help me speak to the other gods. I do not know where they are. We agreed not to pry into each other's affairs eons ago. We agreed to leave each other's core and outer core worlds alone. The war amongst the stars did no one any favors. I didn't know what to say to that. Instead, I looked around at the trembling priests and priestesses. And yet, you have believers even in my world. The golden shadow paused, and as if a realization dawned on him, spoke. Ah, your world is a peripheral world too. I am amused that your world spawns something like yourself. In many ways, this audience is indirectly the fruit of your... Did they send an invasive world your way? He must be referring to the comet. Yes, I see. The golden shadow glanced at the priests and the divine guards, then back at the papers listing the champion candidates. Actually, let us not bless the champions. I wish to see your powers in battle. My powers are fairly limited. I frowned. I did feel a little set up, and we fight unfairly. A victory is a victory, regardless of the means. The demon's spawn will descend in 2 years. Help my priests with the demon's spawn, and I will redirect my resources where it can help you. I looked at my forces. Edna shrugged. Rune and Ezar looked uncomfortable in the presence of a god. But a demon king is a demon king. Valuable experience to be gained. I wondered whether this is a trap to lure my domain holders here. But somehow I didn't feel that Hawa needed to trap me. I recalled that they fought us long ago. Why did you order your faithful to wage a crusade against us? Hawa paused. I did. It took a second before the golden shadow realized what I meant. Then I must apologize. Peripheral worlds are always under attack, and I can't spare the energy to scry so far away and study in great detail. A war, so many deaths, and all I got was an apology. I couldn't help but feel that the gods are callous. But then again, so am I. If I am in that same situation, would I have done things differently, given the limited information? What if it really was an evil force and I chose to do nothing? Actually, that's what I did all the time. I usually chose to do nothing until I am sure, but some gods think differently. We will meet again, Ian. Till then, my priests will extend their warmest welcome for our distinguished guests from the other worlds. Hawa vanished, and the world could breathe once again. Lumuf looked at his fellow people of faith. They were of a different religion, but people of faith just the same. Looks like we'll have to help you prepare for a demon king. Year 270. How many damned rocks are we expecting? Prabhu cursed as his biomechanical suit augmented his movement in space. He darted from rock to rock, propelled by his own magic and the vines from the suit, which functioned as extendable limbs, in the way Doc Ock would move about in space. Rocks popped out of the void by the hundreds, as part of clumps or clouds of rock, usually anchored around a single larger chunk of rock. On another side of the vastness of space, Colette fired magical spells repeatedly, blasting the rocks. Despite the seemingly mundane nature of the act, I was nervous. We were nervous. This was about the time the comet should have reached Treehome in one piece, and there was a demon king that we didn't kill. We were waiting for Multipus. It's on one of the rocks, and we expected it to appear. I suspected it's alive. We didn't get notifications, but it's likely we won't get notified if it vanished midway. I wasn't sure when the system gave notifications. Maybe only when we shared the same world, and so if I wasn't there when it vanished, I wouldn't even know. More rocks coming it. The edges of the reality bubble bent, as if the skies and the stars was a flat lake that suddenly bulged upwards. It burst, and a gigantic rock was here. All right, volleys away. Stella and the Void Mages coordinated the defenses. The space-based ballistas and magical cannons were already aimed at the expected entry point of the rocks. More rocks popped up. This batch was even larger than the one before. Demon King Multipus has arrived. Oh damn, I cursed, and the heroes did too. Right now, only Prabhu and Colette were in space dealing with the rocks. Chung was back on Treehome doing whatever shit he was doing. Kefri was in Three Worlds, doing stuff in her little queendom. Adrian was still busy with cleanup of the remnant wolf demons. My domain holders were scattered too. Lumuf, Rune, and Edna were still on Satria. Kaffa was back in Delvigard, and Johan was still enforcing order in Three World. Even though we knew Multipus was coming, we had too many competing priorities that we couldn't just camp on Treehome and wait. I immediately sent out a ping, and summoned them through my Court of the Daytree, and they were all immediately pulled back from their current worlds. A swarm of smaller multi-limbed octopus-like demons exited from the larger rocks. They were hiding within the rocks, and their limbs or spines shot out like really long spears and javelins. But this was space, and space was huge. Keep your distance and bombard it from afar, Stella advised through our shared magical network. With the huge distances of space, every attack from the Demon King took longer, and so, for Prabhu and Colette, they were able to maintain their distance and maintain their attacks. Colette said as she blasted magical projectiles towards the Demon King. Which one's the true body? There were about 15 smaller Demon Kings, and each of them contained fairly similar levels of power. None. I responded as Lumuf teleported onto the nearest space-based platform. Would it be better to force a battle on one of the rocks? No, Edna arrived soon after. That sounds like fighting on the demon's home ground. Fighting in space is effective against it, but that means we can't get near. Lumuf countered. It was harder to reach the floating, moving bodies of Multipus in space, but we have the advantage. We have enough bombardment weapons to take it out. Rune and Johan arrived next on the space platform. They wore a kind of wooden suit similar to the heroes. How far can you make routes these days? Very far, Lumuf said, but space is big. Very well. Prabhu and Colette were both relieved to see the rest of the domain holders arrive. Took you guys a damn while. We were out on other worlds. Lumuf countered. It is only natural that we will take some time. The multiple Multipus bodies attacked, rolling like gigantic space urchins through space. Its tentacles hardened into spears and spines, and attempted to smash into the heroes and my domain holders. But once more, space is big. We found it hard to hit each other, but we outnumbered the Demon King here. You know, we should have called it a sea urchin instead of an octopus. It's more like a sea urchin. Stella quipped while she helped use her magic to move some of the floating platforms around. Multipus attacked with a combination of piercing strikes, using its spines to try and hit the heroes and my domain holders from afar. In space, we traded projectiles. Lumuf summoned gigantic roots and trees that reached into space. The domain holders would then hop on them and use them as platforms to get into better firing positions. The platforms, made from rocks such that trees could still be summoned on them, were transformed into living platforms. A few of the Void Mages maintained open portals, such that my roots could sustain the trees on these platforms and allow them to give the fighters extra mobility. Wait, Multipus is here, Kefri commented as the news arrived on Three World. Well, send me there. Kefri teleported to my main body and then she arrived soon after. The space began to bend some more. More rocks incoming. Another gigantic cloud of rocks appeared out of the edges of reality. Well, shit, Prabhu cursed. We can't destroy rocks and fight Multipus. As the heroes in my domain holders concentrated on the Demon King, most of the rocks drifted past the first line of defenses and flew towards Treehome. Flying towards Treehome does imply some intentional movement, but these rocks were guided to Treehome. They fell towards Treehome, tugged there by Treehome's magical gravity. Our bombardment weapons were concentrated on the multiple Multipus bodies. More Multipus bodies inbound. Stella watched as more gigantic space urchins popped out of the newly arrived rocks. Keep firing the bombardment weapons. Aim the rocks too. It was a hard decision whether to aim the rocks or Multipus. Kefri, you should just target the rocks, Rune suggested. No, I want, not the best use of my skills. There were some additional space-based weapons platforms spread throughout our space, and they began firing weapons at the clouds of rocks. They were very effective on the smaller rocks. Most of them crumbled and turned into space dust within 2 to 3 shots. The bigger ones were hardy. Still, the impact from the projectiles slowed them down, buying time for us to deliver more attacks on the rocks. Meanwhile, Kefri suited up in a full suit of hero's armor and charged directly at the multipus body. We were weakening some of these giant space urchins. The spines throughout its body absorbed some of the attacks, preventing some of our spells from reaching the softer inner body. The wall of spines around the body functioned like modern active tank defenses. They launched spines that met with the incoming attacks. So spells like fireballs and conventional explosive spells were diverted and triggered slightly outside the body. The spells still injured it, but not as much as a direct hit on the inner soft body. We need to impale this damn thing, Lumuf said, and we can only do so if we charge right into that wall of spines. I thought we're supposed to fight damned rock golems. Rune asked Stella. Rune and Johann's magical arrows were extremely effective, and after a while they took out 2 of the Demon King's bodies. The heroes themselves also changed their attacks to enchanted javelins, coated in magical power. These were more effective at hitting the body through its thick wall of spines. Still, Multipus used the spines on its body as anti-missile missiles and launched them to meet their javelins. Despite this, we made progress. We were slowly taking out the Demon King, but the rocks drifted past our initial defensive lines and headed towards Treehome. On Treehome, my Valthorns immediately activated our early warning system as our defenses swung into action. This is a warning from the Central Authority. There are meteors expected to collide and crash into our world in a few days. Please ensure that your underground bunkers are adequately stocked for 1 to 2 months of hiding. Please ensure that your bunkers are registered with the Central Authority so that our forces will be able to find you. Sky-gazing observatories were able to spot the little streaks of light that were headed to the surface of our world. It was beautiful and a little scary. We deployed our second layer of defenses, as mages, armed with bombs and teleportation spells, teleported onto the surfaces of the larger rocks and began to plant bombs. We also had cannons and various weapons stationed on our moons and nearby asteroids that started to bombard the nearby meteors. We whittled the meteors bit by bit. The skies were filled with streaks of light and little bursts in the sky, some occasionally as bright as the sun. Our weapons, firing as frequently and as fast as they could, bombarded the coming rocks. Our mages worked tirelessly to redirect them away. The locals wondered what it was. Was it the day when the skies were lit aflame? The locals called it the days of Starspark. Some called it the day of the falling stars. For some, safely protected by magical barriers and walls, it was beautiful, romantic. But it was not all beauty. There were the smaller fragments that were missed, and most of them burned up as they approached Treehome's atmosphere and magisphere. In areas closer to the central continent, our ground-based defenses did its best to intercept the meteors before they crashed. We've started construction of these ground-based anti-meteor defenses the moment we succeeded in cracking the comet. They came in all shapes and forms. Some were large cannon arrays powered by ley lines. Some were beam weapons, similarly powered by ley lines. Some were shields, since some mages didn't like the idea of hitting rocks midair. The variety of defenses performed reasonably well. Throughout Treehome, not all of these meteors were caught. There were slightly bigger ones smashed into the ground, leaving craters. Thankfully, the world was mostly ocean, so the bulk of the missing meteors fell into the seas and oceans. A few caused big waves and tsunamis, but well within our expectations. Meanwhile, the heroes and my domain holders battled it out slowly. We destroyed multiple bodies. Piercing weapons were more effective, since explosions and blunt weapons were diverted by its gigantic spines. We used teleportation spells extensively, but Multipus itself generated a small sphere of magical disruption that messed with our teleportation. We really could use Chung's arrows at this moment, but he didn't care. He was still too engrossed in his grief and frustrations to entertain us. In fact, I suspected he was fighting the hero class inside his head, because the hero class compelled him to fight the Demon King. This was his duty, and he didn't want to do it. The two forces in his soul battled. For us, we kept at it. Multipus gimmicks were fairly limited in the vastness of space, and it looked like it had things it wanted to do, but couldn't. Both sides fought in an uncomfortable environment, and it was quite amusing that the Demon King struggled with it more than we did. Multipus might be optimized for battle on land. As our attacks continued, the Demon King seemed to have realized it was running out of options. The multiple giant demonic urchins began to escape and roll towards Treehome. Our weapons and defenses caught up. "Stop it," Rune and Johann said. We had harpoon-like projectiles from our earlier days, and we used it to great effect. We attempted to ensnare the multiple bodies of Multipus to some success. We caught some and with a heavy bombardment destroyed a few of them. Some rocks are slipping through. A void mage almost shouted through our shared communications network. The skies were lit in beams of light and magic. The heroes themselves went all out, as the two archmage heroes fired spell after spell at Multipus and the rocks. "It's gaining speed," Rune and Johann said as everyone chased after the urchins. Our weapons and spells tried our best to catch the urchins, and we managed to hit a few of the urchins with really strong attacks and destroyed them. But of the 10 to 20 smaller bodies, we only managed to destroy slightly over half of them. The remaining half were all injured to some extent, but they flew towards Treehome at high speed. Surface team, intercept, intercept. Stella roared as her own set of void weapons launched towards the Demon King, but there are rocks headed our way. The mages manning the various defensive structures countered. We can't target both at the same time. There was no point hitting the Demon King with weak attacks. It didn't hurt the demon, and our energies are better used dealing with other threats such as the meteors. Focus on the rocks, I said. Well, deal with Multipus once it lands. Starry skies were lit aflame, as 6 gigantic streaks of light burned through the outer sphere. Our weapons and magical attacks chased after the remnant bodies of Multipus. Each world has an atmosphere, and to some extent, a magisphere that protected the world. Stronger worlds have stronger protections from such incursions, though the demons have clearly mastered the art of circumventing these protections through their rift gates. Multipus incoming, I declared, as Freshka entered a rare emergency siren. We found Multipus somehow charging towards Freshka directly, which I found amusing. It must have felt my presence and determined that I was the threat they needed to eliminate. Out on the streets, there was panic as the sirens blared. What's happening? The folks asked. Demon King incoming. Expected to land somewhere around Freshka. Please seek shelter or teleport out immediately. Freshka quickly emptied out, as I used my teleportation abilities to send people out of Freshka and towards the rest of the city. My domain holders and mages continued to attack Multipus' body as it spins through space and pierces through Treehome's atmosphere. Around this point, I created a huge wall of shields around Freshka as the 6 injured bodies of Multipus crashed in the lands around us. Its impact on the land around them caused huge shockwaves that smashed into my wall of shields. The bodies did not move for a moment, and that was the opportunity we needed. Lumuf teleported down and immediately charged into one of the Multipus bodies. His body glowed with the fury of the Avatar, as huge magically empowered roots pierced one of the bodies. It died instantly. Edna landed right next to the another Multipus bodies. She took the spines to her flesh unharmed and slashed right into its actual body. My roots attacked the remaining 4 bodies, and though I injured them, it felt like they still lived. I immediately wrapped my vines and roots around the remaining 4 bodies, and I felt it struggle against my vines. I attempted to drain Multipus of its power. My vines immediately sucked the familiar demonic energies of Demon Kings. Hate. All I felt was hate. We destroyed 2 of Multipus bodies, and the remaining 4 were not in good shape. Lumuf quickly teleported to the 3rd body, and once more with his fury, crushed the 3rd body with an empowered piercing root spear. The 3 remaining bodies melted through my cocoon of roots and immediately tried to merge. I battered the remaining bodies with my roots and weakened it some more. The melted bodies reformed and then reshaped itself into something resembling a golem, only to die. The heroes and the rest of my domain holders arrived, and they came with the heaviest barrage of magic and weapons. It died before it turned into its golem form. Demon King Multipus has been slain. You've gained 6 levels. You are now level 265. Your abilities and skills have been strengthened. Range decay for abilities and skills reduced. Year 270, later half. Multipus was defeated after what felt like a prolonged campaign. Even if the final battle on Treehome was anticlimactic, I was relieved that it was finally over. There were still some remnant rocks to destroy, and the skies will continue to be filled with momentarily sparks of light from our magical attacks. Some will streak across the skies and burn in the atmosphere of Treehome, creating beautiful meteors. Now, we could redirect our attention to the other issues. Chung. I watched him from afar and through my vines and trees. His situation eroded. What seemed like insanity began to set in. Madness. Prabhu and Colette seemed upset. They didn't want to be the one to kill him. Prabhu and Colette did visit and did try to talk to him, but it went nowhere. Madness creeped his mind as he seemed to hallucinate that everything around him had somehow transformed into demons. Demons. He screamed, blasting trees the moment he saw them. Grass and trees seemed to be demons. Even people seemed to be demons. I summoned the rest of the sane heroes and updated them on the situation. I didn't know why. I didn't hurt him. I've treated him fairly as far as I could. Even from this distance, my soul forge could feel an intense disquiet in his heart. The energies of a soul that struggled against the demands of his class. A god's curse. I wondered whether Hawa could remove his class. Try not to kill him, Prabhu said. I would if you'd help me, I said. This madness is caused by the hero class. I'm not mad, Prabhu countered. Adrian and Kefri listened quietly. Not all heroes take the effects and chains of the hero class equally. Madness is the outcome for some. I countered. You don't know that. I've seen enough to conclude madness is likely the outcome of the hero class and his personality. At this point, the only plausible solution, at least, the only non-lethal one, was to do something like what I did to Colette. Remove the hero class from Chung. He would become mortal, or I'd kill him in the process. Or kill him if he used his powers to hurt more than it is worth. If you'd help me knock him out, I will try to remove the hero class from his soul. I offered the heroes a way out. I know they don't want to kill their fellow hero. Bloody hell, Prabhu cursed. I don't even know how effective our powers are. The alternative is death, I countered. My domain holders would assist. It was a valuable chance to deal with a hero that's not at full strength. Chung was mad. His magical powers and abilities are still insanely destructive, but with his mental state a wreck, he is likely unable to strategize and fight us properly. Must it be now? If not now, then when? Chung's mental state deteriorates, and he seems to be suffering from some kind of imbalance in his soul. I don't know the effects of long-term internal struggles, and whether it can be fixed if it's too late. I was being a little manipulative, but it was true. A soul, as I understood it, can get damaged. It happened with the first generation of heroes I encountered, Alexis and Mila. Their souls suffered damage. I've seen soul damage in many ways or forms, and I expect Chung's situation to be similar. There is a rot in Chung's soul, quite similar to Colette's feeling. While Colette understood it, Chung denies it, partly because he doesn't want anything to do with me anymore. Partly because he feels and still feels I am responsible for Ken's death. In his eyes, I am a murderer. I killed his friend. Prabhu and Colette looked at each other. Somehow the burden of this decision was with them. They were the same generation, the same batch. If they decided to help, then it was possible. If I have to step in, I cannot guarantee he will live. He is a hero, while we are not. We will have to go all out to take him out, I answered. To be fair, I was excited at the thought of finally taking on a hero. I've known, since the sun rings, that I could take damage really well. Now I wanted to see how I stood against a hero like Chung with his destructive piercing arrows. Is level 250 enough? I think it is. At least Patrick puts the chance of me winning to be fairly high, though the level of destruction we will cause was catastrophic. Prabhu and Colette looked at each other. Kefri, Adrian, what do you two think? Kefri shrugged. He needs some sense beaten into him, but as much as I hate to say it, I think he's higher level than me. Adrian nodded as well. Ill help, but yeah, we can't let him destroy and kill like this. I think he might get excommunicated like. It didn't need to be said. It was kinda sad. I've watched Chung over the years and he's always been suspicious of me. But I did think we had some level of professional respect for each other's abilities. He knew I could do certain things, and I respected his power. But in a long enough time frame, even friends can be enemies. Then I wondered whether this was how paranoia starts. Day by day, Chung's descent into madness worsened. He blasted more places, destroyed more mountains. He began seeing demons where there were none, and it felt like some kind of suppressed rage. You can't postpone this decision forever. I spoke to both Colette and Prabhu. Colette accepted the decision was necessary. Prabhu struggled a little harder, but ultimately the hero class did not oppose such matters. There were no restrictions on heroes fighting each other. They fought each other in the past. We had records that heroes went to war with other over petty things. Colette agreed. Let's do it. The plan was the heroes engaged first. They would take the lead since it is their friend. Lumuf and myself would only emerge in the final minutes to use our disabling abilities on Chung. Edna and the rest would only step in if any of the heroes were in trouble. But otherwise, as Colette puts it, Chung is our friend and well, let us do it. Honestly, I think the chance of my domain holders dying was quite high, especially for my softer members like Rune, Johan, Stella, Ezar, and Kafa. We exempted Stella from the battle since she wasn't really a combatant and we highly needed her, even if we had other void mages. Think hell kill us? Adrian asked. He might be mad enough to do it. Colette said, and after a long pause, Chung's senses are incredible, and it is for this reason we have not attempted to set up traps nearby. We've seen him attack things for tens of miles away, as if augmented by the hero class. I remembered the very first generation of heroes I met, using super long-range attacks against the Demon King. Chung being able to do as much was entirely a surprise, but meant our ability to trap him was fairly limited. As a hero, he was also blessed with all sorts of protections that most of our restraining powers would likely fail. Except mine. If there was any way we could restrain him, it'll have to be Lumuf and me. Together, I think I could do it. There was no need to alert Chung immediately, because with our teleportation abilities, the rest of the fighting force can arrive immediately. The domain holder's presence would alert him, and that was not something we wanted to do. Not yet. Prabhu, Colette, Kefri, and Adrian approached him first. Colette spoke. She spoke softly, but with the hero's senses, it was clear he heard it. Chung, what? Chung stood on the remnants of a mountain, blasted and riddled with holes. Are you all right? All right, Chung laughed. All right, is that what you came to ask, Colette? Colette nodded. Yes, we wanted to see why you're doing this. Why? Chung answered and then laughed some more. The laughter turned manic, and for us listening from afar, this was unsettling. After that long manic laughter, he stopped abruptly and then stared at Colette. Do you really want to know? Colette didn't flinch. Yes, why are you working with the murderers? We were friends, Colette. We were teammates. We came from the same world. And you chose to side with the murderer. Colette's eyes furrowed. I was there. There was no murder. Ken died as he always wished to. Murderer. Chung slammed the rock next to him with heroic force. The force of the impact left a huge explosion in the ground. So much for being on the same team, Colette. All of you've decided to work with the evil creature that's clearly using us to achieve its own goals. Colette stared at the archer hero and asked, "So what should we do? Destroy the tree, of course." "An eye for an eye, a life for a life." Chung laughed. "Were you waiting for me to say that?" Colette frowned as Prabhu held her arm. "Chung, doing that solves nothing. It does. It solves the knot in my heart, the fury in my soul. I want to destroy this tree and everything it created." Chung answered. "This theocratic empire is evil, Colette. It is a heartless existence that's only goal is to win. We are just chess pieces in its game." "Then why not?" Colette asked. "Would you join me?" Chung laughed. "If you do, we can get started right now." Colette sighed. "No." Chung frowned, but there was insanity in his eyes. "It's your baby, isn't it? He has your baby under control, so you're compromised. He bought you when he gave you that baby." Colette's patience instantly vanished. "Chung, not a single word more on my child. There are some things." "How do you know your baby is real and not a puppet created by the evil creature?" Chung pressed her buttons. "I had the feeling, even though he knew that was not true, but the things people say in moments of madness. Of course I know she's real," Colette countered as magic swirled in her hands. The rest of the heroes took the hint. "I hoped it didn't have to come to this." Chung's manic laughter was his response. He stood from the rock, and then the skies were filled with arrows. Prabhu and Colette retaliated with shields that deftly blocked the magical arrows. "We've sparred a lot," Chung countered, "but I bet you've never seen this." Chung manifested a magical arrow unlike any other and fired it across the barren landscape. It resembled an arrow that was tied up with chains, and it was wrapped in anti-magical energies. It easily pierced through the two mages' shields, but it was blocked by a heavy barrier from Kefri and then exploded. When the dust settled, there was a deep mark on Kefri's carapace, but the archer was already shooting more arrows. Colette retaliated with an area magical spell that turned the entire area into a raging inferno. Against the Demon King and its incredibly high armor and health, the heroes generally stuck to high damage focused spells. These raging infernos were not individually powerful, but they covered wide areas and were likely more effective against Chung. "Do you plan to kill me?" Chung laughed as he deftly dodged magical projectiles from the heroes. Kefri and Adrian both charged ahead, trying to get him into melee. They were stronger there, but because Chung was the higher-leveled hero, the two melee heroes stuck together. Kefri immediately countered. "No, I hope I don't have to." A magical scorpionid tail appeared from her back and attempted to stab the archer. But the archer was already gone. Chung frowned. "Why do you believe in that murderous tree?" Kefri and Adrian landed. "Because it is the best choice, even if it's evil, even if it kills other heroes, even if it makes us fight against each other." Chung countered. "Look what it has done. It rules over the worlds like an iron-fisted dictator." He somehow dodged a wave of magically enchanted icicles, shot an arrow that created a small shield and blocked some of the spells headed his way. The two melee heroes charged in, trying to make use of the space created by the mages. "Yes, it is still the best choice." "Because the alternative is demons," Chung countered. "Wrong, that's what the tree wants you to believe. The alternative could be us. Us heroes as rulers." Kefri frowned but wasn't affected by the archer's words. She was encased in a golden carapace and attempted to step close. Chung created mirror images of himself, phantom clones that vanished. "You told me long ago you didn't like ruling." "I don't," Chung replied, "but some of us can do a better job." Kefri's claws barely grazed Chung's skin before he somehow vanished. "No, we can't. We've seen it in the journals." Chung countered. "That's also the tree's doing. How can you believe it?" At that moment, thousands of magical spikes emerged around Chung and trapped him. Chung panicked and attempted to smash into the magical spikes. It hurt him. Kefri watched as more spikes emerged. There were spells from both Prabhu and Colette. The two were the only heroes who were closer in levels. "Free me." "Yurei under his influence." Colette frowned. "Maybe, but what Yurei doing is not right either." Prabhu added. "Chung, we didn't want to do this, but we can't let you go mad." Lumuf then appeared, and in my avatar form we entered the trap. Chung struggled in madness as Lumuf's magical vines quickly grabbed hold of the archer hero. "Let go." Lumuf didn't reply, but continued to focus on disabling him. My energies began to flood his body, and we began to forcefully drain his mana. His soul attempted to fight mine, but this was a sensation familiar to me. I remember Alvin struggling in the same manner. Chung was quickly immobilized and paralyzed as my own energies took hold of the hero's body. He struggled. "Let go." But eventually my spiritual energies overwhelmed him and he was knocked out. I teleported Chung into the depths of the valley, and we would begin the accursed process of stripping a hero of his class. Chung's soul spring was encased in the same type of shining marble stone, but on closer inspection, the shape of the rocks had turned into large thorny structures that surrounded the sparkling, star-filled waters. "Get out." I felt Chung's thoughts here. "Get out." It was the soul's resistance trying to force me out. It was like a wave pushing back at my presence, but this wouldn't kick me out, not now. My presence was like a tree, and my energies, like roots, grabbed the soul spring and pierced the soil of his spirit. I would rip the hero class out of his soul, and I would do so in the way a tree would. My roots pierced the gaps of the marble stones and forced my way in. What are you doing? Chung roared, stripping you of your powers. I answered plainly as my spiritual roots drew power from the worlds. No, the rocks cracked as I pushed. It was harder because Chung wasn't cooperating. But I am now level 250 and the hero class wasn't going to stop me. Evil, you work for the demons, I don't. You will be the next demon, Chung accused. My roots pierced the foundations of his soul spring and slowly I lifted. The rocks felt heavy. They always were. I felt his soul spring try its best to hold onto the rocks, but I pushed. My roots grew and his soul spring buckled like a road with roots growing underneath it. Maybe, I answered as I kept working. But I posit life is better than death, so better alive than dead. I rather die with pride and dignity than to serve. I didn't bother answering that. His soul buckled. The entire valley trembled with the turbulent powers of a hero's energies. The 4 heroes were nearby, near my main tree, and they could feel it. Everything all right? Colette asked Lumuf. Lumuf shrugged. It's going well. The hero class is loose. Kefri had a mischievous grin. Jeanpas going to have a good time once he knows you can do this. Lumuf looked at Kefri and shrugged. He's been having a good time for a while now. We still owe him an apology. Ian promised he'd get an audience with a god. Kefri then looked at Lumuf. Wait, I wasn't briefed on that. Ah yes, priorities, Lumuf laughed. We did intend to inform him about Hawa and the things that were discussed, but things happened. Kefri squinted. Fill me in. Later. Ian's getting there. The valley swirled with turbulent magic. Lightning and bursts of magic seemed to manifest out of nowhere, and briefly everyone felt divine magic. Lumuf said. That was unexpected. They were instantly hit with notification that their domain had blocked attempted scrying. For the heroes, they were all instantly hit with a headache, except Colette, who felt as if something attempted to touch her. Lumuf looked at the heroes and immediately encased them in a barrier of roots and vines. Something's trying to look through your souls. Adrian, Kefri, and Prabhu struggled for a little before the sensation vanished. What's that? Lumuf frowned. A god's trying to spy on us. Chung's spirit was in turmoil, as my roots and vines separated the marble rocks that made up the hero class from the soul spring. The hero was in intense pain. The act of ripping out one's class is quite like removing a central pillar of his identity. I spent quite a bit of my energies trying to hold him, as the rest of my energies pushed the hero class out of the way further and further. My spiritual vines grabbed the stones of his hero class, and bit by bit, I pulled it further and further away from his soul spring. A full day later, the hero class was finally out of the reach of his soul spring, and then, you've removed the archer hero class. You've gained the archer hero class seed. Warning, this class seed is highly unstable and may cause death during attempted merger. Chung was alive, but suddenly, the young man strapped into the soul forge began to age rapidly. Shit. Year 270 Part 3. I cannot de-age him, I said. No, if I said I could and I did it against his will, I would just prove Chung's point that I could have saved Ken but chose not to. If I didn't do it for Ken, there's certainly no reason to do it for Chung. I had to keep the story straight. But doesn't this mean we just killed him? Prabhu and Colette both looked horrified. Chung's soul just had his class ripped out of him, and even as I tried my best to soften the edges, it is still a traumatic incident and would cause aging. Kefri frowned. How many years does he have left? 5, I guessed, based on the rate of aging. His body was under a lot of stress, and he didn't trade his hero class for the other classes. Wait, does that mean he could keep his immortality if he traded his hero classes for other classes, to some extent? There is a limit, just like how there is a limit with the experience seeds. As far as I could tell, only domain holders are immortal, as the rest of them still age, albeit slowly. In that sense, this was a unique advantage afforded to us non-humanoids. Even a lick or a mummified corpse like Jeanpu experienced decay over the years and had to go through a process of rejuvenation. The heroes didn't like this development, of course. Why would they? They thought they just merely stopped him. They didn't think they just gave him a death sentence. Over the days and months, as Chung regained his consciousness, he laughed maniacally. Well done, all of you. Prabhu was the only one there when Chung laughed. Chung, you were being destructive. I know, Chung laughed, and you did it. Well done, Prabhu, well done. You've worked with evil and decided to kill me. I didn't know it was going to go this way. And you trust that crazy tree anyway, don't you? You knew, and yet you trusted him. I was tempted to just kill him anyway, but I didn't care. Chung now posed no harm, and I thought it was useful to have him around as a test for the hero's nature. Prabhu shook his head. We didn't expect it either. You think the damn tree didn't know this was going to happen. It never removed a hero class ever. Prabhu countered, and you were a danger to everyone. It was the only way. Was it? You were not listening to us. Why should I? Prabhu frowned. You're a being difficult. Chung frowned as well. Is that what you call standing up for myself and what's right? No, you're a being destructive and you wrecked the place in the southern continent. I don't call that standing up for yourself. I did that, didn't it? Chung said, as if feigning forgetfulness. Why not just kill me? That's what the tree would want. It's not what we want. Prabhu countered. For the greater good, this is the best way forward. For the greater good, the former, now powerless hero said. That's how we justify it all. Yes, it is. Prabhu somehow snapped, and it is the greater good if you're not destroying shit. Get lost, Prabhu stared at the shell of a man. I thought I would be sad to see you die. As it turns out, it's just me holding on to someone who I thought was my friend, someone who was with us for the fight against the demons, not for. No, you were always looking for excuses. I had it. We've been in this world way longer than Earth, or wherever they call it. These worlds are our homes now, and it'd be damned if I don't protect it. All because you have a daughter. Get lost, Chung, Prabhu said. So what? It's because I have a daughter. I want to protect the world she lives in. At least I have something worth fighting for, unlike you just wrecking shit up because you think you're a better. I did. Ken was always our friend, Prabhu countered, even when he vanished and hid away, ditching his responsibilities as a hero. You, on the other hand, used him as a freaking crutch. You blame all your mistakes on Ken's death, and it freaking tires me. I liked you better when all you did was eat snacks. Chung somehow aged in that moment while he looked at the hero that usually seemed quiet. Prabhu was not a person of many emotions, but he snapped today, and Chung wasn't sure why. Maybe the gods tried to ensure the heroes stuck together, so with each other, they were forgiving of each other's faults. Now that Chung didn't have the hero class, those effects vanished. I wasn't sure. Guess I ate something too spicy and I just had to vent it. Enjoy your final days, Chung. I hoped we could be friends like we used to, but I realize all I am talking to is a shadow of the person I once knew. A rotten shadow. Go to hell, Prabhu. Go fight for the evil tree, and I hope you realize the mistakes you made in your final days. Prabhu walked to the door of the fortified biolab. I've seen the spirits of the heroes that died before us, and I know we are on the right path. It's a shame you refuse to see the cruel reality. We will go to the demon's hell, and we will destroy them. Freak you? Oh, did I tell you Ian spoke to a god? Prabhu smirked. Chung stared, his eyes a mix of confusion and betrayal. What? The Order finally found a god-protected world. Wait, don't go. Prabhu shook his head. I'll come back if I feel like it. Bye, Chung yelled, while his body was strapped to all the vines and roots that tracked his every bodily readings. Lumuf, Rune, and Edna were back on Satria, where the Demon King would arrive this time, escorted with an actual Valthorn contingent of our own, mainly to set up the plan. Our Void Mages quickly triangulated the location, and since we were expecting a Demon King similar to Sabnok, our approach was the same. Nuke the shit out of it once it spawns. Once the plan was ready, we had to brief the locals. The meeting location was the city of Alpash, the home of the priestess. The full Hawa circle was present for Lumuf's presentation of our plan, the usual way. Bombs and explosions, then followed by direct engagement should the Demon King survive. Our plan also involved the deployment of one of my node trees in order to transport the heroes from our world to Satria and all the bombs we needed for this purpose. The priests didn't see the necessity for such crude methods. In fact, they were horrified. On worlds such as Satria, the demons were not the endlessly consuming plague. Here, they had to obey the intensely powerful rules woven into the fabric of this world's reality. So in the core worlds of the gods, the demons were not an existential threat. They couldn't be because the gods who watched over them would intervene. It didn't cost them much to intervene, but since Hawa himself declared that we would deal with it, who was the Hawa's circle to oppose our plan? None of them wanted to speak up against Lumuf because he was my avatar. Our presence distorted reality and warped the environment around us. Just like when I ascended to be a domain holder, my presence rippled throughout the world of Treehome, that even lilies could sense it. Lumuf's presence on Satria had a similar effect. Our threads mixed into the divine presence of this world, and it made the priests uncomfortable. They have never felt their lord's authority challenged this way. The presence of another god in a world that never had the presence of another was unnerving, and it shattered a long-held belief. The primacy of their god's place in the multiverse. Their god was only one of the many. Eventually, the Hawas Circle themselves appointed two to attend to our needs. They would act as facilitators and ease our conduct with the rest of Satria, the head priestess of Alpash and the head priest of Museo. Rune had an eye roll like the fates were playing some kind of divine prank on him. Maybe she volunteered herself for the role. It is time we are formally introduced, then. My given name is Olivia of Alpash, the head priestess said, and I am Michael of Museo. We would later find out that they are named that way because once they ascended as Hawa's Circle, they are supposed to consider the entire city that is their home state as their home, and as such they are given the city's name as their normal family names. The land where the Demon King would arrive was located deep in the uninhabited territories, and it seemed that the magics of Hawa had somehow twisted their magical rifts such that they could only land in a few specified locations throughout Satria. These areas became known as the Demon Lands to the Satrian populace, uninhabited and perfect for a node tree, or a clone. Our forces easily pierced the depths of the Demon Lands. Demon champions were frankly nothing at this point. Edna and Lumuf could handle multiples simultaneously. I thought about what was the right level of force to apply and briefly weighed the risk. From what I could see so far, Hawa offered to help, but we would have to help free up resources. With a node tree, I didn't show my true strength. But why? Why hold back? Should I be fearful of Hawa's retaliation by placing one of my clone body on its outer core worlds, or betrayal? I briefly considered the experiences so far. I would have the clone I lost in year 261 back in my reserve soon, and Alka would be back in business in about 2 to 3 years. Lumuf understood my concerns and then asked Olivia and Michael, "How trustworthy is your god?" I saw the silliness of the question. How could their own priests know their god's character? But even so, what their answers helped. If Hawa is not worthy of trust, no one is. Michael of Museo answered in confidence. Hawa's decisions in its peripheral worlds do not inspire that sort of confidence. Yet I suppose to those who live in privilege, what would they know? Olivia's response was similar. There is no one we trust more than Hawa. Lumuf nodded. Is Hawa's promises reliable? Olivia and Michael's facial expression was one of genuine disbelief. Of course, they countered, as if appalled that their god's character should ever be questioned. But the dealings between gods are all a matter of trust, is it not? The system could ensure contracts and agreements are followed, but it would take a pact with the same level of power like the world faith system. In short, it would be a constitution formed from the combined votes of the multiverse. But right now, my dealings with Hawa will entirely be based on trust. The belief system, in its design, should be one of trust. One where the gods act in accordance to their myth, and Hawa was never seen as a deceitful god. After all, actions contrary to the god's character will cause the gods to lose believers. It is an incentive to encourage consistent behavior. Very well. Lumuf made the two priests of Hawa speak of their god's character to describe his greatness. They preached. They were trained to do so from a young age. Hawa in their eyes was the god of laws, honorable battle and honor. Battlefield excellence and the purity of skill. To the Satrians, Hawa was the only god in their eyes. Naturally, their own creation myths explained how the primordial egg created Hawa, and the remnants of the primordial egg formed the rejected parts of the world. The demons. It was totally untrue. Hawa's faith on Satria didn't speak of the others at all, unlike how Hawa's faith on Trihome was a blended creation myth. Perhaps the gods created a few versions of their own creation myths. A set for the peripheral worlds that includes the other gods, and a set for their core worlds where they would not encounter the other gods. In that sense, the existence of the other gods meant Hawa lied to the common populace. I could see the reason for it. After all, Hawa wanted believers, and for its core worlds, it was best not to give its believers options. Here, he was supreme, and the only alternative wasn't one. Only the inner circle, the Hawa's circle, knew of the other worlds. But even they didn't know the full picture. There was no reason to know. Despite this obvious lie, I didn't think it invalidated Hawa's trustworthiness. The variation in creation myths didn't seem malicious. I also had value that I brought to the table. I could offer the Hawa a way to gain more faith points by transporting his priests and believers to places that would cost too much faith points for him to reach. I could defend worlds where it cost too much for him to act. So I decided it was worth it to give this relationship between two powers a shot. If they wanted to see us in action, well, I'd do so with a clone. I had 3 to spare, and 1 more on the way anyway. Year 271. Zadrio. My clone was placed close to the Demon King's predicted arrival slot. The actual location of arrival would be rigged with enough ordnances to nuke the place to ashes, so my clone was located a little further away. The rift swirled. Stella sighed from the safety of my clone. I can't help but feel that we've just signed up to fight someone else's war. It is true, but some concessions have to be made for trust. In an agreement between powers, what else could there be but trust? We still have the void layers to explore. Stella frowned. I felt her eagerness to see the void layers for herself. There was something that we wanted to see there, and yet here we are, torn by all these other obligations. We were stretched, and we will be stretched even more. The scale of the Valtrian order needed to match our ambitions. I needed to expand on a larger scale, and to some extent, these peripheral worlds seemed like the perfect place for it. They were exposed to enough demonic attacks that their people should have a reason to take up arms against the demons. I know. I consoled the Void Mage, but she was here anyway. She monitored the subtle shifts in the void paths of the Demon King, making sure we got the right spot. She merely grunted at my response, and after a while, asked, "You plan to send someone over to the other side?" The rift gates hummed in the distance. The Valthorns present placed our bombs, as the 2 officials of Hawa, Olivia of Alpesh and Michael of Museo, watched as bombs were carried out of my clone tree by the beetle trucks. They watched with what seemed to be a mix of horror and amazement. We've gotten better at the logistics of remote mining Demon King spawn points, and my plan involved designing standard deployment packages, each with enough to deal sufficient damage 2x over, and deliver them to each of our attacked territories. We needed to transform each fight with the Demon King into a routine process that we could repeat everywhere. We would be a well-oiled war machine. if only to get the coordinates, I answered. Stella nodded. A world that creates a demon king like Sabnok would be of much interest. What sort of natural terrain they possess or features that caused the creation of such demon kings? You sound personally invested. Do you want to go? I wondered. It is. I volunteer to go. Take Edna and Rune with you. Got it. Stella said, I'll give you a better reading on where. The Valthorns were in full swing as they set up the bombs. Lumuf watched, and the team was familiar with our usual layout that they worked with hardly any intervention from the senior team. There were set formations that determined how the bombs were arranged throughout the arrival area. Impressive work, Michael said to Lumuf. Lumuf merely chuckled. It's not enough, though, Lumuf said. We'd probably have to step in for the finishing touches, is it? I would thought this amount of magical weapons would be sufficient to cause an explosion. Ikkel countered. The priest grinned at the priest of the other faith. You underestimate how hardy the planet is. Really? Yes, Lumuf nodded. We have miners that use explosives for their underground mines. Michael clarified. I had the impression such explosive weapons would be enough. The Demon King isn't a creature that dies easily. Michael paused. I noticed it's mostly ordinary explosives, but since the opponent is the Demon King, why not use holy explosives? Lumuf stared at Michael and realized that Hawa may have access to divine tier bombs created with Hawa's magical energies. The Demon King isn't vulnerable to holy weapons. Most anti-demonic spells and abilities do not apply to the Demon King. Really? Michael paused. Our divine champions would always claim it is the Hawa armaments that made them so powerful and use it to defeat the Demon King. Lumuf nodded. Weapons made by your god must be truly powerful. I'd like to see them if we have the chance. Michael nodded. Sure. Olivia, meanwhile, looked around. Lord Lumuf, have you seen my husband around? Lumuf paused, a little annoyed that she referred to Rune so casually. No. Demon-conquered world Orion. The rift gate wobbled. Stella's bubble of void magic touched the rift gates and easily resonated with the frequency. And so the trio was now on the other side. They immediately realized this was an unusual world among unusual worlds. There's some kind of magical hexagonal grid in the sky and the lands. Stella looked around in both amazement and horror as she felt the same forces of divine law trying to apply on them. Luckily, it bounced off their domains. Rune breathed a sigh of relief. I don't remember ever being so relieved. Stella nodded. What sort of god created this world? A world that has fallen to the demons. The world that created Sabnok came from a world twisted by divine energies. Let's move, Rune said as he looked around the environment. It was incredibly eerie to observe the demonic warriors stop after moving across a certain number of hex grids and stop. The magical grid, imposed by divine law, caused creatures that caused those grid barriers to feel exhausted. The void domain holder watched and immediately made the connection. This entire world was designed as if it was a board game played on a hexagonal grid, and the rules were imposed on regular creatures by way of divine law. I can see why it fell. Edna said, those board games have to follow rules, but the demons and their imported army will feel limitless, even if the demons have to obey the rules. The grids tried to impose their will on them repeatedly, but as domain holders they were spared. The terrain itself was also shaped by this magical grid. Temperature, terrain, features, vegetation all changed just by crossing the grid. Edna joked, you know, of all the worlds to be summoned to, at least you were not summoned to this world. Heroes should have some really lopsided powers, no? Rune countered, something to offset the disadvantages of this system. It may not matter if the way you fight has to follow the stupid rules of combat like Satria. Edna said. Stella nodded. In a world like this, where the divine law imposed grid-dictated movement, stamina, and attack time limits, 1,000,000 demonic hounds could deliver death by 1,000,000 tiny scratches. But the divine law was woven into the creation of this world, and so its core accordingly. Rune led the ground, moving through the grids as if they didn't exist. The terrain was beautiful in a strange way. With the aid of magic, they flew across the hexagonal terrain and soon found a large hexagonal hole in the ground that led to the core. Well, that's the core. The divine law in this world also served other functions. As they approached it spawned a screen that all could see. It was likely to be a feature unique to this world, perhaps as an experimental world by one of the earliest gods. The tunnel to demon, corrupted core of Orion. Long ago, Orion fell to the demons, and ever since then, it has birthed demon kings to fuel the demons' ceaseless invasion to the other worlds. Countdown to Demon King completion, 14 days. You know, life would be much nicer if we had tooltips like that all the time, Rune countered. Stella looked at the sun, which initially seemed normal, but as it turned out, the divine law also created an interface on the sun and the sky itself and had a clock overlaid on the sun itself. We don't need clocks in this world, Stella said in amazement. That's both incredibly useful and annoying. Rune frowned. I'm going to be scolded for waking up late if this was a thing. Ha, Stella smirked. Who dares scold the archer god? You, Rune laughed. Anyway, let's find the rift gates. We need to rob a few, right? Stella nodded. They found 4 rift gates and sent them back to Treehome, and then decided it was time to head back for the battle. Back on Satria. The way the demonic world's path glowed was the same, as my men prepared. The bombs were ready. The 2 priests of Museo and Alpash were unnerved. They were so near to the Demon King. We have never been asked to be so close. The priest of Museo said, but in the safety of my newly placed clone, there really was nothing to be afraid of. My clone's presence on Satria had been unusual. I felt like I was exerting power over a land that resisted me, and my influence on the land bounced off like water on an oily plate. I suspected this was how Hawa controlled the world of Satria. Edna was nearest to the battlefield. She would be the first to stand against the Demon King from the hexagonal origin world. Her magical quest swords floated around her like her guardians. Stella smiled. After this, can we explore the void worlds? Yes, both will have to happen at the same time. The path twisted with the foul energies of a Demon King leaving their original world, and then the Demon King Uckler arrived. It was a 6-headed hydra, each with a different face, but its power level was comparable to the variant we faced on Mountain World. Bombs. The bombs detonated, and reality itself warped around the intense magical explosion. Edna, Lumuf, and my domain holders charged in. I'd call on the heroes if we need to, but for now, with our focus on growing our own strength, I decided to prioritize this battle for my domain holders. The bombs left the Demon King Uckler with 4 of its heads burnt, and it was beginning to regenerate. It was a common gimmick amongst Demon Kings to have regenerating parts. Lumuf entered Avatar mode, and my root spears pierced its gigantic armored body, and more lesser demons appeared, I suddenly realized. This was easy. My spiritual energies messed with the regeneration. Unlike heroes who had to keep figuring out how to destroy the Demon King's heads repeatedly, I could tamper with regeneration by messing on the mechanism at a spiritual level. The ability to block spiritual access also prevented healing. A body heals based on a biological code provided by the spirit. Magic has a reference point. I've done this before. Easy. Edna's magical blades chopped off one of the heads. Rune and Johan's arrows blew off the other. Then the Demon King attempted to transform, but it was interrupted. My roots through Lumuf pierced its body. We've faced Multipus, and Multipus was way tougher. My roots crawled and snuck through its inner parts and wrapped around its demonic core, and then Lumuf ripped it out of the body. Its fluids shot out of its body. Magical energy and demonic mana leaked, as the muscular roots ripped the heart of the Demon King Uckler out of the body. I felt it attempted to reshape, transform. I do not allow it to. My energies penetrated the demonic king's core, and the Demon King found its shapeshifting abilities disabled. My roots drained it of mana. Its large, massive mana pool attempted to coalesce as if to trigger a detonation of some kind, as it always did, but no, this time it failed. I drained its mana quickly as Lumuf winced in pain. It felt like minutes. It probably was. But the Demon King's core struggled like a machine going through its last moments. It was like a spinning machine. It whined and whirled in its last moments, but fueled by the fury of the Avatar, Lumuf could take it. The Demon King's body, now separated from its body, froze as if petrified. Without the heart of the Demon King, it was no more than a puppet with its strings cut. As more demonic mana was drained out of the Demon King's core, the body itself began to collapse. It soon melted. Lumuf stood close at the center of the goo. 2 gigantic muscular masses of roots and vines emerging from his body held the demonic king's core. Drained of its mana, it was like a machine that ran out of juice and shut down. Well, take this, Lumuf declared as the Demon King's core vanished, sent back to Treehome for further investigation. This was getting easier. The locals got a notification. We didn't. The will of Satria's refusal to acknowledge my presence in this world meant none of us did. But the 2 priests of Museo and Alpash received the notification, and they were stunned beyond words. Edna landed next to Lumuf. Good job, Lumuf. You've gained a level. You are now level 266. Only 1 level, I said, but it didn't matter. Both Lumuf and Edna benefited from this battle, because both of them experienced a large surge in power. Power we will need for the next phase of our interplanar war. The 2 domain holders were now level 200. Well, what did you get? Edna looked at Lumuf and asked him first. I thought you should say it. I thought your choice would be more interesting. Edna smiled. I suppose so, but I'm more curious about your choice, Lumuf. As weird as it sounds, I only have 2 choices instead of 3 like Ian. My avatar grinned. Lumuf then explained his choices. Lumuf's first option was the High Altar of Faith. The High Altar of Faith granted the avatar of Ian the ability to select non-domain faithful believers and admit them into the altar. Up to 20 people will be allowed to join the High Altar. Ian may activate avatar mode through the members of the High Altar, though the expressed power is limited to 3 times their level. Only 2 full avatar mode can be active among the High Altar members at any one point. though all High Altar members can activate a lesser version of the avatar form. Members of the High Altar stop aging while they are members, and will share sights, senses, and knowledge with the avatar and also Ian. High Altar members can be resurrected by Ian at a negligible cost. In addition, High Altar members can teleport items to each other and can summon each other to their location. However, they cannot bring others with them. Ian and Lumoof will also gain control of each of the High Altar members. Selecting this option will also enhance Ian's Lesser Wooden Avatars and increase the Pantheon's Lesser Wooden Avatar power limits to level 150. That's like a weird mix of court of the Daytree and Avatar mode. Edna immediately thought, not that useful though. What's the other one? Lumoof's second choice is the Towering Avatar. Selecting this option will slightly upgrade Ian's combat abilities and also doubles Ian's mana pool. Wait, is that it? Edna said, yeah. It just means we no longer need to deploy Ian's clone for battle, and the clone can now be reserved for permanent establishments. Oh, ooh, and it's like we have two Ians in battle, myself and the clone, and the mana pool will double. The earlier option allows us to have mini Ians all over the place, but we already have clones and nodes. Correction, mini avatars all over the worlds that can be revived. In short, zero-risk explorers, Stella added. Zero-risk explorers suddenly make that option a lot more appealing for the void worlds. Edna realized. Lumoof nodded. I think the choice is whether to go wide or to go tall. Both have their own legitimate use case, especially as Stella said, explorers, teleportable explorers and envoys, or a portable summon of Ian that we can use in place of clones so that we can reserve clones as home bases. This could be tremendously useful if we're faced with a lot of fighting on the peripheral worlds. We wouldn't need to lock up clone slots to secure the frontier. The question sat in the room for a while. What's more useful? I say tall. A portable Ian without locking up clones is way more useful than mini Ians everywhere. What if we encounter dangerous threats? The likelihood of threats. I'm talking about hostile gods, Stella said. The High Altar can function as high power but zero-risk explorers while having a decent fraction of Ian's power. Lumoof then looked at Edna. What about yours? Edna laughed. Year 272. We didn't see the need to rush into Lumoof's choice. After all, we could figure out what's happening on the peripheral lands before choosing the better fit. That was the thought with Edna's choice, too. So what did you get? Lumoof's turned to Rib the Knight. The Knight didn't seem too enthusiastic. I could summarize them into three main directions. The first choice of my level 200 domain is the Martial Paragon. In this form, I would achieve what we longed for. Combat ability not only on par and even more than the heroes. Martial Paragon would allow my duty to last longer, and my overall combat abilities would rise significantly. Some of my abilities would also gain upgrades, such as my quest swords would gain even more power. I gain the ability to teleport to any of the fellow domain holders who are members of the Pantheon at my choice. I am also able to leave a Shadow Knight with members of the Pantheon to provide some protection. I found it underwhelming. She sighed. I think aside from power, the utility aspects of this choice is lackluster. Lumoof frowned. Edna, I think you shouldn't worry about the utility issue. The rest of us will deal with it. Edna nodded. That is true. Then what's the next? The Divine Herald of Knights. I gain the ability to sense the presence of all knight classes all over the world and more. The Herald of Knights gains the ability to speak and grant quests to all knight classes all over the world directly, grant blessings, rewards, and also bestow knight classes of different tiers. I am also able to form knight orders out of a group of knights, which grants them some kind of group-wide ability. I am also able to teleport to any knight that requests for my aid, or send magical assistance and spiritual knights. Pantheon members also gain an ability to set up a lesser knight order. This is more in line with a goddess of knights Stella chewed on a sweet of some kind. With the defense of Satria completed, the next phase was the void worlds, the peripheral worlds, and also the assimilation of Delvigard. In short, the first choice is to go tall in the direction of combat. This second choice goes wider, just like how Lumoof's one did. I must say I'm starting to see a pattern. Stella wondered. It's just how the system creates these domains. It's a choice of focus or breadth. Rune said as if he knew it all along. Johan poked his fellow domain holder. And you know what's yours going to be? I bet mine's going to be some kind of super archer upgrade or some kind of split archer form. All right, Edna, what's the third choice? The third choice is the wildcard choice, Sword of the Void Forest. It is the domain that takes me closer to Ian, Lumoof, and Stella. Edna looked at Lumoof in a way that made Lumoof squirm uncomfortably. What in the world? I can also be an avatar of Ian, Edna repeated, and you can be an avatar of me. Lumoof's eyes widened in shock. Stella shook her head. That's a clear no, that's too much. You didn't even hear the details, Edna said. Stella, the system clearly considers you as part of this arrangement. The primary power of this domain choice is the ability to have spiritual equivalents, or as the system calls it, manifestations, and tag along with Ian's node trees, clones, Stella's Void Explorer, and Lumuf's avatar form. In this form, I essentially become a person with multiple bodies, like Ian's clone. These manifestations are void in nature, and I can travel in the Void Sea with your Void Explorers. You create them? Lumuf asked. No. Strangely enough, this domain binds the manifestation to the abilities of Stella and Ian. My manifestations appear whenever there is a clone or a Void Explorer or your avatar form. It's a package, a form of subdomain, but not totally subservient. Lumuf thought about it. The rest of the domain holders were in thought, but then Johan laughed. Rune, you might get a mixed choice. Think about it. What if you got an Ian's Archer type of ability? Rune rolled his eyes. At least you won't get one linked to your prospective partner. Ezar the Brawler chuckled. Imagine that. Rune had a look of genuine horror. Oh no way, it is a wildcard choice. Stella decided it was a fun topic and added fuel to the flame. A wildcard romance-linked domain choice would be a supreme troll move from the system. I'm going to opt for the World Faith system if the system does that to me. Rune countered. You're taunting the system. Stella feigned horror. Rune realized Stella had a point and decided it was best to just shut up. We didn't decide that day. We had worlds to visit and we wanted Alka to join us in the choice. We would prefer to optimize our abilities, choices that would get us through the next hurdle. It also helped that Alka would have a level up of his own, and we wanted to hear from him. What was it like being dead? Lumuf, Stella, and Edna gathered for a trip. The three were often the first to visit dangerous places, and this time they would visit the Void Worlds together. The Void Worlds exist only in the Void layers, and it would be the first time my people ventured there. We wondered what it was like, but after all the wondering, it was time to visit. Well, Stella summoned the Void mana in her body and tapped into the Void layers. The Void layers required a few additional extra steps of locational information, and the cost of opening a rift to the Void layers was a little bit higher than normal, but other than the extra ring of magical glow around the rift itself, it seemed pretty normal. To the first Void World, Lumuf laughed and walked through without hesitation. Stella stared. Hey wait, she called out, but Lumuf was already through. I thought it wasn't ready. Edna smiled at the Void Mage and then she walked through too. Damn it, Stella ran through. The path through the Void layers was as if one slipped through the gaps of reality. They existed on a different layer of the Void Sea, occupying the same place but on a different plane. Well, took you long enough. Lumuf smiled as Stella finally stepped through. We looked around and saw a world with a burning black sun and a surface made of darkened rock. So where are we? Stella said, but just as she said that, her own magic expanded into the world. Void World. Our magical senses rang as a strange creature appeared before us. It emerged from the same type of rift gates that we used, but the shape was different. It was some kind of worm, and it immediately judged us. It stared at us. It has 15 eyes and tentacles that looked like they were made of the Void Sea itself. It radiated void mana through its body. The eyes, each of them, were as if they were made of starry skies, dark and yet somehow deep. The three spoke telepathically. This is a void creature. Stella said it was a familiar feeling. She sensed creatures like this in the Void Sea, but to encounter them in the void layers was somewhat expected. Standing before us was a creature that didn't look like any living being, and through Lumuf, I sensed it wasn't even a creature with a normal soul. It was as if it was cobbled together from something that belonged in the Void Sea. It reminded me of a jellyfish, its mind distributed throughout its limbs. It stared at us for a while, and just as suddenly the rift gates emerged again. It then vanished. Well, what was that? Edna said. I don't know. It looked like it was curious, but not altogether hostile. Stella countered. The Void World itself had a dark sun. The world had a glow that was quite similar to the reflected lights of the moon. Faint. There were clouds in this world, made of black dust of some sort, and when they covered the sun, the world around us twisted. The laws of reality worked differently here. A world wasn't a fixed object, but a flexible one that transformed according to the sun's light. The terrain warped, and somehow the way it warped was always relative to our position. It only warped when the three of them were not there, in the distance, visible. The stars lead to different places. Stella stared as she watched the position of the world shifted. It was as if the void layers were rolling a wheel and the stars spun slowly and slowly settling into position. Edna nodded. Useful, potentially. Stella countered as we continued to explore the void world. It was a world that was bare. There was no vegetation of any sort. The terrain was all rock and sand, all blackened rock and sand, all imbued with void mana to some degree. We searched and searched. Then we came across a large rocky plain that finally had something unusual. A crater with a skeleton at the center. It was a human of some kind, but a little taller than the normal human. The body had long been eroded by the sandy winds. What was left was just the bones, perfectly preserved, made of something resistant to the wind's corrosion. A body. I could probably use the bones to search its memories, just like with the dragons. How did it get here? It's been here for a long time, Lumuf said, judging from the layers of sand and the condition of the crater. Edges of what would have been the impact crater were all smoothed out, eroded by the winds. The wind carried the same black dust everywhere. The wind was created by magic, the swirling energies of the void. This world should not have winds, but it did, because the rifts created low and high-pressure areas throughout the world. Each time a rift opened by the strange rift monsters that sometimes visited, it created a pressure zone. Winds, there was nothing else, but the void layers contained many worlds. Many more that Stella could see. We would have more to visit. Sadrio. Lumuf and Rune returned to Satria to find the two priests waiting for them. Hawa wishes to speak to you, Lord Lumuf, Michael said with a bow. They've been exceptionally polite, and since the defeat of the Demon King, they have treated Lumuf with the full benefits of a foreign dignitary and some. It was a treatment that the lesser-ranked priests found strange, but those in the Divine Guard silenced them, claiming that it was Hawa's command. The Hawa's circle rarely devoted full attention to any one person, but Lumuf, as avatar of a peer, was leagues above. It made Lumuf feel a little strange, of course. The entire courtyard waited as Michael and Olivia sat at the side. Lumuf sat while Rune stood behind him. The world twisted, and Hawa arrived once more. Here in Museo, most mortal men never felt the presence of God so close. It would be something they remember for the rest of their lives. To be in the same city as Hawa arrived would be a mark on their souls. Well done and most impressive. Hawa spoke, his golden form shone. You've saved me precious points. Each of us spends every point we can spare, especially in defense of the faraway realms. I waited for him to speak as Lumuf glowed. The avatar form rippled in the air, and the entire temple structure wobbled as my own energies rubbed against the energies of Hawa. A golden pendant emerged from nowhere, as if it popped out of space itself. This contains my will, and you may use this to sway my faithful followers in the peripheral worlds. Those who possess my related classes would know that you represent me, and you can claim to act on my behalf. Useful. Change the balance of power, Ian. I do admit feeling like I am being used. I responded. Both priests paled at my statement and feared Hawa's retribution. They didn't know how their god would react to such a rebuke. You can claim the peripheral worlds as your own. I have no need for them, and many of us lose points holding on to them. I'll do it, of course, but I'd like your knowledge of the demons of the other gods, of how the system works, of the worlds you have access to. I countered. I didn't mind working, and expanding my influence in new worlds was a win, even if it was contested territory, but I wanted knowledge. There was a moment of silence as the air around us wobbled. Eventually, Hawa agreed. I will share what I know. Another golden gem appeared. A quick glance of it is clearly a divine item. This will allow you to ask me questions. I will reply to them when I am able. I will inform you of what I can tell you. Some things are restricted by our pact. I will let you know if it is. Both Michael and Olivia's eyes were filled with greed. 2 new divine items appearing in a single day would cause the priests to go insane. Armies would fight to get hold of them, but no one would dare snatch it from Lumuf's hand. Very well, this is more like it, I answered. I will begin to reach out to the peripheral worlds and will need to travel through some of your outer worlds. Understood, but move quietly. Some of my worlds know no other god but me, and it is in my interest to keep it that way. You may take my 2 priests with you to the peripheral worlds. I hear my priestess has found one of your minions attractive and would like to be married. It made Rune and Olivia blush. Maelga, home of the imprisoned crystal, 3 worlds. The human kingdoms of 3 worlds bent the knee, as they were expected to. The Valthorns have completed the assimilation of the Crystal King's power structure and replaced them. To the nations and kingdoms of the human-dominated lands, they stopped challenging our authority. It was a peace brought about by blood and a lot of captured men. We sent a few thousand of them to Lavaworld, where a quarter of them died, and the remaining 2 horrified to ever raise their arms against us. Blood on my roots and leaves, and so be it. Peace is here, and it was time to milk the industries of this world into the war machine. My Valthorns quickly identified locations where we could set up manufacturing facilities for crystal bombs, weaponry, and tools. We also began setting up training and recruitment institutes, where the recruits of the Centaur ruled lands and the humans of the human-controlled lands would train. The humans found the presence of the Centaurs in their lands unsettling, at first. They were enemies, but under the watchful eyes of the Valthorns, they were in no position to attempt anything. Trade and mutual learning happened more frequently. Human merchants, mages, and scholars were sent to the Centaur lands to learn from them, and vice versa. Centaur-compatible inns and institutions were set up in the human lands, and the opposite was also true in the Centaur lands. It was an uncomfortable change, but both sides knew that they were now parts of an intergalactic war. It was an uncomfortable realization that the peace of their world was merely an illusion. For many, they chose to believe in the lie. It was a lie that their world was still peaceful. It was also a lie that the 3 hegemons maintained a fragile peace. Many chose to believe the lie. It was easy. To those who didn't, they were guided into our propaganda machine. Through a large recruitment program, talented soldiers from all sides, drafted and recruited, We wanted those who sought more from themselves. To those who didn't like the fake piece, they saw our greater purpose appealing. I liked it that way. They would join soldiers from Tree Home, Mountain World, Tropics World, and soon, Delvigard, a coalition of forces from all over the multiverse. Your ambitions are great, Jean-Pu said. His mummified body floated in what was a quiet, private oasis meant only for him and his guests. It was rarely used, from what I understand, but these days it is where we meet and talk. You knew that, I responded. I did, but even an immortal like myself cannot truly fathom the scale of what you want to achieve. I told him about my intention of constructing a multiversal force a long time ago, a force to take the battle back to the demons. But as with many others all over the multiverse, it is one thing to have information. It is an entire thing altogether to turn that information into understanding and knowledge. So my tree, the vessel of my will, wobbled in his little green oasis. There was a small pond, perfectly clear, beautiful white sands more crystalline than dirt. There were tiny insects crawling all over the ground. You have something you want to say. Jean-Pu mused for a moment before he went for the strange question. What do you have planned for me? I paused before I decided it was best to be honest. I intend to honor our old agreements, look for a suitable world of sand as you requested, and nothing more. This question arises because of the Crystal King? Yes, Jean-Pu admitted. It is unnerving to see how you humbled my peer, and now I am uncertain of the nature of our relationship. I decided to reiterate my old stance. Perhaps in politics, as the power balances shift, there are times when I need to speak to those who are my friends and remind them that they are friends and not minions. When one party is much stronger than the other, it is only natural that this causes feelings of insecurity. I ask for nothing but mutual cooperation. I do not ask for you to fight for me, and I would like to continue being friends. Friends, Jean-Pu said, as if the word was meaningless. In some ways, what meaning did it have? What does it mean to be friends when we are immortal creatures that lived forever? I would not impose, Jean-Pu. I do not intend to. As we expand, our needs will be spread over a wider set of worlds. Jean-Pu breathed a long sigh of relief. Very well, I shall take your word for it. Year 273. The emperor had aged when I sent Lumuf to see him. The holy emperor's hair had turned white, even though his power and class should have kept him a lot more youthful. It's been a while since we last met, Emperor Aranul. I hope you've been well as I could be. He waved his hand. His aides and guards left the room. There really was no point to have them here. Really, Lumuf nodded and decided to joke. It was inappropriate, but no one dared correct him. Your hair seems whiter. Age and the weight of managing an empire, Lord Lumuf. In time my hair will soon fall off. The emperor relaxed. It's certainly too soon for hair to start falling off. Lumuf countered. The emperor wasn't that old, was he? He was perhaps 80 or 90. He ascended to his imperial throne around 40 years ago. He laughed. If I lived a leisurely life without worries, I'm fairly certain my hair would still be beautifully golden. But alas, I struggle to understand how an empire actually manages to stick together, with all the bickering nobles and lords. Lumuf chuckled and sat on a chair next to him. A tea set was already prepared. The emperor was more of a coffee person, a relic of the earlier parasite years, but diplomatic channels had data on Lumuf and indicated he was a tea person. Would you like me to find some ointments and potions for your hair then? It should be a fairly easy issue to solve. The emperor smiled at Lumuf's offer. That would not be necessary. My white hair is quite useful. It's a good reminder to my nobles that I am an aging man. My mortality helps bring out the schemers amongst the ducal families and misleads them into thinking that I am a frail, weakened man. Oh, Lumuf laughed. To feign weakness when one is strong and lure out the schemers is a common tactic. Somehow nobles still fall for it. Their greed and desire for power often overwhelms the warning signs. So are you here to just taste my tea? Nothing like that. We met Hawa, twice actually. Emperor Aranul sagged. I heard rumors from my informants. It felt so implausible that I'm certain it's an intentional leak. It is, Lumuf chuckled. It's good to see how news travels. It helps us know who's talking to who. Aranul looked in the distance. All of us play the game. His throne room was necessarily grand. The act of being invited to this room was a spectacle, a ceremony. Something for mere mortals to remember. But to the Holy Emperor, this is no more than a ritual meant to enhance his mysticism. The priest said the regular citizens must be reminded that they stand before the representative of God, a holy emperor. So the throne room was filled with enchantment. For regular soldiers and citizens, they would feel a tremendous weight as they entered. A set of spells and items meant to enhance the holy emperor's presence. It was exhausting, and Lumuf could see it. He had a role to play as a symbol of sorts for his empire. His powers as an emperor were strong. It is for this reason his lesser nobles have not tried to assassinate him. The empire would collapse without his presence, and lesser nobles were not prepared to deal with the aftermath and power vacuum. He was not the only holy emperor, and the relationship with the other holy empires were cordial at best, and outright hostile in less pleasant times. Not just that, the threat of the guilds still remained in the background. Though the era of merchant warfare was mostly over, there were still small skirmishes and battles. little reminders that there are greedy guilds waiting to pounce. So the nobles, despite their greed, dared not shatter the emperor's presence that supported their empire's strength. His skills and his blessings endowed his people with strength. It is a country-wide blessing, and worked in some ways, similar to those of my own priests and trees. Harvests are bountiful, mines are more productive, people are healthier, and levels increase a little bit faster. Arenul sipped the tea. He wasn't a big fan, and Lumuf could tell. Would you like to visit the world where we met Hawa? Yes, though I suppose my nobles will curse my absence. My blessings fade over time, but I want to go, to see the god I claim to represent. We've known this since the Emperor's visit to the Lava World, and later on, a week-long tour through the Three Worlds and Mountain World. The other emperors were not so keen on visiting. They bought their church's propaganda to a stronger degree than we ever did. A missing king is therefore bad for the country, even if the effects are not felt immediately. That said, there are assassin, spy, and conspirator abilities that could mess with a king's abilities. It is often said that it is better for a king to die in battle than to die assassinated in his sleep, because the assassin class passively erodes the king's countrywide blessing, while an honorable death in battle is often rewarded by some other form of blessings. Lumuf thought about showing the divine item, but we decided we would keep it. Not now. We didn't want to ruin his first experience of divinity. I will make the arrangements and let you know. Do you not fear your long absence? Aranul asked abruptly. What do you mean? Lumuf paused. The tea was perfectly warm. The cup was some kind of enchanted cup that emitted a soft, gentle heat that kept the tea warm. You travel to other worlds on long missions. Do you not fear for the safety of your homes when you are away? Lumuf found the question amusing. Why, I trust my fellow warriors to keep things safe. Aranul sighed. I admire that. I can't trust my nobles well except two, but they have their plates full keeping the empire together. It would have been easier if we had a structure that's so immensely loyal. It's something you must build, Emperor, Lumuf advised. This structure was constructed over centuries, layers by layers, built on the backs of many veterans, only for it to collapse when I die. Then don't. Lumuf smiled. Emperor Aranul stared at Lumuf as if it was the most ridiculous thing ever. After a while, he laughed. I sometimes forget I'm speaking with an avatar. You just need to gain levels. There are worlds out there where you can gain levels. Aranul paused and looked at Lumuf. Are you suggesting I expand the empire to other worlds? For others, it is as close to impossible. The Valtrian Order has complete monopoly over Void Mages. Void Mages is a class that dabbles in the Void Mana, and for younger Void Mages in training, accidental Void Mana corruption and curses still occur somewhat regularly, and so most Void Mages still need to get treated for curses. Even Void Archmages experience mishaps, though their souls are so well attuned to Void Mana that the mishaps are usually minor. So a senior-level Void Archmage wouldn't even think of working for others, due to the sheer gap in resources. Perhaps the angels could entice some of my Void Archmages, but we keep a thorough inventory of who and where each of my Void Mages are. Well, except those that vanished into the void during the Demon's Comet. My avatar looked at Aranul and knew that deploying him on other worlds would be a good way to use his talents. His talents were stagnant here. His powers were used to fight and resist my influence. Here, we were competitors, even if it isn't much of a competition. I would prefer to have his abilities used against the demons or other forces in the peripheral worlds. It'd be a good time to also use my Anointed King class and see its effects on the peripheral worlds, so Lumuf doubled down. Yes, it'd be happy to facilitate your move and even provide you with a suitable protective force. We will help get your new empire in the faraway worlds up and running. Aranul stared at Lumuf as if it was totally ridiculous. You're asking an emperor to leave his empire and start a new one somewhere else in what's likely to be a war-torn, demon-infested world. Lumuf grinned. Absolutely. It's exciting, don't you think so? Aranul closed his eyes. It felt like minutes. His lips curled into a mischievous grin. Well, can't say I'm not swayed. When do we start? And I'd like to see the look on my nobles when I am appointing an imperial regent. I'll have scribes, painters, and mages for the moment. Lumuf laughed. All of them were in full suits of armor as they prepared for the Rift Gate. It was a small group, only about 6 of them, mainly just to protect Stella as we made the journey to the peripheral worlds. Stella, Edna, Ezar, a druid warhealer, a ranger, and an elemental mage. The peripheral worlds required 6 hops, mostly through Hawa's regional worlds. It was likely to be safe since these were Hawa-controlled worlds, but Edna was with her, just in case. We were not allowed to linger, and though it was a bit of a pity, I understood Hawa's reasoning and accepted it. So the goal was to keep moving until we reached one of the peripheral worlds, and because the peripheral worlds were all relatively close to each other, I would then deploy either a clone or a node tree. From there, we'd use that clone and node tree as the base to make further travel, skipping the Hawa's outer worlds entirely. These peripheral worlds were pretty much a cluster of unloved worlds, worlds too far from the gods, not that far they are out of reach, but far enough that it wasn't sustainable. Still, the pact forced them to protect it. Well, let's start hopping. The first Hawa world was similar to Satria. The presence of divine energies was strong. Just as we arrived, we could feel the strands of divine energy trying to exert itself over us. This was another outer core world. But the 5 worlds after the first world only had a faint divine presence. There were no laws like the outer core worlds, and per the data shared by Hawa, these were the regional worlds of Hawa. Then we were finally at the frontier of Hawa's power bubble, the peripheral worlds. The first peripheral world, Landas. Stella landed first, and we were immediately assaulted by the presence of demons. The astral space of the peripheral world glowed with the Demon King's path, and when we looked to the skies, we saw were filled with flying demons. The welcoming party is here. Stella quipped as the rest of the 6 arrived. Edna was just a short few seconds behind her. Exactly what I was expecting, though. Edna smiled. The flying demons were not that powerful, perhaps about level 30. She could take them on single-handedly. Node tree, too early. Stella's senses fanned out, and Edna's own magical senses followed. Divine presence here is minimal, comparable to Tree Home and Mountain World. Of the first 3 worlds, I would rank 3 worlds' divine presence to be a little bit stronger. There is a pact of sorts that governs the 3 hegemons, and there must have been 3 gods that agreed to it, a long, long time ago. Their presence may have faded due to the distance, but the pact sustains a certain level of divine presence in the world. Edna looked at the demons and activated a small defensive illusionary object. It immediately masked her presence. The rest of the crew followed. The first peripheral world seemed fairly war-torn. The terrain around us was charred. There were burnt trees and burnt rocks, corpses that had long rotten, bodies. One of the Valthorns, a level 140 warhealer, squatted down and examined the bones. Elven, or at least some kind of elven variant, dead for at least 4 years, but these burn marks look younger. Stella glanced at Edna and back. Well, I suppose there should be some surviving civilizations here. Let's go look for them. One of the Valthorns immediately wondered. Maybe they'll be like the Ularans, coward and hiding in their tunnels. The Void Mage nodded, but one of the rangers began using his scouting abilities. There seems to be some kind of habited location further away. I detect new smoke and the faint smell of cooked food in that direction. Stella nodded. Distance. The ranger immediately shared the distance coordinates, and Stella opened a magical portal. The group stepped through, their presence hidden by their illusion items, and on the other side was a fortress that was under attack. They were hidden. There was a group of flying demons above them, about 200 demons and a single demonic champion among them. They attacked the fortress, but for now their progress was hindered by a decently powerful protective barrier. Well, Edna looked at her fellow teammates. There are living people on the other side, and we have demons attacking it. What is there to do but stop it? The army of flying demons wasn't very strong, and so Ezar stood. Let me. He stretched, twisted briefly. Then his fists glowed, and he began to punch the flying demons with his energy punches. Native POV Novorosk. Landas was not always a world infested with demons, but for survivors like Novorosk, that sort of history didn't matter. They fought the demons for decades, and a life of fighting demons was the only one they knew. Ancient history claimed there was a time when the 5 different elven tribes, the Blood Elves, the High Elves, the Night Elves, the White Elves, and the Riverine Elves, all had multiple empires, all incredibly powerful. It was a time when the 5 tribes fought each other for supremacy. It was ancient and a dream told from the great matriarchs and lorekeepers to the young. There were demons back then, but each of the 5 empires would have heroes, elven champions, each of them, and they would fight the demons and destroy them. No lorekeeper remembered when, but there was a time, a few thousand years ago, or perhaps tens or hundreds of thousands of years ago, the heroes began to dwindle, from 5 to 4. Some elves believed that this was divine punishment. The 5 sub-races, all those elven empires, were all reckless. The demons' supremacy and the loss of the heroes was due to the other empires' foul behavior. It was an era where elves, already hostile to each other, blamed each other instead of banding together as one. After all, it was the other empire and elves' fault that the gods abandoned them. The era of war came, and just as the wars between the elven tribes intensified, the heroes vanished. 4 to 3, no matter what the elven tribes did. They fought, they made sacrifices to the gods. They offered worship and prayers, their own. Then 3 heroes became just 2. The demons' presence in the world of Landas became almost permanent. Somewhere along the way, the demons established a foothold in the world of Landas. They claimed the vast sands as their home, a land hostile to the elven tribes, and what was once a vast ocean of sands became twisted by the demonic energies that took root. It transformed the sand oceans into the Landasian Demonlands. The demon lands spawned demons forever, and what was once in a decade incident became a never-ending nightmare. Then 2 heroes became only 1. The world of Landas only received a single hero to hold off against the powerful demons, a single hero who couldn't be strong enough to kill the Demon King and live to tell the tale, a single hero that didn't benefit from the blessings of the hero shards. Because there were no other heroes to give him that shard, and it felt like the gods took forever before they sent a hero. The world of Landas was now in an eternal war against the demons. It's been many, many years since then. The old feuds for the elves gradually faded away as their intertribal enemies paled before their existential threats. Novorosk prepared for battle. Their home, the fortress of Roskar, was protected by old magics. There were relics left from the earlier era that still gave their fortress city its shields and protections. Their people were ready to die. Novorosk, the leader of the defenders, prepared his bow, his spear, his harpoons. The flying demons were difficult enemies. He could kill a few single-handedly, but there were hundreds in the skies above. It was hard to talk. Each time the claws and fangs of the flying demons slammed into the magical shield, there was a loud humming sound. A life of war meant Novorosk was already level 80. Many in his squad were level 60 to 80, and each of them could kill multiple flying demons. In full strength, this army of demons would not have been a problem for them, but the demons were relentless. They had flying armies by the tens of thousands, and this was the 6th attack in the last week. His men were all injured, wounded by 1,000 tiny cuts, poisoned by tiny droplets in each strike. Even Novorosk himself felt the demon's foul poison in his left thigh. There was a blackened stain that was slowly fading. It would heal in a few days, but the demons didn't give him the time. He'd have to fight without his full mobility. Novorosk, Blood Elven Warleader, watched as a healer tried to soften the effects of the poison. The healers tried to patch up the defenders as much as they could, but none of them will be at their best today. The shamans drew blood-colored lines, enchantments on their skin. The leader of the demonic army was a flying demon with a large battle axe. The blood elves referred to it as the Axe Leader. Novorosk beat it before. He killed 3 of them in the last year alone. But he wasn't sure he could do it with the poison in his leg. Adurk, his third in command, looked at what Novorosk was looking at and frowned. His face was one of fear, but he wasn't going to let his leader down. Yes, Warleader. Adurk was level 65, and in better times he would have been a good Warleader. The shield wobbled. Novorosk waved his hand and signaled for the squad to be ready. There were about 70 warriors in his detachment, and another 30 would be supporting from the back. If they could take down the Axe Leader, they should win this. It would be at great cost, and Novorosk himself may not survive it, but the fortress of Roskar would live another day. Warleader Novorosk, there are civilians outside of the fortress. Novorosk stared at the shouting scout, absolutely baffled. He tried to run, but his poisoned leg made it painful. The shaman's pain-suppressing lines glowed and suppressed the pain, but it still hurt. There was a group of 6 adults, and from a distance, Novorosk thought they looked like the white elves of the Snowlands. Where did they come from? Novorosk shouted. Didn't our magical detectors spot them? Teehee Scout looked embarrassed. No, Warleader, we did not notice them at all. Is our equipment faulty? Who's in charge of maintenance? Novorosk frowned. The scout shook his head. It shouldn't be. Something is wrong. The second in command walked to the scouting tower. The shields continued to wobble. It likely won't hold for long. Warleader, let's deal with the civilians later. The defenders are ready. At your command. Novorosk sighed. You're right. Civilians who take such risks will have to be responsible for it. The Blood Elven Warleader surveyed the fortress walls. His men were all in position. They were all deathly afraid, but they would not let it affect the fight. Novorosk looked at the second in command. He would be in charge if Novorosk fell in battle. He's a good man, and Roskar would be in good hands. Novorosk tapped the shoulders of the deputy warleader. Take care of yourself. The deputy shook his head. He was armed to the teeth. Well, cover you. Don't be stupid. Novorosk countered and then stood on the battlements. Get ready, supporting fire. But they all felt it then. A sudden surge of power that wasn't demonic. A pressure so intense that Novorosk felt the blood in his face drain away. What? They heard sounds. It sounded like a really loud punch. A single swish and a splat. In the constant humming from the magical shields, and in the noise of demonic fangs and claws rattlings and attacking, they didn't know why the punch sounded so loud. It was as if the only sound that mattered, and all the other sounds were somehow silenced in its presence. The demons exploded. They watched the flying demons felt in the skies above. The Axe Leader of the demons turned, as if looking for its enemies. But it too splattered into smithereens. Novorosk watched as the strongest of the demonic flying horde turned into mush. The demons were all gone, their bodies splattered all outside of the ground. The deputy turned to face Warleader Novorosk, unable to understand the changing tides. Warleader, what just happened? And I am taking next week off. Year 273, Part 2. Landas, the peripheral worlds, Novorosk. The 6 strangers were foreign. Everything about them was foreign. Visitors from beyond the stars. Their weapons were made of wood Novorosk did not recognize, the carvings on their armor and the texture of their steel unknown to them. The way their magic seemed like an endlessly deep lake made the entire army tense up. Everyone knew they were different. The way their ears looked, the scent of their hair. Hello, the woman in armor said first. I am Edna, and these are my fellow warriors. We are the envoys of Ian, and we've come to help. Novorosk looked at the rest of his team. Traditionally, communication would be made in the receiving rooms of the elven cities, but most of the receiving rooms have been repurposed as accommodation, as a warehouse, as a place for healers. Novelrecap cursed and immediately whispered to his second-in-command, "Do we still have a receiving room?" The second-in-command shook his head. He naturally paled at the question. "No, war leader." "Quickly, get some men and go clean one of the rooms up. I'll hold them here. Move quickly." The second-in-command nodded and ran for it. He hauled at least 10 of his soldiers. Novelrecap hobbled closer. "My apologies, Visitor Edna. I am Novelrecap, war leader of Rosker. I will have my warriors prepare a receiving room. May we know what you need from us?" The Visitor Edna paused and looked around. The fortress of Rosker was battered, its shields weakened from the assault. There were about 2,000 elves living in this place, about half of them working the farms within the fortress walls. There were about a quarter that looked to be children, and a smaller group, about 200 or so, that looked to be much older. Their farms were unique. The plants and vegetables were on stacked platforms. Novelrecap's eyes noticed how the visitors seemed to look at the stacked platforms. Did they want food? Novelrecap quickly did mental calculations. Their druid farmers produced enough food, but their supply would normally be enough for a week. If they asked for too much, they wouldn't have enough. Edna turned to another woman with jet black hair and a scent of the night. Novelrecap wondered whether she was a night elf, but she didn't share any of their features. "You've seen something like this, Stella." The woman nodded. "It reminds me of vertical farms back on Earth. It's interesting that they resorted to this because of land constraints." Novelrecap immediately cut in. "Visitors, our food condition isn't great, but once the receiving room is ready, we can arrange for some food." Novelrecap felt the visitor Edna's stare, as if she was judging him. She answered, "Very well, war leader Novelrecap." The receiving room was ready. It was hastily cleaned, and still had the faint scent of dried blood in some of the old, ancient carpets. Novelrecap wished they kept a single receiving room proper, but centuries of war meant all space had to be reused. The six didn't seem hostile, but the way they looked at things was intense and made the entire force feel tense. "Are you the ultimate leader of this fortress?" Edna asked. War leader Novelrecap shook his head as the second-in-command brought 3 old elves to the receiving room. Each of the 3 wore a set of robes that looked like they were never worn in hundreds of years. The dust on the robes were hastily cleaned. Novelrecap nodded as he bowed. He struggled to remember the words, presenting the Elder Council of Rosker, Elder Ruzus, Elder Muser, and Elder Norosker. The 3 elders nodded. The elder in the center, an old man, took the lead. "Greetings, visitors. I am Elder Muser and welcome to Rosker. It has been ages since we used the receiving rooms, so we apologize for the poor condition." Edna looked around and Novelrecap wondered what she'll say, but she shrugged. "We've seen worse. So we are new to this world, so we want to know everything. Do you have a map?" Novelrecap thought he misheard that. What did she mean by new to this world? But the elders were more composed. "Bring the latest maps, all of them." 2 of the elven crafters that doubled as assistants hurried out. The fortress of Rosker had few administrative workers left. Most of their populace were warriors and the military supporters like shamans and druids, farmers, healers, or crafters. The maps they brought were old and stained, but they depicted a set of cities and areas that were still occupied by elves. The 6 stared at it intently, then one of them took out a large piece of paper. At first, Novelrecap thought he'd start to make a copy, but he didn't take out a pen. Map replication. The map was then immediately copied over to the paper. The elders stared, unable to believe the spell that just happened. Novelrecap paused and didn't know there was such a spell. The elders looked at each other. It's been months since they received letters from the other towns. Novelrecap watched as the elder pointed to a set of neighboring cities and then a set of outer cities. "We spoke to some of these neighboring cities about 4 to 5 months ago. We have not communicated with these other cities in the last few years." Edna, the woman, looked at one of her team. Novelrecap wondered whether they are the woman's subordinates because they seemed deferential. "What do you know about the greater world?" There wasn't much to share. Rosker's focus has been to survive day by day, week by week. For most part, the city mostly managed to remain stagnant. There were periods of time in Rosker's history when they had multiple level 80 individuals, and they were able to expand a bit. They even sent out expeditions, but they never came back. "Don't you have message networks?" the woman asked. One of the elders paused, as if surprised that the woman knew of such a thing. It's not reliable. There are demonic energy storms that frequently interrupt those message networks." "I see," the woman in front of them said. Novelrecap watched as the woman began to interrogate them on the history of the world, as if they knew absolutely nothing. They asked about the gods of the world of Landas and about the different gods, then its history and its heroes. It really was as if they knew nothing. Leaving, one of the elders, Elder Norosker, said, It's dangerous out there with all the demons." But the 2 other elders immediately looked at Elder Norosker, and he immediately shut up. "My apologies, distinguished visitors, we do not mean offense. We doubt the demons would pose a threat." Edna grinned. "It is fine. On behalf of our leader, Ian, this world will be under our protection. You will be hearing of us soon enough." Novorosk's eyes couldn't leave the woman, and in that small, cramped room felt as if the world shifted around him. There was something about that supreme confidence, a swagger and weight that truly gave that ridiculous sentence credibility. He had long believed that their life in this world was one of endless struggle for survival, but his heart pounded. The world was going to change. He could feel it in his soul. Trehome. Lausanne. Lausanne was in the crowd when Rune and Johann stood before them. There were about 500 Valthorns present, many recalled from a recent tour of service in Three Worlds. With the human kingdoms largely stable, the number of active personnel was reduced and reshuffled. There were many newer, recently promoted Valthorns, those previously in the lower level 80s to 100s, and now that they reached level 100, they were ready to join the higher tier of the Valthorns. In time, Lausanne believed that Three Worlds human and centaur recruits, and also the new Tropics World soldiers would join the ranks. They would have to prepare for another tour of service. So, ready for a trip to faraway worlds, Kay smiled. The briefing was over, and what came next was for each of the Valthorns to sign up or abstain. Kay once said that this process was a little like how companies would ask for volunteers to go on faraway outstation assignments, and how it was a common thing in the merchant guilds of Earth. Lausanne found the concept amusing and nodded. Sounds like there's a lot to do there. If we can make a difference to the lives of the locals, yeah, I'm up for it. The golem nodded, ever the hero at heart. Lausanne immediately glared at the female golem. She smiled. I'm joking. Lausanne poked her playfully. You're right. At that point, Kay looked at the counter. They were allowed to sign up immediately or go back and think about it. Most of the Valthorns would mull on it for a few days. Which world looks good to you? We don't know yet, do we? Lausanne laughed. But the peripheral worlds would be a place where I think I can contribute. At least there should be more demons to destroy. Delvigard doesn't seem particularly interesting to me. It's the safer option and more suitable for those fond of more subtle types of moves. Another Valthorn spoke, and Lausanne nodded. Not all Valthorns were the warrior types. Some were spies, like Spymaster and Tip, and many others were diplomats. Each of them had worlds and situations that best made use of their talents. For Lausanne, she felt she belonged in the battlefields. She longed to fight against demons, an experience now mostly missing from Trehome. Rune and Johann also spoke of the Void Worlds, but the Void Worlds would remain off limits for non-domain holders. The presence of unusual creatures and strange rules meant the Void Worlds were a significantly higher risk to the elite Valthorns, while the peripheral worlds, as unloved, soon-to-be godless worlds, are likely to be free of more obstructive and invasive divine meddling. Lausanne listened as Rune and Johann narrated that the meeting was more to assess the level of interest amongst the Valthorns. The exploration team of Stella, Edna and Ezar was still surveying the faraway worlds, and the Valthorn presence would come in once they've established the general details. The initial reports were not encouraging. The earliest departure to the peripheral worlds would happen within days, because the peripheral worlds were all under heavy attack. The elven warrior listened, and wondered whether she'd be able to join the exploration team like Edna. That sounded interesting, and she remembered how she used to explore the other continents of Trehome. She would like to be there. Exploration was one of her other interests. She heard tales of how Valthorns were involved in exploring the various tunnels and caves of Mountain World, and her heart wished she was a part of it. You look like you have unanswered questions, milady. Something on your mind. At that point, Johann was the one that approached Kay and Lausanne. Lausanne smiled back and spoke her mind. I was thinking about the explorers and wonder what it'll be like to be one. Johann nodded. If you are interested, I believe Ian would be happy to rotate you to the exploration team. Lausanne agreed. I will raise it the next time I speak to him. Johann grinned. Few people could answer that way. We look forward to having you with us on the field, Lausanne. From what I know, we'll need almost all our people. Lausanne nodded. It was horrifying. The peripheral worlds were pretty much demon-infested, at different stages of destruction. Yet, she found herself excited at the prospects. Trehome. Ian, yes, the number of worlds involved would require all of you to be deployed, at least to help remove the threat of the Demon Kings. I responded directly. The Valthorns would then come in to sweep up the rest and help rebuild these worlds. I will need you all to step in if there are any heroes surviving. You will be doing this in your own name, Colette wondered, or on behalf of Hawa. Colette paused before answering, I see. You'd like to minimize the role of the heroes, simply because their strength is inconsistent. My domain holders all appear much more stable and centered, while the heroes feel like they could snap. Well, maybe except for Colette. Colette's liberated hero gave her a sense of calm and assuredness that the rest of them didn't have. Even her partner had strange outbursts, like when he interacted with Chung. It was a strange thing to feel, even though I personally liked talking to Prabhu more than the rest. The heroes all have a switch in them that could trigger without notice and suddenly alter their reactions and behavior. It is for this reason that they are unreliable, even if interacting with them on a day-to-day basis can be pleasant and friendly. They were trustworthy until they suddenly were not. I didn't want to work with these sorts of requirements, not in the peripheral worlds, and not when we took the battle to the demon sun. So I intended that the peripheral worlds become a farming location for my Valthorns, and hoped we could elevate a few more of my Valthorns. Once we stabilized the demon situation, I intended to deploy at least 2 clones in the largest, most populous worlds, and use that presence to transform those worlds. I would like these peripheral worlds as future, core worlds, just like Treehome, Branchhold, and what I was doing with the world of Delvigard. The data that came back from Edna and Stella was rather depressing. The first world they were in, Landas, was almost conquered by the Demon King. The Demon King that attacked Landas was some kind of flying Demon King, and Landas itself faced demons with high regularity. Apparently records, whatever little that they have left, claim that the Demon Kings attacked almost every 10 years. They also used to have heroes, but the amount of heroes shrunk quite quickly, and so the condition in their world deteriorated rapidly. It only held on due to the many historical relics left behind by all the different heroes and the high-leveled warriors that protected their cities. In short, they were perfect as our first base. From Stella's surveys, they really needed help. Hey there, check out this story. It's already 80,000 words long and growing. Don't miss this story about adventure, what you can expect, epic climactic battles. Lit RPG leveling system with elemental abilities. Character growth changes from arc to arc. Some light humor here and there. Rare magic artifacts. No profanity swearing. Schedule MWF with 1-week breaks between arcs. Peripheral Landas 3. Edna and team arrived at the next location on the map, only to find it was already an open-air cemetery. The bodies of elves torn by the flying demons were everywhere. Blood and the smell of rotting bodies filled the air. The elves probably died no more than a few days ago because the bodies were only beginning to rot. We're too late, Edna said. Ezar's shock was brief because he quickly steeled himself and nodded. There were things that needed to be done. Let's keep going. We don't want to be late for the next one. Edna looked at the 2 rangers and druids. Wait, too late to save the cities, but there may still be survivors. Let's search underneath all of this. We should help them before we leave, just in case anyone's left. The knight's words made the Valthorn druid regain his composure and spread out his senses. The ranger used a kind of calming ability on himself and searched. Ezar looked at Stella. Lady Stella, send me over to the other locations first. If there are demons, I want to be there. Stella nodded and the portal whirled open. As expected, there were demons. Ezar nodded and he stepped to the other side. About that time, the druid shouted, "There's a small group of them hidden underneath this rubble. They're very weak." After stating that, roots and vines immediately emerged from the druid and pierced into the rubble and began to lift the collapsed structure. A set of roots reached for the semi-unconscious elves hidden underneath. They were injured, hungry, and almost dying. Only 3, but 3 was better than none. Edna got to them and immediately used a set of potions on them. Their wounds healed and soon their eyes opened to the sight of Edna's glimmering form. "Are we dead?" they asked. "No," Edna said gently. "You're not." The ranger then shouted, "There's another few hidden here. They're in bad shape too." The druid and the mage immediately went over while Stella checked on the first group. From his pocket space, they took out more potions. They continued to search and soon found, in total, 20 survivors, mostly children and their mothers, hidden underneath the rubble. Many were delirious, but the potions helped with the physical wounds and the shot of food helped with their hunger. Stella immediately opened a portal and sent them back to the fortress of Rosker. Novorosk was there when the portal opened before his eyes. War leader Novorosk. These are the survivors from the nearby city. Take care of them. The ranger guided the survivors through the portal. Novorosk stared. What? Just take care of them, feed them and house them somewhere. We will come back and check. Novorosk panicked but nodded. Once all of them were over, the portal closed. At that point, Edna then looked back at Stella. Ezar's right. If there are other cities, we should go and get to them quickly. The more survivors we can save, the faster we can get this world back on its feet. Ian needs to send more people over and to all of the 15 worlds. We can't scout that many worlds at the same time. Stella countered. The domain holders must be first to go. The druid's roots immediately rescued another few more elves hidden under the buried rubble. The demons killed indiscriminately. To the demons, the mortals were just obstructions. What the demons wanted was the planet's core. Everything else was unnecessary. Edna looked around. I think we can leave this world to the rest of the Valthorns. Leave Ezar here just in case. We must start moving. We don't know what condition we'll find in the other 14 worlds. Each day we waste is another day for the demons to slaughter more of these folks. Many of them do not have our advantages. We need full mobilization now. But us domain holders will need to start hopping. Let's deploy the node here and we'll use this place as our launch pad. Edna said, we need all the domain holders in all the peripheral worlds. Stella pointed to the immediate problem. There's not enough of us to cover all the worlds. There were 8 domain holders, excluding Ian, and there were 15 worlds. There were only 4 heroes. Stella nodded. That wasn't ideal, but it was the best plan they could do with their current resources. 15 worlds also meant some worlds wouldn't have a node tree. Ian only had 9 node tree slots left after the first one was used on Delvigard. Kaffa will have to leave Delvigard. Delvigard's priority should be lower. Edna countered. Lives are at stake. Let's make haste. We can afford to patch it up as we go. Stella nodded. Very well, let me do so. Azar. The portal led to a horde of demons attacking what was probably a city. It was one once. There was already crazy fighting when he arrived. The demons have stained the lands with blood and corpses. Flying demons loomed as arrows zoomed. The defenders were fighting with their lives on the line. Everyone was fighting. There were children, old elves, all doing their best with sticks and whatever weapons they had. He looked around and immediately spotted the demon champion in charge. It was one of those axe champions. A large, bulky demon with 4 giant wings, 2 large clawed legs, and 2 arms, each with a large burning battle axe. He fought demons across the worlds many times and always found them to be emotionless creatures. If anything, he always thought the demons looked afraid, but it was ridiculous. The demons didn't feel fear, so he didn't believe it either when he thought the demon champion looked smug. Demons had no feelings. Ezar's enchanted gauntlets glowed as he channeled his domain ability. In an instant, the burst of energy from his fist smashed into the champion, and it splattered to death, unaware what hit him. The death of the demon champion sent the demon army into a wild frenzy, but that was intentional. Ezar activated the rings on his fingers and released its stored ability. They summoned 5 gigantic beasts, 2 lions and 3 gray wolves, each about level 80 in power. Go and slay the demons. The presence of the 5 giant animals instantly drew the attention of the demons. Without the demon champion, the rest of the flying demons were torn apart by the 5 powerful magical beasts. Ezar hopped, and in a single leap he landed right next to the breaking lines. He spoke, his voice carried by the weight of his domain. Stand back. To the defenders fighting for their lives, they did. Ezar's gauntlet glowed, and he punched with such weight that all the demons in front of him were crushed in a single energy punch. There was no need to use his domain ability here. He watched as his 5 summoned beasts tore through the demons, and the flying demons fled. Any demon that got close was crushed. Mommy, are we saved? There was an elven boy who looked absolutely in awe. He was dirty, covered in blood, but her mother was injured. Her mother, an elf, held a sharp, pointy wooden stick as a weapon. Her mother looked around. Everyone did. There was a feeling amongst all of the elves. Disbelief, hope, relief. Ezar turned. Is this it? Any more demons? The elves didn't know what to answer, so no one answered. Ezar realized they probably wasn't in any condition to know. The place was probably a fortification of some kind, but the walls were already destroyed. The elves were fighting their last stand within the city itself because they couldn't outrun the flying demons. Not that there was anywhere else to go anyway. The elves looked amongst themselves. There were no leaders left. All that was supposed to lead them died during the battle. The 5 beasts walked closer to Ezar, now that their target had been destroyed, and the elves stared in fear. Ezar looked back at them. They were creatures tagged to his enchanted summoning ring, one of his many equipments. There was no need to speak the command. High-tier summons are mentally linked to their masters, but Ezar said it to assure the elves. Patrol the perimeter. Roar if there are any demons. The lions and wolves roared in acknowledgement, and they ran to secure the perimeter. The elves were relieved to see the creatures move. Bring all the wounded here. I'll help them where I can. Those that can't move, call me. Ezar said as the rest of the elves scrambled to sort everything out, but at that point they obeyed. Ezar looked around and frowned. This wasn't the only world. Ezar to Stella, Ezar to Stella. This location is safe, but we need to keep moving and hit the rest of the cities. Can you open a portal? Portal incoming. We plan to deploy a node soon to bring more forces over. Domain holders will need to visit all the peripheral worlds as soon as possible to deploy nodes. Ezar smiled. It was nice having teammates that he could count on. Acknowledged. Let me know. Ezar turned back to face the elves as Ezar checked his inventory. At that point the portal swirled open and both Stella and the druid stepped out. Ezar, you're needed elsewhere. Phelan will handle the healing and fixing the security. Phelan, the level 130 Valthorn druid, got to work. There are other locations with demons, Stella said as she prepared to open a portal again. Ezar nodded as Phelan looked at the location. The druid's arms glowed briefly as roots shot out of his arms. At that moment, a wall of bramble emerged around what's left of the elven encampment. This should protect the location for now. Where's Edna? There's another location, a proper city. It may be under siege. Is it our timing? Why are cities under siege at this time? Ezar found it terribly unusual. It is common knowledge that most reinforcements arrive either too early or too late, though in some ways they are too late. Somehow, so many cities are under siege. Stella smiled. We'll deal with that later. Portal open. Go, go, go. I'll deploy the node once Ian acknowledges our request. Ezar didn't know where and how far he was from Stella, but it didn't matter. He trusted she'll come back for him once it was over. The portal opened and he arrived to immediately see 3 demon champions in the air. 3, how cute. The demons actually saw him this time and they roared at him. He punched through them. 2 died instantly, and then he dashed towards the 3rd with such speed that the 3rd demon champion briefly looked horrified. He was fairly sure it wasn't horror. Perhaps it was just a survival reaction. It died. The elven city of this location was protected by a magical shield that felt like star mana. A quick glance suggested that this was a fairly prosperous city at one point in its life, but it had a breach. There were 2 more demon champions there, battling the defenders. The defenders here was actually fairly competent. There were 2 level 80 plus elven warriors battling against the demon champions, and they looked like they had special equipment from a much earlier time. Stella, I don't think this location needs help. They have hero items. Really? Stella responded through the message. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll send you elsewhere. Got it. I'll make myself useful for a bit. He looked around and decided to just help their odds for a bit. His domain spread out. Everyone saw Ezar glowing midair like a god of war. His fists shimmered with power like the fists of furious heavens. Lightning, fire, and the elements each in a single punch. The demons charged at him, mindlessly. The 2 demon champions trying to break the gates turned to face him as they soon decided he was the larger threat. They all were nothing before a domain holder. His domain was oppressive to these lesser demons. They died in a splatter of magic. The elven defenders stared at Ezar in horror. Ezar merely smiled and decided it was worth it to pitch his presence. He scrambled to recall the name in the map. Greetings, elves of Shorodosk. I come in the name of Ian. You will hear from us soon. The elves looked like they had more questions, but Stella's portal opened. Deal with the remnants. Ezar commanded, stay safe. We will contact you. And he stepped through the portal and left the elven defenders wondering what happened. No. This was supposed to be the biggest city known to Rosker elves, at least for a few centuries ago. This place was supposed to be the old capital of the White Elves, Nunarnusk. When Edna arrived, what she found was a fortified city that was battered in many, many places. It reminded her of Mountain World, the same scrappiness in the eyes of the people, the same ruthless desire to protect themselves. Everyone here fought wars. Generations lived to fight, and so their people turned hardy, tough. They made do with what they have, because they had no choice. They deserved better, of course. This kind of society destroyed those who didn't adapt to this kind of life, who couldn't adapt because they were talented in a field that this world didn't need. A sad thing, but societies like this have to make do. The city of Nunarnusk was protected, just like the other city. There was a magical shield that stopped attacks and blocked demons, but they were also selective and allowed for the elves to move in and out freely. So the shields that protected the city didn't work on Edna. She felt its energy wobble. It was weak. It weakened a lot over the years, but the fact that it still held for so long was testament to the incredible power of star mana. Immediately within Nunarnusk's shield bubble was a layer of battered walls made of stone, wood, and whatever rubble they got their hands on. There were guards on all the towers, and everyone looked tense. There were demons, but the demons were not attacking. Instead, Nunarnusk was under siege. There were 5 to 6 demon champions, all seemingly waiting. Edna thought of helping, but realized it was better to figure out what was happening. Edna cloaked her presence even before she went through the portal, and so as she walked through the tired crowds, it was clear everyone was preparing for the next fight. It'll be hard for anyone to see her here. Have we patched the left walls? Edna eventually found someone that looked like a leader, and he was barking orders to the worker men. The elf had armor and exuded power equal to someone at the very limit of their strength, most likely level 85. Some of the workers were injured, a lost limb, a limp. They did the repairs because in a fight they'd be useless. It was very rare to see amputees and folks with lost limbs in the Valthorns and Valtrian order. Ever since Ian healed Jura's limbs many, many decades ago, Ian made it a point to restore everyone's limbs. Ian even extended the treatment to the general populace, though there was a lottery that was always oversubscribed. The leader turned to face another set of workers. All the folks that can fight are waiting for you, Commander Argo. The man known as Commander Argo nodded. Edna quietly followed. Argo glanced briefly in her direction, but he was unable to pierce her illusion items. There were about 1,000 fighters there, all armed with weapons and armor. Edna's quick glance told her all she needed to know. Half of them were injured in some way, and only about 300 were in full fighting form. Commander Argo soon elaborated on what seemed to be common knowledge to those present. The demons have been waiting outside for the last 1 week after their earlier failed assault. There were more demons coming, and the demons had the city of Nunarnusk surrounded. Commander Argo opted for a defensive strategy. Stay put and keep waiting. Edna listened and surveyed those present. There were about 7 or so that had a power aura similar to Commander Argo. Level 80 to 85 meant they could take on the demon champions and win. They'd survive this battle. There were enough strong warriors here to survive the siege. Then, as the group was dismissed, Commander Argo was surrounded by that same group of strong warriors, and internal divisions emerged. There were whispers of going against the commander's plan, and the high-powered folks were split in half. Together, they'd survive. 3 of them had enough. We're tired of waiting. We charge out there and break this siege. We need the resources outside our walls, Commander. We cannot hold up like this forever. Argo countered. We don't even know if those resources are still there. The demons could have destroyed it. Then what? We keep waiting and let them destroy those resources. We need the iron quarries and the white iron stones. Our weapons need repairs. Our healers need the white iron stones to make some of our healing tools. We're dying if we keep holding here. Edna thought the conversation was slightly pointless. If she acted, they wouldn't have this issue. But she listened. It was good to know what was going on. Argo frowned. There are 5 axe champions out there. The 4 of you rushing out there is a death sentence. The demons will get us separately. The equipment used by the 4 elves were in pretty bad shape. They were battled and scarred, and some of its old magic lost. Then come with us. The city is defenseless. We cannot leave the city defenseless, Argo countered. The shield will hold. The shield will not, Argo said, frustrated. Its energies are weak and won't last if the demons attack. It'll need time to recharge. Then why are we waiting? We must charge out there and defeat them before they overwhelm us. You're being too careful, Argo. It's time to go out there and defeat them. Argo paused. Can you give me half a day to think about this? The other elves looked at each other. They shrugged. Fine, Commander Argo, well, charge out there, whether you are coming or not. Argo frowned. Please don't do anything stupid. Edna trailed Commander Argo to his own office. There was a small office filled with resources scattered everywhere, and he sat on the only chair in the cramped room. He was talking to himself then. It's always like this. Edna then appeared at the door as she disabled her cloak. Commander Argo. Argo turned, and his weapon of choice, a kind of dagger, was immediately pointed at Edna. Who are you? Edna smiled. An ally. Well, a potential ally. An ally. Argo looked around. Are you alone? Sort of, yes, but I'd like to talk. About your city and everything. And what makes you think I'll talk to a stranger? How did you even get here? Argo said, totally unused to the fact that there was a stranger. Because Commander Argo, I can help. You can. You alone? Of course not. I am here on behalf of Ian and the Valtrian Order, and we are here to destroy the demons. I've never heard of you. You've never heard of anyone outside your city. Edna corrected. Most communication between cities collapsed due to the constant demonic attacks as cities turned insular. That's not true. There was a period of peace after the hero Junmark defeated the Demon King 59 years ago. Is it? But how many Demon Kings since then? Edna asked. Every hero that came after is weaker, and fighting against tougher odds as the demons established stronger footholds. Every hero weakened, since they couldn't level quickly with the loss of the low-level habitats commonly used for farming. Heroes could spar to gain levels, but given their situation, he wondered whether the kingdoms would just immediately force the heroes out to the battlefield. Argo looked at Edna like she was an alien. So what do you want? Tell me the history of Nunarnusk in an hour and tell me everything. I assure you, I will deal with your demon siege once this is over. You can even watch. Argo had never seen a stranger, but Edna's presence overwhelmed him. His eyes looked at the night and thought she was mad. Confident, but mad. Very well. The demons came in huge waves every 10 years. The past few decades, the hero was able to defeat the Demon King, but they did so at great cost. The last attack left the previous hero without one of his arms, and cursed by a dark magic that no one in the entire world could break. Even severely weakened, no one could kill him. His soul and blessings were still too strong. So the hero rested in a city of the night elves called Chersky. That was the last communication Nunarnusk received from Chersky about 6 years ago. For Nunarnusk, the demons never really stopped. The great deserts, of which there were 7 great deserts, each turned into demonlands and continued to spit out demons by the hundreds and thousands, and so travel between cities became a matter of great risk. Only cities that were really close together could still communicate regularly. There were no gigantic oceans in Landas. Instead, there were 6 great lakes, and at the center of those great lakes were the few bastions of the old elven empires. Nunarnusk lost touch with those old bastions a few years ago. Edna listened and laughed. Very well, call your men, call them all to the walls. I, on behalf of Ian, would like to demonstrate our intentions. Commander Argo thought it was rather embarrassing, but when he left his office, the 6 other level 80s were waiting for him. He looked back at Edna and then towards the walls. To the walls. The 4 that supported the push outwards looked surprised. Let's go. The 7 gathered up on the walls, and Edna followed quietly behind. The rest of them didn't notice her. They were busy preparing for the charge out. The 4 immediately called their own supporters to prepare for the charge. Once they were at the walls, Argo looked at Edna. So what is it that you want to demonstrate? It was at this moment that everyone noticed Edna's presence. Edna nodded, her cloak vanished to reveal her in shining armor. 2 anti-demon swords appeared magically, and there and then her domain flooded the city. Everyone felt it, Argo as well. Regenerating guardians, 5 glowing magical knights appeared and they flew. They were ephemeral objects and they shared Edna's toughness. They zoomed across the skies, creatures of magic, creatures made from Edna's domain. Edna looked around. There are demons on the other side as well. Argo nodded. His white hair seemed whiter, his fair face a slightly greenish pale. Edna's energies wobbled outwards as more magical knights appeared. Edna's lesser magical summons swarmed outwards. 100 magical knights now took the field. It was a short battle, because none of the demons could even harm Edna's guardians. Argo nodded. There was no other word to say. Okay, Nunarnusk is secure. We've added it to the fold. Has Ian approved the node tree's placement? Edna said as the elves of Nunarnusk breathed a rare moment of relief. Stella responded, yes, node deployment approved, but we need to decide on a location. Ezar, also on the same discussion, added, just pick a location and start sending Valthorns over. Is there a hero in this world? Yes. Want to arrange a visit? Edna countered. Ezar laughed. Let's bet. 100 gold that it's under siege. Edna chuckled. That's a stupid bet. The hero is there. The demons must be drawn to him like moths to a flame. Also, the hero seems to be cursed. Stella frowned. If that's the case, the decision's made for us. Let's place the node tree where the hero is. Send the hero back to Treehome. Let Ian work on him and send him back here to fight. Edna had a feeling what happened on Landas would be a tale similar across all the worlds. The node and the hero. Edna on Landas, the elven peripheral world. Portal world open to the old location, supposed to be where the hero was. Nunarnusk was once the great capital of the White Elves, and so they retained many old records, stored, luckily, in their underground vaults. The locals gladly gave her a tour of the place, and indeed, there was a time long, long ago when they rivaled even the great empires of Three World or Mountain World. Great empires are but materials to be turned into sawdust in the hands of the demons' ever-persistent grinding machine. The old vaults were sealed magically. The White Elves hoped that if they fell, the city's history would still somehow remain within these vaults. There were no weapons here. Instead, it was all books and records, paintings, and most importantly, detailed maps. Maps that made it easy for Stella to roughly locate its location. An old white elf, apparently almost 600 years old, volunteered to help them verify the location of the hero's resting place. There was a time a few centuries ago when there was a lull in the demon's push, when they lucked out with a hero with the right mix of talent, capability, and luck to help beat back the demons and push the balance of power in their favor. During the fleeting era of peace, there was travel between the cities. There was trade that has long vanished. Magical travel was possible during the period, instead of the constant, perpetual disruptions today. Portal disruptions seem pretty common, Stella said. A lot of the messaging and teleportation failure was entirely due to the demon's magical disruption, and for someone like Stella, it wasn't even hard to tell where those disruptive energies came from. The demon's nests in the deserts of Landas were all sources of that disruption. Stella almost didn't notice them, but Stella's portals, that survived the shredding of reality and teleportation on far more chaotic environments like the demon's comet, easily overpowered the disruptions. If they had capable mages, they might have managed to maintain some semblance of a communication network even in spite of the disruptions, but Edna knew that those odds were unlikely. Talent needed the right circumstances to flourish, and even today, even with the huge talent infrastructure of the Valthorns, mage training remains slow. Faster than before, but still slow. And so the portal opened to a field of destruction and burnt wood. Ash. It was a lake once upon a time, but it has long since dried up. There were bodies filled with the corpses of the dead, though demons rarely left corpses. They decayed way too quickly. There were champions in the distance, hammering at what appeared to be a magical shield. The shield protected a cherry tree that has long since withered and without a single leaf or flower. There is an injured hero within that tree's little space. All around the shield was just endless, endless destruction. The white elf collapsed on the ground and wailed. This entire place it used to be a large city. 100,000 high elves once walked this land, and now all that remains is the sacred cherry of the First Estate. Edna and Stella's eyes both scanned the demon-filled surroundings. There certainly didn't seem to be anything resembling a city here. It was just a series of craters. Whatever civilization didn't leave any structures or infrastructure that survived the demon's attack. The champions all hammered away at the shield. The shield did not break. The shield did not bend. But they both could sense the attacks chipping away at its strength. Slowly, the shield could last a few more years, since I am here, Edna said as she jumped and landed not far away from the flood of demons. I might as well play. Her quest swords appeared by the tens, and the knight's magical summons soon appeared to accompany her. What were champions before a domain holder? Stella created a shield around herself and her guide, the old white elf. Edna's blade shone like the fury of the stars. In the land that was once the First Estate, light returned and ended centuries of darkness brought about by the demon's champions. In what was no more than 10 series of flashing lights, the army of demon champions crumbled. The pounding of the shield ended, and an eerie silence returned to the land. Even the wind seemed to stop. Edna's footsteps felt like the marches of a million soldiers. She walked to the gigantic cherry tree that's all withered and felt the presence of a heroic shield. Ian would be pleased to find another spirit tree out here. Edna said. Her quest swords vanished into their own magical space. Stella looked at the white elf guide. Please return to Nunnernusk. The white elf wanted to stay, but he dared no object. Please don't hurt the sacred cherry. It is one of the most sacred places for all of the high elves. Our ancestors have offended the gods enough. I do not wish to offend them further. Stella found that amusing. All the briefings they received suggested they were all enemies. Rest assured, if the sacred cherry is not our enemy, it would not find us a threat. The white elf went back through the portal, and Stella teleported up to Edna. With not a single demon in sight, the withered cherry tree stood before them. So do we talk to it? Stella asked. Or do we require Lumuf's presence? Connect roots and stuff. I thought you said would just deploy Ian's clone here and be done with it. Edna teased, but the nature of their work meant most plans had to be adjusted. Reality and plans were not good friends. A root emerged from Edna's body, an ability of Ian's familiar. It pierced the dirt around them and made contact with the roots of the cherry tree. The sensation was immediate, like two minds touching, but her domain protected her, while the counterpart was unprotected. Domain blocked attempted intrusion. But they could still speak through the connection of roots. Greetings. Edna's words were transmitted through the roots from her body. All she felt was a weak whimper from the other side. Its thoughts were slurred and weak. Edna could feel the vulnerability, the frailness in its energies, and so she tapped into the familiar's healing powers. Though nothing like the real thing, the effects were immediate, as the flow of healing energies into the cherry tree reinvigorated the withered plant. Its branches and trunk gained color that was lost, and small cherry buds began to emerge from the tips of its branches. New leaves spawned from the tips of the tree. It took about 10 or 15 minutes, but the cherry tree no longer withered. Stella smiled. Well, this time the reply from the cherry tree had strength that was once lost. I greet our rescuers. Her gratitude knows no bounds. The cherry tree's voice was like the whisper of a gentle old man. Edna looked around. I was told the hero is here. The hero lies within, nursing his curse. The hero is cursed. Edna recited from experience. His soul feels as if he's wrestling against the darkness. There is demonic poisoning within his soul, a curse that tainted his soul, a mark that blemished his once pristine soul's spring. He may even have voices in his mind, whispering demonic words. You have seen this sickness. Edna felt the cherry tree's surprise through their root connection. The knight grinned in amusement. Things repeated. She understood why Ian once said that what was possible is pretty much a certainty to occur. Once they visited enough worlds, it was inevitable that they would meet those with similar circumstances. We have someone that can heal the curse. Edna looked at Stella. We need Lumuf here. Stella caught on it. The rift gate opened, though momentarily Edna detected the cherry tree's defensiveness. It must have suspected this was the demon's work. The priest stepped through the rift gate, and the earth itself around them seemed to spring forth with life. Plants, grass spawned as if spurred on by the world itself, and the cherry tree's buds bloomed. What was a destroyed field turned into a field of young grass. Well, where is the patient? Lumuf asked. Within, the cherry tree answered, and Lumuf nodded. The cherry tree's bark bent magically, and a door opened. Secret hideout, Lumuf said as he approached the room. It was a tiny space, much smaller than the labyrinth within Ian's true body. Edna followed closely behind and saw an elvish man strapped to tree vines. One side of his arm turned black from the effects of the curse, a familiar old rot from a far older time. She saw something similar in Ian's dream academy. Lumuf touched the elvish man, and he felt Lumuf's domain focus. It was instantaneous, because Lumuf's energies grabbed something within the elf hero and pulled. The demon's curse was ejected forcefully, a festering parasite that Lumuf grabbed and pulled out of his soul. It immediately transformed and attempted to take the form of some kind of demonic spawn. Edna's blade was through the spawn's body, and her shining blade destroyed it instantly. The removal of the demon's curse restored health to the elven hero instantly, as the darkened skin on the hero's body regained color. His face that was once in pain instantly relaxed. Lumuf, Edna, and Stella stood and allowed the hero to sleep. Well, I was told there are many other worlds like this. Lumuf looked at Stella as the 3 domain holders rested outside the cherry tree. Should you start moving? Stella shrugged. Well, yes, but we couldn't leave things in their current state here. And since we're familiar with this place already, we might as well finish what we started. You are like us. The cherry tree spoke abruptly. Lumuf stopped. Yes, I did not introduce ourselves. We are from the Valtrian Order, and we are an organization that aims to defeat the demons across the multiverse. We were asked to come here to shore up the locals' defenses as the old god's presence fades. You are a tree, the cherry tree emphasized. Edna and Stella chuckled. Lumuf shook his head. I'm not a tree, I am merely the avatar of one. There is no difference. Oh, there is a huge difference, Lumuf countered. We have authorization for deployment. Lausanne sat quietly in the vast meeting room when the commander and strategist presented the layout. Our destination is Landas, and based on the map retrieved, these are the identified settlements. Each team of 10 will visit 30 locations, defeat demons, rescue survivors, help restore some basic semblance of civilization, and report back. Lausanne nodded as the teams of 10 were formed. All in all, there were 20 teams. Nice to see you again, Eben. Lausanne smiled. Eben, the Yonic battle knight, shook her hand. Glad to serve with you. It's been a long time. Eben served as a knight for many decades, though he did take a break, but he was also one of those who was stuck in the high-level 130s to 140s, unable to push on. Then a centaur approached. Arjun, you're on our team too? Arjun nodded. Hallowed company indeed. Ian's princess and the old black knight. The centaur peeked behind Lausanne to find another woman. And a matriarch. Lausanne turned and bowed before matriarch Hoya. I was not aware you are participating in this round of exploration. Hoya smiled gently. There are younger priests to handle affairs on Treehome, and things are stable here. How could I resist diving into the deep end and see what it is like? I would have to trouble the rest of you to be my bodyguard. Lausanne chuckled. Hoya was a triology matriarch that served for decades, and she doubted the woman needed protection. Not with her own natural set of blessings. 6 other Valthorns joined the 4, and they were all in the level 125 and above. It was the first run for most of them. The announcement came immediately that evening. All right, the node tree was deployed. Get ready for transport. Equipment ready. Final checks. Lausanne checked her own backpack and her spears. Her group would be led by Eben. He was technically the most experienced one here, with a long history of deployments to strange new worlds. Eben glanced at his team, and they all indicated their readiness. Well, let's go. About 250 will be teleported over to Landas, but 50 of them will be around the node tree in the outskirts of Nunarnusk. Good luck. Another survivor here, Hoya said as she helped a young boy out of the hole. There was something about visiting a world where death is so commonplace that survivors seem like a miracle. Lausanne wondered how the boy survived in that hole, but such perilous circumstances often seem to create miracles. Are you angels sent by the gods? The young boy asked when he was much better. It almost seemed like all of them were surrounded by a halo. Lausanne shook her head, even though she could see why the boy thought so. No. She remembered that conversation with Kay, how she was a hero in her eyes. She looked around at her team and saw they too had similar emotions. No matter what they said, in the eyes of these survivors, the team were heroes. All right, let's send them to Rosker. We need to keep moving. More places to go. Eben commanded. This was their 6th location, and almost all of them were just ruins. Most survivors lucked out, somehow trapped under rubble but not yet dead. The others hid and ran. The rangers found many survivors this way, hiding in what remains of the forests, in caves or holes throughout the land. Of the marked locations, they found a few somewhat intact cities. These cities and towns were all lucky, because long ago the heroes left defensive items for them. Some ruins were just filled with dead people, dead for years, if not decades. The 7th location was a field of death. Destruction claimed the land from long ago that plants began to grow from the ashes. This is what our world could be like, Hoya said quietly. Arjun merely tapped the matriarch's shoulder. Don't dwell on it for too long, priestess. Our focus is on rescuing survivors if any remain. Lausanne remembered a similar scene on the eastern continent. The demons didn't get a chance to destroy freely because Ian existed. If the locals could not defend themselves, the solution was obvious. Ian needed to be everywhere. They needed to be everywhere. Lausanne realized later that day that being everywhere was a lot harder than they expected. They covered 11 locations that day and gave themselves 4 hours to rest. They would need to keep moving. What? Hoya said, but we just came here. The 7 surviving domain holders had to split up and formed 3 teams. Edna and Stella left Landas behind and arrived in the next world. Lumuf and Kaffa were sent to another one. Johan, Rune, and Ezar to the 4th peripheral world. All 3 teams found more worlds at stake. All these worlds were under attack by the Demon Kings. Some were almost all lost, and in others, the heroes were significantly less and weaker from their earlier days. They were weakened because the demons employed demonic curses extensively in all these worlds. Demonic parasites, demonic curses were found even in lesser beings, but these lesser beings died quickly. They are pulling the teams there already. Hoya's exasperation was immediate. Don't we have people on Treehome? Too low-leveled. Eben countered. The Valtrian Order as a whole had about 3,000 level 100 and above individuals. A huge amount that meant the Valtrian Order far outclassed the powers of every other party in Treehome, Mountain World, and Three Worlds combined. It was, in every sense of the word, a monumental sum, a fighting force to fear, but about 1/3 of these are non-combat classes: crafters, enchanters, builders, merchants and lords, mage researchers, trainers and teachers. So effectively, only 2,000 level 100 individuals that were ready for deployment. There was also a need to maintain standing forces on Three World, Mountain World, and Tropics World. These three-world security situation required a larger staff strength. That eliminated another 1,000 or so level 100 individuals from deployment. If they stretched it, they could reduce the number to 500. So at any one point, only about 1,000 to 1,500 or so level 100s could be deployed as an expeditionary or peacekeeping force, supported by a larger population of lower-leveled Valthorns. The high-level math was obvious. If there are 15 worlds like this, we can only deploy about 70 to 100 level 100 individuals per world. It seemed like a big number, but each of these worlds were large places. These 70 Valthorns would definitely turn the tide and trivialize all lesser threats wherever they went, but they couldn't be everywhere. It wasn't large enough to cover all the places that needed help. The team sat and processed Eben's update. Lozan looked around them and wondered whether there were enough of them to reach these worlds in time. Let's keep going. We might have to depart for another world once we're done here too. They visited location after location in a rush, and finally when they stopped at the last marked location, Lozan stood over a corpse that was still warm. A young elven woman gored to death by demons. Maybe if they reached the place an hour earlier, she would've lived. No use thinking about it. Eben sat next to Lozan as they ate some of their rations. There were few animals or wild creatures to hunt for food, and most forests were destroyed. The surviving cities all had their own specialized farms, supported by their local druids and farmers. We just have to keep going. Lozan didn't like the feeling of helplessness. What price would she pay if she could save more people? No, what would she sacrifice to end this war? Maybe that was Ian's question. She knew Ian sensed it all. Ian could see this. He absorbs the spirits of the dead by the hundreds, thousands, maybe even millions. Why would he not make a deal with the devil to end this slaughter? How many of us are left on Landas? Lozan asked. 6 teams remaining. The other 14 have been summoned to leave for the other worlds. More are getting ready. Lozan looked around them. Hoya helped some of the injured with her healing powers. Her blend of priestly and familiar powers meant she could fix most injuries instantaneously. All right, Lumuf and Kafa have left the world. Eben said suddenly. It was a matter-of-fact update. Wait, it's been barely a few days, Lozan thought. Their world was in such terrible shape that there wasn't much left to help. Eben recited the communications that came through the network. Updates on the peripheral worlds were given regularly to each of the team leaders, along with updates on the domain holder movements. Did they deploy a node? No, not yet. Eben countered. What are our orders now? Lozan wondered as one of the druids helped create a reinforced wooden rampart for the survivors. They would survive. They've eliminated almost all the demons they could find. None yet. At this point, Treehome commands leaving it up to the rest of us team leaders to decide what to do. Eben nodded. The elf hero's in Treehome for now, so the hero's retaliation will have to wait until he returns. Let me talk to the rest of them and build a strike force. Novorosk in Freshka, Treehome. Everything about the place was surreal. Novorosk looked around and had never seen a city like it. It was massive and filled with creatures, talking lizards and horse people, but more importantly were the people that came along with him, people he didn't think he'd ever see. Novorosk of Rosker couldn't believe the people he met. Yurei the hero, the elf man, was gorgeous. He had features of the high elves, long light blonde hair that was till his waist, elvish ears, and handsome features that made the females present stare. He sighed, and somehow he managed to look good while sighing. Yes, not a good one. I am Samuel, or since I've come here, I go by the name Samahiro. This way. There were chauffeurs, attendants that led the group of 20 or so leaders of Landas to a large tunnel. The city was overwhelming to them, and all of them were dazed. Novorosk looked at the mass of people and immediately wondered how they were fed and housed, except Samuel, who looked at the city wistfully, as if remembering a life before his current one. Novorosk was next to a lady with pale gray skin and equally gray hair. Among the elves, they were sometimes referred to as the Drow, but they referred to themselves as the Elves of the Night. The woman and Novorosk exchanged glances, as if sizing each other up. Commander Argo, the leader of the White Elves of Nunarnusk, greeted the rest of them. The fact that so many senior members of the various elven cities could gather made the commander look as if he wanted to cry. Are you all right, Commander Argo? Novorosk asked out of concern. He rubbed his eyes. I just cannot help but feel a little teary that the leaders of the various elven cities are allowed to meet under much gentler circumstances. This moment should be recorded. The first gathering of the elven leaders after a period of darkness. The woman was surprised. I believe it is too hasty to consider it the end of darkness. That statement made the rest of them freeze. It was true that they now have hope, but they were not out of the darkness yet. Samuel, the elven hero, laughed. Look around us, lady. We are in an entirely different world, and we face a force clearly geared for war. If this is not the end of the darkness, then what evidence do you need? At that moment, a woman in a dark green uniform stepped out of a gigantic door. Greetings. Ian is ready to see you now. Hero Samuel, you will have an additional, separate session after the meeting. The beetle led them underground, through tunnels and vines, but strangely, it felt as if the earth's pulse gained strength. The blood elves of Rosker were particularly sensitive to energy flows, particularly spiritual energy. It is spiritual energies that powered their blood runes and blood marks, and so the overwhelming presence of spiritual energy in the tunnels was a strange surprise. What's going to happen? The night elven woman asked the uniformed lady. You will meet our god, the leader of the Ionic pantheon. The night elf frowned, as if there was disbelief. They then saw the valley with the pulsing trees and the flowing energies. The place pulsed, as if each of the trees possessed a heartbeat. There were streaks of light, as if the stars and meteors were trapped in the trees themselves. We are here. The beetles stopped in a gigantic courtyard, and in front of them was the biggest tree they have ever seen. Then he felt it. His attempts to look at the tree was met with a sensation as if a million eyes were upon him. His mind was immediately sucked into a maze of trees, and he felt lost. Novelrecap didn't know how long he was in there, but then. You all right? Samuel asked. Novelrecap suddenly felt himself pulled out of the maze, but what replaced it was immediately a sense of scale. He looked at the tree and thought for a moment like he was looking at trees in other places, and the more he tried to look at it, the more he felt like his mind was being pulled apart. His knees buckled, and quickly he averted his gaze. The rest of them stared at the tree, and only to all kneel, their heads unable to look at the tree anymore. Greetings. Voice was in their head, and Novelrecap felt his skin tremble. His hair stood on its end, as if that voice whispered right next to him, from both his ears at the same time. No, it was as if a choir spoke to him all at once. Samuel the hero heard the voice too and looked around as if searching. Greetings, who are we speaking to? I am Ian, the gigantic tree right in front of you. Welcome to my valley. I have asked my people to bring you here for many reasons. Mainly, I ask for your cooperation. Samuel was the only one who could look back at the tree. Novelrecap's attempts to even glance at its roots immediately awakened that feeling from before. How? Why? The lady mentioned that the tree was everywhere, and yet in this valley, why was the sensation so intense? Anything you command. Novelrecap answered, as if his soul compelled himself to answer. Just being here imprinted the tree's presence in his soul. He would never forget. What is it? Samuel asked. I will establish the Valtrian order on your world of Landas. We will help you rebuild if you let us. But we will also ask some among you to fight for us, and we will choose those willing and talented among you to take this fight beyond your world and further into the stars. Novelrecap realized then that this was a conscription. Ian intended to turn their world into one that supplied soldiers. Who are we fighting? Samuel asked. The demons, of course. The night elven woman asked. Are you sent by the gods? There was a moment of silence before the tree answered into their minds. Your old gods are drifting away. I am here to take their place. Samuel was the only one standing. Why? Time and expansion of the multiverse. Novelrecap didn't understand it, but Samuel did. He looked at the tree and sighed. Can you send me back home? No. I'm not the one that brought you here, and so I cannot send you back. Then who did? Samuel asked. Hero Samuel. You will have another session later to speak to me privately, and with some other individuals that you will work with if you choose to cooperate with us. To the rest of you, do you agree to assist my people as we settle in your world? The night elven lady answered. I cannot decide on the behalf of the rest of my people, but I will try my best to convince them to agree. The rest of them nodded without hesitation. Yes. Novelrecap wondered how much of their answer was fear. They were ants, and the tree in front of them was the finger of God and could crush them if it so wished. It was a sensation he couldn't shake. A savior has come to their world, but their world will be reshaped in their savior's image. The guide helped the rest of them out, and they were all relieved to be brought far, far away from the gigantic tree. This will be a better life for his people. For most of them, as the beetle brought them out of the valley and into the larger city, he realized that they now have a hope to live a life like they once did, and better. The various elven empires would be remade from what was left behind. For most of them, this will lead them to prosperity. But he also noticed the soldiers of Tree. The short-eared men and women, lizard people and horse people, all draped in weapons. They were strong, but he saw in their eyes a look he recognized. These were people who lived a life of war, never-ending war. Some of his own people will have to make the sacrifice for the rest of them. They will be transformed into pawns to be deployed where the tree saw fit. Some of them will be expendable pieces. It is a sacrifice. The few will have to bear the burdens of the many. Novelrecap looked at the prosperity outside of the beetle carriage's windows and felt the imprint in his soul. If asked, he will be the first to raise his hand. Ian. The elven hero fidgeted quietly. He was nervous and he had a lot of questions, but I decided to ask mine first. I wanted to hear from him directly. How did your first battle with the Demon King go? Samuel paused and shook his head. Bad. The Demon King was some kind of flying demon while I'm an archer. It should have been a decent matchup, but the Demon King's armor was so strong, and he possessed so many poisoned axes. All Demon King's attacks are poisoned to some degree. It is the nature of their energy. The demonic curse infects all that survive their attacks. I briefly remembered that I was even poisoned by the demon's curse in the first few decades in this world, and it took years to remove it. The second time I was cursed, it was from the demonic mana, and that required my domain to free myself from its effects. Samuel didn't know that. Really, are there no surviving records in Landas? Samuel shook his head. I'm not sure, and I also didn't think about it. There were no one left to man their stores or archives. The elven nation was battered when I came, and the demon king struck when I was only around level 90. I was not ready. That was plausible. If the gods summoned teenagers, they might lack life experience. If they summoned teenagers who didn't have much agency and mostly went along with the flow, they likely would not think too much about their strategy and would not seek out information. At that point, I introduced the 4 heroes. I teleported them in via my ability. Samuel, let me introduce the 4 that will now assist you. Adrian from Mountain World, Kefri from Three World, and Colette and Prabhu. They are fellow heroes. Samuel's eyes brightened, and his own senses immediately detected that they were like him. Colette stared at Samuel and immediately said, "Wow, you're so pretty. You're even more pretty than all the other elves I've seen. You're like what I imagine an elf should look like." Kefri nodded furiously. "You look like a doll." Samuel blushed. I am sorry. This is the look they gave me. I didn't look like this originally, but..." Kefri cursed. Her annoyance at her appearance never faded. "You lucky bastard. They made you a beautiful elf. They made me into this scorpion shit." Samuel sighed. "Milady, I wish we could have traded places. This form did nothing but harm to me. The unwanted attention from the native elves just made life hard. I know we just met, but to me, suffering from this ugly-ass shit form that sounds like ugh," Kefri countered. "One." At that point, Kefri asked. "The rest of them are exploring. Can they come back after they've done the initial exploring? I think this pretty boy still needs to gain some levels. He feels kinda low level." Kefri countered. "Acceptable. We may choose to liberate Landas once the rest of my domain holders visit all the 15 worlds." At that point, Samuel interjected. "Sorry, what is this about 15 worlds?" Colette answered. "The gods intend to abandon 15 worlds, so Ian's tasked with taking over. Short, there's been a big-ass mess that's got out of control, and these guys are the professional cleaning crew sent in to take over." "Shit, how can they do that?" "Apparently not much of a choice." Colette said, "Gods have a limited range." Samuel sat there and looked at the other 4. "If the 4 of you are here, it means there's no way back, isn't it?" Colette shook her head. "Death. The spirits of the dead heroes tell us death leads us back home." The elf hero stared. "How?" At that point, a Valthorn centaur guide appeared. The centaur spoke. "The journal room awaits." The elf hero touched the journal as expected, and for a moment, all was well once more. "Lausanne, Landas. Found them?" Lausanne spoke over message. She was high up on a tree that she made, and she saw the flying demons in the distance. The operatives, spread all over the world of Landas, reached most of the known cities over the past 2 months. Death in demon form came to 2/3 of them, and only 1/3 of the known cities remain as actual habited locations. The rest were ruins, dead, destroyed. It was sobering, but it steeled her determination. No, it steeled everyone's determination. Sites of thoroughly ruined cities, cities where survivors died because no one came to help them, reminded them of a state possible if they fell. The devastation brought back memories of all her earlier campaigns. The Order is ruthless. The Order is sometimes cruel. The Order can be callous. There were sacrifices made for power, but all this merely reminded them that their cause is true. This was an enemy they must defeat. Team leader Eben landed next to her, then a mage followed. The mage created spears of ice that flew towards the flying demons, and they died instantly. "All right, let's move. The desert's not going to clean them up themselves," Eben answered as the Valthorn force landed closer. The Valthorn's extensive counterattack brought a moment of quiet to the cities, while Valthorn druids and operatives constructed new defensive formations. The now destroyed city of Chersky, and home of the sacred cherry, became the new home of Ian's node. There was already a small force of builders constructing fortifications. An army of beetles and spiders marched behind them, beetles outfitted with projectile weapons, fired from the abdomen. They have quite a few deserts to clear, before the heroes attempted to battle the Demon King, now hidden deep within the tunnel to the core. The Demon King's journey to the core would take a few years. Edna and Stella, the second peripheral world of Saropi. Edna and Stella arrived in a world of fire and ice. Plumes of smoke from volcanoes poured into the sky above. Demons were everywhere. The first habitation they found was a group of lavipopple. They were humanoids, but with skin resembling fresh lava. They built their homes in a cave where rivers of lava flowed. The demons were of the traditional kind, fiery, with horns of flame, wings of flame, and axes of flames, accompanied their fire-breathing Cerberus and hellhounds. They were a terrible matchup for the lavipopple. The lavipopple's fire weapons were resisted by the demons, while the demons overpowered the lavipopple with sheer brute force. From the lavipopple, or as they called themselves, the Arpic, Edna and Stella then learned of the snow people, the Sarojak, the people who were once the lavipopple's mortal enemies, but they've found peace with each other after a while. It significantly helped that the two races of the world of Saropi did not really contest the same territories. The snow people live in the cold poles of the world, while the lava people live in the warm central bands, and the areas where they intersected were populated by the mixed bloods, known as the Cam. The Cam were sort of pariahs to the two sides, who preferred the purity of their own race. The Cam were people that resembled humans, and unlike the snow people who retained some innate control over the powers of ice, or the lava people who had innate control over fire, the Cam had none. Still, as Edna and Stella surveyed the land, they eventually visited the snow people, and found that many of the snow people's great cities and nations remain unscathed. The fire demons that so easily overpowered the lava people were weakened by the hailstorms and blizzards of the coldlands, and were easy pickings for the Sarljuk defenders. Even the demon champions were battered by the strong blizzards, and the strong natural coldness severely hampered their ability to expand into the cold north and south. Instead, after the victory, the demon king dug into the depths. It had not succeeded in claiming the world yet, but it would happen eventually. Prosperous Sarljuks and a battered, impoverished Arpiks. The Sarljuks saw no reason to help the Arpiks in their warm, volcano-filled lands. It was also a land that was disadvantageous. They were weakened by the heat of the central lands. Life is unfair, Stella said at the end of their visits. It always is, Edna said. Let's help the Lavipopple and the Cam and well end it there. The Sarljuks don't need us. Stella nodded. Selfishness, Stella said. It seems it is a common thing throughout society everywhere. Edna nodded, but the Sarljuk had their own reasons. The warm lands of the Aprics were not friendly to the Sarljuk. It won't be the last we see, Edna said, but let us keep moving to the others. They didn't have much time to spend here, not yet anyway. They needed to complete a quick reconnaissance of the remaining worlds. Only then, the Order can form a coherent strategy on how and where to place the rest of Ian's nodes, clones, and the rest of the Valtrian forces. The third peripheral world, the Dead World. Lumuf landed in the third peripheral world only to find a world without survivors. This was a dead world. There was no one here, and as far as he extended his senses, it was all demons. It was a world at the very edge of full conversion into a demon world, not a whiff of mortals. He sighed and spoke to Stella. Send me elsewhere. Already, this world is dying. I sense no survivors. Are you sure? Stella said through their shared communication network. Lumuf spent another few days scouring the world and found nothing. Ruins, death, corpses that were easily a decade old. There were some trees, some vegetation that survived the destruction wrought by the flying fire demons. Is it me, or are there a lot of flying and fire-type demons? Lumuf asked. Stella, are you going to investigate the originating demon worlds? Later, Stella said, still moving. Lumuf looked at his partner for this mission. How was your stint on Delvigard? Kaffa shrugged. Nothing much. I'm glad to be reassigned to the front lines. Delvigard is the front lines. Lumuf laughed. Not for me. It is for the Dwarven lords and perhaps alchemist Alka. A pity. Alka would have loved the place, or hated it because it has too many damned dwarves. Kaffa related with the response and chuckled along. I feel that way whenever I am in Wetport Lapule. That's racism against your own kind. The priest teased. I didn't say our kind is without flaws. Kaffa smiled. There wasn't much to do in this world except destroying demons, so the two domain holders took the time to catch up and chat. Nothing threatened them. 10 demon champions were nothing before a level 200 avatar. My people are still changing, and it will take a few generations. The priest understood it keenly. The hearts of the people are often hard to change. He could preach the truth, show the evidence, and some of their hearts would still deny it. The heart believes in what it believes, and it is a primal thing. It is why the Central Continent's priests in the Order tried very hard to reach the young children and embed their values as soon as possible. It is something the parents resisted. After all, some of them believed the children should be free to make their own minds. But Lumuf, as an avatar of a rising god, saw it differently. The truth in the heart of the people needed to fit reality. The beliefs they hold must match the society's needs and wants. They tried to step in where possible, and it is why orphans were so often roped into their circle of influence. It's an area where Lumuf frequently disagreed with Stella, who believed in the independence of mind. Thankfully, Stella was a void mage, and her views did not affect how the trilogy approached the issue of education and shaping society's cultural zeitgeist. They had to. Perhaps someday, Stella's view of the world could come true. A world where beliefs develop organically. A wartime government has no choice but to make choices differently compared to the government of a world with no existential threats. Lumuf believed in it wholeheartedly, and that all of them, even Stella, are wartime leaders. Do you think the Delvigard dwarves will fold obediently, or will it be violent? Lumuf asked. Generally, I expect it to be violent, Kaffa countered. The craft kings of Delvigard won't give up their supremacy so easily. Should we just kidnap them and spare the world of Delvigard from an unnecessary war? Lumuf proposed. Kaffa stared back at the priest. He was unable to answer. Lumuf could feel the lizard warrior weighing the odds. A war would have tremendous casualties, and in most cases, unnecessary. A kidnapping in the background by a sneaky, hidden group like them would truly enable them to get around and avoid such conflicts, especially if a transfer of power could happen peacefully, or if these craft kings realize where they stand along the true scales of power. The lizard warrior side. I admit kidnapping the leaders and forcing them to bend the knee may be the wiser choice, but I cannot help but feel extremely uncomfortable with it. Maybe it was his class. A warrior class did not sit well with such clandestine methods. Their ethos is excellence through combat, but a priest is a type of subversive class. The natural state of the priest class is to change minds without violence, to convert others. The avatar patted the lizardman's shoulder. It's hard to make such choices, isn't it? Lumuf pointed to the world around them, and then the portal world opened before them. There was nothing else to do on this world, other than to destroy the Demon King. With that knowledge, it was time to move on, time to go. The fourth world. The Drake world Capra Turban. Rune, Johann, and Ezar arrived in a world and felt the similar presence of demons in the air. The environment around them was filled with rocky spires and deep valleys, and the energy levels in the air seemed to match the shape of the terrain. At the bottom of the valleys were usually fields of dark rocks filled with bugs that survived off the things that fell down or raging rivers. It was a land meant for flying creatures, and it just so happened that the demons responded with flying demons of their own. They were the type of flying demons also found on Ulara. Well, we're bumping into more of these buggers. Well, damn, I dislike flyers. Ezar cursed as he immediately sensed the presence of demons in the air. Without Stella around, they have to rely on their movement abilities, but the mountainous terrain was not meant for sprinting. They would be hopping from spire to spire, since their levitation and flight artifacts would not last that long. The spires were everywhere, as if the earth itself protruded out of the ground like thorns, covered in small vegetation and bushes. Demon King. Rune frowned, and they spotted the Demon King quite a distance away. Let's get some distance between us. The Demon King of Turban was a gigantic flying dragon with two large heads, both blasting the terrain with its energy attacks. The three quickly fled the confrontation with the Demon King. It wasn't time yet, not with their lack of knowledge. As they explored the rest of the mountainous world, the three eventually discovered the natives of the world. The natives were a type of goat people that rode drakes of their own. These goat people lived along the cliffs and made homes in caves and crevices along the cliff walls. Their society was similar to villages and towns, stuck in the standardized medieval era. Capra, the goat people, and they rode the domesticated drakes. Drakes, or the domesticated variants, were friendly smaller drakes that have grown used to the goat people's lives. The more worlds we see, the more I wonder why everyone's weapons and development seem to be stuck in this particular era. Johann said as he rode his own flying dragon. His flying dragon was hugely interesting to the Capra. The first sight of Johann, they immediately bowed to him as if he was the next incarnation of their hero. The heroes of the Capra were legendary drake riders, and the old gods granted the heroes an ability to supercharge their partner drakes that even allowed those flying drakes to transform into larger dragons, and also strangely into humanoid forms. For male heroes, apparently the drakes would take on a female form, while the opposite was true. Rune thought the gods meddling with the sexes of their partner dragons to be rather disgusting, and even wondered if this was a form of honey trap or honeypot. The heroes of the Capra world could also take on human forms, on top of their Capran forms. They landed on what looked to be one of the larger populated cliffs, and immediately noticed the huge magical protections covering the cliff. There was also a massive illusionary magical formation that hid the cliffs from the demons, powered by hero items. So there were no heroes in the last 30 years. Johann, Ezar, and Rune stood as they were welcomed to the Capran Cliff Lord's home. It was a fairly small place, but the lush decorations of the room made it feel much bigger. No, the Capran Cliff Lord answered. Our god and benefactor, Hawa, has not responded to our prayers since 2 decades ago, but we cling faithfully and continue to pour our prayers into these ancient items left behind by the heroes that came since time immemorial. Rune heard the updates from Lumuf and Edna. This was a common occurrence for the peripheral worlds. They are peripheral worlds for a reason, and the distance from their protector gods meant they didn't get much protection. At this distance, it must cost too much to inform the Caprans of their doomed fate. The flying demon drakes of Capran, the same type as those on Ulara, found Capran to be incredibly suitable and made those same cliffs into the demon nests. The magical energies of Capran seemed to be correlated to the height of the cliffs. The tallest mountains seemed to have stronger ley lines, and so the demons were naturally drawn to them. In the same manner, the old Caprans also found these tall mountains to be places where they could grow and breed strong drakes. The Caprans thus fought against the demons for control of their strongest cliffs, though that war was mostly lost over the last 3 decades. Why didn't the Demon King dig underneath the earth after these 30 years? Johann asked. The Caprans didn't know the Demon King did that, so they had no answer. but the three domain holders glanced at each other and thought about it. Maybe it wasn't ready, Rune wondered. Or is it searching for something? Or it needs more hero souls? Ezar countered. You know, like what's written and recorded during the Rotterdlands incident. The Demon King killed the heroes, collected the hero souls, and used it to poison the earth. Rune and Johann glanced at each other. So you're saying the Demon King has not killed enough heroes to start digging? Maybe, if the core's resistance is strong enough. Ezar proposed. There seems to be some kind of resistance from the core, maybe not super strong, but enough that a Demon King won't attempt to dig to the core until it possesses sufficient kills. I want to say it doesn't make sense, but at the same time, maybe there is some variability in the Demon King's range of abilities. Johann frowned. If that's true, that is a good sign and may explain why the demons sometimes seem to just wait it out. If it's true, it does feel a bit too good to be true. Ezar countered. There is probably a limited number of abilities the demons could cram into the normal-sized Demon Kings. Think about it, these Demon Kings are immensely powerful, and from what we know of the powers of creatures, there has to be a trade-off somewhere. A combat-focused Demon King or a corruption-focused Demon King may not be as well equipped as a Demon King designed to take over a core. It would be a sensible trade-off to make too. Johann went along with Ezar's thought process. If Demon Kings could capture hero souls and use their own energies to power the planetary corruption. It explains why both Adrian and Kelly were not killed, but rather captured when we found them back on Mountain World. Sorry, may I know what you three are talking about? The Capran Cliff Lord interjected. Our apologies, we were merely lost in thought. Ezar politely apologized. We mean no offense. The Capran Cliff Lord didn't dare to be offended. Johann's beautiful dragon was a powerful beast that signified the rider's immense position. Such a unique beast could only have an equally powerful master. So he was polite in response. It is nothing. It must be important if it merits the great master of the beast to think about it so seriously. The three domain holders accepted the hospitality offered by the Caprans, though they found their choice of food mostly unappealing. The Caprans seemed to pride themselves on all different sorts of cultivated grasses, weeds, and plants as delicacies. They did not eat meat at all. They were pure vegetarians, and Capran cooking was mainly through seasoning the various types of grasses, weeds, and plants with sauces derived from fruits. It was odd, but they ate a little anyway, if only not to insult their hosts. But they did find something amusing. Their drakes were fed on special types of fruit. Ian would love this, Rune said as he picked up the strange fruits. They were meaty fruits. They had a tough, stringy texture that looked, felt, and tasted like meat. It was as if nature created its own natural plant-based meat. We should ask for one for the biolab. Johann's dragon tried one and seemed to enjoy the taste. He was given seconds and thirds. The place that you come front, there is no drakefruit tree. The Caprans were very amused because the drakefruit's sole purpose was to feed the drakes. There were sub-variants to the drakefruits, such as those infused with more magic so that the drakes gained additional magical properties, or those that gave the drakes extra armor, stronger claws, and so on. In the good old days, the Cliff's drake breeders competed on training the best drakes, with the best combination of magical properties. It would please us if you could give us a small sapling of these drakefruits. Johann asked, and given his status as a dragon rider, his request was as good as a command. They gave Johann 3 saplings, each a different subvariant. They would be sent back to Treehome where they would be properly studied. Johann wanted to ask for some drake eggs too, but he knew his own dragon seemed fairly possessive and like a jealous pet would show some attitude. With nothing else to do in this cliff town, the trio went on their way. The trio soon visited a few more cliff towns and rescued a few of them from champion-class attacks. The Demon King was just roaming about, as if the presence of the natives were nothing. It was puzzling behavior. Why did it not eradicate the natives? Was it to farm more hero souls? If so, it would be risky to deploy heroes on worlds where the Demon King wanted to find heroes. Landas. Lausanne watched as the rest of the 8th demonic nest was destroyed by the army of beetles. Thave launched attacks relentlessly, and the mages worked tirelessly to send them from battlefield to battlefield. Portals were extremely powerful. They invalidated traditional limitations of space and expanded the operating range. For warriors like the Valthorns and their augmented bodies, they could fight as if their stamina was almost limitless. 6 more nests, and all that's left is the Demon King. There were still smaller pockets of demonic nests, but with the major nests removed, the frequency of the demonic raids on the surviving cities reduced tremendously. Yet the Demon King's behavior on Landas was strange. The Demon King ignored the cursed hero. Lausanne wondered why. Perhaps it either concluded that the elven hero was not a threat, and so decided to bury underground. But the data contradicted how certain Demon Kings on other worlds seemed to wait forever before starting its dig, but their presence brought a huge sense of relief to the 5 elven races of Landas. Almost all of them were sent to Treehome to meet with Ian, and when they returned they found a world not at war. Mostly. It took another 3 months, but Lausanne and the rest of them finally crushed all the major demonic nests, and all that was left was the Demon King. The hero still needed time to prepare, but for the rest of Landas, an era of peace had finally come. The magical interference vanished, and with it, the ancient magical communication networks between the various elven cities could be restored. The surviving elven cities began to reconnect with other nearby settlements, but fear still permeated the elves' lives. Many grew up being told not to venture too far. It would take some time for this foul memory to fade, but Lausanne felt joy. It made her happy to see the elves relaxing, a fuzzy feeling when the injured elves didn't have to rush back to the front line and were allowed to heal. She came to help the peripheral worlds heal and was eager to move to the next one. Well, where to? The fifth. Magisar, the fifth peripheral world. Materia Hudrot, Gorfort Tower Mage. Materia Hudrot watched as the magical shields were battered by the attacks from the demons. The fists and arms of the rock demons were strong, but she was a level 42 stone mage, and her shields would hold. This generation of demons had been a good matchup for her, and she gained many levels in the numerous skirmishes since then. Materia, duck. Materia pulled back. Her movement was propelled by manipulating the stones embedded within her robe, and a fireball barely grazed her hair and slammed into what appeared to be a rock golem. But at that moment she thought she saw a man with short white hair and wearing some kind of greenish robe. The fireball exploded and Materia panicked. Wait, I saw someone. Saw what? The rock demons came for them, but then there was not a trace of the man that she saw. Was she hallucinating? Pay attention. Materia's captain screamed as another fireball slammed into the rock demons. This destroyed the rock demon entirely. Materia, defense, got it. Materia shook her head briefly and her stone shields reappeared. She once again repositioned herself using the stones within her robe. Her stone levitation allowed her to drag her entire body along as she moved to help her teammates. A few more fireballs and a few stone bullets, and slowly, Materia and her 10 teammates brought down the small squadron of rock demons. Good job, the captain said, relieved that none of this team died. Materia looked back at the battlefield and she swore that she saw that old man. She walked into the location where she thought the man was but found nothing. There was absolutely no trace of the man, as if he was never there. Something on your mind, Materia? The captain asked. I thought I saw a man during the battle, but he vanished just as quickly. The captain walked closer to her and then grabbed her hand. That sounds like mana exhaustion, but no sign of mana exhaustion. Was I the only one that saw the man? Materia glanced around. No one else did. The only reason she saw it was exactly in front of her, but he vanished just as quickly. Where did he come from? No one answered her. The captain frowned. Materia, report back to the infirmary and have yourself subjected to tests by the life mage. She wanted to protest, but then she knew how this all looked like. Yes, sir. Lumuf landed on the fifth world and immediately had a fireball slam into his shield. It wasn't intentional, because the fireball hit the edges of the shield. There were demons everywhere, and there were strange mages fighting against them. The demons around Lumuf were gigantic rocky creatures made of a kind of sandstone rock. The demonic golems of brimstone and fire attempted to punch something in Lumuf's direction, but he vanished before they got him. Stella, can you avoid live battlefields when opening portals? Lumuf complained through their linked messaging system once he got out of his short-distance teleportation and landed a good distance away in what seemed to be a large valley filled with demons and a group of mages defending against them. The defenders were humans, but they all seemed pale. Lumuf briefly wondered if they were malnourished, but his senses soon realized this was their natural state. The humans, for once, were not exactly helpless. They all seemed like a decently experienced group of combatants, and they hurled magic freely. Magical fireballs and blasts of energy slammed into the demonic golems, and the explosions ripped the golem demons apart. The group of skinny humans huddled together. Lumuf watched as they shredded the last of the golem demons, and then checked their surroundings for more enemies. Lumuf's presence was shrouded in enough protective items and illusions that he was fairly certain they didn't see him. Kaffa popped out of the portal a few minutes later. Sorry I am late, did I miss something? Thankfully, he was also protected by his protections that most likely would not have noticed him. Lumuf and Kaffa continued to follow the group of mages back that eventually led to a steep mountain. At the peak of that mountain was a magical structure that floated above the skies, a magical creation. The mountain wasn't totally bare. It was filled with some small trees and vegetation, though Lumuf immediately noticed the encroaching presence of demonic hybrids in small patches all over the place. He would have to investigate that later and get a better read on the world's state. But for now, he directed his attention towards the floating structure, a city suspended midair by magic. That is quite impressive, Lumuf said. He activated his spiritual sight and immediately noticed the presence of magical energies from the ground below. There was a faint taste of the hero's presence in the magical structures beneath the floating castle and multiple magical protections. Seems like they used ley lines to power a levitation formation and kept their city protected from the demons. Ley lines that were fading. The group of magicians regrouped somewhere near the bottom of the castle, and then Lumuf heard them curse. What's taking them so long to activate the teleportation formation? One of the humans that appeared to be the leader of the group began to talk. One of the other mages then teased. Probably one of the mages sleeping on the job. Really, I'll give that guy a good sounding once I get back. Lumuf looked at Kaffa and then back at the flying castle. Think we can get in? Kaffa shrugged, but knew it was a rhetorical question. The real question wasn't whether they could, but which method would serve their interest best. So Kaffa responded with a silly question of his own. Do you want to jump in or do you want me to throw you in? Lumuf laughed and then pointed. Let's just watch. They are not the only group, Lumuf said as he felt the presence of more people through the plants and trees around them. I sense more people coming here. Kaffa turned around and tried to focus his own senses. That plant sense of yours is overpowered as hell. You can be a tree man if you want. Lumuf smiled. It's surprisingly nice to have Ian right next to me all the time. Kaffa shook his head in horror. I'll take that back. Well, let's see what these guys are up to. There were 6 other small groups, all mages just like the first group. They felt like mages because of how their mana poured out of their spirit, and the spiritual lines that facilitated magic use were most pronounced. A common feature when mana use was high, and something Lumuf seen often in their own mages and wizards. Still waiting for the teleport, the other groups arrived and quickly asked. They were all slender-looking mages, and all wore some kind uniform made of knitted leather and wool. Yeah, it's taking a damn while. Are the charge crystals malfunctioning again? One of the other mages from the third party asked. How'd I know? But that would explain why we're stuck here. Glad to see you guys all in one piece. The mage leader from the very first party smiled. Just usual rock demons wed live. A fourth party returned, and Lumuf noticed this party carrying far more things. He continued to observe their interactions. What happened? Our usual forage run is interrupted by rock demons, and one of my guys is an idiot, the fourth party leader explained. There was a corpse, he's dead, but we hauled his body back for his family. The rest sighed. Young ones should know better than to charge into a party of demons. Lumuf watched and he felt it. The threat of magic in the air was something he could sense innately, and so he activated his invisibility and walked closer to the group. The teleportation formation activated, and the group all vanished, pulled into the floating fortress above the mountain. Materia. You're fine, eyes appear normal, and there's no unusual mana presence along your mind or your spirit. The healer said. Healer, life mage. The distinction hardly existed in the Gorfort Tower. The rest of her team was already in the barracks dropping off their harvest for the day. I am, Materia muttered, but a second later she realized how ridiculous it all sounded. Of course I am fine. The healer and life mage promptly discharged her, and Materia decided it was time to go visit her own master. Her master's tower wasn't far from the place, so she stepped out of the infirmary and into the streets of Gorfort Tower's 4th floor. She glanced around, her feet sensed the vibrations of the stone used around Gorfort Tower, and noticed. Am I being followed? It can't be. She looked again and there's nothing there. Her stone sense was a strange skill, but it saved her life a few times. But why? Who would follow her? She walked anyway and went into her master's research tower. It was a small, cramped space. Space was very expensive in all the safe havens of Magisar. Did you manage to find what I asked? An older voice said once Materia stepped into the 3rd floor of the tiny tower. It belonged to a small, petite woman with not much muscles. Her appearance was tired, wrinkles were all over her body. Yes, I did. Materia checked her pouch and took out a piece of rock with stripes. The vein remains untouched for now. The older woman frowned as she also picked up the same rock, and then she began to examine it with a strange copper-colored contraption. This is no good. No good. It looks fine to me. Materia didn't want to believe it. Stupid disciple. Come closer. Look at the stripes. It's starting to show dark reddish spots. Materia's face was one of horror once she too noticed the presence of the tiny spots in the stripes, made visible through the copper contraption. The demon's magic is seeping into our usual mineral veins. The tower masters must. No, Materia was about to protest, but then she stopped. What? They know, disciple. They're just trying to figure out how bad it is and what can be done. They are not fools, despite all the arrogance they portray around the rest of you. The younger mage frowned. How much time do we have? That's why I sent you. The older woman pulled down a paper map suspended off a ceiling. The map was one of the wider surroundings, with the tower in the center. Around the tower were marked locations, each with a date. She snapped a finger and a wooden 5-stepped ladder came over, and she climbed up to the map. She began to write dates, and then, with a wooden abacus, began to calculate. It was a relatively simple mathematical extrapolation, based on the distance and dates of corruption, based on the last corrupted vein and the newest corruption vein, and the extrapolated to their current location. Think we have somewhere around 17 to 25 years before the ley lines underneath Gorford experience the demonic taint. That's not a lot of time. Materia countered. Not much, but not little either. The old woman sat down and then took out another copper bowl. She placed the rock into the copper bowl and then set it down. Well, let's go see all Junker and see whether he's got a different data set. Materia stared at the old woman. He's also looking into this. Of course he is. You think he spends his time flirting with his two beautiful disciples? No, he works them like hell. Materia chuckled lightly. Do you need me to go with you, master? Come. Magister Junker would spill a lot more secrets if you were around. He's not interested in old hags like me anymore. The younger disciple watched as her master climbed down the stairs. It still made her marvel every time she saw her move about as if she was still a spry young woman. The two of them moved down, but then Materia paused and looked back. She thought she saw one of the books on the floor move. The vibrations on the rock and wooden floor seemed strange, as if there was someone else in the room with them. Invisibility was impossible. Materia was not aware of such magic. She looked around, tried to feel for the presence of magic, but the entire place was filled with so many little magical trinkets that it was hard to be sure. She turned back and followed her master out of the door. The alleys and streets of Gorfort were all tiny. Space was expensive in a safe haven like Gorfort, and every inch mattered. It was someone's home. An extra few bits of space could fit a shelf or a cabinet or even a tiny bed for their skinny bodies. They were not fat, not at all. Lumuf and Kaffa looked around and immediately felt it was hard to move about. The entire place was so tiny that they were bound to bump into things. The humans of this world were skinny, thin. Not a single one of them had bulky muscles, and instead, they all seemed more attuned to magic. The entire structure was a series of floors, built on top of one another. Each layer was largely self-sufficient, and movement between the layers were regulated by the guards and mages that controlled the tower. It wasn't hard for Lumuf to notice that those located in the middle were all the unwanted, lower-class people, while those who had some skills and talents were located along the sides of the floating castle, where there's sunlight and some fresh air. They followed the two mages through the small streets, trying their best to dodge where they could, and eventually they passed through what was an actual, really crowded market. There were not actually that many people. They passed through the tiny stalls, packed with all the goods they tried to sell. Kaffa looked at the stalls. It was separated into segments and labeled with signs: equipment, tools, and food. They use a lot of wood, gems, and copper for tools. Kaffa spoke telepathically as they observed the crowd. The two mages were still walking up ahead. Do they not have minds? Lumuf wondered as they then passed the tools and equipment section. It was so cramped that it was just a few steps away and they reached the food section. There were only 3 stalls, one with vegetables, another with baked breads, and another with fruits. There's nothing for me to eat here, Kaffa said as a joke. Seems like a good place for the non-meat eaters, though. Lumuf felt like a candle lit up in his mind. Is their skinny build due to a lack of meat? Kaffa shrugged. Sounds like it's worth exploring. Let's follow these two. They seem to be talking about important stuff. Materia. All Junker, her master shouted as she pushed the wooden door open and stepped into a small workshop on one of the corners of Gorfort Tower's many floors. The old man inside was tinkering with some contraption, while his 2 female assistants were also trying to replicate his contraption. Her voice shocked all 3 of them, and the old man immediately looked up. What brings the grumpy old Carafa to my workshop? Can't you see I'm trying to teach these 2 girls how to tune a magical seeker's compass? That's a stupid thing to learn in this time and age. I got my latest date on the taint. I want to compare notes. Her master, Carafa Gundert, shouted. Materia wasn't sure when her master wrote the scroll in her hands, but somehow she did. First, no magic is stupid. Junker Quartz, one of the leading bronze mages, immediately glared at Carafa hatefully. Second, if you're here to depress me, I'll kick you out. It's depressing all right, Carafa said. Do you want to know or not? Or should I take it to the older farts upstairs? Fine, disciples. Let's head upstairs and see what this all-woman has for us. The 2 girls bowed. Above the workshop was a relatively airy room with a view of the skies. The corner units of the Gorfort Tower were highly prized, and it was only with Junker Quartz's stellar record as a master bronze mage that he won the right to use them. On one set of walls were 3 empty boards. Carafa tapped her scroll, and the scroll's contents were transferred to one of the magical boards. Junker stared at it and looked at his 2 disciples. Bring our set of reports. One of the girls nodded, ran down and back up again in a minute, and he tapped the scroll. Carafa frowned. Looks like yours is more optimistic. Our samples were collected. One of the girls ran to the board and pointed. There, we don't know which of the taint would reach us first. Our usual copper mines would be under threat, and farms would be under threat. The tower masters should be calling for a culling of the demonic vegetation. Carafa said. Junker shook his head. I don't think that would work. Ninefort tried that with their surroundings, and their ley lines were still corrupted. Carafa frowned. Is that supposed to be a secret? Yes, but I'm telling you anyway. Are you going to report me? No, so it won't. What's our solution? Junker looked at the map, took a deep breath, and then said, energy filtration. We need to purify the demonic taint so that we can continue to use the energy. Our entire existence depends on it. This made both Materia and Carafa glare at the old man suspiciously. Use of demonic mana from harvested demonic trees has caused mutations. Do you have a workaround? No. Lumuf and Kafa listened in the room, and the rest of the conversation shifted to politics. At that point, the two retreated to a quiet area and looked at each other. Our goal is to fully survey all 15 worlds before we decide how to and what to deploy. Kafa repeated, but I cannot help but feel we should help all of them. All of these worlds are in trouble in one way or form. The very reason Hawa asked for assistance was simply because these worlds were in trouble. 15 worlds. Even if one of us is in each of these peripheral worlds and Ian leaves a clone on the rest, that still leaves us 4 short, Lumuf said, and Ian will not risk all the clones. We have node trees, or if we select one of the options you are given. Kafa said, that should help, but look beyond their immediate troubles and think beyond it. Ian's goal is to bring these worlds into our wider campaign. Which of these worlds will contribute the most to our war effort? Which of these worlds will be strategically useful and contribute to our war? Kafa looked away and sighed. I wish we could just help them all. We will help them all. But there is a choice for us to make beyond the immediate assistance. A question of permanence. A question of adding strength to our whole. Which of these worlds is worth an investment? Which of these worlds can be made into a core world? Landas has it easy. They have a node. A node doesn't mean we will invest our resources there. Valthorn's ability to invest on a planetary scale is limited. Even now, we can only fully occupy one world at a time. Just the mere act of controlling the human kingdoms on 3 worlds took a significant amount of Valthorn personnel. Rebuilding Tropics worlds still continue to require a significant amount of imported resources. The choice we make adds to our overall resources, Lumuf said, as he recalled how Ian once described the problem as an optimization issue. Clones were limited, but clones bestowed benefits on their host worlds. The various auras of Ian enhanced their citizens' health, development, productivity, and even made them level up faster. Each of these worlds would benefit from Ian's aura, but which one would benefit the most? Lumuf looked back at the Gorfort Tower. They've visited 5 worlds. There were 10 more to go. 6th world, the Great Steppes. Edna and Stella landed together on a field. Vast, and the fields of green and gold seemed to go on forever over the rolling hills to the horizon. This is quite the view. Stella smiled and stretched. It reminded her of the farmlands back home or the great open plains where horses and wild bulls used to roam. She took in the air. It was windy. The grass was colorful, and on closer observation, it is as if someone made a field of grass and added a palette of colors just for variety. There were spots of red, pink, and even purple grasses. I wouldn't say I disliked this. They were likely slightly magical, but at this point, all the Void Holder wanted to do was take the view in and appreciate a rare moment of peace. The wind blew and the blades of grass rustled. It was pleasant. Edna tapped the woman on her shoulder. A nice welcome, and I believe this world has potential to be a tourist spot someday. Stella shook her head. She probably imagined Beetlebuses of tourists, shuffled from viewing point to viewing point. The tourists would probably ruin it. Edna laughed. Stella once warned extensively on the problems of over-tourism, though none of her fears actually played out in the central continent. For now, tourism remained largely the realm of the wealthy, and even though middle-income folks could afford to travel regionally, it was still not in large enough numbers that places experienced over-tourism. It helped Ian's natural energies meant damage to nature was fairly easy to mend. It didn't take hundreds of years to restore a damaged forest. Well, let's look for the natives and find out what kind of demons plagued this world. They found a group of traveling centaurs a relatively large distance away. Greetings, both Edna and Stella arrived, and the centaurs immediately kneeled once they arrived in front of them. Oh, the Holy Ones blessed us. The 2-legged heroes have arrived. Stella from a few decades ago would have blushed, but she was now quite comfortable in her position of authority that she didn't flinch. Up close, they noticed the sheen of natural armor around the centaur's chest, as if they were some blend of a suit of armor and a horse, rather than the usual centaur form of a man and a horse. Edna and Stella looked at each other and regretted their approach. Stella pinged Edna through magic. Did we just freak it up? I think we did. We should know better. Remind me to use invisibility and spy on the natives before we even attempt to talk to them. I suppose we should exploit this opportunity to learn what we can. After all, if they think we are heroes, we should be able to get information. Edna nodded at the centaurs. Hello, can you tell us about this world? The centaurs rose from their awkward kneeling position. Centaurs were not really designed for kneeling, their 4 legs more suited for running. Certainly, blessed ones, we will guide you to the nearest encampment. The world was known as the Great Steppes, and is a land filled with mostly rolling hills and vast grasslands. The Great Steppes didn't have much vegetation beyond bushes and grasses, and large trees were almost altogether non-existent. Still, Great Steppes was mainly populated by 2 types of centaurs that are so different that they might as well be entirely different races. One was the armored centaurs, and they are referred to as the armators. These were centaurs with naturally built armor and helmets. Their bodies somehow created hard plates over their chest, arms, shoulders, and body. The other centaur race are the lances. They are centaurs, but with natural weapons and retractable spears, lances, and spikes throughout their body. Despite an ancient tradition where both of the two centaur races lived apart, the two centaurian races were generally cordial with each other and frequently cooperated with each other for special occasions. The armators worshipped Hawa, while the lances worshipped a god called Zulfa. The demons were the usual fire-breathing demons wielding a flaming weapon of some kind, and their elites were a variant of the demon knights. The demon king were slain about 11 years ago, and the previous hero died with it. The new demon king just arrived not long ago and seemed to be waiting for the hero's arrival. It was a world that seemed relatively stable now. In the vast grasslands and shrublands of the Great Steppes, there were now areas that were regularly known as the demonic highlands. For Edna and Stella, the contact went fairly standard. The two centaurian subspecies waited for the Blessed Ones, and the Blessed Ones would slay the Demon King. With enough data collected, it was time to get moving. Rune, Johann, and Ezar returned home briefly, and then they were off again to visit the Seventh World. In the meantime, I was given their collected samples from the world of Capra, drakefruit. The plants went into my biolabs, and I immediately unlocked the ability to replicate the drakefruits at scale. I noticed that they were also surprisingly compatible with my existing class seeds and skill seeds, and in short, it would be possible to fuse the drakefruit with my skill seeds and class seeds to create skill fruits for drakes. This was a fascinating thing, and I didn't know why it never occurred to me to create powerful skills for various pets and mounts. I watched, and from my central vantage point, Landas had mostly stabilized. Landas was the first world where I truly tested what were the limits of the node tree. My node tree didn't have my aura, and although I could still spawn subsidiary trees through my node trees, trees that were linked through my node trees did not share my higher tier abilities. So node trees had some constraints. 1. I couldn't use my giant attendant trees through them. Everything that was connected through the node tree was restricted. I could see through them, but only at a basic level, not my full breadth of spiritual sight. Even my listening and observational abilities were severely limited. The mana output and extraction at each of these worlds were also a fraction of my tree. Node trees also didn't share any of my auras, and the subsidiary trees of Landas were the basic version. This meant the number of beetles they could host per subsidiary tree was 3 beetles per subsidiary tree, and the beetles were inferior to those spawned by subsidiary trees linked through my clones or main body. Still, the teleportation ability of the node tree meant it was possible to send my titans like Hytririon to Landas. Stella, while traveling through Landas and then later to the Sarlpi, began hammering on the need to use my titans, especially given my new expanded limits. I could deploy up to 10 additional titans, and each of these titans would be a strong supporting force in any of these peripheral worlds, or even Delvigard, or I could use them to augment my resource restrictions back home. In many ways, my high-level 100s were a limited resource, especially when distributed over the planned 15 worlds, so they needed a force multiplier, and titans should be that sort of force multiplier. So as my domain holders gathered data on the peripheral worlds, I began to consider the tools I had at our disposal to enhance my Valthorn's performance in these peripheral worlds. Ever since my Greater Titans upgrade, my choices changed. They started with a base power level of about level 125, a decent increase from their prior level 70 to 90 power levels. The Great Storm Bird, a Greater Storm Titan that takes the form of a flying thunderbird and has the ability to summon up to 3,000 flying eagles of relatively strong combat power, has shared vision and senses and many lesser abilities. Carapace Demon Hunter Worm, a greater variant of the Depth Worm, with immense earth abilities and very high resistance to demonic damage, has the ability to summon 2,000 worms with similar resistances and abilities. Can significantly improve ground fertility and plant yields, and also undo demonic corruption for Earth. The Greater Leveling Dungeon with higher levels and more rewards will cause its surroundings to be tainted by pollution and magical miasma, and the spawn rate of high-level monsters outside of the dungeon's vicinity will be significantly increased. Certain blessings and auras will be nullified in the Greater Leveling Dungeon's presence, but experience gain will be significantly increased. Skills gained below level 149 will likely be of a stronger variant. Fusion with any court of the Daytree, the Trink King, significantly improve the host's abilities and endurance. Host will no longer age, and will be immune to non-divine sickness and poisons. Host will also now enjoy domain-level mental protections, and will be able to resist divine laws. Also grants the ability to summon and control up to 300 Trinks. Gantryther Beetle Carrier, a flying beetle commander transformed into a Greater Titan. Each gantryther functions as a mobile command center for beetles, allowing all beetles to operate significantly further from an existing subsidiary tree. Each gantryther also carries within its spatial body an army of 8,000 greater beetles. Each greater beetle is around level 30 to 35 and possesses flight abilities. Each gantryther can also self-destruct to deal explosive damage. The void treant fusion with a familiar granted to a void-attuned treefolk, a treant meant to thrive in the void layers. Resistant to void turbulence and can move about. Can use void mana, use void magic, and also open void portals. Fusion with Trichomonas, the gigantic spider tree, a giant walking laboratory and hospital with the ability to deploy smaller about 1,000 Trichomonas, treants, and beetles. Provides a strong mobile blessing aura and healing presence to restore friendly parties. Living beings in its presence will not grow hungry or thirsty. Fusion with Hamadryad body, only one available, the primordial elemental, a significantly powerful dryad mage specializing in elemental spells of around level 140, can regenerate even after destruction, and is able to summon 500 fire, water, or earth elementals. Fusion with underground living crystal, labs the primordial foundry A tree that attached itself to a ley line and converts magical energy into crystals or metals. Produces a large quantity of crystals or metals based on a system-defined ratio. That's a fairly good selection. Lumuf commented while he was elsewhere. A world away, but we were always together. That was life as an avatar. But I think what you need is utility in these peripheral worlds. The ability to provide low-level suppressing force while the Valthorns deal with any stronger threats. We could pick one of each and send them, Edna commented, also in a different world. But I suppose there is a matching problem, since not all Titans are designed for each of the worlds. But I thought about the Titans as a second-best choice, for worlds without my clone. I have 3 clones, one on cooldown after I used one on Hawa's world of Satria, but ultimately I was only prepared to deploy 2 clones. I'd like to keep 1, or perhaps 2 in reserve if we do stumble on more worlds. The peripheral worlds are not the only worlds. Beyond these 15 worlds, there will be many more worlds that need our help, and so to artificially limit my choices to these 15 worlds because of Hawa's request would be silly. I did not make a choice. Not yet. I thought it'd be fairer to optimize once the domain holders came back with the detailed reports. There were still a few more worlds to go. The 5th world, Magisar. Despite the initially impressive veneer of the levitating cities, what they saw did not impress them. The levitating cities of Magisar were pretty much something copied out of a despotic magical universe, with the Tower Masters ruling as oppressive kings, while the lower classes were all just nothing more than flesh that was thrown away once they were not useful. Because the Tower Masters controlled the levitating cities, everyone else were pretty much at their mercy. There were a few fortresses on land that were made by those who didn't want to endure the Tower Masters' oppression, but these fortresses did not have better living conditions. In fact, because of the lack of generational resources and legacy magical items, these fortresses are often at a subsistence level, and their rulers are also pretty much dictatorial, if for no reason beyond maintaining order. It is hard to be happy and well-behaved when everyone is perpetually underfed and in a terrible living environment. I must say this doesn't seem to be the worst world. Kaffa said, they still have functional governments, even if it's teetering on collapse. Really? Lumuf asked. I would have thought this is one of the worst ones. Worse than Landa's that is holed up in their artifact cities with much smaller populations, Kaffa countered. Or the world of Sarlpi where almost 9 out of 10 Lavipopple have died. Or the dead world with no one left. Lumuf looked back at the map. Well, I suppose on a sheer numerical survivor basis this is pretty decent. It is, Kaffa repeated. I would rank this in a similar capacity to the world of Capra Turban. Would you save them? Yes, that doesn't need to be asked. Kaffa said, it is our duty. Lumuf chuckled at the term duty. Some of them viewed helping these worlds as a duty of those with strength. As wardens, we were here to reset the damage caused by an extraordinary force, something outside of the normal nature of these worlds. Should a warden also engage in repopulation? Ecosystem restoration. Is there a line between restoration and meddling with natural selection? It was a thought I entertained briefly. It's a dangerous loop to go down, and I decided to prioritize life, save lives, and deal with balancing issues later. It was a good thing to do politically. It enhanced our reputation, it gave reason and purpose to maintain a large Valthorn army and infrastructure, and the Valthorns often truly believed in it. Only Lumuf felt my own inner conflict, with the duty of safeguarding the world's natural state, and whether we would go too far and believe in ourselves as saviors. A savior complex would be troublesome, and that made me uncomfortable. Then, Lumuf looked at Kaffa. From what you've seen of the mage societies, would you want to bring them into the fold? That was a tough one. I didn't have the answer for it either. A magically proficient species would be a great help to offset our magical needs, but we would have to significantly usurp the ruling mages in order to gain access to the talent we need. I would rank them the best of the worlds we've seen so far in terms of potential contribution to the coming days, Kaffa said. Lumuf smiled. Fair. But let's keep it aside because it's time to go. We have more worlds to see. Let's leave the demons for now. Well, leave it to the Valthorns to come in and sweep. The demon king of Magisar appeared to be some kind of demonic golem, and even now, more demons appeared through the demonic rifts overhead. One of the key problems faced by Magisar was the demonic corruption. The demon champions of this world were similar to the corrupting demons of Sabnok. They were gigantic demonic walkers that planted themselves near sources of magic such as ley lines, and then used that demonic energy to spawn more demonic golems. In the process of doing so, they corrupt their environment and also cause the demons' energies to spread into the world around them. This created the demonic hybrids that we saw across the terrain, and incredibly, the demonic hybrids themselves carried demonic spores that spread even more demonic corruption. What we learned of the demons' methods did not really surprise it. It was just some variation of existing demon tactics and should be fairly easy to deal with. There were more than we expected. We rescued a few groups of small refugees fleeing their land-based encampments, and it explained most of their unusual behavior. 1. They did not have iron tools or hard metals in large quantities. Instead, all their people primarily used variants of some kind of copper or tin element, or in the more powerful mages, gold or silver. Iron was truly a rarity, and it reflected in the nature of the humans themselves. They resemble humans in many ways, but their blood is made of a different elemental metal altogether. Unlike our knowledge of humans that had iron in our blood, the humans of Magisar instead had something else that we have not encountered in the rest of the peripheral worlds, a quasi-iron, and it was something I would like to examine in greater detail. It was likely Magisar humans could not interbreed with regular humans due to blood incompatibility. The blood samples and biological samples we collected through aiding some of the refugees suggested that this elemental difference in their blood resulted in Magisarian humans being biased to magic, as their bodies did not bulk and did not gain much muscle. Overall, we did have a relatively high rating for the world of Magisar, but we needed more time to shape the form of our contact. We have not yet decided on how to engage with these magical towers, whether we would take over, or whether we would be a little more diplomatic. Outside of the natural magical talents of the natives, the world itself was of no use, and I wondered whether we could offer a choice to the locals, and then relocate the natives to a safer world, once we verified that their physique could survive on otherworld foods. A massive breeding program could offset our challenges in training wizards and mages. With a high-level understanding of the world of Magisar, it was time to move to the next world. 7th World. Now this is something. Lumuf sat as he watched the winds blow from top to bottom, and there was no horizon. Instead, the horizon curved upwards as if the world was looped. Another ring world, but not one of the demons. Mayhaps the inspiration source of the demon's sun rings. Kaffa looked in another direction and then up into the sky to see 2 gigantic rings that rotated around the sun. That meant there were a total of 3 rings, and they were on the outermost ring. There seems to be multiple rings. Lumuf nodded and noticed this world was physically quite big. I do wonder, where is the core of a ringworld? Core. Kaffa laughed and pointed into the skies. The layered rings around the surprisingly small sun seemed strange. Maybe that moon. That's the only thing that resembles a core from this distance. The avatar shrugged as his eyes traced the demonic rifts above them. Strangely enough, this world had 2 active demonic rift paths. Kaffa couldn't see it, but the news made Stella curious, and so both Stella and Edna left the great steps to join them in the layered ring worlds. There were 3 rings surrounding their small sun, and the innermost ring was the smallest and thinnest. The middle ring was a bit wider, while the furthest ring was the widest. Closest to the sun was a strange glowing purple moon that overlooked all of the 3 rings. The 3 rings orbited around the sun like the 3 axes of a gyroscope, each moving in its own direction. The demonic rift paths through the void sea were then each connected to outermost and middle layers. Well, we have evidence 101 that the demons can actually attack with 2 demon kings at the same time. Stella said as she studied the demonic rifts. There's no actual rule against it, merely a convenience from the way the demons arrange their attack pattern. 2 demon kings doesn't mean we have to face both of them together. Edna shrugged. Some operational difficulties, but if the 2 don't stick together, it isn't that different. Agreed, but it does lend credence to Hawa's claim that the demons have measures we don't see yet. Lumuf then looked around. Maybe we should ask Hawa about this world. Make use of that artifact he gave us. First, we should find the natives, Stella countered. So far in the few days they were busy studying the magical energies of the world that they have not located any natives. It was not hard to find them once the 4 started to look. They were hibernating humans living in underground caves, and it seemed the world experienced what was called the regular weeks of darkness. There was no concept of a day-night cycle in this world, because the sun was always overhead in a ring world. Instead, they had a period when the sun dimmed significantly for 2 weeks at a stretch. The purple darkness. The domain holders were on the surface when the darkness happened. The sun abruptly transformed and changed color, as if the bright yellow sun itself was turned into a dim, dark blue sun. The light vanished. The sun in the sky was still there, but was difficult to see with regular sight because now the dominant object was the purple moon. Everything turned purple, and then the monsters appeared. They were no threat, but the monsters were powerful. Level 60 to 80 monsters, seemingly empowered by the purple moon. It was this world's natural defenses, and the domain holders saw these monsters slaying the demonic beasts as well. Only the demon champions could hold. Lumuf realized, who do they need heroes if the native beasts are so powerful? Let's ask the natives. The native humans were few, but they created entire societies underground. Their underground tunnels were fortifications, layers of walls, and none of them wanted to be outside during the purple darkness. They were very good at constructing defenses, simply because the monsters were all really powerful, and so they concentrated their resources on building multiple layers of walls. Domain holders continued to spy on the natives for a bit, using invisibility to sneak through their defenses and into their underground societies. There, we saw the natives living fairly decent lives. They grew crops under the glow of unique light-emitting metals, and we watched their society operate. There were two main activities for their society, the wall builders and the planters. The wall builders were just the overarching title given to those who constructed their fortifications and structures. They dug new rooms underground. There were a subgroup called the venturers that traveled along the surface to find new places to build a home. Each of these labyrinthian homes were called a chamber. This one was called the White Ring Chamber. Each of these chambers could be home to 5,000 to 20,000 people, and throughout the 3 rings, there were at least thousands of these chambers. Each of the rings, in terms of actual surface area, was likely much bigger than the surface area of the 3 worlds or tree home. In some ways, these 3 rings potentially had the highest population potential. If the threat of the purple darkness was nullified and the demons solved, each of these 3 rings could house 10 billion, maybe even 20 billion for the outer rings due to the sheer size of the surface area. So after 2 to 3 weeks of observation, we finally made the move to contact the natives. The humans were surprised to see us, but ultimately they were all very welcoming of guests. Because in this world, all humans fought against the demons and the monsters outside. The surface of the ringworlds was a dangerous place at the wrong place in the wrong time, and the odds of surviving in the purple darkness was thoroughly low. So the world developed a norm to house guests in their outer rooms. For venturers who ventured too far, for harvesters and herbal collectors that lost their way, you come from the world of the heroes, those summoned by the 3-ringed god's will. Lumuf, Kafa, Stella, and Edna stood as they approached one of these native fortifications. They only exited their fortifications once the purple darkness came to an end. Still, as a wary kind, they created special holding zones near the entrances of their underground societies. Their fortifications were similar to the lairs of an evil mastermind and comprised layers and layers of doors, each fortified to keep unwanted people out. I can't help but wonder how this society even developed. Kafa said, as the humans escorted Lumuf and Kafa to their guest zones. How did a society come from nothing to this? Luckily, the natives were more than happy to explain their own origin story. It seemed to be a story that each child learns when they turn 2 or 3 years old. We were created by the 3-ringed gods, the human's spiritual leader explained. Each of the rings are the bodies of our god, the 3-ringed god, and the god fought against the devourer of the sun. The battle ended in a stalemate with both sides dying. The evil god became the remnant moon, while the 3-ringed god became the rings that we live on. Lumuf and Kafa looked at each other and knew their creation myths were probably wrong, but they didn't want to correct them. It would be highly improper to correct their hosts. It was not yet the time. Such things had to be handled gently. We came to this world as refugees, brought over by the 3-ringed god from an older world. The 3-ringed god's voice sent us into the underground homes and gave us talents to thrive in this world. The native spiritual leader then demonstrated the ability. The seemingly normal humans then created fists made of steel, as if their flesh had the ability to transform into steel. We've seen it in operation, but still we feign surprise. Internally, the Valthorns classified these humans as the steel-blooded. They were naturally tougher and more resistant, but even that wasn't enough. We use our gifts to build these steel walls, form our homes out of the body of the 3-ringed gods, and manipulate the ring steel into these fortified doors. They keep the demons out. I see, Lumuf answered. Your 3-ringed god is wise, kind, the native human answered. At this point, they were not really native humans, but some of us wanted to call them the ringmen. Are the strongest among you able to defeat the monsters during the purple darkness? Kafa asked. A few of us, yes, the ringleader answered, but there are more beasts out in the purple darkness than we ever could. Only those blessed by the three-ringed god can walk under the purple darkness and face the darkness. The interactions and discussions over the next few weeks with the natives went fairly well. We learned that the locals were not the type to battle the demons or the monsters of the purple darkness. They only engaged and hunted monsters during the months of sun, as they needed their flesh and parts for tools. Under the influence of the purple moon, they avoided contact and focused on hiding in their bunkers. The domain holders learned what they could, but there were no true bombshells, things that the rest of the Valthorns can gather in due time. So Stella's attention turned skywards. They all looked at the thing that floated so close to the sun, a massive celestial object that was the true master of this realm. Let's go to the purple moon. I am taking a break next week. The purple moon of the three-ringed world. The four domain holders landed on the purple moon, and the sensation was immediate. Core, Lumuf said, but he didn't really need to say it. All the domain holders knew it was similar to the time when they reached the core of Tropics World. There was no doubt, no uncertainty. Just merely stepping on it, they felt the core attempt to make a connection. For the rest of them, their domains blocked it, but Lumuf allowed it through so that I could speak to it. The feeling of a million thoughts seeping through his feet, and somehow the million voices coalesced into three distinct voices, yet they speak as one. The mere contact flooded me with visions of the three rings, of a world once without the plague of the demons, of a world when the purple moon did not release bursts of energy to cause the monsters to run amok. Visitors, how strange. The voice spoke through my mind immediately, and by now I was quite used to the presence of such ancient things. Hello. I am Ian from another world. We have not had visitors since the long drift apart. There was a long pause, but I said nothing because I felt its probing senses. Cores, from what I could tell, were not evil. It was looking for things around me, and its energies moved. I can sense the vague remnants of my fellow cores in your being, their power subsumed into yours. I wondered then whether those were my clones. Are you here to claim us, like the foul constructs? No, I answered through the avatar form. With things like the core, I decided honesty was the best policy. They were in some ways sentient machines. I come to destroy them as requested by one of the gods. So you are a claimant either way, a less destructive one. I could feel Lumuf's intention to respond negatively, but again, I've talked to enough cores to understand that their statements tend to be more pointed. If that counts as claiming, then yes. I will establish a presence in your ring worlds, and then use it to mount a counterattack on the demons. I said plainly through our mental link. The domain holders stood on the purple rock, and the entirety of the rock was this realm's planetary core. It just didn't take the form of a planetary core, but instead placed itself out of reach of the demons by existing as a moon. What will you do to our children? The cores created and took care of each of their inhabitants. In that way, each native is a child of their core. Still, I was not sure how to answer them. They will live, prosper perhaps, but live. I felt a probing sense as if it tried to understand where and what I had done. It somehow traced my flesh across all the worlds, yet not through me, but as if it were droplets of rain flowing down the leaves and barks of a tree. Yet, protectiveness. This was a protective core, a world that wanted to keep its children alive. Altered forever, but alive. Our voice if our children believe. I felt a sense of acceptance that my presence would be tolerable, acceptable. The core's voice vanished. We were still standing on the core. The core refused to entertain us further as I felt the will retreat back into the depths of the core. I could force it if I plant a clone here, but would I be better than the demons that way? I think of planet cores, or actually these realm cores, as the center of each world. It is not the sun like our old worlds, but instead, these worlds are as if medieval beliefs where Earth was the center of the universe was true. Well, almost everyone except for this one. I had many questions about the design and creation of this world. We looked back at the three rings. From this vantage point, it was as if the three rings moved around us. We glanced at the sections where the three rings intersected one another. There were 6 intersection points, and at each of these intersection points were beams of light that connected one ring to another, a place referred to as the ladder. It allowed the natives to move from one ring to another, and it was how all 3 rings are connected, even if one didn't have magic. I suppose we should just move on, Stella said, or step into the demon worlds linked through the rift gates. This world has 2 demon kings, Edna countered. From the purple moon, it was surprisingly easy to find the demon king, because its presence was not obstructed by other things, and there was a straight line from the purple moon to the sun-facing side of the rings. And this world is a long way from being captured, Stella countered. Its only issue is that Hawa can't send anyone over anymore, and anyone Hawa sends need to send enough to deal with 2 demon kings. Lumuf looked at the rifts and the paths through the stars. Let us hit the other worlds. We have a mission. This world can wait. The locals look very cozy and the demon kings seem content to wait. Why don't we just take a tour, pay a visit to the demon kings and just see what it was up to? Edna smirked, and it made all the other 3 domain holders stare at her. You're serious? Yes. Why is it not doing anything? Don't you want to get more data points? And it was strange. We stood near it and watched the demon king remain as if it was in a hibernating state, or at least, in a state where all it did was reproduce. The Demon King did not move as if waiting for something to happen. Does this count as a stable state? Edna asked. We were wary that there are vulnerabilities like what happened to Kay's Demon King. If we attacked a living but ultimately harmless Demon King, we could invite the presence of a far stronger Demon King that would not just sit idly around. As weird as it sounded when Demon Kings didn't act and remain passive, our immediate thought was to consider whether it would be less harmful overall to just suppress the rest of the demons and leave the Demon King as it is. A sort of fantasy version of harm mitigation. I think we should ask Hawa. This sounds like something Hawa would know, Edna said. Lumuf nodded. Well, another thing to add to our growing list of questions. Probably easier to just visit Satria again. Edna said, but she knew we could not do so. Our mere presence creates doubt and shakes the faith of their followers. In a world where God is present and that God says it is the only God, the mere presence of someone outside that God's rule is heretical. I bet there's more to ask after this. Kafa said, every single one of these peripheral worlds is about to be abandoned by Hawa. Might as well just move ahead and get on with it. We can compile our questions later. Is that artifact time limited or with limited use? Not really, it just takes a long time to charge between uses. The divine energies contained within it takes a while to accumulate, Lumuf said. Then let's keep going. Let's split up again. You are with me this time. Lumuf pointed at Stella. Stella grinned. Sure, old man. This time, Edna would go with Kafa to the 9th, while Stella and Lumuf would go together to the 8th. 8 World Triatuga. The 8th world started with Lumuf landing on what seemed like an alley. That was a good sign. Stella followed a brief moment after, since she did have to open the portals for everyone. An alley, a narrow street, a good sign. Lumuf said as his senses fanned out into the surroundings. There were people, humans, just the typical humans. They were both cloaked in illusions made to hide their presence, and so they walked out of the alley to find a vibrant market. For once, this human city was not at war. Not yet, at least. This world's human society resembled the typical human magical medieval society. There are kings, knights in armor, guards in chainmail, and mages in robes walking around the main street. This is one of those copy-pasted worlds, Stella said. Kinda lazy when they designed worlds like that. Lumuf chuckled. You make it sound like creating worlds and societies to be an easy thing. I would think the natural evolution of. One of those the heroes caused the spread of humans across the world's theory. Lumuf looked around and felt calm, relaxed. At least for one, I like how familiar everything is. Familiar yet different. Stella laughed as the humans argued. As with all medieval societies, there exists a noble class, a priest class, a tradesman class, the soldier class, and then the peasant class. A priest wearing typical Hawa outfits walked by, but he looked like the most corrupt, fat priest she had ever seen. Correction, familiar, and extremely disgusting. From one priest to another, let us not judge too hastily. My avatar smiled and walked about. The pair explored the human kingdoms and found that this world was a tripartite state similar to 3 worlds: the humans, the forest folks, and the demon users. Humanity and corruption are almost inseparable. The humans were incredibly typical. It was a wide number of small and medium-sized human-dominant monarchies that were spread over 1/3 of the land. Unlike 3 Home, they didn't have dominant bodies, and so the alliance of the human nations were motivated by a need to stick together to counter the incursions of the others. There was no set of central authority, and overtaking it would be fairly easy. The forest folks were made of 2 great subspecies, the winged fairies and the earthbound dryads. Unlike the myth of our own world, these fairies were all large, almost human-sized, and possessed sharp claws and teeth. In some ways, these winged fairies were more like winged goblins than actual fairies, and the fairies were more like the lower class, and seemed to be bred in gigantic hives that looked like an oversized bee's nest. The dryads were the usual rulers, twice the size of humans, and the largest were the size of full trees. They took the form of humans with bark skin, but could shapeshift into trees or even animals. They also possessed a variety of earth magic. It reminded me of the dryad body I once possessed, and wondered whether that would be one way to infiltrate them. Or I could use my parasite ally, the former demon champion. From what we gathered, the forest folks were also made for a collection of kingdoms, each a gigantic forest of its own. With the existence of such a place, naturally I wondered whether their kingdoms were anchored by spiritual trees, but despite the large amount of magic coursing through their forests, Lumuf did not detect any spiritual trees. The forest folks used a kind of light camouflage and illusion ability, similar to my dark forest, in order to hide their presence from others, but around domain holders, it was fairly easy to unmask. The border areas between the forest folks and the humans were outright battlegrounds. The forest folks tolerated no humans and killed them with their control over the trees. The humans of the border practiced extensive culling of trees and permitted no shrub or bush higher than a child. Every single large plant along the border and a large buffer zone was effectively purged of all large plants. The humans were just as brutal, and the humans of the border used magical nets and harpoons with a kind of iron string. The priests of Hawa, despite their corruption, also possessed a set of purge and banish abilities that seemed extensively effective against the forest folks. The forest folks, on the other hand, were able to regenerate and recover from damage by draining their nearby trees of its life force. Their weakness was iron, and so, in a defensive battle, the forest folks could fight with extremely high toughness. The dryads, on top of their passives, also had good ranged abilities and had the ability to control their environment. I suspected that the dryads had a hostile relationship with spirit trees, and potentially, given the forest folks' ability to drain life force from spirit trees, it's likely that any spirit trees that spawned in their magical forests were sucked to death. The third faction, the demon users, were a kind of boar-faced people with strong hides, and it was walking into their lands that we realized what was wrong with them. They controlled demons, and I could feel their spiritual tendrils extend beyond their body. Young boarfolk could extend one or two spiritual tendrils out of their bodies, and they would link this to the demons. This would allow the boarfolk to control them. But this link was not a one-way link, and in older boarfolk that controlled more demons, the demons' influence also corrupted them and turned them into almost demon-like creatures. This is like Ian's mana overwhelming, but far more specific. Lumuf observed them from our hidden location. The tendrils were visible to me because of our spiritual vision, but to normal mana-sensitive folk, they would feel as if there is a haze of magic emitted out of the boarfolk. The boarfolk created a society of sorts, small cities made of boarfolk and their enthralled demons. They were able to control weaker demons, but from what I could see, not a single demon champion. Instead, we followed the footsteps of the stronger boarfolk and observed that their base abilities were similar to animal tamers. They controlled the demons as their pets and empowered their pets to do the fighting. Maybe they even were beast tamers at one point, but then turned their talents towards the demons. Unfortunately, this link would be supercharged whenever there is a demon king present, a link that would corrupt them. In short, when a demon king arrives into this world, the entirety of the boarfolk suffers from demonic corruption and transforms into a demon. This process would strangely reverse itself once the demon king dies. Not all boarfolk transformed into the demons like the children, and the boarfolk constructed special locations to house their young boarlings during the demon years, supported by a group of boarfolk that did not control any single demon. They essentially sold themselves to the demons. The demons spared the boarfolk because of the demonic corruption through their mental link. I would love to capture them and study how their mental link worked. It should be possible for me to create more powerful versions of the boarfolk's demonic control and turn the demons against itself. Though looking at how the demon's mana worked, it's likely such a thing would be outright rejected by my domain holders, unless the circumstances truly demanded it. As of now, the world is still relatively stable. The rifts have not yet opened, but there was a glowing path in the skies above. The demon king was coming soon, and war would break out. The boarfolk always invaded the rest of them, and so the other two races erected massive fortifications along the border. But we've seen enough. We would send Valthorns here to understand them in detail. It was time for the domain holders to keep moving. Ninth Peripheral World. The Tale of the Two Continents. The portals opened and Edna landed on the roof of what seemed to be a heavily populated city. Kaffa followed. Crowds. They saw crowds and everyone lived their lives. It almost seemed like none of them worried about the demons. Well, this doesn't look like a demon world. Kaffa laughed after a week of traveling. It was just more and more people. It was just a world with a lot of humanoids. Humans, lizard folk, dwarves, elves, centaurs. It had most of the types of people, and yet they were all trapped on this massive continent-sized island. An island that clearly didn't have enough resources to meet everyone's desires, and so they fought each other over what little they had. The land was mediocre, the metals were mediocre, and the magic in the air was thin. It was a massive continental island, home to hundreds of millions, and not a single demon in sight. There were few forests in this world. Instead, everyone lived in cities, or in the case of the elves and dwarves, turned forests into cities. Farmland was also plenty, but unlike the other worlds, the farms here were heavily worked. They could feel the presence of many effects and abilities trying to force more output out of their limited farmlands. A large, heavily populated world with a scarcity issue, but only on this continent. Edna and Kaffa knew the world was much bigger, and so they used magic and traveled. Then they discovered a few more islands with more resources but infested with monsters, and even further away, another full-sized continent overrun with demons. It was as if imagining Treehome, in a situation where a demon king stuck to one continent and never left it. The humanoids claimed one continent for themselves, and the demons claimed another. The continent of demons was densely covered with demons of varying strength, and the demon king was a gigantic three-headed demonic elephant that was already digging into the ground. In a decade or two, it would completely dig into the core, and this world's way of life would change forever. The rest of the smaller islands were just overrun with magical creatures, and this was where the humanoids ventured for wealth and resources. But the great demon continent remained forever a land none dared touch. A land of death and destruction. They referred to it as the Cursed Continent. I couldn't help but feel a tinge affected. That was what they called the Central Continent once. Well, Kaffa and Edna landed on the island, and Kaffa looked at his fellow warrior. This world's not in trouble. Not yet, anyway. Seen enough, Edna smiled after about a month of travel. Kaffa sighed. They've largely formed an assessment in that month. The great part of this world is its population. If our goal as an institution is to truly collect talent, then a significantly larger surviving population is more likely to produce the talent we need. Outside of the population, I suppose you are right. Let's go to the next. Each world had their own demon kings, and each had their own ticking timer. Some had more time, some had less. We would likely need to do a full sweep of all the worlds, clean it up for demon kings, and then decide where to properly set up base. There were 6 more worlds to go. 10th, the human kingdom, lands of Cavil. A land of knights, a land of warriors. Edna's stint on the 9th world was short, so she and Kaffa landed in the 10th world to find one filled with knights and demons. It was something like Satria, and yet not. It was too familiar, and yet that familiarity also evoked a sensation within the lizard folk. I'm starting to feel a little sick of traveling. Kaffa mused as a joke. It was only partly one. Edna agreed. Traveling too much does weigh on one's soul. I think I understand why Ha was just eager to let go of worlds. At some point, I think I wouldn't be able to care. Edna stared and wondered how that escalated quickly. The lines between a stare and a glare were so thin. You shouldn't be like that. That will be our slow death. Kaffa looked back. You're made of stronger stuff than I am, Lady Edna. I see these new worlds, and I realize at some point, why should I care? A part of me speaks to return to my familiar lands, lands that are safe. As long as our homes are safe. Death, Edna answered. We cannot be the only island in a sea flooded with demons. Death comes to us eventually. Together, with a coalition of the living, we can create a wall. Kaffa sighed. That was true. I know. But this has been a lot more tiring than I expected. I thought the worlds would be interesting, but now we are in the 10th peripheral world, and even if they are interesting, I wonder to myself whether I should care anymore. Edna tapped the lizard warrior on his armored scales. Because we must. Because we are the only ones that can care for these worlds that are no longer cared for. I know you are right. Kaffa said, but he looked at the world and felt a little blank. This is the burden of our existence, and we may have traveled a little too much. Edna nodded. Let's get a break. We can return home and rest. I suppose we do need it. I will continue on with the others. Kaffa nodded. I certainly do need some time back home. It was so tempting to relegate the world to just something of a copy-paste of another world, even when none of the worlds they've been to were actually proper mono-human societies. This was a world with only humans, and they fought demons. Naturally, in mono-race societies, anything or anyone that doesn't resemble that mono-race is automatically assumed to be a monster, or a demon. Both if the demons had possession and corruption abilities, and that race had inherited trauma from past parasitic demons. We still see this in the southern continent, where some humans still experience micro-flinches at the sight of non-humans, perhaps not outright hostile, but a reaction nonetheless. Well, to be fair, this human world fits your powers like a glove. Kaffa laughed a few days later as they explored the world of Cavil. On the other hand, I could think of about 100 or 2 other Valthorns and allies that would benefit from this world. Edna countered. There were also many others who could exploit a world of multiple city-states. Maybe the next one is a sand world. I don't like sand. I know, some lizard folks claim it gets between our scales and makes everything nasty. Kaffa answered, and so Edna chuckled. I thought some lizard folks are native to the sands. Some. Kaffa said, I'm not one of those. I am the swamp kind, and sand irritates me. Then we should visit a swamp world. I bet there's one. Maybe not the peripheral worlds, but beyond that. The 10th peripheral world of Cavil was one of not many gimmicks. It was just humans and demons. Its population was fairly large, and in the past, the city-states that received heroes from the old gods prospered. But somehow, the cities never quite formed up into large empires. Its social structure was also fairly similar to the humans of the 8th peripheral world, and even the old human empires of Treehome. The feudal aspects naturally recurred throughout the multiverse, and that was a fairly sad thing to think about. I believe it's a product of the power and combat-based systems. Societies where the powerful can exert power much more easily over the weak would naturally be more feudal, simply because there is no check or balance on the authority of the strong. Well. Any views? Edna asked. Kaffa just sighed. If what we want is gaming the odds of getting talent, I suppose this isn't a bad place. It has most of the basic resources, and with Ian's influence, it should be possible to turn this world into a farm for soldiers over a few decades. Overall, where would you place it? Below the Mage World and that overpopulated world, or even the 3-ringed world? Hell, at least Landas has a magic tree. This world of humans is a little ordinary to be worth a clone. Ordinary could be good. Mountain World is fairly ordinary as it goes, and it is now our core world. Then why choose? We could just roll the dice. Kaffa said. Each world has a ceiling for population size it can comfortably absorb, a ceiling to its mana output. I suppose given this world's ordinary design, it should have a fairly balanced mix of resources, so that's one thing going for it. Edna laughed. You're perfectly right. All right, I'm not going to tease you more. We should keep going. The seemingly ordinary world of Cavil wasn't totally ordinary once they started to investigate the heroes and defenses of the various city-states of Cavil. There were segments of uniqueness to it, such as the many magical swords on the world of Cavil. The heroes of Cavil, when they were summoned long ago, would also arrive with something called the Seed of the Hero Sword. Each hero would then, through their own growth journey, grow this sword seed into a magical weapon worthy of them, and throughout the world of Cavil, there were hundreds of remnant hero swords left by earlier heroes. Completed hero swords were extremely powerful. They contained a large fragment of the hero's power that grew as the hero developed over time. Even incomplete hero swords, left by the heroes that died too young or early, were still decently powerful artifacts. Interestingly, the journey of the heroes of Cavil also takes them through the path of gathering the swords made by previous heroes, to add the power of the old hero swords to their arsenal of abilities. Naturally, I began to wonder why these worlds were this way. Did the planetary core influence how a world's heroes worked? Lumuf held up the strange object in his hands and willed it to activate. We could feel the power of a divine artifact. It twisted the world so viscerally that anyone nearby would felt as if the world itself was torn apart to create the small tunnel. It linked the world, and Hawa, if only momentarily, for us to speak. It felt like a sheer waste of divine energy. But then again, what could be more important than the exchange of information between two multi-world powers? Part of me was repulsed by that sort of overbearing thoughts, but a large part of me embraced the reality long ago. I was wondering when you would have more questions. Well, then I finally have them. Why do heroes seem different from world to world? How exactly does the hero class work? It is not too much of a stretch to say that it is a trade made with the system. We petition the system for heroes that are adapted to defeat the demon kings. The hero classes themselves are created through the system. Think of it as visiting a merchant, and you tell the merchant that you wish to purchase a weapon with a certain set of attributes and a certain set of skills. The merchant would then go to the back of its room, and after searching and cobbling things together, it would then offer you a selection. I paused. Then the mental controls on the heroes. Our earliest attempts to summon heroes cost us too much of our faith points. We gave heroes all the power at the very start, only to find that they misused our gifts. Rather than deal with the demons, the heroes summoned did everything else. In quite a few worlds, the heroes ended up destroying everything. They were a medicine that killed its patients, a cure worse than the disease. This was something I long suspected, so as a whole we imposed conditions on the heroes. Many of the gods came together, back when the world was much smaller, to collectively control heroes. The heroes were a very sharp knife, and we wanted it directed specifically at the demons. Then the worlds. Each hero class offered to us to choose is a combination of our parameters and the restrictions imposed by each world. We cannot summon a dragonling hero to a world without dragonlings. We cannot summon a lizardman hero to a world with only humans. These conditions are within each world's inherent conditions. In worlds where everyone uses magic, working with the world's restrictions and conditions reduces our faith point cost. Think of each core as a micro-world with its own rules. Overcoming the rules costs faith points. Working with the rules reduces our faith points. It already costs us too much to pluck heroes from the source worlds and then send them over to these demon-attacked worlds. Listened, but why do the core worlds have these rules? Where do they come from? At the heart of that question is a question of our origin. That is something I do not know the answer for. Even we wonder what truly is our origin story. Where we came from remains a mystery to even the most ancient of us. But surely worlds and rules come from somewhere. In the early years, there was an idea that we are all creations of dreams, the unused, radiant thoughts of the source worlds. It remains to be proven. But I digressed. Each world has its own rules. Overcoming them has a price. There were questions. For my core worlds, I am able to alter the core's rules directly because I exert control over their core. I can weave my divine laws into them and change how each of these different worlds function. There are limitations imposed by the system, but ultimately it is all a matter of faith points. Then, can the heroes gain divinity? I'm afraid not. It is an inherent restriction of the hero class. The hero class is a borrowed power. A god cannot borrow its power from another. Even those freed, those that escaped from the mental restrictions and altered the hero class. That is not supposed to happen. But no, the power remains borrowed. The hero class is linked to a store of divine power from the system. I see. Colette's chances of having a domain is nil, unless she gives it up but they can trade their hero class for other classes. Yes, but there is a cap. There is a distance they will have to climb on their own merit. I see. But then I look at the heroes and remembered there was a question I really wanted to ask. Why the heroes? Why pick them from the source worlds? Because they have the best souls. Really, I found that hard to believe. What you see is after the system's meddling. But the souls of those from the source worlds are most suited for the perils of interdimensional travel. I thought about the question that the heroes asked. Do they really return to their source worlds after they die? Can they go home? I have no ability to send them back, so I am not certain. But the system claims they will, so they will. How? Is it really a lie? What is the system? I have no answer to that. Know that what is created across many worlds are often random. Worlds that cannot self-sustain simply collapse, and those that can are all that remain. Unusual and different, but they have reached a point where they can function as self-sufficient worlds, at least until the demons threaten to consume us all. At this point, I felt the powers of the divine artifact wane. It would need some time to recharge. There is no need to worry, we will speak again. We had answers, but we still had more to do. Fifth World Magisar. Lausanne and Eben looked at each other during a short break. Just a while ago, they helped the Magisarian humans out of the rubble. Some of these humans, who didn't want to live under the rule of the Tower Masters, left the tower and decided to strike it out in the vast wilderness. The wilderness, filled with monsters and the demon golems, plants and demonic hybrid plants, was a hostile environment, but these refugees decided rolling the dice was worth it, at least compared to the cramped and slum-like living standards of the towers. This group of refugees were not that big, just about 100 people. Are you really from another world? The leader of the refugees was a relatively strong mage at about level 52. He was supported by a group of 13 level 40 mages. Yes, Hoya's calming presence worked like a charm. To the refugees, she was the presence of the divine itself, a woman of tremendous holiness that even the mages cannot help but believe. The man stared, but I am not the hero. The heroes of Magisar, at least some time ago, used to arrive once every 2 to 3 decades. Not enough to quell the demon king's reign, but enough to buy time. The 100 or so were fed and given food. The food provided had to be plant-based, because the differences in blood type were then immediately noticeable. They vomited when given meat from other worlds. It was alien meat to them, and their bodies, though similar in appearance, were not able to tolerate the meats from the other worlds. At least they responded to the healing energies, and that sort of energy transfer still worked. There would be a lot of things to study. The interactions of the Magisarian humans with all the different types of materials available would be something they needed to check. Despite the natural magical aptitude of the Magisarians, if the side effects of their body were serious, it may seriously hinder their ability to operate off-world. Lausanne snuck into Gorfort Tower. It wasn't difficult. Aligning one's mana to the frequencies of the teleportation spell was fairly simple, compared to the mana attunement required to travel through demonic rifts. Every single level 125 Valthorn is familiar with the basics, even advanced versions of a few other major disciplines. They had to be, because out in the fields, it was really hard to know what the other worlds could throw at them. Even if they didn't receive a class in those unrelated class trees, the skills and knowledge still helped their overall performance. How is it in there? Eben asked via their message network. He was located a distance away, clearing out the demonic hives. It was quite easy to locate more refugees, once they figured the patterns. The refugees generally preferred wide open spaces where it's hard for the golems to surprise them. So rather than look for easily defended places, the mages exploited wide open spaces where they have range, and it is easy for them to use spells. It's surprisingly sad. Lausanne found the living conditions terrible. Due to the space scarcity in the towers, everyone was crammed into a small space. Ultimately, Lumuf's information guided them to one of the mages they stalked. The mage Materia Hudrot lived in a small room, just big enough for a bed and 4 shelves. There were no bathrooms, and instead, for their level, the bathrooms were shared by a few units together, similar to a dorm. She lived in a less pleasing place when she was lower leveled. Under level 30, a mage was pretty much just a peon, and would only have a bed and a small box as their personal living space. Even children were centrally managed. For the low-level mage parents, they were pretty much living in tiny rooms with stacked beds. Who's there? Materia Hudrot looked around, and Lausanne smiled. Who are you? It was easy to tell they were different. Their skin tones were different. Their build was different. Lausanne had dense, lean muscles throughout her body, while Materia was thin, almost bony. Unlike Lausanne's rounded joints, the Magisarian humans lacked the muscle mass and their joints protruded from their skinny frames. Lausanne knew it wasn't the diet. She knew of humans that strictly consumed vegetables that still had muscle mass. This difference was in their blood and genes. Their stick-thin appearance is a norm. Hello, I'd like to talk. What? I'm sent by the man you saw during your mission a few weeks ago, the man that vanished. Materia's eyes immediately widened. It wasn't an illusion. Of course, now will you come with me? Lausanne approached her, and suddenly a magical portal appeared right next to Lausanne. Materia gulped. Where are we going? Somewhere we can talk in greater detail. There were probably a million questions going through the mage's mind, but it was important to learn more about the tower masters of the various towers before making contact. So they had to infiltrate and learn about their society from the middle, where they had enough knowledge and access to see the bigger picture. Lausanne would try to contact Materia's master next. It would be easier if Materia could do the introductions. They would slowly find potential allies, learn about the various tower masters' pain points and weaknesses, and see how they could absorb these towers into the fold peacefully. By Lausanne's own estimates, Ian had much to offer these Magicerians. She only hoped that they were wise enough to accept the deal. Year 274. Ian. It's been a year since we started exploring the peripheral worlds, and we were now in our 11th world. I began to feel the strain of the expanding world. The Valtrian order now stretched across more worlds, and each of them required resources, shipment of goods, even mana. Stella and her growing team of void mages worked overtime to send people over, but ultimately we had to decide on the placement on the node trees. Without node trees, the void mages would be fully tasked with the movement of people and resources, and this strained our void mages. Our void mages were a fairly limited group in the first place. There were about 2,000 void mages, but most of them were relatively mid-levels around level 60 to 90. Then there's about 1 to 200 void mages that we considered to be deployable, a decent number, but for movements to these faraway places, it is mainly the void archmages and their peers that did the work. With my domain holders leading the exploration, I directed my own attention on the industry growth. I needed the drain on resources by some of the worlds in repair, such as Tropics World, to taper off. But luckily, it was not bad news. Because for the world of Treehome, the reality bubble expanded, and then I felt something exceptional happen. In the faraway distance, at the edge of space itself, I could somehow see past the bubble that separated Treehome's reality and the endless void sea. Using the vision of the void layers granted and shared with me, it was as if there was a world birthed within the void itself. At that moment, I saw thousands of worlds, floating as if suspended in a dormant state. Each world was encased in a package of void energies. The void sea is the spawning pool of the world. It is the primordial soup, and from my point of view, I believe it was only something I could see. Because through my domain, through my empowerment of Treehome's core, I could see the energy of the core stretch into the void itself, and then it searched. I didn't know how or what it did, but it searched through the void sea as if looking for something that matched. Then it found one, a world somehow with land and water encased in a strange liquid sack within the void sea. I felt the core's authority spread into that liquid sack, and it pulled. It pulled and pulled. It felt like forever, it felt like just a moment, and the reality bubble of Treehome suddenly bulged as that new world in the sack made contact with the wall. It was as if a larger soap bubble joined with a smaller soap bubble, and then a new world entered into Treehome's reality. It drifted, then drifted and settled in an outer orbit around Treehome's sun, and so Treehome now has a sister planet. My forces arrived on the sister planet to find it already populated and with plants and people. A dream from the core of Treehome filled in the blanks, a world that existed entirely within the void sea in a state of limbo. It exists, but imperfectly. The void sea is the cradle of worlds. I strangely found it similar to something from my past life. This new world was as if a program that was in development, but never went live. It ran in a test environment all this while, but when it was pushed to the live environment, it inherited all the history it created during the test environment. The sister world of Treehome, which I now called Shrubhome, shared the same racial mix as Treehome, and it came already present with a decently sized population. How? Most of my forces didn't understand. Or maybe they did, but it was a reality that was hard to swallow. For us from Earth or the source worlds, it was hard to grasp whether we were dealing with reality. How was a world that didn't exist before suddenly exist with its own history in what felt like a few days? In a way, it was simpler to think of this new world as one that exists in a realm separate from ours, and now it moved across the realms to join us, because the implications of a world created out of scratch meant we were all simulations. That our existence could be created out of the blue by the void sea. The mages were surprisingly more willing to accept it. To them, if summons were real, then creations of a world with its own history could be real. For me personally, I found it easier to think of this sister world as a world that was teleported in, to be our celestial neighbor. Shrubhome was a smaller world, smaller but still had seas and continents, similar to Treehome. It had 3 large continents, and my forces arrived to find existing kingdoms and nations already squabbling. There were no domain holders here. Not a single one, and the strongest person we sensed as only in the level 50s. We spoke to some of the leaders of Shrubhome, and it seems from their point of view they were always there, and when they looked up to the skies and the sun, Treehome was always in their star maps. Again, if magic can do so much, creating worlds out of thin air should be doable. But damn, it was hard to truly accept. Somehow, the flow of energies on Shrub Home was also the same as Tree Home. This was a world where the core is actually linked to Tree Home's core. I sensed the same energy from Shrub Home's core. The core was a physical object, but in Tree Home's case, now it was split into two. I wondered whether this was a form of defense mechanism. A demon king needed to capture both cores in order to fully control the world. 11th World. Shasan, land of sands and floods demons, are gigantic fire demons, but expansion curtailed by the sands. Sand. Johann picked up a handful of sand and the sand was blown away by the wind. It was fine sand, high quality even, but sand. The sun was bright and there was not a single cloud in the sky. The sand, the heat, the cloudless sky all reminded them of the scorpionid lands of Jeanpu. Well, looks like we found the world to fulfill our promise to Jeanpu. Rune smiled. Kefri would enjoy this place. Is something going on with you and Kefri? Ezar asked. Rune shook his head. Nothing. There was nothing and there's still nothing. At one point, Chung was pursuing her. He's dying soon, you have a chance. Rune made an exaggerated, retching expression. Please, at some point I'm going to prefer to be partnerless. I have a partner, Ezar admitted, and she's cute. I hope to have many babies with her. Rune paused as he looked into the distance. There was a very faint scent of some kind of human presence. I didn't know that. Is it a fairly recent thing? Ezar nodded. Yeah. We got together recently, at least before this whole peripheral worlds thing. I kinda miss her already. The ranger pointed in a direction and the three began to move. Well, maybe you should head back and go make some babies. I think there's really no need for three of us in a single world. Ezar shrugged. The three of us are meant to offset Lumuf and Edna's significantly higher levels. But yeah, I should make babies. I know. Rune laughed. But yeah, look, humans, again, that's good. Johann joined in and the three activated their illusionary spells. They needed to stalk the natives and learn more about them before making the first contact. Ian would love to have a look at your kids. Ezar nodded. Ian's medical care would be indispensable. I know what you mean, Ezar said. I'm curious too. I just hope there's no complications for the mother. Is she human? Where's she from? Rune asked. Yeah, she's an enchanter working for the Valthorns. She helped make one of the pieces of my gauntlets. Oh, sweet. At least she isn't an outsider. That hardly works well. Rune said. There's Valthorns married to folks outside the order, and that can get a little messy if things get leaked. Ezar squirmed. What usually happens is the outsider gets absorbed in, but that can be a little traumatic for the partner. Rune explained. There were information access tiers to the order, and for domain holders, they pretty much had full access. As one goes down the order's ranks, the access tiers decreased. It's monitored by the artificial minds to ensure key information remains secure. There wasn't 100 security. Not with the various kinds of espionage skills and surveillance spells, but we have been fairly successful in controlling data leakages with a huge network of artificial minds and Patrick's perpetual mind scanning abilities. You need to tell me more. Later, Ezar said as the three snuck close and followed the human caravan traveling through the sands. The trio didn't take long to start noticing the unusual creatures of this desert world. One, there were sandbirds. They were part sand, part spiritual creatures that were more like elementals than actual animals. There were many other larger creatures, like a gigantic sandfish that resembled a transparent fish but with sand as its skin. They were just native animals made of sand. Then, the vegetation was also different. Despite the strong sunlight, the plants they have were skinny, brown-colored things. Instead, these plants were drawn to magic and seemed to derive sustenance from the natural magical energies. As a result, they tend to be brownish or sand-colored and were mostly camouflaged in order to hide from the animals that prey on them. The plants were also able to move to an extent, because their roots seemed to be able to extend to reach the magical ley lines. In a way, they were pretty much some kind of plant-animal blend that didn't need water or sunlight, and instead used sand and magic for its sustenance. The great rain is in 15 days. The trio listened to the local humans talk. The sands will flood and we must reach Norgan. Make haste, everyone. They whipped the strange armored beasts and they roared. The armored beasts were also sand-like creatures similar to the sandbirds and the sandworms. They were fed a collection of brown plant leaves harvested from the various magical plant patches. The locals called them the brown trees. The trio followed the human caravans and reached it in 13. Norgan was the first human settlement they encountered in the world of Shasan, and it was located on a rare rock outcropping, a mesa in what appeared to be a sea of sand. The people of Shasan made things out of sand and rock, and they did so through a class known as the Sand Sculptors. We all soon noticed the presence of an altar made of sand that we were pretty sure was a magical object. It granted the class Sand Sculptor to anyone who prayed to it. All cities have one of these sand altars. They were magical existences, a kind of spiritual object similar to a spiritual tree, but one of sand. It reminded me of Jeanpu, and wondered what Jeanpu would have done to a world like this. Then we experienced Shasan's unique weather, the Great Flood, a seasonal rain that happens almost like clockwork. The skies were charged with a kind of magic, similar to ley lines but different. The people of Shasan were ready. Their homes, all located on top of the mesas, were built with large walkways, and then it poured. The skies poured more water than we've ever seen anywhere. It was just a constant torrent of rain that flooded everything. The Sea of Sands became an actual sea, complete with monsters and creatures. The sand creatures we saw previously now took new forms, and they shed their body of sand for a body of water. The actual constant rain lasted for 2 weeks, but the Great Flood itself would last for about 2 more months, followed by 2 weeks of the Great Draining. The world alternated between sand and water in about 3-month cycles. During the Great Rain, the Shasan humans would fish and harvest the various creatures that spawn in the sea. During the Great Sands, they would hunt certain types of plants and beasts, such as the magically sustained sand plants. Yet so far the demon's presence were minimal. There was a demon king here, so it was strange to us. Eventually, my domain holders spent months moving through the vast sands and seas and eventually found it. We soon found the demon king in a flooded pit. It wasn't dead. Water wouldn't kill the creature that didn't need to breathe. Instead, it was headed towards the depths of the core. We also learned there were no surviving heroes. The last of the demon slayers died about 20 years ago. Despite this, the demons did not take over the world. The environment significantly hindered the demons' ability to expand, just as how the oceans of Treehome often constrain the demons to a particular continent. Even when the demons did attack, the demons were also clustered around a few corrupted mesas, islands of demonic forces. The lesser demons didn't take well to water, and the sand creatures were brutal. In some ways, this wasn't a horrible state. The demons hardly bothered the locals. This world didn't really need us. Materia Hudrot, the stone mage of Magisar. There were only 3 of them, and 3 of these visitors. They were not the strange person she saw, but she trembled. Her senses screamed to take at least a few steps back, so they did. It was the man in armor, Eben. He emitted a keen, cutting presence that made her feel as if her skin and head would be sliced open. Next to him was Lozan, the woman that invited her and spoke to her a few days ago. Then next to her was another man that felt every bit like a tower master, and more. Junker Quartz and Carafa Gundhurt were both master mages and were in the high-level 60s. The true masters were in the level 80s, and yet Materia watched the 2 of them sweat. Magisarians all had a keen sense of magic and mana, and some Magisarians could even see magic flows in the air around them. Junker Quartz was one of those unique individuals with the power to see magic in the air, and it was why he became a great bronze mage. Lozan led them to a meeting area carved out of the rocks of the ground. The entire area should have been infested with demonic golems, and yet Materia's senses were clear. There wasn't any. Carafa sat first, and she naturally took the position as if she was in charge. "Who are you 3, and what do you want?" Lozan smiled. "Let's start with what we want. I was told that the Tower Master's position as the Tower Masters can be challenged directly through a magical duel." Carafa, Junker, and Materia stared at each other. Her immediate suspicion was the other towers. During an earlier, much less demon-infested time, Tower Masters frequently sent mages to other towers and tried to usurp power and claim the other towers by way of a duel. Who do you work for? Which tower?" Carafa asked. "None of that," Lozan laughed. "But can it be done, and is it still recognized today? I doubt it. The Tower Masters won't let go of their positions, not in our current environment." Carafa frowned, but at that point a portal opened and a man Carafa and Materia recognized stepped out. Materia's fellow disciple. "Good to see you again, Master Carafa." Lezen was one of the refugee mages rescued in the Valthorn's recent tour of the Magisarian lands. "It's been 8 years. Carafa rubbed her eyes. "Have I gone blind? I thought you were dead. It's quite hard for a bug like me to die." The refugee mage was one of the assistants. "Well, we had enough of the Tower Master's selfishness. That's a death sentence. Now we have enough to finally think of challenging the Tower's whims," Lezen said proudly. Lozan coughed. Lezen immediately paled and changed his words. Eben's helmet turned and stared. At that moment, they all felt the man's overwhelming presence on their shoulders. Materia didn't notice it before, but now that she did, she noticed the man's armor and helmet were not made with their common bronze alloys. Instead, it looked like a metal that's exceptionally rare on Magisar. So much so that Materia blurted it out. "Is that a suit of armor made of steel?" "Yes," Eben said, and then turned to face Lezen. His voice was heavy and strong, and Lezen cowered in his presence. "And you, we invited you to repeat what you said to us." Lezen gulped. I said that it is possible to formally take the position as a Tower Master if a challenger is endorsed by at least 3 resident level 50 mages." Carafa and Junker then looked at each other. Carafa scratched her chin once she recovered from Eben's presence. The old tower's challenge remains within the Gorfort Tower's code, but it has not been invoked in the past 40 or so years. "Will the challenger be one of you, Lezen? Your leader?" Lezen shook his head. I doubt our leader could even last against the great Tower Masters." "Can it be done?" Lozan asked. Materia noticed she was already a little annoyed with the mage's constant diversions. Carafa nodded. Possible. Junker looked at Carafa and then at the man standing next to Lozan. Will it be you? Materia's eyes and senses focused on the man with a strange hat and he shrugged. Much depends on our central command. Lozan frowned. The two of you, can you find someone willing to endorse a foreign mage for the position? The two shook their heads. We want endorse an outsider. The woman sighed. Well, this has been a waste of time. What level is the Tower Master? They say the few Tower Masters are all level 80 or so. Should we really play their political games just to formally claim to rule? Let's just abduct them and haul them back here. The man who was clearly a mage sighed. I bet we can make them see reason with some good all-Ian's perspective. Eben nodded. We will discuss this further. What is the current formal way to be accepted back into the tower? A written endorsement and sponsorship by a resident mage. Carafa said, Issue 1. Lozan declared. No, Issue 3. Why should we? Lozan then took out a small crystal of tremendous luster. It was soaked in mana and seemed to shine. Materia's eyes stared at it greedily, and she noticed her two senior mages making a similar expression. Let's make a deal. Carafa straightened up and her posture changed into one Materia knew. It was the one when she wanted to do business. Well, I would prefer it if we started off this way. What are we dealing in, and is that thing for trade? Lozan smiled. Why, yes. Materia stared at the crystal and realized she couldn't miss out too. Can I be part of the deal as well? Lozan nodded and took out two more equally sized crystals. Would you be interested, Junker? The old man's posture transformed in the same manner as Carafa. What do you want us to part with? Lezin looked betrayed. Why wasn't that? Eben stared at him and he instantly realized he had no place here. The mage flicked a finger and portal opened. Please leave. This part of the discussion does not involve you, but if you behave and cooperate, there may be other deals we can make with you. Lezin nodded and ran through the portal. Lozan laughed. Materia's eyes never left the shining crystal of magic. Greed truly was universal. Year 274, Part 2. There were still a few more worlds to explore, but back home, I tried to consider my options with the 11 worlds we have visited so far. I decided it was a good idea to pool all my domain holders and get some preliminary assessments. It's likely that the 4 worlds wouldn't be too far off. A group back home started to work on our expected response to the demons. Some of these worlds were in a stable state. It made me wonder, of course. Despite the peripheral world's distance to the Demon King, not all of them have folded. So why? So I've been thinking about the nature of the peripheral worlds and concluded that the peripheral worlds usually have some kind of defensibility. It is this defensibility that makes them into contested zones, worlds that are hard for the demons to fully capture, worlds that are also hard for the gods to properly reinforce. In short, peripheral worlds are not peripheral worlds by distance, even if it was one of the factors, but by sheer survivorship bias. Faraway worlds that cannot be defended and lacked inherent defensibility meant they would easily fold to the demons. That meant they were not the gods' problem anymore, since they are then demon worlds. Worlds that are close to the gods can be easily defended and reinforced, so they remain as normal worlds. So peripheral worlds are those that are in limbo. Worlds that are hard for the demons to conquer due to their design, and those that the gods find it hard to reinforce. If these two were true, it was likely that these sorts of worlds would become peripheral worlds because they would survive the drift. Could it just be a fluke that the hero's old artifacts and items give the natives some fighting chance to hang on? Lumuf countered. Of course, but it's just something I've been thinking about. It was just a hypothesis that peripheral worlds become battlegrounds because they experience longer periods of struggle against the demons. Worlds that can't put up a fight die or fall to the demons and thus drift out of the gods' influence anyway. Lava World. How do you feel? Kefri said as Samuel, or Samahiro, the elf hero, gained levels battling the demons of Lava World. Better, stronger, Samuel said while he rested. He gained a level that day. The demon champion was hardly a threat. With more power, they would have the ability to retake Landas from the Demon King. The goal was to get Samuel at least into the level 100s, one they achieved fairly easily. But each new hero had their own style of battle, and Kay, as the new hero manager, decided that all the heroes needed to have practice sessions. It was something copied from the Valthorns, since the Valthorns had battle simulations in order to form their battle tactics. The heroes, even with their natural gifts, still needed practice. Samuel also needed to get used to his new abilities, even if the divine gifts of the hero class helped tremendously. But the demon champions were too weak to be a challenge. Without really pushing it, it was hard for the heroes to really know how well they worked together. Teamwork was one of the few things that the hero class wasn't very good at. It is good to have another close combat fighter in our team, Adrian said. Colette, Prabhu, Adrian, Kefri, 4 heroes, and now they were 5 once more. I'm just happy there's more of us. Prabhu sighed. I hope they find more heroes on the other worlds. Samuel looked around. It was better than being alone, for sure. I hope so too. The Valthorns concluded it was best to decide which world to clear out its demon king, only after we've explored all 15 worlds. In some states, it's likely there were stable worlds. So for now, Samuel and the other heroes prepared for war. They repaired old hero items, restored magical defenses. 12th. Gigantodragon, the planetary dragon. Stella and Lumuf opened the portal and instantly knew this was one of those unusual worlds. A world that existed on the surface of a gigantic planetary dragon that's forever chasing a sun. The world was constantly moving. It wasn't moving in the void sea, but after staring at the edge of its reality bubble for a moment, we concluded it was likely to only appear as if it was always moving. Maybe it was like a marble spinning in place as water flowed around it. Well, a giant dragon. Lumuf looked around. They landed on what appeared to be the middle part of the dragon's body. The part that looked like the head was the brightest, and yet, even on the surface of this gigantic planetary dragon's body, there was running water, plants, trees, and mountains. That's a first. I wonder whether Ian's clone could link to the dragon's will, then we could possibly gain control or communicate with it. Urey concluding that a planetary-sized world's core is a sentient dragon. Yes, I suppose. Stella said, a creature of this size. I think we have to let go of some of our assumptions. It may only possess the physical form of a dragon, but nothing actually requires it to be sentient. Its movements, its mannerisms may just be a set of instructions imprinted to its being. A machine. Stella sighed as she scanned around. I suppose in a world of magic, nothing really requires planets to be, well, planets. Lumuf nodded, and through him our senses expanded. I could feel it, and they could too. Heroes. There were still heroes here. And at the same time, we also felt the presence of a demon king. A strong one. We knew because its demonic energies were intense, as if amplified by the natural energies of the land itself. That's not good, Stella said as her hands got to work. A portal world open. The two stepped through and found a battlefield with strong demons. Demons that glowed with lines of magic, and they were strong. Champions littered the skies as if they didn't cost energy. Because they didn't, Stella's magical senses expanded as she sent magical probes all around. But here, around the waist of the planet-sized dragon, was a battleground between the land controlled by the demons and the lands controlled by the natives. Two heroes, two humans with magical wings, surrounded by smaller drakes, fought back against the demons. They were strong, but the demon king, a giant two-headed armored lizard, breathed magic glowed with the same strange lines. I'm not totally certain, but it seems this demon king left parts of itself on ley lines, and that ley line energy fed the demon king, Stella said as she landed behind Lumuf. It seemed like the demon king was going to fire a weapon their way as well. One of the heads opened fire, and a magical blast smashed into Lumuf's shields. It burned through 3 layers of shields, but didn't reach Lumuf. It did make him sweat a little, and so he prepared to activate his shields again. Well, that's something. The other head of the demon king fired, and the heroes dodged the energy blast. It was considerably more powerful than the average demon king, and its energies were a blend of demonic energy and the unusual ley lines energies. They couldn't take the hit directly. Think we should help them? Lumuf looked at Stella, but that question was partly directed at me. I could feel Lumuf's presence. The demon king charged at the heroes at a surreal speed, and the two heroes countered with attacks of their own. They were fairly powerful, and their own energy attacks left large scars on the demon king, but those wounds regenerated quickly, its health supported by the ley lines. Stella could feel the demon king's energies were linked to other places. There were fragments of the demon king spread throughout the tail of this planetary-sized dragon. We should help to destroy those ley line sources if we want that to happen, but we couldn't do that. The demon king closed in on the heroes and fired an energy blast at point blank, a shot that would have killed the heroes. Lumuf seemingly blinked in front of the two humanoid heroes and created a massive wooden shield and blocked the attack from the demon king. The blast tore through layers of wooden shields, and the shockwave of the attack sent Lumuf and the two heroes backward. I could feel the two heroes were tired and had not much strength to continue this fight. Let's rescue the heroes and we can talk strategy later. Taking out the demon's fragments on the ley lines should be quite easy. Stella nodded. Y'all have to carry them out. My void portals won't work with the heroes. Lumuf approached the two humanoid heroes. They were battered. They didn't have much wounds on them, but they spent quite a lot of their energy on the demon king. Hello, heroes. I think this battle is lost. Let us retreat and we can discuss details later. The two looked at each other and back at Lumuf. Sure. The demon king didn't give chase, while we followed the heroes away from the battlefield and arrived at a dragonling city filled with flying drakes and the humanoid dragonlings. It was a border town, one closest to the creeping demonic corruption and the home base of the two heroes for now. They've been trying to push back against the demon king for a while, but with just the two of them, they've not been able to overwhelm the demon king. I am Lumuf, and this is my friend Stella. The two heroes, Roger and Wira, were summoned about a year ago. But the Demon King and the demons arrived about 6 years before that, and so they got a 5 years head start. The Demon King advances slowly. The two heroes explained. Each time it creeps forward, it tries to capture the ley lines within the ground, and it goes stronger with each captured magical ley line. The two of us couldn't really beat it, even though we gained levels after each battle. Almost seems as if we're fighting against a monster we can't win. Each time we hurt it, it just regenerates. Demon Kings have exceptional regeneration ability. Stella said, what you experienced isn't unusual. Does it have minions? I didn't see any lesser demons beyond the usual hellhounds and critters. A few. They're not that weak, though. The heroes said, why didn't you sneak past it and attack the ley lines? It wouldn't let us. Raja countered, you know how this world is like one long dragon. Anytime we try to get past that line, it knows we're coming. It can tell we're headed there. The demons have hero vision, so for the heroes they would not be able to sneak past the Demon King. Stella looked at Lumuf, but we could. The two heroes looked at each other. Yes, you totally can. Teleportation, Lumuf asked. Jammed, Raja added. The Demon King's energies spread throughout the demon lands, and any teleportation spell into that area gets shredded. We can't maintain a stable portal. But what defenses do they have? Mostly the demon lords, Raja added. Demon lords, Lumuf asked. Demons empowered by the ley lines. They are quite powerful, but nothing like the Demon King. We could take one down, but the ley lines are all protected by these demon lords. Demon champions, just terminology differences. Lumuf breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't an unusual class of demon, most likely just a demon champion that has a similar energy absorption mechanism as its parent Demon King. This Demon King seemed to rely on capturing ley lines to make itself stronger, and also spawn more powerful demons. So actually, we kinda got ahead of ourselves by diving right into the demon problem. What is this world? Lumuf said. The dragonlings of this world, Giganta, looked at us with interest, but ultimately left us alone. The heroes were more than happy to explain it to us. The world of Gigantadragon is a long dragon-shaped planet that is perpetually chasing the golden sun. The day-night cycle is determined by the position of the dragon's head, and the long shadow the head casts over the rest of its body as it moves through in a rotational pattern through space, blocking out the sun. It twirls and moves as the stars around the world warped and shifted, as if it is forever chasing the sun, but we knew this was an illusion. Nothing was moving. The land itself is separated into 15 large segments, each representing like a chunk or segment of the body, as if the body of the dragon is some sort of gigantic centipede of stone and earth, and on those segments are rather normal features such as mountains, seas, lakes, farmlands, and so on. Between the segments is a part called the dragon's skin, essentially an unstable part of the land that frequently experiences fissures due to how two linked segments of the planet-sized dragon moves about as it rotates around the sun. The tail end is significantly colder than the parts closer to the head, where it is warmer. The magical energies of the ley lines are also stronger closer to the dragon's head, but there are ley lines throughout Giganta's body. The locals refer to the ley lines as the dragon's veins because they were the energies of the gigantic dragon. It is inhabited by a mixture of dragonlings, drakes, and humanoids, and the dragonlings worship a mix of Hawa and Gaia. The dragonlings and drakes have elemental biases that were reflected in their skin. The green-shaded dragonlings and drakes generally had powers of the wood and earth. The reddish, orange dragonlings were fire, and the blue-white dragonlings and drakes were of the water, ice, and wind elements. These three were the main subgroups of dragonlings, and the fire element dragonlings were clustered closer to the head of Giganta, and the areas where there were volcanoes and rivers of lava, while the water and earth element dragonlings were more spread out. Roger and Weira, as heroes, were the union of the three dragonling subgroups, and they had powers of all three dragonlings and could empower their drakes. The drakes of Capra or Johan's dragon would be fascinating to introduce to the dragonlings of this world, and vice versa, but that would be a later problem. For now, it is the heroes that would do the moving. So when are you two going to sneak past the gates? Are you two like world travelers? Like some hero that finished their quest and now could travel from world to world, Stella shook her head. Nothing like that. We're not even heroes, but let's say we have an organization behind us. I don't see it. Is it like some kind of starship flying overhead? Roger and Weira looked overhead. The sky was somehow filled with stars, even if it's not a real thing, and the stars looked like they moved in a particular direction. No. I suppose if we deploy a node here, we can introduce you to the rest of us. Wait, what about defenses? We'll have to hold the Demon King back. If it senses us disappearing, it may decide to attack. We're what stands between the Demon King and total annihilation of the dragonlings. That doesn't always happen. Lumuf countered. It doesn't know. We can't desert our post here, not even for a bit. The two heroes said with certainty. Their reaction made Lumuf pause for a while before he said, I see, then we need to discuss our plans before we go ahead. The two domain holders left the heroes to their own affairs. What did you think? Stella and Lumuf met somewhere away from the heroes. Their hero class compulsions seem a little strong there. They are fairly high level, that sort of meddling is expected. Lumu frowned. We wouldn't be able to move them, and we'll have to bring the rest of the heroes here. Stella merely nodded and waited for Lumuf to continue, or we do what's sensible. We sneak past the demon's battle lines and hit the ley lines. That would ensure that the heroes can survive the next conflict with the Demon King. Then we bring the heroes. If we leave as it is, it's likely they won't survive an encounter with the Demon King. I think we should call for some reinforcement, give them some breathing room, then decide later. The Void Domain Holder nodded. Yeah, that's probably our best choice. We should figure out what's up with this Demon King anyway. Landas. Commander Argo looked and noticed unusual expressions in his fellow elves. They didn't have the old expressions of exhaustion or anger or joy, stress. His fellow elves struggled to keep up with the demands of their new rulers. Fortifications were constructed at breakneck pace, the old farms rebuilt so quickly. The visitors, the divine guides, Argo in his heart thought of them as the messengers of heaven. It was hard. His people were so used to subsistence, so used to existing scraping by, that the messengers of the tree god had to teach and reintroduce many new skills, even the art of building better homes or processing tools or recording information. Land has lost so much of its old administrative abilities and knowledge, but the change brought by the messengers had been swift, so swift that his people, now no longer existing under the threat of the demons, struggled to adapt. Stress. We're all listening to the centaur, talking about recording information, city design, and city administration. Things they never thought about. It didn't matter when things could get destroyed, but now they had to design for permanence. They had to rebuild their military ability, and they were all truly stressed. The old elven soldiers were now trained by the messengers. They were veterans of war. Many of them were old too, and survivors of many demonic attacks, but they survived without regimented training. They gained their levels, often learning from the older soldiers and from each other. Their methods and styles all contained habits that didn't always work. Now the Valthorns came, and truly they were a thorn in their backside. Yet it was not defiance. His people were not defiant. They knew how different the power level were. Every single messenger Argo met was level 100 and more. They were stronger, their equipment and tactics were well honed. In some ways they were truly anti-demonic specialists, and they wanted to train them to be like them. The Valthorn Lord present came with a small army of expertly built golems, a golem master of some sort, and somehow the laborers worked to rebuild the city. Nunarnusk must be rebuilt quickly and better, the man said, and unfortunately many of you lost the skills to do it. We will have to bridge the gap, but first we need all the old designs out of your old archives. Nunarnusk was an ancient city, and the druids' magical roots pierced the ground and revealed many such old structures hidden after centuries of war. Many of them were hidden under debris, and over time, forgotten. Their people were too busy surviving war after war that the brief periods of peace didn't grant them much respite to even think of archaeology. Stress. The elders squinted and cracked their heads trying to decipher text from the old days that they struggled. Some of them were written in Old White Elven that none of them truly could say they still understood, even though the system naturally bridged the speaking language and often granted knowledge of the current lingua franca. The written system drifted over the centuries, and that drift meant old text started to lose legibility after sufficient amount of drift. But the messengers insisted that they dig anyway. The messengers were not all warriors. Some were clearly mage scholars, fascinated to pore over new text and subjects never before seen by their kind. Commander Argo was nearby when he saw a group of them discuss. They spoke fairly audibly that Argo heard them loud and clear. Our goals for the excavation are to locate old maps and find old spells. From those old maps, we then locate places of magical study. If we are lucky, we may be able to learn new spells that were previously unique to the White Elves. We will have to leave the originals here with the White Elves as per our caretaking agreement, but what we learn, we take and add to our library of spells. We will also extend our coverage outside of Nunarnusk if there are any strong leads. Understood, the rest of them nodded. Old spells. Argo wondered to himself what old spells did the White Elves know. A part of him wondered whether he should consider it sacred and sacrilegious to let these newcomers go through their history. But the locals had no strength to resist them. Nunarnusk and the many capitals were all home to great elven mages during the pre-demonic age. Though the messengers clearly came to help, it seemed that they also had ulterior motives of their own. Rosker was a hive of activity, as new areas for housing were built seemingly overnight. Gigantic trees turned into homes littered the outer ring of Rosker's original fort, all meant to house the tens of thousands of refugees that now called Rosker home. Refugees, how much food do we have? Do we have enough to feed everyone? Novorosk stared at crowds waiting outside their newly constructed canteens. Yes, yes, one of the blood elves nodded with a bit of frustration. Warleader, don't worry about us. Food will take some time, but there is enough. Enough, sure. It was so strange that the word enough still seemed weird to him. It was hard to change from a mindset of scarcity. For some it was easier. For Novorosk, it was hard. He didn't know what to say. He felt a little lost. The refugees all came to collect and eat food. The Valthorn druids blessed their farms and spawned new fruit trees. There were many new farms, and with more new produce there should be enough for everyone to keep their hunger away. It wouldn't be enough for luxury. Not yet. The druids and builders that came to Rosker focused on the staple foods and, together with the refugees, constructed new farms and plantations that would feed them all. It was enough to feed twice their current population, but the variety was still almost non-existent. They would have to develop more farms with more interesting food varieties in the future. Novorosk watched and wondered what he'll miss in Rosker if he blinked. I've summoned everyone here to discuss a key topic for the future of Landas. Druid Phelan of the Valthorn stated, as a treefolk man appeared. They've never seen a man made out of a tree, and wondered whether he was some kind of mythical creature written in their ancient text. This is Lord Kravik, a senior noble lord from our world. He is visiting temporarily to assist with the economic aspects of Landas. There were old elves from every surviving city of Landas. Many of the surviving towns quickly consolidated, as most were barely surviving and eager to rejoin a larger society. In time, some will wander out again, but for now, the centuries of war left most elves eager to reconnect with their fellow elves. Coinage was lost from your old era. Kravik declared after what appeared to be weeks and months of pouring through ancient text with a small army of assistants and translators. Most cities and Landasian settlements now function without coinage, everything through a pooled set of resources allocated by the elders. This is familiar to all of you, but that was not how things were in the old era, and your current favors and allocation system will not work once you become proper nation-states. What followed was Kravik's highly summarized brief on the economic history of the old Elven Empire era. On behalf of the Valthorns, we intend to restore the coinage system, and for now, we hope that all the different elves adopt a single coin system until your world regains sufficient scale and industrial output. We will then use this coinage to trade with your cities for the resources each of your cities will then produce. The elders glanced at each other. They would have to produce something to trade with each other, because the Valthorn force concentrated on defenses and basic needs. The Valthorn's expansion also quickly flagged many potential resource sites, some containing the usual metals, some containing magical resources such as crystals and gems. There were some rather basic questions from the elders. They asked why trade was needed when each of them were currently self-sufficient. Two main reasons: quality and levels. Specialization allows the creation of higher-tier goods, which improves quality. It also raises levels, which allow for an individual to create even better tools and equipment. Trade is necessary to allow each individual to have sufficient production volume. With sufficient production volume, the system recognizes their specialization and awards levels. Trade creates volume, volume creates improvements in experience, and the maker then gains levels. This is how our world's industrial base gained power. We hope to replicate it to yours. Kravik naturally omitted the part where this was only applicable to the lower-level 100s, because the level gains from non-combat activities quickly plateau past level 70 to 90, depending on the type of non-combat class. They weren't there yet, not with their current subsistence-level industry. It would take a decade or two to restore some decent level of trade. It was as much a mindset and habit issue than just knowing the means. Warleader Novorosk, please show me the old shield structures. The hero Samahiro, or Samuel, finally visited their home. He was healthy, handsome as hell, and all the elven females watched him walk by. Novorosk nodded, pleased to be useful. Novorosk hardly recognized Rosker now, with all the new structures added and old structures cleaned up. How are things? Samuel asked. The last time I saw you was on Treehome. My apologies for not visiting sooner. I had to gain some levels. It is nothing. It's not like the shields were used at all, Novorosk said. It was once their lifeline, and Novorosk swore to protect it with his life. Little did he expect to ever see a day that here it stood, unattended, unprotected. He sighed. If this era lasts, this thing will no longer be needed. Samuel shook his head as he touched it. His star mana pool was larger now, much, much larger than it originally was. He easily fed his star mana to the thirsty object, and the two felt the energies of the shield regain strength. The wider world is an unforgiving place, very unforgiving place. It is, Novorosk said. How many such structures have you fixed? A lot. I lost count. I was told to create new ones just in case. Samuel sat. So will you keep me company, Warleader? Novorosk nodded. There is nothing much for a warleader like me to do, other than train and spar with my fellow soldiers. For a moment the two sat in peace. You should join them. Samuel spoke after working for a bit, and a magical ball emerged before him. Samuel's Hero Forge would create an additional set of defensive equipment, complete with instructions of use. Most defensive equipment also had a passive charging ability, but often the ambient energies are so thin that they take a while to charge. Novorosk looked out of a small door. It was normally closed, but these days there was no risk. The view was of a Rosker that was changing. A warrior would have no place in a time of peace. I want to, Novorosk said. Samuel nodded. You worry for your team. Novorosk wanted to say no, but then nodded. Yes, I still wonder whether my place is here or there, or whether I should even. You should join the Valthorns. I've seen what they want to do and they still need more soldiers. They need far more than you can fathom. Why? Samuel looked up. There was a ceiling on top. There were fading paintings made by the old white elves from an older time. There are thousands of worlds out there, many of them like ours, struggling to hold on. They all need help. You received help, War Leader Novorosk. It is time to do your part and help those who are in need. Novorosk looked at Samuel. He heard of the same briefing and understood what it meant. I know, I just need some time to tell my team. They will understand, just as how the rest of the heroes understood I needed time. I too was not ready to face the Demon King again. The two exchanged glances, and Novorosk understood that Samuel was still afraid of the Demon King. The Demon King cursed him in their first confrontation, and even though he successfully fled, the curse deteriorated and left him in a near comatose state, with the cherry spirit tree trying its best to keep him alive. The war leader sighed. To the hero must think his own fears as just something small. I will. Good, I am done. I will have to speak to the mages. Can you call them? Samuel took out a crystal spherical object that quickly made itself at home. Novorosk felt its magical energy spread out, and another magical protective layer emerged over their fortress. It wouldn't be enough to cover all of Rosker, not with all the new settlements outside its old walls, but it was just an additional layer of security, an insurance. I'll call them in Hero Samahiro. Please wait. Good. I hope the next time I see you, it's when you are in a different set of uniforms. Novorosk chuckled at how quickly the elven hero switched allegiances. But he was right. The world is much bigger than he thought. He'd speak to the druid Phelan later and see whether he could be a new member of the Valthorns. I've been wondering when you would ask. Druid Phelan had a schedule where he visited each of the different elven cities. There were only about 30 large surviving elven cities, and Rosker was one of them. You know, you're not the first, War Leader Novorosk. The Valthorns are already vetting those who wish to join. How many asked? About 100 for now. We expect more to join eventually. Phelan patted Novorosk on the shoulder. I can't give you any special benefits, but y'all have to join the training system. Once you're sufficiently trained, you will be sent to where Ian sees fit. Novorosk shuddered. I see. Many will fail. Being around Ian is a difficult thing, and minds need to be made of sterner stuff. Novorosk remembered the sensation of having his mind assaulted. It was something that still lingered until today. But many of you are warriors who lived a life of protecting your homes. If you do it for the right reasons, and so I think you will find it easier. Phelan said, I do. Those that put themselves out there must be willing to burn a bit of themselves. The druid said. Novorosk didn't understand. Why? Phelan smiled. Because you will be digging deeper into yourself all the time. You will try to be more, do more. We burn a little bit of ourselves so that together we shine brighter. Novorosk thought that sounded familiar. It was a sensation he remembered. He nodded. I look forward to it. Phelan tapped him on the shoulder again. I hope to see you soon, War Leader Novorosk. Be prepared for transport. Trey home. It is damned good to be back. Kaffa was happy to be back in Freshka. He took a shower, followed by a long dip in a slimy tub filled with fragrances that most humans would find appalling. But lizard folks enjoyed certain types of scents that reminded them of the village or city they came from, the rivers they played in. Non-lizard folks visiting their homes often have to use some scent nullification artifact to mitigate the nausea it tends to create. It was time to hit Gigantodragon soon, and Johann's party also took a short break. The domain holders decided it was a good idea to meet up to discuss strategy and tactics. Well, I think given its stronger magical nature, it should be somewhat vulnerable to anti-magical attacks. At least, the stronger anti-magical weapons could disrupt the ley lines enough to temporarily weaken the Demon King. We could test it out, Edna said. They would have to draw up a revised list of equipment and inventory for the coming battle, but taking that many anti-magic weapons will drain our store. We've been using them a lot. Ezar noted, production's not keeping up. Kaffa shook his head and sipped his drink. Why not? Access to that world is seasonal. We don't have a clone or a node on it. Johann quickly looked up some reports. I think we should put a node there at least. The 5 domain holders looked at each other. Yeah. Let's do that. Rune frowned and then looked at Kaffa. I think our thinking about these sets of worlds need to be adjusted. I think the anti-magic sand worlds needs to be turned into one of our core worlds. It has no population. If the entire idea is to strip mine that world for the anti-magic sands, a node tree will be sufficient. Kaffa countered. I'd rather put a clone on this dragon world, or that heavily populated world. Does Ian want to place a clone on this dragon world? Johann asked. We seem to be encountering a streak of dragon-type worlds. That's good for you, isn't it? Kaffa countered cheerfully in a much better mood. He had a glass of his favorite juice. In some convoluted way, not really. My dragon seems easily jealous, and I'm not exactly sure how it'll react to it. There should be some kind of group benefit from controlling all the dragon-drake worlds together. Edna countered. The drake fruits of Capra could be used to help the drakes of Gigantodragon. This mutual assistance could result in a powerful force. Does he want the dragonlings? Kaffa shrugged. I think all the differences between the world and their special qualities is just a distraction. I think it's all a little silly in the end. Why? That made Rune and Johan turned. That relies on the assumption that our bombs continue to work on demon kings. There will be demon kings resistant to bombs. Resistant, but not immune. Kaffa countered and took a big sip of his juice. Now really, if we look at the bigger picture, creating domain holders is really a game of numbers. If the odds of finding someone who can be a domain holder is 1 in a billion, then we need to get billions on our side. Ian should therefore claim the worlds that have the highest populations, convert them to our side, and from this large pool there will be some talents, but they must have the talent, the special thing that pushes them beyond that last step. Kaffa said, we have it somehow. But we need more domain holders, and I say it is not something that can be manufactured. Yes, the infrastructure is important, but we are ultimately looking for gems in a wheat field. Edna and Kaffa glanced at each other. So you advocate for the heavily populated worlds? Yes, Kaffa stated. There will be talent. They can be trained into craftsmen. I would choose worlds with large existing populations which can be redirected into other causes. Either as potential domain holders, or as the craftsmen and all that needed for the rest of us. Gimmicks like drakes are unnecessary. I don't see how they can contribute against the Demon King, even if they were stronger. They'd have to be domain holders to even have the right to stand up there with us. The rest of the four waited for him to continue. So if it was up to me, I'd take Delvigard, Magisar, Twin Continents as my 3 clone locations. Delvigard because it fits with the second and third goal of supplying equipment. Magisar because it also provides a supply of craftsmen, and Twin Continents because it has the numbers to create domain holders and also craftsmen. The rest can be nodes. We don't even have enough nodes. Edna countered. Let me flip the question around. Which world would you give up on? How many do we need to give up on? 3. We have 15. Edna said. 3 clone slots and 10 node trees. 2 of them are already on Delvigard and Landas, but we can count the one deployed on Landas as something we can move around. If we deploy a node on the anti-magic sand world to boost our anti-magical weaponry, we'd be down to 9 nodes, so we have to leave 4 worlds. Deadworld's a clear choice for the first world to give up on. Kaffa continued, but he hesitated with the remaining 2. Maybe Landas. What? That made Rune squirm. I thought Landas was a good world. Elves. Kaffa stretched, his views colored by his little stint on Delvigard. He wasn't impressed by the giant colossus fielded by the Delvigardian dwarves. In his mind, he could crush them single-handedly. What use were these things before the Demon Kings? The huge mountains we have to climb to repopulate it means it wouldn't be useful to us so soon. Elves also take a lot longer to reproduce compared to the other races. In a game of numbers, we must churn through recruits to find the gems. So even lesser dragons or unique types of races, sure they have some value, but in the end, it is the domain holders that make the difference. Edna shook her head slightly as she remembered their own talks much earlier. The domain holders had to advocate for their worlds, and this was Kaffa doing his part. Talking about Delvigard is a good point. Johan touched his chin. Does Ian intend to keep one of his nodes as a spare? Nodes can be thrown across the Void Sea, and that has some value. Let's assume Ian keeps one as a spare. So there will be 5 worlds where we wouldn't have Ian's direct presence, and our presence there will depend on the Void Mages. The knight stated her view then. These 5 worlds without Ian's presence should be those that are still the strongest. Worlds that are in least need of our assistance. They can somewhat fend for themselves. That means the 3-ringed world and the hero sword world of Cavil, Kaffa thought. Maybe this new Gigantodragon world too, once we slay the Demon King. The rest of them are in pretty bad shape. Edna said, there were pockets of resistance in all worlds, but there were not many structural factors in their favor. Only Cavil with all their scattered anti-demon hero swords, the 3-ringed world with their purple darkness, and maybe Shasin, the flooded world, had some natural anti-demon advantages. Rune then asked, the world of Twin Continents appears to be stable, for now. The lizard folk countered, to achieve Hawa's objective, we still have to free up the Demon Continent. I doubt they actually have the strength to do anything if the Demon King lands on their continent, instead of where it currently is. We need a full dossier on the strength of these worlds, Johan said, something we can only conclude once the rest of the Valthorns enter them and start gathering information. I quite like Delvigard, and I do agree with Kaffa's assessment partially. Our goal for doing this really is to build strength quickly, and yes, numbers help, but we don't have to dominate worlds like the Twin Continents. If what we need is resources and talent, that can be through a strong recruitment presence. I think a clone is a damn good statement to their population. Kaffa said. Rune shook his head. We are not sure if that's what impresses them. A large show of force may be counterproductive. Some races are like that. That made Kaffa pause. I guess that is fair. But the 3-ringed world is unique. Maybe Ian would unlock something unique through his presence there, Ezar suddenly asked. He does get unique blessings and soul forge abilities when he has access to unique worlds. The other 4 domain holders looked at each other. I kind of forgot he got that. It happens so rarely. Edna laughed as recalling some old facts. But yes, Ian also needs a clone presence on a particular world to get hero fragments when their heroes die. So if we want fragments, then Ian must place a clone on Gigantodragon. Snex also petitioning for a node to be placed on Ulera. Ezar added, people probably. Resources, no. Our forces there will have to source a lot of native resources. I'll need to get central to do the numbers. Rune clarified as it dawned on the 5 domain holders that they would all be working with fairly limited resources. Void mages spend days to recharge their void mana, and opening portals through the void sea from one world to another consumes a large amount. By my guess, we'd have to deploy almost all our void mages if we want to maintain near constant communication and troop movement. That'll be hard. Do we have information on their Demon King's invasion frequency? Edna asked. I think that should also be something we need to consider for our next battle. We've known for a while that it's exceptionally hard to move large quantities of weaponry through void magic alone. Our experiences on the Demon's Comet. 15 World's demonic invasion frequency. I thought we were supposed to collect HTAT somewhere. On everyone. Again, suitable for a recruitment-type presence where we don't have to exert control or continuous presence. Rune said while rubbing his head. All right. Maybe we stop this for a bit and prepare for our next trip. 12th World, Gigantodragon. Stella's void portals brought both Lumoof and Stella to the furthest end of the gigantic dragon's tail. There were areas that experienced massive magical interference, which Stella soon concluded to be related to the magical ley lines that flowed through this odd-shaped world. The ley line took the form of a massive demonic spire, and it thrummed loudly, as if it was a mountain-sized demonic factory, churning out demons by the hundreds. Each of the demons that appeared were large demonic creatures, some resembling regular demons, some looked as if they were cobbled together from a pile of unwanted designs. Well, Lumoof's spiritual eyes zoomed into the mountain, and we saw the way magic of the ley lines were entangled with the demonic energies seen throughout the mountain. At the very heart of the artificial demonic mountain, there was a glowing fragment that we knew immediately what it was. A fragment of the Demon King, in both flesh and spirit. Lumoof glanced at Stella and shook his head. The Demon King left a part of him here to tap into the ley line. Well then let's destroy it. Lumoof nodded, and he activated Avatar mode. Power surged through him, as his fury brought a torrent of magically empowered roots through the mountain. I felt it as the roots he summoned slammed through the demonic spires. It crushed everything in its path, and then abruptly slammed into something hard. We focused and saw a gigantic floating scale of a dragon, but with demonic features. It was charged with demonic energy, similar to that of the Demon King. We got company. Stella said, look up. The skies above us seemed as if it was torn apart by the void, and within it the head of the twin-headed Demon King popped out. Teleportation. The ley lines are also markers. Stella laughed. It seems the demons are learning from us. Lumoof rolled his eyes as the Demon King's 2 heads charged with magical energy. A coincidence. Think we should bail? Stella nodded. We should hit the demons with numbers. The Demon King certainly can't be everywhere. The Demon King's energy blast poured out of its 2 mouths like water from a powerful fountain. It slammed right into a wall of wood, and like a powerful jet of water, it cut through the wall of wood. But the wall of wood was much thicker and regenerated. Well, get us out of here. Lumoof said as his energies charged his shields. The Demon King's second energy blast also slammed into the shields. We were fairly certain that this Demon King's power was up there because of its energy-draining mechanic. Once weakened, it's likely fairly weak. Stella shook her head. Think we'll have to run. The Demon King's presence is bending void space. Was that supposed to happen? Lumoof looked at the void domain holder, even though there were 2 magical jets of energy slamming into the shield. Well, the Demon King's distortion of the void wasn't that pronounced normally. I'm guessing it's simply because this Demon King has a higher power level. I can manage short-range teleportation, though. Think this is the strongest Demon King we've seen on the peripheral world so far. A part of me actually wants to see how much stronger it could get if it has control of even more ley lines. Lumoof mused idly. A little of my tendency to consider wild outcomes infected my avatar. Well, can you push back with your shields and well buy some room to run? Once we're back with the cavalry, we can hit it with a multi-pronged attack. What makes you think it doesn't have countermeasures? Lumoof laughed as he channeled more of his mana into the multiple layers of wooden shields. The wooden shields regenerated rapidly, and then the floating wooden shields pushed in the direction of the Demon King's 2 jets of power. Stella shrugged at his question, but she charged up a large spear imbued with void energies anyway. I'll hit it with this, and then we run. Got it, sure. The 2-headed Demon King landed on the ground, and Lumoof began to sweat. It's been a while since we had a workout. You're doing great. Now push that attack back and let me stun it for a bit. Got it. Lumuf called on the full power of the avatar and amplified by the fury of the avatar state. The shields grew massively, even as the Demon King's two heads poured its magical power into the blast. Bit by bit, the wall of wood pushed back. A small moment of vulnerability opened, and Stella's spear of void energies flew towards the Demon King like a reality-distorting bullet. It slammed into the body of the Demon King. Its explosion sent a messy mix of void energies through the Demon King's body. For a moment, the Demon King staggered from the blow. Lumuf followed with his own attack, as gigantic roots just as large as the Demon King appeared from the ground and wrapped around the Demon King. It wouldn't be enough to hold the Demon King for long, but the few seconds was enough for the two domain holders to flee far enough and activate a portal. Knew that didn't work. Weira and Raja listened as we updated them on our attempt to attack the ley line. The Demon King has some kind of teleportation or beacon ability that allows it to move to its captured ley lines. Oh, then we will have to split up and attack together. The heroes were now in a much better state of health, and in the small moment of peace they worked to repair the hero items scattered throughout Gigantodragon's defensive lines. Well, yes, but let's wait for the cavalry, Lumuf said. Cavalry. Year 274, Part 3. Gigantodragon. Lumuf stopped at an uninhabited part of the frontier. Gigantodragon's frontier are all battle-scarred battlegrounds. The slender, twisting cylindrical nature of the long serpent dragons meant the demon's path in some ways were fairly constrained. The demons controlled from the middle half onwards, all the way down to the end, or as the locals called it, the tail of the dragon. All this while, the heroes held the line in the middle. They tried to stop the Demon King from gaining control of more ley lines. It did, but the heroes also leveled, so the two forces were in a fairly fragile stalemate. It's been over a year since we started the exploration of the peripheral worlds, and as we drew closer to the end of the peripheral scouting campaign, it was also time to flex our strength. Partly, that desire was also our own self-interest. Gigantodragon was home to two living heroes, and we wanted to add them into our fold. 2 additional heroes would bring the total to 7, and that was a really respectable strength. Lumuf looked around, kneeled, and his palm touched the ground. A magical seed emerged from it and immediately sunk into the ground below. It was a deep greenish object that shone even though there was land and soil. The node tree emerged out of the basketball-sized seed and spawned outwards into a giant tree. Even though it was just a node, this was the moment when my roots connected with the soil of Gigantodragon. It knew, and so I saw visions. A land of dragons and monsters, giants, a rough, untamed land with powerful terrain, volcanoes and huge tsunamis, towering mountains, raw fury, creation and destruction, power. It was a relief to me. Gigantodragon only took the form of a dragon but not the mind of one. Through the node tree the rest of my domain holders and the rest of the heroes came over. I feel a little bad for Alka. He's missing out on so much, Edna said as she stepped through. Hell, catch up, Lumuf shrugged. But you know, Edna, I made up my mind. Oh, let me guess, towering avatar. Edna smiled as if she already predicted it. Exactly. Lumuf agreed as we felt the attention of the Demon King on us. The presence of so many heroes must have drawn its attention. The Demon King could see heroes. It has a mental link to sense those with star mana. Edna stretched as she prepared for what's next. I, too, intend to go for Martial Paragon. We've seen 12 worlds, and from what I've seen in these worlds, our job is to go tall, not wide. The Valthorns and future new domain holders can cover and compensate for the weaknesses of not selecting the wide option, but they cannot compensate for what only we can do. They cannot compensate for raw power against the Demon Kings. For us too, I believe tall is the way. Unless you're Ian or maybe Stella. Lumuf smiled. For utility-type domain holders, wide has its advantages. But at this point, both level 200 stretched and made their choice. Well, then let's greet our demonic foe with our new powers. Gladly. I'd love to see how I fare. The entirety of Gigantodragon felt it, as if the air itself thrummed with power. Their choice was like a shockwave that rippled throughout the fabric of reality. Edna's physique form did not change, but from then on we knew she was on par with a hero. In some ways, maybe she was even more. I suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. This has been a really long journey, and I thought of the little elven girl that grew up with me, and Jura, who died in my service. Edna was living proof that the people too can match the heroes. Lumuf's choice, the towering avatar, was an experience for me as well as for him. We were already connected, but there is always an opportunity to be even more connected. Do you not fear for your sense of self, Lumuf? I asked. I feared for the man. Lumuf stood on that hill, his eyes staring into the demon-controlled half of Gigantodragon. That choice was gone the day I chose your subdomain. Ian, it is time to go. The rest of them could feel the tangible difference in Edna and Lumuf. Rune clapped his hand. Well, Edna, leave some scraps for us, will ya? Edna smiled. Each of us will split up. I'll be the bait and handle one spot by myself. Lumuf too. The rest of you will strike other ley lines in pairs. Stella will stay back to give us a path out just in case. Kafa, Ezar, Rune, Johan nodded. I kinda wish Alka's here. His self-detonation would make things pretty easy. He'll have his chance. Edna said, there are many, many more Demon Kings to go. True. Edna went first. Send me to the Demon King. Stella smiled. Got it. Edna stepped through the portal as close as Stella could send her. She arrived at another part of the frontier where the two heroes waited. The Demon King was just over the hill. It was getting closer. Yurei the cavalry. Raja and Weira looked at the female knight. Part of it. Now my two heroes, I think you better spend your time destroying whatever demonic structures the Demon King put on the ley lines. Get out of here. But it'll keep the Demon King occupied. You, alone. Yes, Edna's quest swords emerged and her summoned magical knights appeared around her. I am enough to keep him occupied. Make haste, heroes. There are ley lines to be destroyed, and we don't know how long the Demon King will fall for the trick. Edna and Lumuf's role were to be the bait. Edna would first attempt to hold the Demon King and prevent it from hitting the other locations. With her duty beyond life and death and her various buffs, she would be able to frustrate the Demon King significantly. Lumuf would be the second, bait or harpoon. If the Demon King moved elsewhere, Stella would move Lumuf to that location, where if needed he would summon my image, and I'd then hold the Demon King back with my abilities. That, in theory, should also buy quite a bit of time for the rest of them to destroy even more ley lines. Between us, we were fairly confident we could destroy multiple ley lines. If the plan went well, the Demon King should be significantly weakened. We would then have everyone converge on the Demon King and destroy it together. Or if we were confident, Edna, myself, and Lumuf would take on the Demon King ourselves. I hoped we could replicate that first victory on Lava World against the Demon King, this time with only domain holders without the spawn bombs. We wanted this strategy to work. We wanted to know that we were ready. A success would be all the evidence we need. And it went swimmingly. There was something beautiful about watching a plan work perfectly well. The battle-scarred land saw battle once more, as the fury of a war goddess descended on the empowered Demon King. Edna struck first. She attacked with multiple anti-magical spears that disrupted teleportation and left a few quest weapons that created some kind of anti-teleportation field. Her quest weapons were all incredibly powerful weapons, collected over her many journeys into her strange pocket dimensions. The Demon King staggered as Edna's weapons now packed a punch comparable to the hero's, and it was something I could feel in her presence. Joy. She was always frustrated that she lacked the ability to deal substantive, real damage. Not anymore. Her quest weapons shimmered with her domain's power, the aura of a blade that was no longer in the mortal realms. The Demon King was torn. It clearly sensed something was wrong elsewhere, as the rest of my domain holders and heroes swept through the demon-controlled lands and easily destroyed the demon's structures. The Demon King's other head kept looking elsewhere, as if trying to pull it towards other things. It knew it was needed elsewhere. It wanted to leave, while its first head bombarded Edna with attacks. But Edna's series of anti-magical weapons prevented it from going too far, and the army of magical summons created by the knight ensured its every movement was not without obstacles. Your opponent is here. Edna roared as the Demon King attempted to create a portal. It crumbled when Edna's anti-magical spear slammed into the rift and interfered with the Demon King's attempt to open a portal. Her spears and swords struck the Demon King and pierced through its regenerating skin. The creature was confused for a moment. A few strikes from Edna later, the Demon King realized it wouldn't be able to reinforce its back lines, and now both heads focused on the knight. It rained a set of attacks we've seen it use against the heroes. The Demon King's attacks were intensely powerful, but she shrugged them off. Its attacks were useless before duty, before life and death. She traded blows with the Demon King and came out ahead every time. Is that all you got? Edna said with a laugh. The blast vaporized some of her summons, but they respawned soon enough. Come on, fun. And slowly we felt the Demon King's connection to its supporting ley lines fade. I feel like we're cheating, Rune said as the ley lines were crushed without much resistance. There were demon champions, and even champions that had additional power from the ley lines that put them as stronger champions. But stronger toys were still toys. We crushed them. Each of the domain holders swept through ley lines and destroyed them easily. Tens of ley line spires, hundreds within half a day. The two heroes could not believe how they managed to waltz through the demon's battle lines without the Demon King's disturbance. Will your friend be all right? The hero powers worked really well against the demonic spires, but the heroes were worried. Lumuf shrugged. She'll be fine. Come, let's keep going. It'll help her too. But she's alone. Oh, she's not alone. How much time does she have left? Stella, who was far away and facilitating the movement of people, nodded. About 6 days left. See, Lumuf. She'd last a battle of endurance and attrition for a week. Well, get back to her in time. What are you guys? Raja said with utmost disbelief. Lumuf said, it's kind of hard to explain while we're destroying demons. It's much, much easier if you visit us. Y'all know once we kick this Demon King's backside. After that, you two will go with us to our homeworld. and right now your vacation ticket is held by that two-headed giant lizard. A full day passed, and yet Edna wasn't done. She was tired, and her stored magical abilities were spent. It was not the first time she fought without rest or sleep, but fatigue was still ever present. You know, Stella said from afar, it almost seems like you can win this alone. Not really, Edna said. It's regenerating almost as fast as I can deal damage. I think I've barely cut through half of its current form. You think there's a second form? I expect it to, Edna said. There's a reason why solo heroes rarely win against the Demon King. True, true, Stella said as she coordinated the magical portals for the domain holders. Unfortunately, Raja and Weira had to run really quickly since they couldn't use her portals. Now if Lumuf gets his ass here, we'd have a chance, Edna said with a grunt. Her sword just made a deep gash in the Demon King's neck, but it was already regenerating. I could use Ian's spiritual interference. Hang in there for a bit. We're getting rid of the demonic spires, Lumuf countered through the shared messaging network. Gigantodragon is a large place, and even if it was just a constant set of explosions and battles at every single location, there were still a lot of spires and corrupted ley lines that it would still take a while. Oh well. On average, it took the team just about half an hour per team to fully destroy one single corrupted ley line. There were hundreds of these corrupted ley lines all over Gigantodragon. Just locating the ley lines without the demonic interruptions took some time too. Well, we missed it, Lumuf said as Edna retreated on the 6th day. The Demon King was weakened considerably as we've managed to remove about 2/3 of the ley lines. It was enough that the Demon King lost 1/3 of its strength, but I think we've achieved what we needed. All we need to do is recharge for a week or two, then this time, we hit it with everything we got. Edna shrugged, but it truly impressed the two heroes. You were flat out amazing, milady, Weira said, his eyes seemed to outright shine in admiration as they returned to sea. I need to rest for a bit. How many times can you do that? 5 times a year, which is a little too much, I think, which is plenty, Lumuf said. It's so damned overpowered. Not as overpowered as being able to respawn and split yourself where I can't find you, Edna smiled. After the attack on the ley lines, there was finally time to properly introduce the two heroes to the rest of them. We introduced the two heroes to their new peers. The heroes met and mingled. What happened was similar to what used to happen. Surprise, joy, and a sense of comradeship. It helped Samuel to feel like he wasn't alone. From 5 heroes, now there are 7. 7 heroes would definitely help. So while the heroes rested, mingled, and swapped war stories, the domain holders readied for a second strike at the twin-headed dragon Demon King. Edna and Lumuf wanted a shot at the Demon King by ourselves. A battle, only with all the domain holders. A chance to prove that we could do it without the heroes, even without the beneficial terrain. The 7 domain holders gathered and prepared to strike. The Demon King lost 1/3 of its strength, and with my domain holders fully healed, it was time to put our strength to the test. Were we ready to fight a Demon King without our beneficial advantages? The two-headed Demon King stood waiting, and Lumuf grinned at the already weakening king. Ian, are you ready? Yes, I've fought Demon Kings over the years, and just like my domain holders, it is now a chore. With Lumuf's new powers, I expect the creature to be fairly easy to defeat. As it was now, it was not much stronger than an average Demon King. Let's go. Lumuf moved first. His first act was close in, as close as he could get, and immediately summoned my presence. I emerged almost instantaneously, an experience similar to a clone, Ian's spirit, but I wasn't real. Not the way a clone is, instead it was a magical replica, and my form was clearly magical because it was somewhat transparent. An outline of magic like a shadow. Despite the appearance, it carried the full weight of my presence as all of my aura spread throughout the land. My presence was like a heavy blanket that coated everything around us. All the lesser demons were rendered immobile. But my attention was on the Demon King, and instead I felt pity. It didn't feel that strong, not with its weakened state. One of its heads blasted a beam of energy at my trunk, but my wooden shields blocked it easily. The Demon King struggled and found itself losing the exchange of both strength and magic. At that point, Lumuf looked at Edna. I think we're probably going to be unnecessary very soon, but Edna's face was one of utmost happiness. She was delighted to see how my spiritual roots easily overpowered the Demon King, and how I drained the Demon King of its energies. I consider this a part of the journey. If Ian can't even do this, how do the rest of us hope to face what's on the Demon Sun? Come, let's make this swift. We got more worlds to clear. I felt the Demon King attempt various things to free itself, but I knew for certain now that I was strong. My spiritual energies tampered with its ability to regenerate. My roots drained it of its mana, my roots punched holes in its flesh, and my domain holders killed the helpless Demon King without much of a scratch. It was easy, so incredibly easy. We won. I gained 2 levels. You are now level 267. But I didn't mind. Trivializing Demon Kings is what I should do as the leading god of my growing pantheon. It would be a battle we'd have to fight on more worlds, but this was a boost of confidence. We now know we can do it ourselves. Gigantodragon. Gigantodragon was freed from its demon king, and it was the beginning of our occupation of the peripheral worlds. We would need to hold off the demon kings until Hawa could fulfill his end of the bargain, and so Lumuf wanted to take our battle to the demon kings. We would now plan to remove the rest of the demon kings and gain levels in the process. From this battle, Lumuf and Edna gained 1 or 2 levels too. Their experience gain was slow, and at this point they needed the hero fragments. The subject of hero fragments did feel a little sensitive. I didn't want the heroes to die. They were a force I could deploy quite easily with Lumuf functioning as a mobile warp gate. I never quite realized how overpowered you two are. Rune said. His contribution in the final battle against the Demon King was decent, but largely the battle was fought by myself, Lumuf, and Edna. Lumuf laughed. It was the right set of enemies. Ian did the bulk of the work. I genuinely thought the Demon King looked quite pitiful when it struggled against Ian's big-ass roots. It felt like the Demon King was a whale struggling against a gigantic kraken. Stella quipped, easily amused. But boys, let's clean this up, and we have more to do. With the Demon King out of the way, the domain holders and heroes quickly swept through the rest of Gigantodragon and eliminated all the remnant demons. There were still demonic spires all over the place, and this process took them about 6 weeks. But the demons were gone, and we saw the pathway through the Void Sea linked to a demon world crumble. These days, with Stella's upgraded abilities, she could get a code on the Demon's Rift so we could still locate these worlds. How many more levels before you get your level 200 ability? Lumuf looked at Stella. A lot more. I'm about to hit level 180. Hopefully I will get a decently strong domain ability then. The Void Mage continued. I knew we needed her at level 200. Given how strong level 200 abilities are, it's likely some of the drawbacks of the Void Mage classes could be mitigated with her higher levels. Gigantodragon was beautiful. Without the demon's presence, the natural weather of the tail half of the planetary dragon returned. The demonic spires no longer drained away the magical ley lines, and instead, those ley lines returned to their natural state and transformed into gigantic magical sculptures. The ground beneath them transformed just as quickly as the space around the ley lines were warped into doorways that led into dungeons. The tail half was the frontier, for the dragonlings of Gigantodragon at least, before the demons conquered it. Now there were a few ancient cities buried under the demonic sludge from a time long before the demons. The domain holders had to keep moving. There were 3 more worlds to go. A switch flipped in the minds of both Weira and Raja when the Demon King died, and suddenly they seemed normal. What was an almost crazy obsession with the demons vanished, and instead both of them looked thoroughly exhausted, as if their minds were forced to maintain a high level of performance for too long that now, the sudden emptiness just made them unsure what to do. In a way, we contributed to that. We defeated the Demon King, not the heroes, and so they lacked the sense of achievement. They were now willing to travel with us back to Treehome, to visit the old hero journals, and for once have a normal life. They actually seemed keen. So now that Lumuf could function as a mobile teleportation pad, all he needed to do was touch them, and I could send them to Treehome. Their visit went pretty much as expected. The heroes experienced a little culture shock to see Treehome now resembling a solarpunk version of their human cities. It made me feel happy to see how excited the existing heroes were to introduce the 2 newcomers to Freshka. Freshka was pretty much the most advanced city we know of, with many magical equivalents of facilities known to man. The confluence of diplomacy and the high amounts of youths receiving education in the multiple colleges throughout the greater Freshka region led to the rise in entertainment and consumer options similar to the heroes' own homeworlds, and a vice network that we controlled. It was a guided development, primarily driven by our intelligence department. Such entertainment and vices meant these officials and embassies were lulled into a sense of familiarity and comfort. It loosened up their guards. It was easier to obtain a favorable agreement when it was whispered to their ears by a charming companion. Theaters, plays, concerts, bars and clubs, forums. Nobles everywhere were mortal after all, and we used both carrot and stick to get what we wanted. The heroes were wined and dined, and treated to entertainment options that reminded them of home. The change happened so slowly over the years that the existing heroes didn't notice how they were now sucked into the entertainment culture and lifestyle. Even Kay didn't notice, until Raja and Weira both looked at her and asked, Is this all really okay? It's fine for us to get free entry and reserved seats at these entertainment areas. Since most of the entertainment options in Freshka were indirectly controlled by the Valtrian Order, we set up special rooms meant for unique situations. This meant private viewing balconies, special guest rooms, and all that sort of thing, for my domain holders and also for the heroes. Kay paused, and that was when it hit her that we were now doing what the churches did to her peer Alvin. She gulped. Yes, it is. 13th Cuber. The world where the dead do not move on. Rune, Johann, and Ezar frowned when the portal placed them right in the center of a mountain of bones. Man, there were bones everywhere, and they watched as the magical gray clouds rained bones of different shapes and sizes around them. Rune stared at Johann, and Johann stared at Ezar. Who was it that said worlds can't get any weirder after Lumuf's giant dragon here? Exhibit 1. A world that rained bones. Where do they come from? Ezar looked at the rain of bones smashed into his magical artifact. The bones were surprisingly hard and smashed into the ground. The ground itself was covered in bones. Magic, I bet, or some core shenanigans, Rune said. The ranger picked up some of the bones that rained and noticed they weren't actually animal bones. They were just shaped like bones and made of the same stuff. There was a kind of magical cloud above them that produced these bones. It is probably more appropriate to call them bone stones than actual bones since they are just bone-like, but not actually the bones of an animal or monster, Rune said as he examined them in greater detail. Fair. That's probably a better way to wrap our heads around it, his fellow domain holder said as they kept exploring. The clouds of the world were a storm of magic. They could feel the intense magics coming from their bonestone-creating clouds. Well, think we have living beings to see. That was when a spirit, a wight, appeared before our very eyes. You three are far from the lands of the living. Return to the lands of the living, the Deathlands are not for you. The spirit's voice was like the whisper of the wind. Rune looked at the wight. There were a million things he wanted to ask, but decided not to. Could you point us the way? The spirit pointed. That way, if you walk at the normal living pace, you will reach the kingdom of Merklands in 6 days. Very well. What lies in the Deathlands? Rune continued with his question. The nations of the departed spirits. It is the land where creatures like me form our nation. Heck, Rune said, a little surprised. Well, I suppose we should go that way, though I think this world would probably interest Lumuf. Rune, Johann, and Ezar eventually did encounter the kingdom of Merklands, which was not a special kingdom. It was only one of many humanoid kingdoms, and throughout the area, all the living kingdoms came to be known as the kingdoms of the living. The land of the living were kingdoms of faith, where the priests of Hawa and Gaia roamed. They trade with the dead. Rune explained over our communication network. I'm headed there now. We both had 1,000,001 questions, and so my avatar quickly headed over. The living kingdoms were fairly normal. They were mainly humans, but there were some slightly longer-lived dwarves and halflings, organized around kings and supported by priesthoods. But as Lumuf arrived, he could see something different about this world. It was something only obvious to Lumuf, and yet he wondered whether the local priests knew. Not all souls escaped this world. Instead, for the corpses that were shipped to the Deathlands, their souls, still partly bound to their flesh, are turned into these spirits. Lumuf theorized. Their corpses are linked to their souls. Though the soul may have separated if someone meddles, it is possible to pull the soul back into the corpse. It's a feature that worked both ways, just like how we were able to restore souls from old personal items of a person, because there were fragments of that person's soul in them. I believe there is a domain-level individual deep in the Deathlands, Lumuf said, and so, for once, our suspicions were true. Once we paid attention, we could sense it, the small ripples of space of a domain holder. Deep in the Deathlands, there's clearly something or someone that could tamper with souls to create these wights and deathlings. Could it be friendly? Rune said, I don't know. Lumuf said, the only way to know is to go and see it, and he'll only do so when I am at full strength, just in case. Fighting another domain holder is an iffy thing, and we are not exactly sure what kind of powers this other domain holder had. Domain holders, at least those we've met, were all slightly eccentric existences that didn't like to be surprised. So we knew from experience that I couldn't just barge into the depth of the Deathlands and be well received. So we needed to figure out a way to send a message, one that would be favorably received by the other side, and we could then meet to truly understand them. Okay, I'll come back in a while, Lumuf said. I've got other places to go, but for now the three of you maybe help to figure out what's up with the heroes and do research on past alliances, discussions, and communications with the kingdoms of the dead. The goal is to establish communication, peacefully, without scaring them. Got it, boss, Rune said. My avatar rolled his eyes, but we knew it was in jest. The kingdom of the living occupied 2/3 of this world, while the remaining third was the kingdoms of the dead. The demon king occasionally would spawn in the Deathlands, and those in the Deathlands would band together to destroy it. When this happened, it was called the Week of the Waking Nightmares. For a week, people all over the world would have nightmares, and it almost seemed as if spirits appeared all over the world. This was a fact that worried me, because it suggested that the Deathlands had a weapon powerful enough to destroy demon kings, though from what we've seen so far, the Deathlands stuck to itself. If it could take on demon kings, then it could definitely take on domain holders. Maybe it was something like the blood sacrifices and the hex bombs of the blood mages, because whatever was in the Deathlands clearly knew how to manipulate souls and turn them into wandering spirits that couldn't move on in their cycle of reincarnation. It was possible this domain holder got further along the path of weaponizing the incredible powers of the soul. If so, maybe the power of the soul is what we need to destroy the demon sun. Anyway, information from the living nations was scarce. They didn't have insights into the nature of the Deathlands, and all their interactions with the dead spirits were for trade and commerce. The dead spirits didn't reveal about the intricacies and inner workings of the Deathlands, though communication was clearly possible with these dead spirits. The heroes, if summoned, would arrive at the kingdoms of the living, and the dead spirits are usually not hostile. Their first instinct is to chase the living out of the Deadlands, and only raise their weapons if such actions were repeated and their attempts to remove the living were stopped. There was, to our surprise, still one hero surviving and living in this world. He defeated the last demon king that arrived about 20 years ago with the aid of the Deathlands, and since then retired to the countryside, a man who clearly wanted to live and have a family. Rune, Johann, and Ezar discovered the hero living in a quiet, picture-perfect valley surrounded by a farm. There were cows, chickens, fields of vegetables, and wheat. There were 3 beautiful children running about. The oldest one looked like he was in his teens. When they knocked on the door, a tall, well-built man greeted them. He was dressed like a farmer. "Greetings. You are the hero, Gideon." "I am Gideon, yes." The hero and the 3 exchanged looks, and the hero eventually added, "But no, I am no longer an active hero. No longer?" "Well, no." Rune looked around. "Can we come in and talk? We don't mean your family any harm." Gideon looked around and back at them and shrugged. "Well, no weapons, but sure, come on in." The home was fairly simple as hero homes went. It didn't have the common features of hero homes seen elsewhere. It was something Rune immediately noticed, at least compared to the homes of Colette and Prabhu or Kefri or Adrian. Instead, it was clearly designed to resemble a picturesque farmhouse. It had large glass windows that allowed plenty of sunlight in and a view of the valleys. It was functional and almost entirely made of wood. "A beautiful place," Rune said. Certainly unlike the homes of the other heroes. The 3 nodded, and Gideon's wife, a beautiful mature lady with golden blonde hair, followed their kids into their room. "You're not from here, are you?" Gideon said frankly. "Yes." Rune sat and nodded. "There's sort of 2 reasons why we came, so well, get right down to it." Gideon sipped his mug of water. "Well, sure. 1, we're recruiting heroes. We've formed a coalition of heroes to fight the demon kings across worlds, and we'd like you to join us." Gideon stared at Rune and sipped his mug again. "So there are worlds other than this one that also have demon kings?" "Yes." "How many have you recruited?" 7. "Well, 5, but 2's new and maybe they'll join us. That's a lot of power in one team." Gideon said, "True, but there are even more worlds." Rune said. Gideon paused and then sighed. "Honestly, you came a little bit too late. I'll tell you why, but what's the other one?" "You've been to the Deathlands." The hero stared at Rune, this time seriously. As if judging him, "What is it? What's in the Deathlands?" Gideon paused and shook his head. "Why, we sense something unusual in the Deathlands. It is as if souls were captured and unable to move on. There's a strange emptiness in their lands. I see you already have an inkling. What is in there is an undead demigod. The Osrids." Rune leaned forward. Both Johann and Ezar looked around, as if anticipating a sudden strike. "What else do you know about them?" "We hear some really fascinating tales about the Deathlands, and we want to know what we are dealing with and whether it is friendly." Gideon frowned. "Friendly? It's an undead god that turns corpses into spirits, vampires, and zombies, and yet its undead seems well behaved." Rune asked, a little puzzled. "The dead need the living to replenish its souls and spirits. This is the balance of the world. If they didn't need the living, they would have invaded us and killed us all. This peace exists entirely due to the ancient agreement by the Church and the Deathlands to sell corpses to the Deathlands." The hero said with a sigh. "What about the demons? Just an enemy of my enemy." Rune, Ezar, and Johann glanced at each other. "Well, I suppose only Lumuf can handle such a thing." Rune then turned back to face the hero. "Well, last question, why won't you join us?" "Simple. The Osrids gave a simple way to destroy the Demon King. It ripped a portion of the hero class out of my spirit and used it to make a bomb. All 3 domain holders were stunned. It took a good 30 seconds before Rune's shocked face turned into a smirk. "Oh boy, Lumuf's gonna have a field day with this one." "Why, yes." The 3 met outside. "What the hell's going on here?" Ezar cursed. "That dude's a half-hero or some shit." Rune nodded. "Not what I expected, but I suppose so." Johann looked around. "I think what's really important to know is whether the Osrids are some kind of threat to us." Ezar looked a bit bewildered. "I'm guessing it'll be yes. It's some death-manipulating domain holder with some soul-type shenanigans. Let's not pass judgment so quickly. Just because it's using death power doesn't make it bad. What it's doing now seems fairly proper. It trades for corpses, uses souls from corpses to create its people, and used the hero's class somehow as a weapon." Rune countered. I think we should let Ian decide on this. I don't get it. Hawa clearly considers this world to be a peripheral world, and it loses faith points sustaining this world. Yet it clearly doesn't seem like it needs help. If this Osrid can use the hero class to destroy demons, it still needs the hero class to make the weapon, and that costs faith points. I reckon the act of summoning is what drains most of the faith points. Rune countered. So the way to save Hawa's faith points is to blow up demon kings before new heroes are summoned. Yay, pretty much. Then we'll need to make an agreement with this death god in the Deathlands. The 14th world, the floating islands, Terras. The land of the floating islands immediately evoked a sense of wonder when both Stella and Lumuf arrived. It was a world where it was a set of massive floating islands, and the land below was an infinitely dense and thick layer of white fluffy clouds. You know, when I was a child, I used to imagine worlds like this where everything is a floating island, and it's just a sea of white clouds. Each of us have our own islands, and we'd visit each other on flying ships. Stella said. Lumuf didn't relate. His childhood wasn't that vibrant. As a native of Treehome, his childhood was mainly trying to be useful to his parents, when they still lived. I can't say I understand, but it is quite beautiful. The sun was bright and somehow floated overhead, and they noticed a strange contraption around the sun. It was always visible, a large gigantic screen that orbited around the sun. Strangely, there was a gigantic steel-like structure that connected the screen to the sun. When I saw it, my first thoughts were those planetary models commonly found in schools. Stella stared at it as if trying to make sense of it. In a way that's somewhat similar to the three-ringed world, this world's day-night cycle is controlled by that screen thing. It moves to block the sun. Lumuf found it funny. As if this world is a toy. I mean, I suppose you could say that. Stella looked around and found bridges made of clouds that linked the island to other islands. Magical clouds. Man, this world is a fairy tale. I felt my avatar's sense expand, but because as a tree, our senses mostly propagate through the ground, and so it ends where the island itself ends. I tried to grapple with what I felt and studied how the large islands floated, only to discover they were not exactly floating. They were suspended. I felt a strange, divine law type of string, and they bound each at every single island. They were commanded to float where they are, so they did. In short, divine power commanded the islands to float in the sky, and the world obeyed. Could you do something like that someday? Stella asked, once she realized the presence of divine power. I think it's not that simple. Such a command must have been woven into the world when it was created. The idea of commanding the islands to do so now seemed silly and wasteful. It's likely that there was some kind of foundational law that made it happen, which is why it persists even when these worlds theoretically drifted away from the range of gods. So that sounds like there's a God-commanded divine laws, such as those commanded by Hawa, and a set of neutral or core-bound divine laws that are specific to each world's creation. Right, that's my guess. Stella nodded, and I found living folk. Humans, regular, normal humans living almost idyllic, peaceful lives. They were farmers, farming on incredibly fertile lands. The crops they planted were familiar, though it was more of a mixed farm with small patches of everything. There was magic in the land itself. It almost seemed as if the plants were growing before our very eyes, as if they were spurred on by the blessings of a level 70 to 80 druid. Oh, hey there, it's been a while since we had visitors, but how did you arrive? I didn't see any flying ships or balloons. We walked, Stella answered. Oh, through the cloud bridges. I'm surprised people still do that, the farmer said. So what's up? We're lost. Could you help us out? There were thousands or even tens of thousands of floating islands, some larger, some much smaller. There were a set of larger floating islands known as the main islands, and these housed most of the humans in this world. The main islands were rich in all sorts of magical resources and metals, while lands further away lacked most natural resources and metals. Humans were the only population, but there were monsters on some of the islands, and these islands became known as the Magic Islands or Dungeon Islands, because these islands were the locations that spawned monsters. Monsters generally stuck to their own islands, though occasionally flying monsters did attack their surrounding islands. The main islands were home to a series of kingdoms and empires, and wars were frequently fought between them. The further islands, like the one that they visited, were generally those that escaped the constant warfare of the main islands. Farming was somehow easy in all the islands, and each island usually had a series of naturally occurring springs that created lakes and rivers. Some of these worlds just absolutely defy understanding. How does the water cycle work in a world where everything's on floating islands? Stella rubbed her hair in her guest room. The farmers were friendly and were more than happy to let them use the guest room once it was clear they were not hostile. Lumuf didn't answer her. He knew her long enough to know that she just needed to vent when things just didn't match how she understood reality. Stella slapped herself gently. All right, I know. Each world has their own rules. Each world own magic. Got it. Quirks of their reality. This is just how this world works. My avatar nodded. I do foresee all these different rules of different worlds will make it hard for the Valthorns to swiftly adapt to each world. They will have to spend some time to acclimatize themselves to how each world behaved. I might forget if I am suddenly sent back to, say, Landas, or say Gigantodragon, or that hex grid world where everything is controlled by divine laws. So cultural familiarity is going to be a big issue. Not just that, I could easily imagine representatives from each of these worlds are unfamiliar with the quirks of other worlds, and their well-meaning suggestions thus come off as weird or unhelpful to others. Stella paused. Oh, so you're talking about the Order's structure across all these peripheral worlds. Yeah, it's been on my mind. Knowing Ian, the structure of how the order will function is highly likely to be delegated to a person that will be based long-term in that world. That warps our preferences, our understanding, especially non-domain holders who are not protected from the divine laws of each world. I imagine that anyone who spends a few years full-time at any of these peripheral worlds will get used to the local laws, that they lose touch with how things work elsewhere. So the order expansion is dead underwater. Not exactly. I mean, not all of these changes are that dramatic. The system and our powers still work on them. Just I suppose there will be some expectation and cultural differences that will emerge. We already have those differences. Stella said, that's why branchhold recruits and treehome recruits have slightly different attitudes. It'll be worse with these peripheral worlds. It's just the urban-rural gap with even more skin. I'm sure it can be solved. We'll just need our own internal diplomats. Lumoof gave Stella a look of disapproval and she eventually sighed. She rolled on her own little bed. I know we're building even more bureaucracy into the system. We'll use Ian's dream academy and work around it. Frequent trips to Treehome to soak up our culture. That's what large guilds, corporations, and governments do. I think it's too early to tell. Branchhold seems to integrate well so far. Lumoof said as he looked out the window of the guest room. The gigantic screen was starting to cover a part of the sun, creating a strange dimming of the world. Which is why I fear for worlds that won't be linked via a node or a clone. They will stray from Treehome's supervision. Even with us present, we can't hope to match Ian's trees. Stella decided to hop off the bed and walk to the window. That's quite a view. It is. It's like an eclipse. The seemingly white clouds now glowed as if the world around us turned into darkness. Yet it wasn't total darkness. The clouds themselves glowed. Imagine it happening every day, Stella said in a rare moment of wonder. Must feel pretty normal to the people here. The clouds are pretty, a sea of clouds that glowed. My avatar also took the time to bask in the beauty. I think I'd like to see it from the edge. The farmers didn't stop them, but the two walked uninterrupted to the edge. Demon kings, at least in the past, used to land in special islands. It seemed that every time the Demon King was about to arrive, a new island would appear. That island was known as the Demon's Island, and it was a magical creation. A dark red glowing island that floated above all the other islands. Then, when the hero arrived, a chain of smaller islands would appear that allowed the hero to go and meet the demons. The demons were unable to use the cloud bridges, so they were often trapped on their own islands. It is only when flying demons appeared that they could expand to the other islands. When that happened, it was a huge disaster that caused a lot of deaths. These islands protect them, in the same way the oceans protected us. Stella said, look at these clouds. They feel like they are partly magic. They probably are. Lumoof nodded as he observed the clouds floating from place to place. Some of them were fluffy, some took the shape of streaks. The winds are pretty constant. They have a defined direction. Stella suddenly noticed. They all move in the same direction at the same speed. Worldly magic. Lumoof said, I wonder what the last world would be like. Stella decided to just sit down at the edge. She wasn't afraid of heights, and somehow she knew she wouldn't fall. There was a fundamental divine law that operated in this world, a kind of specific force unique to this world. I never thought I'd actually see a sight like this. There was the storm world with a floating island, remember? Lumoof said, that one wasn't this beautiful. Is it? I thought the turbulent storms were quite beautiful. They had so much energy, the flashes of lightning, the seemingly gigantic rivers of magic that turned into a cloud river. This is peaceful, calm, Stella said. I can see myself retiring somewhere like this. Someday, when all of this is over, I'd like a farmhouse too. It'd probably need a bit more necessities and stuff from Freshka, but one of these faraway islands would be nice. I'll plant some fruits and stuff. You could pick an island. The islands along the eastern oceans are still beautiful and untouched. It doesn't have this view. Stella smiled and Lumoof stretched. He too decided to sit along the edge. It was a sensation I didn't enjoy. I didn't like my feet dangling midair. I very much preferred to be rooted down on something solid. Even these floating islands were a little too much for my liking. Lumoof took a deep breath. The air was clean. The two domain holders sat quietly and both enjoyed the beauty. There were other islands in the distance, but the clouds obscured most of them from view. Let's go to the main islands tomorrow. Airships were everywhere and they were armed to the teeth. The peace of the distant islands were soon replaced by the constant threat of war. Human kingdoms hated each other. Lumoof and Stella found the main islands of this world to be in a state of constant warfare. Large airships were built out of unique floating materials and weapons mounted on them. Then they fought each other. There were 5 main islands, split into 3 main empires. The 3 human empires all maintained large fleets of airships of their own. War in these main islands were brutal because the main islands were incredibly resource-rich. The islands itself were magical, divine, and seemed to produce resources indefinitely. All that potential used to fuel a war against each other. A sickening testament to humanity. Stella cursed. It is in our nature, Lumoof said as we arrived in the capital of one of these large empires. Fleets of airships floated overhead, each of them filled with magical weapons. Their array of magical weapons were slightly more advanced than those found on the other worlds, though still quite behind those of the dwarves of Delvegard. The capital was fairly advanced, in the larger scale of things. Only the dwarven cities of Delvegard and the dragonling cities of Gigantodragon could compare. But of all things, it was the islands themselves that truly got my attention. Just walking on the main islands, I felt our souls, both mine and Lumuf, resonate with the ground below. The touch of divinity was woven into the ground, and it was similar to how a druid encouraged trees to grow. Here, some force caused the ground itself to spawn metals and crystals. Control of these main islands could significantly alleviate our resource problems. You can't be, Stella said. Wait, you're thinking about it. They use a lot of crystals and metals for their airships. They fight a lot of wars with each other. I see value here, just like Delvegard, though it would be similarly hard to get them to bend the knee. They already hate each other, and unlike the dwarves of Delvegard that generally respect and obey technical superiority, these humans would not be so cooperative. Stella and Lumuf were seen as travelers, farmers from afar that came to see the big city, so it wasn't entirely problematic. Most of their gear were also hidden elsewhere, so they passed through security fairly easily, though some of their items failed in their presence. So much for peace, Stella said as we walked through the city. The city was heavily militarized and there were constant recruitments for soldiers and a massive industrial system built around supporting the war. It was like a more advanced version of Mountain World. I can see why the humans moved to the outer islands. 3 empires of humans, Air, Arjun, and Tofeng, each with their airships, and there were frequent wars between them. Even now there were smaller skirmishes where their empires met. All 3 of the human empires worshipped Hawa, yet somehow the church itself splintered into 3 sub-branches of Hawa. The Demon King wasn't here yet. The last Demon King came 15 years ago, and after that, there was a brutal war that saw the Demon King defeated. The story spoke of how the Demon King died when the hero ascended into the demon's floating island and slew them. The island was destroyed, together with the Demon King. It'll be at least 5 or 6 years before the demons start appearing again, and so the empires descended into war. I'm putting this world under the good for resources pile, Lumuf said, just like Delvegard. Got it. I wonder what Edna sees in the 15th world, Stella said. We're finally done exploring, and we can then move on to the next stage. The Void Mage looked at the world at war. Do you think we can convince these 3 empires to lay down their arms? Lumuf laughed. If they do not listen to words, they'll have to listen to a very big swarm of beetles. 15th Peripheral World. The Empire of the White Statue. Emerald waters and white sandy beaches, mountains of white stone and marble and cities that shine. Edna said as she looked at a city so white and beautiful it could be seen as she crossed the hill. Humans, strong, muscular, lived there. An honest life of farming, of craft, and of fighting. Things were simple but functional, clean, organized but not overly so. A place I cannot quite admire. Kaffa smiled, but the stresses of travel were temporarily gone. Lizard folks like Kaffa were so used to a state of organized chaos that the overly orderly scenes of this place reminded them of the world of angels. Still, he was in a cheery mood, hidden in plain sight that none of the humans of this world saw him. As we approached the city, we began to see towering white marble columns in the distance. The temples on the top of the hill looked transplanted out of an ancient civilization. They walked and explored for days and found a world strangely ancient and yet advanced in its own way. Welcome to Rico, traveler. Your attire is foreign, so you must come from a place far, far away. Come, come, our code dictates that our foreign visitors' first meal and board is free. Let us lead you to our communal guest houses. A man in white tunic greeted Edna as she approached the gates. The walls were white and beautiful as if they've never seen battle in ages, and yet the guards took their work seriously. Edna nodded as they were ushered into a fairly basic but functional guest house. Food was warm, though there was a particularly pungent taste that the locals seemed to love. Before long, the host and the guest began to trade stories, and the host's pride in their nation was clear. He was eager to impress on the greatness of their nation, and Edna soaked it in. Edna gave a generally vague description of a land far away, which the host presumed to be the land beyond the White Shores, commonly referred to as the Untamed Lands. This was a fairly small world, and home to a large nation called the White Shores. It was ruled by a really old white statue that stood as the guardian of the birthplace, and administered by a council of the wise men, who would routinely elect one amongst them to be the decade's Philosopher King. The Philosopher King would then shape the White Shores policy for that decade, though changes were often incremental rather than revolutionary. Eventually, the host spoke of the home city, the White Capital, and home of the White Statue. The host spoke at length about how every citizen of the White Shores would make a pilgrimage when they came of age, to the White Capital to receive their calling. I should go there. Edna said, realizing that there was something about it that hinted to the presence of a domain holder, or some kind of immortal guardian spirit. The host, naturally, was more than happy to assist. It was fairly easy for Edna to change into the locals' attire, though Kaffa would then play off as her attendant. Rico was one of the many cities of the White Shores located closer to the fringes than the center, and so, the pair set off on a leisurely journey towards the heart of the White Shores. They traveled with the common means of transport, which mainly consisted of horse-drawn carriages that went on well-maintained pebblestone and cobblestone paths. It was on these cobblestone paths outside of the small town of Rico, where the smaller road joined with a larger one, an intersection that stood a replica of a giant white statue. There were smaller statues all over the place, but Edna felt drawn. She commanded the driver to stop for them to take a look at the statue. Small clearing around the giant white statue was covered in marble flooring, and there were a few guards standing about, mainly to supervise traffic. Yet as Edna looked at it, she felt there was something here. I didn't sense a thing, Kaffa said at first. You were not there when we visited the beast deity Bidu. I sensed a faint link from these statues elsewhere. Once you get used to it, you'll even see it in Ian's trees, Edna said as she stood in front of the statue. Faint strands of divine influence. Really? Kaffa walked closer to the white statue. Maybe it's my level. A guard immediately walked over, gave a warning, and walked away. Citizens, you are permitted to remain here but do not conduct any unsavory activities. I would like to remind you that touching the white statue is not permitted. Have a good day. Takes his work seriously. Kaffa looked at the guy. Edna nodded. That is good. They are quite strong. Do you not notice the way they are blessed? Kaffa frowned. I am a warrior. Sensing such auras is harder for me, but he squinted just to try and see, and when it clicked, it clicked. His eyes widened as he looked around. No way, it's everywhere. It is, and it swirls around us like a subtle fog that's almost invisible to see. Edna's eyes looked at the statue. I wonder what it'll take to get its attention. Kaffa looked about. I think that can wait. Edna looked back at the lizard warrior, and after a second, you are right. Let's see this world for a bit. We have seen 15 worlds, and now back home, I was fairly clear on my first course of action. I would flush out all the demon kings with all my domain holders and let them level up. This was the easy part. The one I had trouble with was what comes after. Do I even bother establishing a position here? Should I force a presence on all of them or just don't bother? The demons are not playing games, and so I need to grow. I need to grow faster and quickly. Good, high-quality growth. Growth that will bring us to the next level. I decided to pull in my domain holders for their views. Kaffa went first. I believe that talent is key, and talent exists where the population is biggest. We should have a bigger presence in a world like Twinspace where it's overpopulated and people are eager for a better life. That's my first pick. Second pick, I'll pick Capra. Capra, Edna responded telepathically. Why Capra? Because the Caprans seem to gel well with us, Kaffa countered. Edna decided to reframe the question. Okay, I think let's work through this by elimination. Which world do we don't want? Lumuf thought for a moment. I kinda want all of them. No, you're not helping with that. We have to eliminate some of these worlds. Worlds where we just maintain a casual presence. I'm going to understand that as worlds that have their shit figured out and were not necessary, and worlds that are already wrecked. So that's Dead World, 3-Ringed World, Cavil, and Cuber. All these 3 worlds are strong and have people designed to sort out their own shit. Cuber even has a domain holder of some kind. I say we leave them alone. We visit occasionally just to check in, but otherwise we leave it as it is. Rune nodded. I'm generally with you there. I think we should just be insurance, just in case this domain holder acts unnaturally. But yeah, I think we can leave the Osrids alone, whether they are friendly or not. Edna should claim the world of Cavil. That world just meshes super well with her set of abilities. If we wanted to arrange for someone to speak to the administrators when they are offered the faith system, Edna should set up a significant presence on Cavil. Ezar countered. It's human. It has a strong knightly tradition due to the presence of historical hero swords. All right, Cavil's contentious. Let's put that aside. I like Gigantodragon. If we take Capra, we should take Gigantodragon. The 2 dragons and Drake worlds have some value together. Johan advocated, synergy effects and all that. If so, Magisar and Cavil as a set, swords and magic. Are we pairing up worlds? Stella asked. I say we take Twinspace and move the heavily populated folks to the Dead World, since that world's dead. That can happen with just nodes, so we don't really need Ian's clones there to boost everything else. Are you sure we need the Dead World? It's dead. I think Landas is a node-only world. The hot and cold world of Saropi, the centaur world of the Great Steppes and Shasin, the flood and desert world, I rank them in the middle, not a priority. Magisar is an upper-tier world. Edna said, they are naturally magically talented. There's some things we can use to offset our current magical shortfall together with the world of the floating islands. You like the floating islands? Stella asked. I thought you did. I did like the world, personally. But I don't think it's that great for the Valtrian order. Would Ian's abilities work well in a world where the lands are fragmented, where each piece of land is cut off from other lands? I think Ian's clones would be functionally weaker in such a world. Stella countered. Lumuf nodded. I could test it out by using Ian's spirit, but my intuition agrees with Stella's conclusion. Ian's clone would be suboptimal in a world where each island is separated from others by magic. Ian would not be able to fully exert his benefits across the entire world. This also applies to the three-ringed world. Wildcard idea here. Ian should be on the dead world, like perfect world to reconstruct from scratch. Well, offer the people of the overpopulated worlds a place to move to. Too long. We've seen Tropics World, and it takes forever to rebuild. If we want to scale quickly, we should hit places with the largest existing population and supercharge them. That means that Twin Continent World, we could even sell it by starting an expedition to the Cursed Continent and clean it up. Kaffa suggested, well, call it Ian's Crusade. Imagine the impact it'll give to the population that someone successfully cleaned up the Cursed Continent. You're a mad, but I like it. Ezar laughed. That does sound like a good idea. Lumuf nodded. Seems sensible. That means TwinSpace pushed up a notch. Our key resource shortfall is crystals, and that's aplenty in the floating islands world. Edna said, along with Delvigard, that doesn't mean we need clones. We could use nodes. Ian has a crystal-producing titan. Those titans will work better with a clone's blessings. Production titans must be linked to Ian since they are pretty much unique trees. So we'll need a clone. It doesn't have to be on any of these worlds. These crystal titan could be based out of our existing worlds. Rune countered. It'll be closer to where the crafters are anyway. Fair. So where does that put the floating islands world? What's with the drawbacks of the floating island world? I don't know how it'll play out, but just like Delvigard, our presence can force them to change. Ian's clone has a 10-year cooldown. We could test it out, build a presence, and if it doesn't work as well, Ian could swap it for a node. Or if Ian gains levels, we'd have more clones. Rune countered. I think let's just summarize a little. A node on TwinSpace, Capra, Magisar, Gigantodragon, Deadworld. Clones currently proposed to be on TwinSpace and Deadworld. Why not Capra or Gigantodragon? Johan countered, in rare disagreement with his fellow partner. Ian's ability to meddle with fruits and supercharge breeding of drake fruits could be beneficial to the drakes and dragons of these two worlds. Done properly, we'd have a really powerful flying force. Kaffa shook his head. Only domain holders matter, Johan. Against the Demon Kings, everyone else falls short. Yes, but ultimately the organization must be designed around producing domain holders as its core objective. Kaffa defended, so population, thus talent, matters more. Ian has 3 clone slots. With Lumuf's Ian's spirit, we technically don't need to keep any as spare, or at least, we need to choose 2 worlds. TwinSpace should be one of them by virtue of its population size. Blessing such a world to produce even more potential talent will supercharge our talent pipeline. Stella paused. What if we don't bother with clones at all? Let's just go with node trees. Ian has 7 node trees left after the ones on Landas, Delvigard, and Gigantodragon. Let's use all of them. TwinSpace, Magisar, Capra, Caval. Those 4 have the most potential. We can add in Triatuga and maybe Shasin or the floating islands just to round it out. The rest of them well leave it as portal-only worlds. Really? Johan paused. Why? We cannot be relying on Ian's clones forever as a crutch. We need the Valthorns to outgrow its current abilities, and to do so, it must first gain the ability to function and prosper without Ian's clone presence. Lords and kings grow faster in times of peril, and the Order will learn to be better with the challenge. Kaffa paused. A clone would make a big statement. Stella countered. Agree. But the people of TwinSpace don't know that. A story emerged in Lumuf's mind. The story of winning over TwinSpace will be simple. We create a small node tree with limited abilities and sell the Cursed Continent as a promised land. Then we launch that crusade as Kaffa suggested. Then once we succeed, a clone gets deployed and then we can create a new great nation in that resource-rich continent. That made my Void Mage freeze for a moment. That's kind of unnerving, even if I know how it'll work. As priests, our jobs often involve crafting mythos. We will need to create one for each of these worlds. A story. We need the people to buy in, to hope. A reason for them to join in our journey, to take part in a tale we create together. I think to venture into the heart of the demon's territory and slay the source is a pretty compelling story. Rune said, for some, but again, variations. We could craft smaller tales about our journey in each of these worlds. Like how we have the venture to the Cursed Continent to create a promised land on Gigantodragon, Landas, and so forth, our story will be one of restoration and revival. But what if what we are reviving is terrible? Stella countered. Not all of these old civilizations are great. Renewal. Kaffa frowned. I think to just say that these worlds will now be part of a community of wider worlds could work, though that doesn't actually inspire loyalty. The generation that saw the most change and improvements will be loyal by virtue of our actions. Edna stated, it is the successor generations that would see the need for a finely crafted narrative, something to convince them to be a part of our crusade. Will Lumuf take the lead on the narratives? Ezar asked. A bit, but he'll likely leave it to the other Dakarches, Lumuf said. It ties into our mythos of a tree expanding its roots and branches into the other worlds, to purge them of the demons and spread the fruits of growth, and the roots to suck up talent. Kaffa chuckled, but Stella's node idea is logical. A clone is a decision that has a long-term impact. A test case with nodes would work. Speaking of the myths, we should just call this whole thing the 15 Revivals. Rune laughed, or the Ionic Expedition. Stella rolled her eyes. Part of her disagreed with the colonial imperialist methods of our order, but unfortunately it's part of the developmental stages these worlds have to go through. We shouldn't be touching the worlds with the domain holders. It's pretty dangerous unless we want to fight another domain holder. That means Cuber and the world of the white statue. Edna said, I don't think we'd lose. Ezar said, I don't think so either. But the battle is the easy part. Replacing the power vacuum it creates is what's hard. Unlike the Crystal King, these two worlds have fairly intertwined domain holders that run what seems to be fairly well put together. Edna countered, if these worlds are working well, we don't have to mess with it. We can just drop in, deal with the Demon Kings, and go out. Let things remain as they are. That's all we need to tell the existing domain holders. Strike a non-interference treaty. Say our whole job is just to deal with the Demon Kings, do it and go. If they are willing to help us, it's a win. The consequences of betrayals were self-explanatory. They could test us, but if we made the statement with Lumoof in my own avatar form, the difference in power should be clear. Okay, wait, 7 nodes. You're choosing to ignore the Dead World, Sarlpi Great Steppes, the Three-Ringed World, Shasan, Cuber, and White Shores. Rune decided to repeat the conversation. Wait, that still leaves one spare. Wait, why try to go over Shasan? Stella asked out of curiosity. Shasan seems like they got things figured out, while winning over one of the 3 factions of Triatuga seems a lot easier. Kapha countered. The Dryads there have something against spirit trees, Lumoof said, or at least they'd find our trees a target. I think it'd go against Triatuga out of principle, but the human population there is fairly healthy. Kapha added, once again taking the point of view that populations matter more. That world sort of resembles 3 worlds. Shasan's wider skill set and unique creatures is more interesting to absorb into our fold. Rune jumped in, though I suppose Shasan is not exactly friendly to trees. That place is either too dry or too wet. Actually, let's skip both and go for the Great Steppes, Edna said. I've seen the 2 Centaur clans and I think their strength could be a welcome addition. It's also decently well populated, or the floating islands. A node tree on a floating island, ideally one of the large ones, just to gain access to the resources. Lumoof suggested and recalled the resources of the floating islands. Control over any of the main islands could improve our resource situation at the expense of the locals. Do we really want Capra over these 4 choices? The lizard domain holder didn't strongly buy the dragon argument, or Landa's. Landa's is largely settling in its place. Edna said, our infrastructure is built. The population is lower than we like, but they welcome us. In the end, I was sure the Valtrian Order was large enough to successfully build new branch establishments across 9 new worlds. We would have to recruit as we go and augment our strength. The larger native component would be key to our success. There was no need to rush on the nodes, and to me, node trees with their fairly short cooldown times meant we could change our minds. It is fine. Let's go with it and respond to what happens. And so, a decision largely made, thousands more left the comforts and safety of Treehome and spread out across the stars. I thought it fitting. This was the moment where we consciously tried to move up to the next level. Our scale would have to increase to match our growing ambitions. Year 276. Magisar. We yield. The group of mages were battered, their leader unable to believe what happened. Half of the upper dome of the tower was blasted apart, exposing the top to the whims of the weather. A dwarven mage stood standing, in his hand a wooden stick made from one of Ian's many branches, a fragment of divinity as a conduit for magic. It was even easier once these bribed mages saw who exactly they were consorting with. Those whose eyes could still see knew the winds were changing. Mages were generally smart. A certain level of intellectual prowess was generally necessary to understand the tomes and scrolls of earlier mages, though there were always those who intuited magic as if it was the back of their hands. Those were geniuses, and those were incredibly rare. Spectators, there were about 200 or so mages who belonged to the upper classes of the tower, unsure whether to clap or cheer. It was just pure silence. Lausanne smiled and decided to set off the cheers. She clapped, and soon those that she bribed took the cue to clap as well. Blackmore stood in the center with his level. He easily dwarfed every other mage present. In their eyes, he must seem like a prodigy, and they are not wrong. Blackmore could be called one of those prodigies, blessed with a gift for the higher magics that was really hard to translate. In the old dwarven societies, he would have been forced into some kind of magical blacksmith or alchemist. Instead, through the Valtrian Order's many academies, he escaped the constraints of the dwarven social order and dabbled in more pure forms of magic. Lausanne knew how hard it was to train magic. She was there when the old wizard Mattias tried to train the new students. It's a shame that so many with talents were often educated in fields that did not exploit their strengths. She shook her head. Here they were, and so the first of the towers, Blackmore declared as he glanced about. Any more wishes to dispute our claim? The tower lords frowned. The female elf could see the disbelief in their eyes. All their lives they've worked towards higher magics. They dedicated their resources and efforts to their goals and reached the level that couldn't go anymore. The cursed level cap. For Magicerians, it was also around level 85. For mages who reached that level, it must felt like they've reached the end. They could not go higher. How? The Tower Lords asked. Maybe the question they should have asked was why. Blackmore was not protected by a domain, and thus a high-level version of Inspect could give a level estimate, so they knew his levels must be very high. They could conclude it was some kind of Inspect confusion type of spell or ability, thus the number shown was a lie. But the strength he displayed was clear, and no one could deny the hole in their tower. The spectators were stunned to see a mage overpower so many of them so clearly. Blackmore nodded as he turned to face the spectators. Ian's gift. I asked the crowd again. Does anyone wish to state their opposition to our demands? The Tower Lords could not believe it. What do you want? As is often said in our circles. Nothing for now, but eventually everything. But I jest. Blackmore grinned. Our first goal will be a coalition of the towers. As of this day, and until the day the demons are driven back, we will now have full control of your military. Together, we will drive the demons back. Everywhere, the Tower Lords fought tooth and nail against the mages of order, but the gaps in strength between someone in the level 80s and someone in the level 140s was immense. The Valthorns won everywhere, but we did not become the new Tower Masters. If anything, the combined military forces of the towers would still pale compared to whatever we could field, but it would deliver an impact. It was our moment of strength. A chance for the combined mages to see how high the tree grew and where they stood beneath it. The Order would not be able to administer this world. It just didn't have the size or scale. It would be harder still to do with those entrenched in the current system resisting us at every step. The Valthorns concluded that the existing process and ruling system of the Magicerians were not compatible with our ways. We would not be able to fully capitalize on their strengths if we maintained their system. Thus, we would have to redo it our way. A statement of strength would lend credence to our legitimacy and ideas. This statement would win over allies. This statement is our way of telling the local military that there is another way. A complicated power dance to tell those watching that we have the power to protect them, that their tower masters were going to rot away in their towers. Ultimately, we were not bound by the rules of Magisar. The Order would create new sites, one of them with a node tree at its heart. Unlike the towers of Magisar that were all in various states of decay, a new city would be built in one of the reclaimed lands, somewhere that would be fertile enough. A new city, and volunteers from the towers could then move to. With our strength, we would even set up a city right where the Demon King was. From the volunteers and those willing, the Order would form a new organizational structure of both these tower refugees and the Order. The young mages would be directly trained and supervised by the Order. Those entrenched in the old system would stay back, and they would bear witness to the gaps between us. How's things, Lausanne? Eben came over from Landas and visited one of the newly constructed cities on Magisar. It was located in a valley, in a space that was reclaimed from the demonic corruption. Lausanne was made the temporary leader of the new city, as she was technically the most experienced person in the field. Given how thinly the Valthorns were spread across the worlds, it's not like they had that much of a choice. Other than the dwarven archmage Blackmore, who was slightly higher level than her, everyone else was in the level 100s to 120s, while Lausanne was already firmly in the level 140s. It was a pace she didn't expect, yet somehow, everyone else seemed to think it was normal. Lausanne stood and smiled at her teammate from their Landas tour. Hoya followed behind as she, too, appeared through the makeshift door. The elven temporary leader answered the Dark Knight. Slow. But moving, as is on Landas, people remain the hardest component of our struggle. Give them time. I see you've got all these built at least. Eben pointed to the structures around them. Lausanne shrugged. The physical objects are easier to build. The Magicerians remain unnerved by these land-based cities. They've lived so long in their floating towers that they are still mentally scarred by life living so close to the lands. That's a problem that will take some time. Hoya looked around and after a while tapped Lausanne on her shoulder. Little to worry. A passive blessing from the aura of a prayer tree should fix that. Lausanne looked outside. There wasn't much of a view. Much of the Magicerian terrain was rocky and rugged. What of Landas? The lords are moving in to set things up, and the locals are generally compliant with what was asked of them. Have they assigned a lord to Magisar yet? The elf shook her head. Central claims they are not yet ready. Strange. Delvigard has 7 lords. Hoya frowned. Wonder what's happening on the field that's causing this. I was told that they're trying to get a mage lord. Lausanne regurgitated the answer from command. She would likely transfer that control to one of the dedicated lords or ladies once they arrived. Ah, Hoya and Eben clicked in acknowledgement. Specialized classes were harder to prepare for deployment. Certain ruling classes were harder to deal with. So for now, I am the temporary leader trying to smooth things over. I do have some good assistants and planners, though. Lausanne answered, though she did have her share of difficulties. Frustrations with the locals were mainly on the little microaggressions and resistances. The Magicerians have many quirks, and I initially hoped that they'd be smart enough to just accept us. I am sadly proven wrong. Though some of the mages accepted the deal, they were not going to accept all of the Valtrian requests. Their cities are not charred fields. Their villages were not burnt and destroyed. Eben said, "It is only normal that they will fight for it. Those who lost almost everything will think of a chance to rebuild differently than those who are asked to tear down what exists." Lausanne didn't speak of the time when the village was ashes. A faint memory of a time when she and her mother were standing in what was a charred field of ash flashed before her eyes, and she glanced away. The Tower Masters thought of Blackmore as powerful, but yet still reachable. To them, if they worked together, maybe they had a chance. They schemed much a little too obviously. The Valthorns present were from a spread of disciplines. It wasn't hard to pick up on what they were trying. Even if they lost in a battle, they would not give up their posts without an attempt to wrestle it back in the dark. This was part of the process. They tried to speak to the Tower Masters. Yet somehow all of the Tower Masters seemed cut from the same cloth. They were cunning, but not very wise. Even in the face of power, they'd rather control what little they have. They would not be the first to change how things were. Resistance came in many forms. For many of these Magicerians, there was a strong cultural undercurrent. Even in their new city, she noticed their subtle disapprovals. The clicks, the sighs, the subtle headshakes as they observed how things will be in the new city. In their minds, the towers are still the ideal to strive for. It was a cultural relic in their mind that they will need a few generations to change. This was the part of her tasks that was hard. Lausanne sighed. They were there to help, but it did irritate her that those who need help seem to think they don't. Hoya gave the elf a long, warm, motherly smile. The matriarch placed both of her hands on both sides of Lausanne's shoulders and tapped her reassuringly. A problem that will be solved in time. Those who have not felt the touch of divinity often doubt its existence. Such is the way of mortals. The mind is hard to change, and it takes overwhelming force to overcome one's mental inertia. Let us not dwell on the difficulties, but instead, let's celebrate successes. Show us what you've done. Lausanne led the group through a makeshift city built for the refugees and those who agreed to join them. Blackmore, as the dedicated mage champion, went about and challenged all the towers, and after he completed the tour, there were refugees and those who wanted to join them. All in, about 10 to 11,000 Magicerians came to join the new city. Some were spies, but ultimately the Valthorns had enough firepower and about 30 level 100s, more than enough to maintain a strong level of control over a single town. We've got these new wells, with these filtration trees that cleans the water. Lausanne pointed. Eben and the crew were fairly familiar with most of the things. Clean water was a surprisingly rare thing on Magisar, and the locals developed quite sophisticated rainwater collection systems in their magical towers to supplement the missing natural water sources. One of the tweaks we had to make to the rhizofiltration trees was that the water content needed to be separated to remove some of the minerals that seemed toxic to the Magicerians. They have a zero iron diet, and their bodies adapted to it so well that iron is now fairly harmful to them. Eben nodded. The land as elves seemed fairly normal. I wonder whether there's other stuff we'd have to look out for on the other worlds. Maybe the Caprins and the Dragonlings will have some unique quirks. Lausanne agreed as she recalled what happened during the first few days. We only realized it after a few of them got sick. The water is fine now, but that was a rather careless blunder on our end. A proper biological study through one of Ian's biolabs should help. True. Eben walked about and noticed the homes built everywhere. There were magical shields constructed. They passed by a large farm, where the druids were in discussion with some locals over the plants. Food's a pain at first, but we're getting better. We can't use the food from our world because of their diet, so we'd have to restrict it to native plants. But their local plants all have low yields, because they are mostly a nation of harvesters and hunters, where their cities exist as areas to protect themselves from the demons, so their local plants were not selectively bred for yields. It'll take a generation or two to change it. Lausanne narrated. Even if I see these Magicerian mages as useful, I wonder whether the Order would eventually be overwhelmed with all the custom supply choices for each of these worlds' recruits. Standard rations that are not standard will lead to a large surge in logistic overheads. That does limit their external deployment options, isn't it? Eben thought about it. He rubbed his chin as he thought about the difficulties of keeping a Magicerian force fully supplied in remote locations. Unless they could use familiars. That's something we'd like to try. Lausanne elaborated. We've not had a Magicerian with Ian's familiars, so we don't know whether those familiars can produce Magicerian-compatible foods when they are operating out of the other worlds. Food, water. Accommodations for Magicerians were simple, though they were initially unused to all the space they now possessed. On a spiritual level, the triology priests provided a sort of calming effect on the populace, using a mix of their various abilities. Lausanne eventually led them to the walls. There were 3 layers of walls, and though it was quite unnecessary given the Order's strength, it was the locals that needed convincing. For an added sense of security, there were large magical barriers erected to give the newly settled natives a perception of security. It was partly performative, since the shields were only strong enough to protect against enemies of the demon champion's level. Ultimately, their real defense force was the deployed Valtrian Order and the local militia. Are there native monsters? Eben looked about and across the horizon. I've only seen demons since we've arrived. Yes, Lausanne said, but they are rare for now. They should start spawning once the druids get to work and push back the corruption. Also, since you guys are here, want to help me get some fresh air? Oh, Lausanne grinned and stretched. They went on a demon hunting spree. Delvigard. It was a quiet time in the dwarven towns of Delvigard. The appeal of small towns was always its relative obscurity, and that was what drew the dwarves to live in such places. Peace, free from the usual tussles for sunsteel in the mines, free from the rough, chaotic warfare that are the machine wars. So the recent changes were met with mixed reactions. Not everyone wanted the attention because it affected their peace. Yet, the Valtrian presence brought much-needed food security. It was a trade-off that the dwarves begrudgingly accepted because food was a pain. Security was something that could be fixed. The strange dwarves from beyond brought a tree that magically grew within their town, and the locals now had to produce equipment to trade for food. It was at a very good rate, and so that was highly appealing to the local dwarves, but it was a strange, unusual practice to trade with a tree. The central equipment purchasing hall was located right next to the node tree, a dark brown-colored tree that's 6 stories tall and its trunk was the size of 2 houses across. There was a cavity in the center, the place where everything appeared and vanished, even people. The ruling Lord Sundus found it amusing that the rumors are so crazy. It was a rumor, a curiosity. It was often whispered that people could be eaten by the tree, though they would then see those people reappear some time later. For now, it seemed as if it was a magical tree that traded food for crafts. If only they could see where they lead to, or the links that tree represented. He tried explaining it to the local craftsmen that it led to other worlds, but all the local dwarves did was stare at him like he was mad. He'd loved to see their reaction when he'd send them away for the first time. It would be something he'd carved to his memories. For now, to the locals, it was a tree that traded food for crafts. Crafts and goods went in, food came out the other side. Of course, the locals didn't trade with the tree directly. They traded with Sundus men, but the locals were curious, and they saw how his people moved the goods to that cavity, and then it just vanished. So it is known to the locals as a magical trading tree. A few locals even tried sneaking in, perhaps the result of being a little too intoxicated at the local tavern, and tried trading with the tree directly. One of them claimed to have heard a voice in his head. The rest of them just laughed it off as drunken hallucinations. Ian would speak to them one day, then they would know the truth. For now, they waited. Sundus knew the plan for Delvigard mainly hinged on Alka's return. The return of the alchemist of bombs would then shift their plans on Delvigard forward. For now, the Lord focused on shoring up their position and setting the field. News, especially amusing news like the magical trading tree, spread quickly. It attracted the presence of neighbors and faraway travelers. Sundus could see them. Many of them were obviously not traders, but these so-called traders pretended to visit the local market. But they tried the magic trading tree anyway, and his men were willing to trade anyway. Maybe it was paranoia. Maybe it was curiosity. Dwarves were proud, but they were not stupid. Curiosities could mutate into a bigger problem. The dwarven lords from the nearby nations were curious. They've all heard of the alliance of dwarven towns, the so-called small group, backed by strange tall folks in their unusual equipment. Sometimes, Sundus wondered what they discovered, but so far Valthorn's presence remained fairly small and spread across all the smaller towns, and they were all shrouded in a fairly thick layer of disguises to throw off most onlookers. After watching these spies try the trading tree and furiously write notes, Sundus decided to go and chat. They were clearly not very good spies, and their disdain leaked through their words. They were curious, but from what Sundus could tell, they were mostly not worried. For now, they are unusual, but nothing to be worried about. None of the large dwarven groups have set their sights on them. They held no large sunsteel or sunmetal veins. They were not aware of the Valthorn's secret mines nearby. They didn't have any of the Colossus war machines. Why should they be worried? Nothing they've seen so far threatened to upset the status quo. Would they react differently once they met someone like Alka? Sundus tried his best not to grin. He liked this feeling. He thoroughly enjoyed it when people looked down on them, only to be proven wrong. He totally couldn't wait for the day for the domain holder to visit Delvigard. Landas. Lumuf stood at the entrance to the pit, as all the domain holders gathered to purge the first visited peripheral world of its Demon King. The Demon King was down there, and he could feel its presence. It wasn't digging. It was still digging a few weeks ago, but not anymore. It stopped once it sensed the heroes all reappearing nearby. It had some intelligence to know the heroes came for it. The hero, Samuel, stood nearby, along with the rest of the heroes. Weira and Raja surprisingly decided to join them. It's down there. Samuel, or as the locals called him, Samahiro said, his finger pointed to the pit. I hear it calling. He was stronger, but somehow it didn't matter. The fear was real. The impact of the demonic curse was so strong that it messed with some of the hero class usual mental protections. Lumoof nodded anyway. Have no fear, Samuel, Colette said. You are not alone this time. Somehow those words made Samuel tear up a little. His eyes seemed a little reddish and he rubbed it away. It was not the time to show weakness as he tried his best to show an expression of determination. Shall we lure it out or does it want us to go down there to it? Colette then looked at Lumoof. He shrugged. Edna, I think let's lure it out. We'll have better escape options fighting out here. Sounds good. Lumoof nodded as he walked over the edge and fell into the pit. All right then, you guys wait here. The heroes looked at each other and Samuel looked worried. He didn't need to be. The Demon King wasn't that strong, and in Avatar mode, fighting underground where a tree's roots could grow and gain control of the environment was thoroughly advantageous to Lumoof, so the Demon King, predictably, chose to escape from the depths. The Demon King came out to meet its death. It was fast. It was undramatic. It was just a flurry of colors and lights, as so many heroes and domain holders worked together to destroy a single Demon King. It died so quickly that the battle lasted no more than an hour. For that hour, the world momentarily shook as a huge surge of magic crushed the Demon King, and so Landas became another peripheral world freed of its Demon King. Just like Raja and Weera, a strange sensation vanished from Samuel's heart. Everyone still had places to go. The domain holders had tasks to do. With Landas freed, the demonic rift gates collapsed, and the demonic invasion ended. Reconstruction could now go full throttle. White Shore. The white capital city of the white statue was in many ways an aspiration for the entire empire. Edna watched as the wagon that carried her crested the hill, and the city was in full view. The main city, commonly referred to as the white capital, but formerly called Claritas of the white statue, was eye-catching and beautiful. It comprised a central conical hill, and at its peak stood a large white temple, the largest temple of any Ednas seen in any of the cities so far. But the city itself wasn't massive. Instead, Edna thought it looked fairly compact for a capital city. It was what appeared to be a planned, properly organized structure where not a single piece was out of place. In some ways, it reminded her of the angels. It was as if an array of marble structures was built to decorate a single hill. Every building was made out of a kind of white, shiny marble that never seemed to accumulate dust or wear. It was apparently an ability of many stonemasons, though it originated from the white statue itself. There were white statues all over the city. Edna was alone this time, and she felt it the moment she walked through the city and entered the city guard's checkpoint. Domain has blocked an ability. Well, what is this? Edna mused to herself, and just about instantly a siren blew. At that point the guards had an unusual reaction. Then the guards at the gates immediately stopped her. "Milady, please come with us." Edna smiled at the four guards, all clad in full body armor. Their weapon of choice was a double-sided short sword and a set of spears. They were all of a decent level, maybe level 50 or so. They were tense as hell and prepared to fight. In their eyes, she could see their readiness to die at the moment. Was this her turn to go through what Lumoof did back when he first visited the Crystal King? Would this white statue be friendly or hostile? But she saw enough of the white statue's impact and realized that it was probably worth talking to this entity. Sure, they were relieved when she did not resist, and at least they did not chain her. They seemed to understand how different their powers were. The four began to lead her through the path. Those along the road looked, and she could hear them whisper. But the guards paid them no mind, and none of the busy citizens blocked their path. "So where are you taking me?" "To the hill, the white statue," the guard answered. Edna could feel the throbbing presence of another domain holder. It was as if the air itself was layered with a kind of invisible white dust. She was escorted through the city, and so she took the chance to see the lives of those living here. Streets were clean and beautiful. Each and everyone looked healthy, and they were doing business with each other. Everyone, as weird as it sounded, looked good. Men were tall, muscular, and healthy. The old people looked wise and still fit with none of the patchy features common in older people. "Are there poor people in this city?" Edna asked. "No," the guards answered. "No one who comes to Claritas will be poor. The white statue guides and the citizens follow. Their poverty is but their starting point." Her eyes squinted and tried to sense it in the presence of the four guards around her. She blinked. "He touched all your minds. The virtues of the white statue is imprinted in our souls, milady. No one who obeys the virtues will be a poor citizen. The state will ensure a role appropriate to you is created and a fair remuneration is paid. What of the sick? The white statue heals those it can, and those who can't be healed are sacrificed at the altar." Edna paused, but her feet kept walking. It was a centrally planned economy, but to an extent stronger than even that of Freshka. A city controlled by a god and where everyone did what it was told to do. She blinked. This was not far from an ant colony. Yet as she looked at how everyone looked happy, everyone had a purpose, a task from God itself. It mattered because their God told it to their soul it did. She blinked again when she realized Ian could do this too, and wondered briefly whether it should happen. Everyone seemed to take their work seriously. "Virtue," she repeated. "It's a fascinating thing." The guards naturally agreed. "It is. What's yours?" The guards looked at each other and didn't say a word. "It is not for us to say," the guards answered. Only the white statue has the right to reveal what is one's virtue. Edna nodded as they passed even more buildings. There were administrators here, people who collated reports. This was the heart of the empire, and she felt the touch of the domain holder in every single one. It was like a magical familiar, but more pervasive. The knight refocused her attention on the four guards around her. They were calm, prepared. She wondered how strong this domain holder had to be. Perhaps in the same tier as the Osrids. Do they still summon heroes? Edna asked. When she asked about heroes back in the other cities, they've got nothing. Instead, all they got were blank stares. When she probed about the demons, strangely, all she got was also just blank stares. Before one of them said they would be handled by the white statue's elite forces. The guards looked at her. Three of them said nothing, but one of them turned and walked close to her. He whispered, "Those who claim to be representatives of the pagan gods, the visitors from the stained well, that is something only the white guards know. If you wish to know more, you must ask the question to the white statue yourself." Edna paused and felt strangely unnerved. This was the first time they mentioned the term, pagan gods. Much of what happens in the regional towns of the White Shore is so normal, so perfectly manicured that Edna kept wondering whether there were unusual things. There must be secret things only the special people know. The touch of this domain holder kept most things secret as the pieces began to come together. It is not that they don't know, it is that they were not allowed to know. There was a vast white building filled with windows. In it were men in white tunics all walking about. They looked busy, going over papers and reports. Edna's long glance was answered by one of the guards. "That's the main office of the Philosopher King and the Council of Elders. All matters of the Empire travel through that office." Edna nodded and wondered how much of it was for show. Though the Philosopher King supposedly rules the nation, it is truly the white statue that holds the puppet strings. In some ways, Edna thought that was similar to Ian, though each domain holder in society found their own stable position in the spectrum between control and freedom. By now, she was almost at the peak, and the grand temple stood before her. At this distance, she looked up and couldn't quite admire the temple. She felt the aura of another domain holder from outside, and it was trying its best to press against hers. It didn't work. The guards stopped. They were unaffected by the domain holder's aura. It was focused. "Milady, y'all have to step inside yourself." The knight looked about, took a good look at their city, and then back at the door. She gently pushed it, and the heavy painted steel door opened without a sound. It was perfectly oiled and maintained, and though it was pitch dark inside, she could feel that it was just a single, gigantic chamber. The door closed behind her, and here she sensed no unusual magic. There was no need for little toys in the presence of an existence that likely considers itself a god. In it was a giant statue of a man, and she felt the emanating power of a fellow domain holder. "Hello, I am Edna." Edna answered as she walked towards the white statue. Here in this large, ethereal chamber, her footsteps echoed. "Pleased to meet the white statue." The statue's eyes glowed white, and it went directly to a question. "Are you sent by the pagan gods?" Edna's eyes squinted. "Who are these pagan gods?" "Those that deserted us long ago, the old ones," the white statue answered. Edna frowned and then looked at the white statue. There was no facial expression to read in an object like the white statue. Its carved face was that of an old man, but yet she wondered what she was dealing with. "We encountered them, but no, they didn't send us here." "Then why have you come? Have you come to represent them? To retake the lands that were once theirs?" Edna shook her head. "Not at all. I represent the Valtrian Order, led by our tree god Ian. I am one of those in Ian's pantheon. We have been asked by Hawa to deal with the demons in these faraway worlds. There was so much history scrubbed from the memory of those present. The people of the White Shore do not remember the past. To them, their creation myth started from the white statue. It was a lie, naturally. There was a moment of silence. Like the souls that they lied to, the white statue asked. Edna paused as she realized. "The heroes." "No, we are not summoned like them." "Then what do you want?" "If you seek to upset the structure I have created in their absence, then we will be enemies. I will slay you here and now," the white statue declared. Edna was fairly certain she would survive any conflict. The knight felt the probing energies of the white statue's domain, but again, it was ineffective. She couldn't quite sense what the white statue was, though the founding myths she heard so far claimed the white statue always existed, and he held the light of wisdom that brought the men of the White Shore wisdom. It is so that they exist as productive members of society, instead of living as barbaric creatures in the faraway lands. We merely want permission to deal with the demons, and deny us the experience we need, the white statue countered. We do not need help dealing with those creatures from beyond, or the lost lambs the old gods send our way. Edna frowned as she realized the white statue probably has some means of dealing with the Demon King. Briefly, was this something she needed to feed back to Hawa? This world didn't need help. So why did Hawa still mark this world as a drain on their faith points? Something didn't add up. "What happened to the heroes? I see," Edna said. "Who do you do with those summoned by the old gods?" For a moment the two just stood in silence as both took a sense of each other's power. She roughly estimated the white statue to be around level 200-ish and probably had some means of dealing with the demons. Perhaps a collection of ancient weapons or some unique power. The white statue folded. We will send them back, of course. A swift death. The white statue declared. Death. Edna repeated. You killed them. Yes. May we propose that you send them to us instead, that we take them away from you. Edna countered, for them to return one day and exact the old god's vengeance. No, my white guards hunt them down. The knight stared at the white statue and for a moment felt a sense of injustice. She tried her best to hold herself back and took a deep breath. Are you dissatisfied with our conduct? The white statue asked. I'd rather not kill them. They are a potentially rogue agent and a poorly constructed weapon of the old gods. Their presence only serves to create chaos, as their incredible potential is turned into the tools of their whims. The white statue declared, such poor tools do not deserve to exist. You could rip the class out of them. Edna countered as she recalled what the Osrids or the Ularans did to the heroes. They become regular mortals, and at least they get to live normally. Even without their powers, their whims and thoughts are tainted by a world unlike ours. Ours possess a structure that is fundamentally incompatible with their world, and now I realize your world has a structure incompatible with ours too. The white statue declared, and for a moment the two auras clashed once more. The entire city of Claritas experienced a rare tremor as the two domain holders' weight of existence slammed into each other. Have you spoken to the administrators? Edna asked, and in an instant the clash of aura stopped. The white statue's white eyes glowed brightly. You speak of something I do not know. Elaborate. Edna realized that the white statue must have not yet reached level 250, because if it had, it too should be offered the choice. It possessed a religion centered around the white statue. It was strong. By both counts it met the criteria. Her mind thought of the angels of Angel World, and that moment when they hosted the eight-winged angel, Raph. Would their presence here set off another chain of potentially hostile power? She closed her eyes. It seems you have not reached that level of power. It is not my place to tell. What? The white marbles of the temple moved, but stopped just as quickly, as if the white statue realized it was useless. It thought quickly and then suddenly proposed. If you want me to spare the lives of the future summons of the old gods, then you will elaborate on this choice. It is not my place to decide. We will discuss your offer, Edna said. I have a bad feeling if we tell them. Lumuf said, from what you described, he gives me vibes like the angels. Do we really want to let him know about that future? If we don't get to save the heroes. Rune countered and asked a rhetorical question that didn't really need to be answered. Is that important to us? Should we have to weigh what we want to do here? Of course we do. They are heroes. All right, let's look at our options. Let's start with the obvious. Should we go in there and fight that white statue? Stella asked, and it was met with silence. Lumuf waited and frowned. I don't think it's a good idea in the short term. At our stretch levels, we cannot deploy enough personnel to fill the power vacuum or maintain order. It's also going to be pretty hard to predict how these folks will behave should the white statue suddenly disappear. The imprints on their mind sounds like it could go either way. I think we leave that option for much later. It should be a nuclear option once we conclude that the white statue really is hostile. It was an uncomfortable reality that fighting is often the easy part. Maintaining order and advancing society were significantly harder. Was it worth it just to save some heroes? It was a line of thought that Kaffa raised. What makes a hero's life worth more? Kaffa countered. We're at the point where they are more of a liability. A rogue element, and I would even go as far as saying that the white statue is right to consider them as erratic. Like we all remember what happened to Chung. We need them because heroes can help defend the existing worlds. They can move around freely with nodes and through Lumuf. They are our defensive pieces, and their situation can be managed. The more heroes we have, it becomes less risky for us as a whole to rely on them, Rune explained. And as much as I hate to admit it, heroes are worth more than normal people. Their potential to save lives is so much higher. Stella squirmed uncomfortably. Discussions of the value of lives made her react this way. She knew how I thought about it, so we're going to tolerate this white statue's murder of mostly innocent fresh heroes. Lumuf sighed before he explained. We all make sacrifices, and I am cognizant that even Ian's branches are stained with more blood than the white statue. We're in no place to comment on the sort of sacrifices the white statue made to achieve a stable, prosperous society. I mean, that's fine with me. We've all killed some way or another, so I think we're not really innocent. We just think that it's the right thing to do. But more importantly, can we actually trust this white statue's offer? Is it an offer in good faith? What if it reneges on the deal? Ezar, the brawler, then asked. I mean, there's really nothing other than our word and theirs to hold this agreement together. We're giving special knowledge in exchange for a promise. What does Ian think? I reviewed Edna's explanation, and personally I thought it was a matter of time. If it has been defeating demon kings, it may be a matter of time before it reaches level 250 anyway. By then, it will meet the administrators. The very fact we have informed him of the existence of these administrators is already revealing much. My bad, Edna said. There were sacrifices made in every society, and from what Edna saw on the White Shores, they made some too. I had my share of brutal experiments and demonic touches. If I could save these heroes in exchange for knowledge, it seemed like a fair position to take. Letting it know beforehand could be advantageous. Maybe it'll be a future god we can work with, or at least reason with. Or it might be a threat, but for now I don't think we need to see it as one. I saw the heroes as useful, even if they're increasingly less so relatively speaking. If anything, saving these high-potential individuals was worth it, even if we're sharing information with a potentially risky individual. Maybe it'll be like the angels, a force for order in a chaotic world. Maybe Raph was right after all. The world does need some agents for structure and peace. My approach may work for some, but I do not think it is the perfect one. In a world where the system grants so much power on individuals, maybe we do need gods that play a more pervasive role to mitigate the potential chaos of errant individuals with system-granted power. Anyway, that was a side thought. I think we can agree on this. I proposed. If it doesn't deliver, then we know it can't be trusted. We'll deal with it when it happens. Year 276 Part II. I think our interaction with Osrids is gonna be pretty messed up too, Edna said as she rested on a corner sofa. She stretched and felt her muscles turn. They were all very happy to be home, even if there's a lot more to discuss. With creatures of that level of power, I'm not surprised. Stella sighed. The two female domain holders frequently spent time with each other. Somehow, they both saw each other as a bit of a kindred spirit. Few things grow to that level of power without a little bit of madness. We all are mad in our own way. Ha, Edna said. You think that's the key missing thing to be a domain holder? I don't know. Stella picked up a glass and poured herself some fermented fruit juice. But at the rate we're going, every domain holder we meet is going to be unusual in their own way. They don't become domain holders by being normal. What are the odds there's someone like you out there? Edna countered. If you mean whether there's bound to be someone who can travel worlds, I think the chances are very high. But also, if you're like me and we have the ability to run whenever things get dangerous, all we'll be doing is to keep running. The knight paused for a long time. That's a very valid point of view. There really might be a domain holder that's only running from world to world and hiding constantly. Or a void mage. Yeah, why bother staying and fighting when running is so easy? She drank the fruit juice and barfed. I've no idea why I drink such things. You enjoy a little bit of misery. Edna chuckled as she suddenly jumped up. Did you personally agree with our choices? Which ones? Stella said and somehow took a second big mouthful of the fermented fruit juice. The node worlds or the subdomain? The one about the node worlds. Could be worse. Nodes are disposable. I think it's fine to just correct as we go. I'm planning to bug Ian to continue our tour of the void layers, Stella said, barfing again and then walked over to one of her bookshelves. It was a magical contraption that unlocked only with her magical signature. I think we'll waste a few years, but we can afford that. We could, Edna said. Alka's waking up next year. I wonder what Hell think. I think Hell think like us. Stella said matter-of-factly. She chose a book written by one of the Valthorns on strategic expansions. The two women shared a long, comfortable silence. Stella sat down and began to read on one of her finely polished wooden tables, and Edna continued to just look out the window. The view of Freshka from Stella's mansion was quite good. Do you think we all think alike? That we're having a bit of a groupthink going on. That made Stella pause and turn to look at the knight. Is that something that's bothering you? A little. I was actually fairly uncomfortable at how the white statue marked everyone's soul and injected them with a life mission. But then I realized not a single one of their denizens thought that way. To them, having a life goal was good. It gave their life purpose, meaning, and it shaped how they directed their time. Stella wanted to say something, only to stop midway and seemed to think for a long time. Eventually, she continued the conversation, and I think they have a point. I would love to know what I was meant to do. Having to figure shit out for ourselves is a pain. Edna laughed at first and then stopped when she realized Stella was serious. Come on, it's not that bad. I mean, in hindsight, sure it seems that way, but back during the early days when I'm still a lost, sad, depressed painter, not at all. Those rose-tinted glasses are hell of a thing, Stella said. I would given a lot to have a purpose thrust into my soul, and not just that, it's something I'd even wholeheartedly believe in. Do you think Ian should do that? The knight asked suddenly. I mean, hypotheticals, of course. It's just something I thought about when I saw the fellow people of the White Shore and I saw purpose. What? No, Stella said. It's crazy. I know that motivation and morale is a big problem over the longer term, but I still think spiritual tampering is still a step too far. Edna nodded. I guess so. Lumuf looked at the city of Claritas and the beautiful white marbled city. He sighed. Reminds me a little too much of the Magic City and the prison of the Crystal King. But a deal is a deal. I countered, and through Lumuf I could sense the white statue's pulsing presence. He was at the heart of a complex web of spiritual connections that was then linked to almost every single citizen of the White Shore. More than anything, I thought that was a level of control, even beyond what I was willing to do. It was similar to Bidu, only more direct. It was impressive. In a way, though the people around us resembled humans in every way, their actions were guided, and so, they were more like autonomous ants than actual independent people. Only the people from the faraway wildlands were spared of the white statue's spiritual meddling. Lumuf was right at the gates when the guards paused. Our presence didn't need an introduction. The white statue must have known we were coming, because a full battalion of highly decorated soldiers stood waiting for us, armed with enough weapons to match the angels and even Hawa's elite guards. The elite white guards escorted Lumuf through the city. This way, distinguished guests. The walk was brief, and somehow the streets were empty. Not a single one of Claritas' citizens were on the street when we walked. Somehow, they clearly marked this as a sensitive event. Unlike Edna's visit this time, two of the strongest white guards escorted Lumuf through the door, and the white statue's domain pushed against ours. I see where your compatriot's confidence came from. It is rare to see one that bests me in power. Lumuf nodded as it felt as if two winds swirled around us, a hurricane against a tornado. Level 200 is still a very respectable power, White One. Let us get to the matter at hand. I agree that we will spare the pagan god's summons from a quick death. You agree to tell me what your compatriot hinted at. Everything of these administrators and the gods you have met. My priest reacted quickly, unsurprised by how quickly the white statue got down to business. In return, we ask that all of the heroes are kept safely. We will take them away from your world when they arrive. I ask that they are fed in a physically good state and kept healthy until we can retrieve them. Agreed. You have my promise as the current master of the White Shore. Now for your end of the bargain. Explain. Lumuf took a moment to pause, catch his breath, and then began his explanation. On our end, we saw no risk to the decision. Not an immediate one where we couldn't correct. So he spoke about the level 250 choice, the existence of the world faith system, gave an overview of the faith system, and why their drift meant they were fading from some worlds. It was a fairly peaceful process where Lumuf explained and the white statue answered with a nod. And that is why we are here and we still want to rescue the heroes. Lumuf ended. The white statue did not respond, but the fluctuation in the spiritual energies around us made it clear that it was deep in thought. The temple only had small windows, but somehow the winds within were strong. There was a really long silence. Lumuf was used to it. He was around me so often that he seemed used to the hours I normally took to reply. The winds then gradually softened as the white statue calmed down. If what you say is true, my earlier punishment of the old gods as pagans was misguided. It truly seems that we lacked context. I was a little surprised, but then again, I suppose not all gods and domain holders are hostile. It is easy to assume so when the old gods don't communicate. Lumuf said with a sigh. Perhaps it is their arrogance. After all, in their eyes, mere mortals are still way beneath them. Informing us costs faith points, and there's nothing much that could be done even if we knew. The white statue clearly wanted to correct because the statue's hand moved, but then it stopped. Again, after a few minutes of silence, it continued. To think that even lesser deities like us remain insignificant. Lesser deities. Less so. Lumuf said, and he decided to go on the charm offensive. The rare moment of vulnerability suggested the white statue was open to negotiations. But I see you have built a great world here, and you have a way of defeating the Demon King. We do. More specifically, I do. The white statue answered. As a statue, I can shift my being and presence to any of my other statues, and with that statue, I fight the Demon King. I leave a little fragment of me behind, hidden amongst my other statues, so that I can regenerate if defeated. We've gotten better at fighting the Demon Kings, though in my earlier centuries, I still had to borrow the powers of the pagan summons. This was long before this drift, and back when my world resembled yours very much. It is an impressive thing to do. It's a feat few worlds can claim to have achieved. Lumuf answered. For a level 200 plus to defeat a Demon King isn't thoroughly impossible. Maybe its power set was better suited to combat than mine. It is so, but we must look forward. If there is this option at level 250, then I must now prepare for it. The white statue answered. It will take a few centuries to get the levels needed, since the Demon Kings only arrive once every 20 to 25 years. Unfortunately, nothing else provides experience like them. Lumuf didn't want to suggest the obvious. He could also defeat the Demon Kings on other worlds. The white statue was likely smart enough to know that was an option, but unless he mentioned it, he wasn't going to suggest it. There was no track record to justify continued trust, but its explanation of how the white statue's soul was spread across all the statues revealed a key point if one day we were enemies. It was able to separate its spirit and spread it to all of its statues. It wasn't a full clone like mine, but still, a decent failsafe. Once again, the two stood as the white statue continued to be in thought. After a while, it asked, Long ago, this world had two of the old gods, Hawa and Nira. Have you encountered them? Only Hawa, I see. If you meet Nira, I ask that I be informed. I have some ancient grudges to settle. My existence today can be traced to a Niran blood ceremony. A ceremony to bless a statue to serve as a guardian for this city, and our old pagan ways involved blood sacrifices. I was once a doctor. I forgot how many thousand years ago, and I was sacrificed against my will, and my spirit was thrust into the statue. Lumuf looked, but off my head, without any special intervention. Moving a soul from one body to another was such a traumatic process that only hero souls survived. Our own experiences on our death row prisoners informed us that it is fairly difficult to encase a person's soul in a new host, unless special powers like mine were involved. Blood magic and sacrifices rarely met the conditions needed for it to happen successfully. That shouldn't work. The soul usually doesn't survive such traumatic damage. Yes, but I was no ordinary mortal. My soul was stronger, much stronger, and so my spirit lived when thousands of sacrifices before me failed. It is a cruel irony that they were right to do so. I did protect my world from the demons for tens of thousands of years. You purged all belief in the old gods, almost. I cursed them for creating me, but in time I've come to a state of peace. Now the wild folk still carry on their weird beliefs, but there must be some chaos to give my men a concept of order and purpose, so I tolerate their existence. At that moment I thought that we were quite similar. The system encouraged conflict, rewarded struggles, challenges. So for order to be, there must be a state of disorder. The old dungeons too. We needed their special resources and the monsters, so I left them as they are, as controlled opponents. In the end, the two domain holders looked at each other once more. Lumuf thought it was mostly over, and so, I believe that is all. If there is nothing else, we will return. Again, another wait. It was not too long. It is most unusual to meet someone that I could finally claim to be an equal. We will honor the agreement. I will spare those summoned by the drifting gods. And there is one more thing. My avatar stopped, turned, and looked at the statue once more. I wish to join your pantheon in this fight against the demons. I was stunned, and Lumuf was too. We couldn't answer immediately. Treehome. There was a quietness on Treehome. With so many of my level 100s deployed on the other worlds, the city's ultra-high-end market was significantly quieter. The merchants especially felt it, because many of their regular customers, those who belonged to my elites, were all away for long stretches, and that had a knock-on impact. They still worked with my mid-tier Valthorns. Many of them were busy preparing for their own trips to the other worlds. We didn't have much of a choice. The Order may be a massive and very powerful institution, but the very nature of how levels are gained and the exponential nature of the experience requirement meant it was a lot slimmer at the top. Those that provided lifestyle goods to the elites instead have to redirect their production to provide portable goods, goods that my elites could take to their faraway deployment. Even though a few years honestly just felt like a few weeks to me, for my elites and for the businesses, they still had to make adjustments. The crafters, those directly under our employ, and indirectly as subcontractors or outsourced manufacturers, continued to experience huge quantities of orders, though the nature of production now shifted towards infrastructure goods. Now that Lumuf, Edna, and myself could handle Demon Kings, my central planners anticipated a slowdown in crystal bomb production requirements. This was a resource requirement that choked the world's economies, such that the past 10 to 20 years were periods of ultra-high crystal prices. Strategically, we would continue to rebuild our crystal weapons stockpile consumed during the Demon's Comet incident, but as a whole, the pace of this replenishment could be reduced. This would have a knock-on effect on the prices and profitability of crystal mines everywhere if we suddenly reduced our purchases, so the Order as a whole continued to buy, though at a reducing trend. Instead, I'd like to figure out a better use of the magical storage properties of crystals for the war effort, not as weapons, but as some form of utility tool. We already have crystals capable of doing computations, recording images, storing bits of memory, and we have also used crystals as temporary spell cores, where they created an area of effect that enhanced or weakened things and people in their immediate vicinity. I didn't have many ideas of my own, so I put it to the Valthorns for ideas. There was feedback on the ground for some kind of deployable protective spheres, so that the Valthorns could quickly protect injured non-combatants from attacks, from our experience with the natives. Alternatively, a mobile food and healing kit, stored as spells within a set of crystals. Maybe Alka would have some ideas when he finally reawakened. Deep within my main tree, Alka floated in a pod that dabbled with powers that made no sense to me. His body was reconstructed by an automated will that could only be the system, his flesh reconstructed in bits and pieces in a way that is more as if a perfect replica was being built. I tried my best to understand it, but truly the system understood Alka's existence at a level of depth that I couldn't capture. When I looked at Alka's reconstruction, I saw parallels with the void layers and shrub home. Maybe the system had a mirror world where Alka still lived, and what happened was a perfect copy. It is times like this where I question the fundamental nature of the system, because when a world popped out of nowhere is hard to grasp for those without the mental flexibility to contemplate how the state of existence could just flip from nothing into something. Don't think too much about it, just accept it. Stella once said, "The void sea is many things, and it's quite hard to pin down what it is." Zarat I met once said it is a state of all that is not existence and more. It is a state of possibility. When we carve a path through the void sea, the Zaratans once described it as walking in a type of dream-like space, where things exist if you imagine it to exist, and could supply the void energy to motivate the void sea to respond to your imagination. Even that didn't grasp the full scale of the void. Increasingly, I felt that staring into the void was like going into the inner workings of this world. I wondered if we ventured deep enough, did the void layers lead to Earth, or perhaps an Earth-like world? Year 276, III. Even though the interaction with the White Shore went decently well, it made us curious of the intricacies of the world faith system, specifically, how the entire hero summoning system worked. So Lumuf decided it was important enough to travel back to Hawa's core world to figure it out. Lumuf landed back in the world of Satria, and the little relic in his hand whirled. Here, closer to Hawa, the item itself recharged faster. There was already divine energy in the world itself, and all the relic had to do was tap into it. Stella's ability to move through the void space is overpowered in its own way. For one, it made it easier for us to speak. I have more questions, I asked through Lumuf. Some of the worlds we encountered have powerful domain holders that have taken hold of those worlds and protected them from the demon kings. Interfering with what they do to the heroes may cause a confrontation. How does the hero summoning work in detail? In such situations, can you stop summoning heroes? Which worlds? The 13th world Cuber and the 15th one White Shore. I answered. The relic hummed and then, wait a moment. I thought that was weird, but a split second later. Interesting. The system allowed me to cancel future hero summons for White Shore. Wait, you can do that. I am obligated to summon heroes if I do not have information or if situations change. But if I receive reliable information that those worlds are self-sufficient, as gods, I can raise a dispute on my faith point spending for these worlds. The intention of the system is to bind the gods together for mutual protection. If there's no need for protection, I can raise an objection. The system permeates everything. It knows whether the information is legitimate or not. That made both myself and Lumuf wonder whether we could trick the world faith system into verifying information on our behalf. But why doesn't the world faith system cancel it automatically? The gods prefer that everyone participates in an arrangement, rather than everyone opting out. There are also factors that the system may not be able to foresee. But for Cuber, it seems that my information is not yet sufficient. Did you meet said domain holder? No, not yet. Perhaps that is how the system verifies whether you know or not. Is this because you can't see those worlds? I countered. Why can't you spend faith points to verify it yourself? I could, yes. My information on these peripheral worlds is scarce, and all I could tell is that my heroes die. I feel the link of magic to the heroes fade, and that a demon king died. I do not know who participated in the battle or how it died. It also does not help that there's a huge lack of followers on these worlds, so they do not transmit fragments of their knowledge to me on death. And you want, if you will meet this existence anyway, I may as well save on the faith points. True, you learn from people dying. In hindsight, that seemed obvious. I learn from prayers. I learn from the death of my followers. I learn from those who have faith and offer me sacrifices. It is the power of the world faith system. Their faith in me provides the knowledge I need to act. No, when the spirit of a dead person enters the void, that is when the fragment of their identity merges with the system, where I would then collect it. If the soul fails to reach the void sea, then I do not gain it. Ah, so Cuber has been indirectly cutting information off by stealing the souls of the dead. Why does the system force you to protect these worlds? It is the old gods, each unable to trust each other, but need each other's faith to collectively protect the worlds from the system. So the old gods weave this requirement into the world faith system in its nascent stage, to compel all of us to do our part. A mutual defense pact, trust or lack thereof. I saw parallels of this in so many things, where collective action is needed to get out of problems, but when each acted selfishly, it led to the worst type of outcomes. It's unfortunately just game theory playing out on a large scale. Naturally, the old gods didn't think the lesser deities needed to play a role. That does not seem like a glowing testimony of the other gods' personalities. Those who have power are often a little bit paranoid, even when they don't need to be. If you have a visit to the domain holder of Cuber, that will help my ability to dispute the hero summon. On some level, I felt it rather comical that gods still have to engage in information gathering to argue their own case. It's as if the system was this irritating system of governance that didn't want to move unless prodded. Year 277. Alka's revival happened without much warning. It just happened one moment when his eyes opened, and the pod naturally unfurled to release him from his long sleep. Then his domain expanded, reasserting its presence on the world around him. It's good to be awake. I was in a really, really long dream, he said as he realized where he was. Somehow, he knew I was there watching. Maybe it was my presence. Good to have you back, friend, I said as I alerted the rest of the domain holders. They were all on their way back. He blinked, stretched, and picked up a robe that was already gathering dust. You've waited a long time. A little 17 years is a long time and much has happened. Alka looked outside and he could feel it. I know I just came out of a pod, but I'm already eager to head back and have a dream academy replaying the years I've missed. That'll have to wait. The rest of them are on their way here. Ah, fine. I guess they'll miss me after 17 years. Man, that long dream is so misleading. I thought I was asleep for only a few years. Did you get anything for your sacrifice? I asked, curious whether he leveled. Any new abilities? Surprisingly, yes. I'm now level 171, and I've got the ability Physical Mana Manifestation. It's the ability to turn raw mana, both mine and others, into a kind of physical object which can then be used as a bomb. In a way, it's pure mana as a bomb. No intermediaries, no need for crystals and all that sort of stuff. Right now, we store mana in crystals and various potato storages spread throughout the world, but this physical mana manifestation pretty much leaps through them and turns the mana emitted from our souls into a physical object that can be used as a bomb and maybe a battery. Wait, doesn't that mean you could use my mana to create a very big bomb? I said, realizing how this power interacted with my own extensively large mana pool. Of all the domain holders, I had the largest mana pool by multiple orders of magnitude. Well, yes, there's got to be some downside to it, Alka said, and after a few seconds he figured it out. Handling. It's kind of fragile and could easily blow up. Because it's like pure mana in physical form, anyone not strong enough could easily get mana overload and mana poisoning. And it also decays over time, though relatively negligible when compared to how frequently we use crystal bombs. The bombs may be obsolete, though. We're at the level where we can handle demon kings. I had to correct him, though I could see such a physical bomb as a powerful tool on the sun rings. If we could blow it up, we didn't even need to rely on Hawa's divine weapon, whatever that was. Alka paused as the bombshell just hung in the air. After a few seconds, he spoke again. I really do need to get to that Dream Academy and have a recap of what happened in the past 17 years. I missed out on a lot. Yeah, in a way. At about that time, the door to the pod opened and the rest of the domain holders gave Alka a big group hug. It was a strangely nice feeling to see my domain holders give Alka a hug. It's really you, isn't it? Stella laughed. Alka rolled his eyes as if it was obvious. Maybe the real me died that day and what you see now is a perfect replica. It is a perfect replica physically, I answered, but his soul is the same one. Stella grinned. Good enough, I guess. I allowed my domain holders to have a half a day to catch up, and then Alka, as he requested, had a long few days digesting the events of the past 17 years in my Dream Academy. We needed to hold the worlds for a period of time, at least for 1 or even 2 Demon King cycles. Alka had a lot of ideas in his mind after he reviewed the data, and one of the first things he did was calculate whether we could blow up the sun rings with his new ability. Our initial information was fairly encouraging. It would leave a rather big hole, and the sun rings are such a massive object that it would likely survive. If we could make bombs equal to 10 times my current mana, it should leave a large crack. With Edna and Lumuf's ability to fend off the Demon Kings, we could potentially destroy the sun rings if we hit it multiple times. I'm not sure if it will be enough to destroy the strange demonic barrier that blocked our view of the inner demon realms, but we will have to try. So now that you know what's up, what do you plan to do? The Dwarven Master Alchemist laughed. Let's just say I have some dreams I suddenly feel like fulfilling. Oh, all right, what will it be? I'll make a trip to Delvegard, Alka said with a stereotypical dwarven grin. That seems like the best place to get me up to speed and relive some of my fantasies. Lausanne, the world of Magisar. Lausanne stood on the edge of their newly built city. There were few demons these days. In the past few months, even more demons were slain, and increasingly their once skeptical refugees and escapees from the towers began to see the merit of their ways. There truly was nothing like power. Sadly, not everyone saw it that way. There's a planned rebellion to push us out, milady, one of her subordinates reported during a regular weekly meeting. The actual Valthorn force deployed on Magisar wasn't large, only 100 to 200. The Valthorn's extensive weakening of the demons, together with an alliance of the mages that supported the battles, gave the local tower masters the wrong idea. The tower masters presumed that the Valthorns only comprised 200 to 300 or so mages, and they were thinking of overwhelming the entire Valthorn force during one of the battles against the demons. In some ways, the Valthorns supplied the ingredients for the tower masters to plan the rebellion. The destruction of various demonic hives meant the disruptions were removed, and the old message networks were restored. So the Tower Masters, eager to regain control over the entire world and place as the rulers of the world, quickly plotted with their peers. In their minds, 10,000 mages across the 10 or 20 or so towers would be enough to take on 200 or so Valthorns. In order to make it happen, the Tower Masters would all deploy some secret teleportation scrolls to launch the attack together. Why do people do things like this? Lausanne sighed as she heard the full scope of what the Valthorn spies discovered. Do they truly think they'll win? They might if the Tower Masters themselves arrive. One of Lozan's assistants answered. They don't quite understand the full scope of our strength. Both Eben and Hoya were redeployed to other worlds, and she looked at the report again. At least half of their mages will die if we let this attack happen. That's a massive waste of magical talent, Lozan said with a sigh. I think we should haul up the Tower Masters. Let them know what exactly they are facing. Lozan paused as she thought about it. Is that the best course of action? I mean, how can we truly solidify our impression on the Magicerians that we truly mean to help them? Each of them suggested different ideas, but was there really a way to stop the conflict in such a way that would show them the gap between the two forces? Something that would truly show the Magicerians that in a real war there really is a huge gap. Something that would truly spare them the enemies. In the end, Lozan thought of a few different ways to solve the problem, but ultimately the solution was some variant of Ian's perspective. Fear. She hated using fear to convince others, but there are times there is no choice. Fear was a survival tool, and for those scheming against them, it would save their lives. There are those who didn't think it through. Perhaps the hold of their old system was too strong. It was hard for people to change overnight, what more such a large cultural change. Fear was a fence, it would keep them safe. Conflict was inevitable sometimes. This conflict was peaceful, sometimes it was deadly. As Ian's envoy to these worlds, they had an incentive to keep things peaceful. It was kind. She knew and spoke to some of the Magicerians that would rebel. They even fought together briefly during one of the earlier attacks on the demons. She tried her best for the charm offensive, to convince their minds that choosing Ian was the right choice. But in the end, the presence of the domain holders on Magisar was fairly temporary, and only a few felt what is like to stand before what. She double-checked and together with her team came up with a plan, one that would allow the Archmages to go all the way, only for it to fail at the last moment. The Tower Masters wanted to strike during one of the larger offensives against the demon hives. They saw that as their last window of opportunity, where quite a few of the Valthorns would be gathered in the same place. 3,000 mages of the various Magicerian towers were supporting the attack, and at the same time, about 6,000 more mages from across the field. Lozan was there, as were 90 of the other Valthorns deployed to Magisar prepared for the battle. Only about half of them knew of the coming betrayal, so the other half that didn't would be updated at the last minute and sent into the demonic hives first. Lady Lozan, a Magicerian mage, came over. There was a trembling in his hands. Will we launch the attack on the demons soon? Lozan looked at the hive as a Magicerian mage walked over. He was one of those who joined the refugee camps. Yet somehow the Tower Masters promised him great titles, positions, and wealth if he cooperated with their schemes. She would have understood if it was someone like Lezen, the old leader of the refugees that decided to side with the Tower Masters. Some of those left not because they were against the structure of society, but merely because they did not benefit from it. The Valthorns played the political game of Magisar and won the right to rule through their magical prowess. Last, the game was there only when it benefited them. Already the Tower Masters whispered how it wasn't meant to allow foreigners to come and claim the towers, even if it was never formally written down. Lozan looked at the demonic hives. It was quite far away and the mage's pulse was ragged. He didn't have much sleep. The demonic golem hives were crowded. There were the large demonic golem champions. Yes, soon. This is the last demonic hive. What's left is only the king, and we will get to that soon. Are you ready? The mage gave a nod, but his body language was unnatural. He knew today would be the day the natives would try to flush out these invaders. It will be a glorious day. The day of the last hive purged from Magisar, Lozan explained. Maybe it will be recorded as the Battle of Northland's Valley. The native mage could only nod. Maybe you have another name for today. Lozan teased, and she felt the native mage tremble. There was something he wanted to say, but he couldn't. Relax, it's just a joke. It's just the first step. Rebuilding your world is going to take a while. Lozan sighed and tapped the Magicerian mage on the shoulder. Change is hard. Removing threats doesn't mean Magisar is ready to be a member of the wider world, and the society must be ready to contribute, just as it will receive aid and rewards for doing so. She wondered whether he would hesitate at the last moment. She glanced at a corner and sighed. The mage bowed as he tried his best not to expose their plot. I must go prepare, Lady Lozan. He didn't. It was a shame that someone she thought would be receptive to change still wanted the old order. Lozan sighed and felt a familiar hand on her shoulder. A good try, Lozan, but do not worry, they won't be harmed in the little demonstration. The elf nodded. She led the rest of the deployed Valthorns. Valthorns, she shouted, as the rest of the Valthorn force gathered around her. Let us destroy the last demonic hive. The small group of high-level Valthorns roared, and they all charged into the demonic hives. Only Lozan and another Valthorn stayed back. The scheme had begun as she felt the activation of teleportation spells. The army of the local Magicerian mages grew, as hundreds more mages joined the existing army, and then the Tower Masters appeared. She had to focus to feel them moving around. They didn't shine like the Valthorns. Attack! The shout came from behind the lines, and Lozan closed her eyes. She turned and saw a trembling mage, the same mage that spoke to her, and their eyes met. The mages launched a volley at the demonic hives. The hives were done for anyway, attacked the invaders. The second volley was the key signal. The mage steeled himself, and yet Lausanne stared into his eyes and said, "You don't have to do this." He did anyway. He raised his magical staff, as did many others, and they all launched a spell, this time aimed at the Valthorns. The spells were fired and smashed into Lausanne's protective wooden shields. The Tower Masters flew overhead. They were armed in all their best weapons, and a battering of spells smashed into Lausanne's shields. "Die, invaders," they said. Lausanne's shield held. They underestimated the sheer gap of power between them. "No one is hurt yet." Lausanne heard the same familiar voice in her head. She nodded. The Valthorns that knew of the betrayal quickly moved to protect their peers that didn't. Lausanne emerged at the center of a heavily damaged crater and looked at the Tower Masters. "So this is what you've elected, Tower Masters," Lausanne said with a smile that terrified the Tower Masters. One of them had a look at the grin on her face and knew they had freaked up. Lausanne walked towards the group of 30 or so Tower Masters. Many of these floating towers had a few Tower Masters. Not all of them were here. They were wise to do so. "All you've brought is an audience for your execution," Lausanne declared as the Tower Masters panicked. The second wave of spells smashed into her shields and did nothing. The mood in the thousands of mages present changed. "You must wonder why we are strong," Lausanne declared. Lumuf's invisibility vanished right next to her, but his presence was zero. He hid his powers. "Tower Masters, come," Lausanne declared. "Show me the nerve of your resistance, the fire that possessed you to fight us." The Tower Masters did. A few of the ringleaders shouted, "Don't fear her. She's just taunting us." Their spells gathered, and just then, a wave of anti-magic spread throughout the entire valley. Lausanne nodded at Lumuf briefly. The anti-magic aura meant not many would be hurt. "Come," Lausanne said as the army of mages realized quite a few of their magical equipment and spells were not functioning. What's happening?" The disbelief in the army. Lausanne withdrew a spear of anti-magic, a pure glass weapon. To the magic-sensitive magicarians, it was akin to staring into a whirlpool that drained magic from around it. The Tower Masters had to use higher-tier spells that were unaffected by the anti-magic aura. They all smashed helplessly into Lausanne's anti-magic spear. She walked towards them menacingly, while the lower-level mages were rendered not much more than regular, magic-less foot soldiers. Her physicality meant she reached them, and she gave them a punch. Their shields were useless. All it took was a light poke by her spear, and its magical energies were sapped. They were not built for rigor. The army of mages watched helplessly. "These are your Tower Masters," Lausanne declared as she flung the bloodied Tower Masters on the floor. "They led you and told all of you that made you believe you had a chance." She glared. "All of you are just fodder. They are more than prepared to see 3/4 of you die, just so that they can stand atop of your world once more." The army of mages of Magisar were generally below level 60, and yet to Lausanne's bewilderment they raised their weapons. She saw in their eyes those who dared to fight them. If only they used that daring against the demons instead of them. "Even before those who are twice your levels, do you really want to do this?" Lausanne asked, and those present were shocked. "You might still think you have a chance against me." She looked at the group of Tower Masters, and they were still somehow defiant. Their spells blasted into her wall of wooden shields. Those who followed them attacked with their own weapons. Some of them held hero items, a waste of such good weapons in the hands of lesser mages for the purpose of a power struggle. Why were they unfair to them? All they did was round up their army and cobbled them together into a unified fighting force, and yet they used that opportunity to rebel against them instead. She glared at the Tower Masters, and they did not relent. She saw courage. Misplaced courage in the heart of the mages who believed they were fighting an occupier. Were they occupiers? Lausanne knew they were not. Yet somehow, despite their spies and allies, the Tower Masters managed to convince so many mages that these mages and wizards were freedom fighters. Courage. They were driven into a frenzy as the Tower Masters continued their attack. She could feel them use some kind of magic that blessed the mages under their banner and raised their spirits. Words would not do now. Lausanne's eyes looked into those mages that stood against them, despite being so outclassed. They believed her reluctance to hurt them as a sign that they had a chance. So brave and yet so foolish. She felt sad for them because she did not really want to use Ian's presence to crush their spirits. She had seen those broken by Ian's presence, and it was hard for them to find their courage again. Yet the alternative was death. The alternative was a spell that would hurt them. Or a perpetual guerrilla rebellion as these mages continued to believe their chances. Lumuf waited. It would be her call as the temporary leader of the Valtrian Magisar division. She weighed the odds in her heart and finally relented. "Lumuf, let us show them who stands at the heart of our organization." Ian's avatar descended, and the air instantly turned oppressive, and the Tower Masters gazed at the sky, only to see darkness. The sun was blocked as the towering presence loomed over the entire army. "With each rebellion and each resistance, the perceived value of your world to us diminishes," Lausanne declared. "Those of us here are trying to prove that your world still has value, and thus should be trained to be a part of the bigger war." In the face of something like Ian, somehow everything just stopped. The mages looked in foolish courage only to find an abyss of stars looking back at them. In Ian's avatar, they saw the cruel reality that they never stood a chance. In that moment, Lausanne rushed ahead and grabbed one of the mastermind's robes and pulled him up. They were vulnerable. The Magicarians were never a physical kind, and next to Lausanne, this much was clear. Lausanne was a slim elven woman, but her limbs were all strong, dense, and flexible. "We've known of your schemes for a while," Lausanne declared loudly to the man's face, but its intended audience was everyone else. "It is quite convenient that you've identified those with rebellious tendencies for us." The army of mages all panicked, but they had no words. They were unable to. The pressure that pressed on them was now too strong. I had such high hopes. The elven lady sighed. She spotted the traitorous mage hiding in the crowd. "All of you will live, but your loyalties were tested today and found lacking. Return to your home cities and towers, mages. All of you are now barred from all preference trades, and all benefits with the order are suspended until you've atoned for your rebellion." Through Lumuf, a group of 300 or so Valthorns appeared. It was a temporary deployment, a force that was meant for the other worlds, but Lausanne borrowed them to control the rebellion. The Tower Masters could not resist as Ian's vines wrapped around them. Lausanne sighed. "I'll deal with you later. The rest of them, please send them home. There was no need to imprison them. The fear will haunt them for the rest of the month. The power of haunted forest at Ian's level is an imprint on their psyche." The Tower Masters knew they were doomed. Some of them expected death. Lausanne sighed, and still she didn't want to kill them. There was no need for death when there are demons to kill. I believe these Tower Masters are in need of some perspective. They were whisked away for a good year-long trip on Lava World. Thus, one of the most peaceful failed rebellions on Magisar, where the only injuries are some bloodied faces and bruises, but the scar on the minds of Magisar's mages will take an eternity to heal. Year 277 Part II. I couldn't immediately decide on the white statue's offer, and at this point there was not enough trust between us to even begin offering it a position. In short, we barely knew each other, and we would have to wait for a few rounds of safe hero returns before we could seriously consider his offer. So that was what Lumuf did. A simple visit where we remarked that we appreciated the offer, but we were unable to decide on it until we had built up a history of cooperation and trust. We would like to see it deliver on its promises to spare the heroes, and from there, decide how to move forward. The white statue understood and didn't seem hostile. A part of me feared whether it would retaliate for rejection, but then, if it did retaliate, then that solved whether it was someone we could work with, since it did not respond to what was a reasonable request. The problem was Hawa had removed the World Faith System's future hero summons, and thus, there was no real way of testing whether the white statue would hold up its end of the bargain. On some level, the white statue was not yet a threat. It had hero-level combat strength, which made it very powerful, but it didn't have the means to move to worlds. If it did, then it had all the components necessary to establish an entity like the Valtrian Order. Other than its past records of killing heroes, in aggregate, a white statue-like empire throughout the multiverse would be a net benefit, just like Raph's angels. There are forces within the Valtrian Order uncomfortable supporting an entity that could one day grow into a force that rivaled our own. But that is nature, isn't it? There will always be competition, and those unable to compete have to find their own niche. For me, I was comfortable letting these existences grow. I saw them as good, and it was not as if we were the only power around. There are still the old gods, and though the old gods are more clustered in nature, they still formed a powerful force that would hinder the expansion of potentially expansionist empires. I believe it may be a good idea to send the white statue to one of the demon worlds, let it experience what are the types of foes we face, and the lines of our war. Eventually, I would let it have its first expansion, to one of the many new worlds that we encounter. I thought about Raph and the angels, and wondered whether it was wrong for us to just avoid them altogether. Maybe I should revisit them someday, because by just ignoring them, did I just sweep the problem under the rug? Maybe I did. Maybe we all did. Knowing that, I thought about the white statue and Raph. Raph in the angel world leans strongly authoritarian, and in hindsight, that may be what is needed during a period of chaos, especially dealing with a populace that is not familiar or able to operate within more collaborative methods. From those experiences, and having seen the white statue's empire, my previous action of ignoring them is unlikely to be fruitful. Instead, engagement and guiding them towards a peaceful coexistence would be better for the world as a whole. I believed that the multiverse was big enough for everyone, and even if it wanted to grow, there's the demon worlds that could be reclaimed to feed all their ambitions. Ignoring them and letting them sit in their own worlds may be a solution. Destroying them was also one, but I didn't think destruction was a good idea. Would I be better than the demons if I destroyed other races that could have helped against the demons? So we should do what civilizations do, diplomacy and engagement. We should engage with both Raph and the angels of Angel World, and also the white statue and his empire. They could still be enemies, but at least we've given them and their societies a chance to prove themselves. Meanwhile, the Valtrian Order's priorities shifted to the rest of the peripheral worlds. The Valtrian Order deployed my nodes on the chosen worlds, and so we began our expansion. I watched with great amusement as the mages of Magisar attempted to rebel against us and was quite happy with how Lausanne dealt with it. But it did quite suck that many of the interactions eventually ended with, "We have the big guns." Lumuf didn't seem to mind. If we have the divine on our side, it is best we show it. Power must be known and must be seen used. Only then will the people remember it, but Lausanne didn't. It was not her ideal outcome. Lausanne, Magisar. The single event reshaped the thoughts among the Magisarians. The mages that survived that event went back with their views of the Valthorns thoroughly changed. She could see it in their face, the mix of horror, awe, and strangely hope. It was partly why she hoped to avoid that card, but she knew she couldn't. The mages were still eager to fight. She saw, even in spite of the strength she displayed, even if she swimmingly overwhelmed the Tower Masters, some people would die that day. Unnecessarily, because of lies from their old leaders. It was why she ultimately asked Lumuf to activate Ian's avatar, but it has consequences. It was not the first time she met people with such a reaction. She saw this same reaction in those subjected to Ian's perspective. The nobles were all unable to fathom an existence so much greater than themselves that they lost their ability to fathom it. Gods, Lausanne sighed. She was privileged in a way different from others. She grew up watching the big tree in her village grow into the ginormous existence that protected their world. To those around her, Ian was always a god, and they couldn't see Ian as anything else. She too believed in Ian, but unlike others, she had seen Ian's failings and knew that even gods have flaws. She saw how it was done for most parts of the way, and thus she could see even a powerful existence like Ian wasn't unreachable. Part of her wondered to herself whether this was the difference between those who could be domain holders and those who couldn't. Somehow she believed she could be one. No, she saw how it was done and knew it was entirely possible. Those who aspire to be domain holders must make it a part of them, an innate belief that the gods aren't something that cannot be reached. Yet, as she looked at the now subservient mages, she wondered whether such an act would cut off their ability to rise. The Magisarian mages would be sycophants. The new zealots, she heard of the news through their Valthorn information network. The white statue imprinted a mission on those it met, woven into their souls. Lausanne knew that Ian's perspective, and using Ian's presence on low-leveled existences, was pretty much the same thing. It was an equivalent of a blunt smash into their soul. It was the equivalent of a battering ram breaking down the seemingly impervious castle gates. No one forgets something so clear. Even the Tower Masters, the slight trembling in their hand, the awkward jerks when she approached, they remember that moment, an imprint. It was no different to the actions of the white statue. The presence of a domain holder affects all those who encounter them. Everyone felt the way their existence warped and influenced the world, because they do. Lausanne feared that there would come a time where Lumuf and Ian were so powerful that the mere sight of them would turn those with weaker wills and minds into golems. And so, it is important that the use of Ian's avatar be limited. Lady Lausanne. The mage knelt in front of her, and there were 10 others behind the mage. He didn't kneel before this, but he was there during the day of the crushed rebellion. All of them were I wish to atone for my sins. We were fools for believing the Tower Master's lies. Fear. Worship. Lausanne had seen so many mages who probably went back to their homes and realized that they would have died that day. It was pathetic. She shook her head. Her goal was to save lives, and she did so. There was no point coming to the peripheral worlds to save them from the demons, and later on kill the natives due to infighting and rebellion. It defeated their purpose. The peripheral worlds were not theirs to claim. Yet, as she looked at the sorry mages who came, maybe they were already dead. She didn't believe those who had their wills broken had the capacity in them to be one of them, not with what their task called them. In her eyes, Ian's goal of extracting talent from the people of this world would have to wait for the next generation. If you wish to atone for your mistakes, do your job well and teach your children well. Lausanne answered, feeling a little resigned. It was a little sad, but for Magisarians with their human-like lifespans, it would just be a few decades. The mages nodded and thanked her profusely. She had to resist a sigh. She wondered when Central would finally send over a mage lord to run the place. She shook her head. No, she shouldn't think of her escape. She'll do her job well until her part is done. Alka finally walked on the lands of Delvigard. This is nice, Alka said as he watched the chaos that unfurled in the valleys below. Lord Sundus accompanied him, as were a few other dwarves, and they sat at the vantage point. The vantage point was protected by magic, and so the group saw it fit to bring wine, food, and tables. They all had binoculars or other sort of viewing tools, and watched from their comfortable location while eating. There was a war between two of the dwarven nations, and they brought out a few of their big guns. Both factions deployed their gigantic war machine, but it's so impractical. Sundus shrugged. The dwarves fight their wars this way. They don't do much covert warfare. It's pure mechanical weaponry and power. Perhaps no one with other ideas would get sufficient funding and resources. Alka said, the way resources were allocated in Delvegard favored those who preferred to build big war machines. It made them gain levels, and their craftsmen could then go on to build even bigger, better war machines, most likely. I've met a few low-leveled crafters, and they were fairly amused when asked to build other things. If we could show them other ways to fight this war, they'd quickly adopt and copy the new designs. Alka said as he activated some kind of spying skill. Sundus paused. Should we really introduce new ways of killing each other to the dwarves? Alka laughed. Fair. Have you wondered what it'll be like if one of Ian's carriers came here? You think with all due respect, it's not a good fit, sir. The dwarven lord stopped, a little surprised. It isn't. It's a joke. Alka smiled. But now have you ever wondered what the dwarves will do? Sundus realized the question was serious and momentarily sat there. They would naturally turn their weapons against us, but the beetle carriers fly high above these dwarven contraptions, Alka said. Barring the crystal weapons of the dwarves, there is hardly anything that could hurt them. Now, beyond that, these carriers are expendable. Consider what will happen to the politics of this world. They will band together, but well be like demons. Alka said, and that's the problem. How do we stop people from fighting each other? In almost every world we've been to, it is always a powerful force enforcing social order, because fighting is advantageous to the rebels. The one who cooperates and exists peacefully with their fellow men takes longer to get what they want, while the rebel who fights just takes and gets it now. A classic prisoner's dilemma. If everyone cooperates and coexists peacefully, there is potential to have even more than the spoils of war. And yet, because there is no way to enforce trust and peace without weapons, and the one who behaves peacefully is almost always at a disadvantage, everyone is then forced to prepare for war, which diverts resources away from a place of wealth. So we can do what Ian did on Three Worlds and Mountain World. Establish a colony and recruit people. Then the natives turn on us because they fear our rising power, and then they remember to keep their distance for a while. Is there a better way? Alka asked. Would it be better if we came in with overwhelming force so that we are seen as invaders and force the locals to obey? Sundus frowned. It was true what they did now on Delvegard was more of the same. Slow expansion by establishing a small base of operations. Or we take what we want, the talents, the resources. How do we undermine what sustains the war on this world? Sundus paused as he realized it was similar to how the Order drained the vassal wars of its fire, by taking out the winds. We steal all the void weapons. That would absolutely cut off all the supply of sunsteel and sunmetal, and the existing nations would have to resort to old weapons. Sundus nodded. So first we need to engage in wide-scale theft of weapons and a good amount of private visits. Great, glad you see it my way. Alka tapped the Lord. Can I count on you to make it happen? Sundus shrugged. I'll treat my best. Good. As for me, I'll infiltrate one of these craft academies, build up a dossier of talented individuals, learn their secrets, and then, when we are ready, well convince those we can, and rebuild a version of the Dwarven Academies somewhere secure. Year 278. For the worlds that we don't intend to spend much time on, let's just go in, destroy the demons and the Demon King. The locals wouldn't realize anything's different, and we fulfill our end of the bargain with Hawa. Lumuf repeated. For those where we intended to deploy a node, well work out a more detailed plan. Got it. The heroes and the domain holders nodded. Okay, come, now let's go. Sarlpi. Lumuf and Stella led the way, and they landed on the world of Sarlpi. Once Lumuf went through, the rest of the heroes and domain holders followed, transported through my clone teleportation ability. The Demon King of Sarlpi was a fire demon, and it waited. The world of Sarlpi was heavily battered, though the few Order operatives on Sarlpi managed to create a safe space for the fire people that still lived. A few of them would stay back to protect the fire people, in the event that the ice people of the north and south decided to expand, though the unfavorable terrain meant it was unlikely that the ice people would be interested in the lands. It was fairly easy to find the Demon King, and the battle was now trivial. Sarlpi's Demon King died in a fairly quick battle. The might of 9 domain holders and 7 heroes meant what was a formidable challenge for a single hero was thoroughly trivial. The heroes could not believe how easy the battle was over. I like that this is easy. Samuel breathed a sigh of relief. Prabhu and Colette nodded. It'll be great if all Demon Kings are like this, but we have to prepare for Demon Kings that are like the one on Gigantodragon or Multipus. The heroes gained a level or 2 each, and the lower-level domain holders did as well. But for the 3 of us that reached level 200, we didn't gain a thing. It was fine. We had to keep moving. Capra. The force landed on the world of Capra, through one of my node trees. The node tree was safely placed in one of the Capran mountaintop cities. The Caprans were hospitable, and they were more than happy to send a party with us to witness the battle. The agreeableness of the Capran rulers made it easy for us to work with them, though a part of me wondered whether there was something we didn't see or realize. On some level, I suppose it didn't matter. As long as the Caprins cooperated, provided resources and talent towards our end goal, I didn't see a need to expect more from them. This was their world, I was just their temporary protector. Just like on Saropi, the battle against the flying demon king of Capra ended quickly. The moment both Lumuf and Edna got on top of the flying demon king and properly locked it into the ground, the battle was mostly over. Without the incredible mobility of the flying demon king, the rest of the heroes and domain holders hammered the demon king to death. It was a very different style of battle compared to what the Capran literature depicted. According to their old legends, the battles between demon kings and heroes often brought them across large areas, as their battle crisscrossed the valleys and the towering mountains. As Capran attracted flying demon kings, and the heroes have flight abilities of their own, the old legends were pretty much aerial dogfights and chases through the valleys. The brutal, up-close and personal nature of our forces were a shock, but victory was victory, and we were ready to move. Capra was free, and we would shift our direction here. On Capra, it was a time for recruitment and reconstruction. Magisar. Lausanne requested that the battle against the Demon King be a fairly quiet affair. The quelling of the rebellion left a visible mark on the way the mages conducted themselves. It was as if the fire in their mage society was suddenly robbed of their fuel. Depression and a sense of sadness seemed to permeate the towers. Those that didn't participate in it thanked their lucky stars, and the stories of how the rebellion was quelled turned more outlandish at each subsequent revision. It will take some time for this sensation to fade. Join us, Lausanne, as well as Blackmore. Those level 140 and above should join the final battle. Lumuf offered the Valthorns. It was voluntary, but in the end, everyone who was level 140 accepted. We knew from experience that those close to the domain needed it. Edna, Rune, and Johann fought in numerous battles against the Demon Kings before they broke through that unknown barrier. The battle against Magisar's Golem Demon King also went smoothly, and quite a few participants gained a level or two, but sadly it wasn't enough to make anyone a domain holder. It was disappointing, but it made sense. Our presence is making it too easy, Lumuf said, but I don't see why we should stop doing it. There will be many other worlds to take more risks. With Magisar's Demon King defeated, the group moved on to the next world. Great steps. The Armators and Lanches were incredibly helpful, and the way they treated the heroes were as if they were the walking embodiment of God itself. The priests of the two centaur subspecies were gifted with a way of noticing the presence of those who bore the touch of their gods, and so the presence of so many heroes created a controversy among the faithful. The Treehome heroes were not summoned by Hawa, and neither was Kefri or the other heroes. In the first place, their ability to locate their hero only worked specifically to the hero summoned to the Great Steps, and not elsewhere, but this was a matter that still confused them. The Armators, which worshipped Hawa, and the Lanches, who worshipped a god I've not met named Zulfa, and in both their religions, they only received 2 heroes during each and every hero summoning, one by Hawa, one by Zulfa. Thus, the presence of 7 heroes meant the existence of many gods beyond what their creation myth stated. It was a cause of great debate among the priests and faithful. Some of these priests tried to explain it by some kind of exceptional summoning. Some of them spoke about the coming of a third god, which only made these bunch seem blasphemous to those who believed in the primacy of the twin centaurian gods of Hawa and Zulfa. In the end, the great leaders of the 2 centaurs decided to order an embargo on all information about the presence of so many heroes, in order to prevent any wide-scale consequences, and restrict the knowledge only to the small group of leaders from both sides. We fought the Demon King and won swimmingly, and the Great Steps returned to a time of peace. Treehome. How many Demon Kings are we planning to fight this year? Samuel asked, slightly unprepared for how frequently he was moved from world to world. The few heroes met in a massive, luxurious lounge set in a mansion, and it was Prabhu and Colette's family home in Freshka. The heroes? I don't know, Colette answered, while she briefly glanced out of the large glass windows. Prabhu was chasing their daughter Rohana in the fields. Rohana invited some of her school friends over to play. Most of them were children of the Valthorn elites that decided to have kids. But we should be moving soon. Is it always like this? The hero from Landas asked. Like, can we have some breaks in between? Not really. We've not had so many Demon King battles in a single year, but the peripheral worlds are a relatively new phenomenon, Colette clarified. But if you want to clarify the schedule, I think you should just ask Kay and speak of the devil. She's here. Kay walked in and waved. Oh, hello, I am late. Apologies for that. I've got the details on the next battle. Colette cut in. Samuel's getting tired of the Demon King battles. Could you suggest a way we can build a schedule? That way we get enough advance notice and I can still arrange time for my kids' parties. The Crystal Golem girl stopped and looked at the mage Colette a little bewildered. Seriously, you want me to schedule an appointment for each Demon King battle? Samuel stared at Colette. That's not what I meant. Maybe he was a little annoyed that Colette just used his question as an excuse to advance her own interests. Colette shrugged. I do think schedules are a good thing. For the peripheral worlds, we pretty much have all the information we need, and with both Lumuf and Edna Hell, can we suggest that the domain holders take the battles on their own? The former hero couldn't quite believe the words she heard, but then again, Colette as a liberated hero is probably the only one who could say such things. The idea of not fighting demon kings is something that gives all the other heroes a great big headache. Kay looked at Colette. No, she stared at the hero, and the mage smiled. I mean, I get that Ian wants to spread the levels around, but I kinda think it's experience that's wasted on us heroes. It's not like more levels for us actually help the greater cause. Colette said, once again something only she could say. Kay rubbed her temple, unsure why her golem body still gave her the same kind of migraines a biological body would experience. Maybe it was a shadow of her soul, a headache felt in her spirit, so it is then replicated in her body, whatever it was. I will bring it up. Great, I think a good ratio would be 1 in 3. Well, participate in 1/3 of all Demon King battles and the domain holders can take the rest. Colette suggested, more than happy to get out of Demon King battles. Wait. Samuel cut in, his face looked partially in pain. Why are you suggesting such a thing? Because I can, Colette smiled. Live a little, Samuel. You should find a wife too, maybe Kefri. The two newer heroes, Weira and Raja, still adopted Gigantodragon as their home, but they too occasionally visited Freshka for a taste of modern life. All in 7 heroes. Prabhu, Colette, Kefri, Adrian, Samuel, Weira, and Raja all would have to work harder. Kay frowned. Well, there's 2 demon kings to hit in the 3-ringed world next. I suppose you want a break. Samuel clearly looked torn, the effects of the hero class trying to exert itself. So Colette answered for him. Yes, a break. Let's battle the rest of the demon kings next year. The domain holders can handle it. Kay nodded. Guess I'll see what can be done. There's only the demon kings on 3-ringed world, Twin Space and Shasin left, a total of 4 demon kings. The rest are all freed. Colette nodded. Great. 3-ringed world. And so we are here after all. Lumuf smiled as the Valthorns followed. There were at least 50 level 140s, Lausanne and Eben among them. Since the heroes opted to sit out the next Demon King battles, it is thus appropriate for us to try and get some of you to be domain holders. Everyone knew that already, and yet it still frightened them. As level 140s, they were decently strong and could generally survive lesser wounds. Their attacks were also fairly powerful, since they came well equipped with powerful weapons created over the decades. But death was a possibility. Even with Edna's 3 strikes and various protective abilities mitigated quite a few of the risks. Well, let's go. Enough models and simulations, it's time to test out our abilities, Lumuf said, and my forces descended on the Demon King. In avatar mode through Lumuf, we could single-handedly wrestle with the Demon King's strength, and together we drained the Demon King of its magic. With Lumuf around, we pretty much pacified the Demon King. Edna, Alka, and all the others went all out, and the Demon King died fairly easily, even without the heroes. It took us way longer, though. Instead of a battle that finished in 2 hours or less, fighting the Demon King without the heroes now took us a full day. But we still saw that as a win since we achieved this without using bombs. With one of the Demon Kings defeated, we rested for a few days, and then replicated it with the second Demon King. It was quite a relief that the 2 Demon Kings did not assist each other, and instead somehow operated independently. If we had to face 2 Demon Kings at the same time, that would make our battles slightly harder. So we freed the 3-ringed world from its Demon Kings. My Valthorns mostly gained a few levels here and there, and yet, sadly no new domain holders just yet. Maybe a few more. Trehome, the holy empire of the southern continent. You've got quite the place for me to go to, Emperor Aranul said as Lumuf arrived in his main chambers. The news of Aranul's intention to expand to the other worlds made the nobles that had been eyeing for more power confused. Aranul's holy empire was politically fractured. It always was, even though he tried his best to hold them together. This complicated history merely papered over old faults and grudges among its member states, and so, Aranul's role was chiefly as the mediator. He hated it all, or maybe he was just tired of it, and desired something new. So when Lumuf returned with a destination, we could see it spurred him into action. He nominated one of his trusted senior dukes as regent, and then quickly rounded up a group of nobles, both loyalists and traitors, for the mission. Shasin is one of the worlds that didn't quite fit our needs, but it is a fractured world with desert and part oasis type of terrain that you should be fairly familiar with, Lumuf said. It's one of your leftovers, Aranul countered flatly. There were a few nobles seated around the emperor. You could put it that way. Lumuf continued without stopping. But it is a world that doesn't have a unified nation, and each of its nations are fractured. They also follow Hawa, even if only at a limited level. With the right motivations and resources, I think you could do a great deal. Ha, Aranul chuckled. Since you put it that way, then I must live up to my reputation. But first. Aranul glanced at Lumuf and back at his own people. First, will you lead me to Hawa? My people wish to meet their god. I too have many questions. If you accept, well, drop by one of Hawa's core world of Satria. Whether Hawa graces you with his presence is between you and him. Lumuf nodded. Your men and priests can come with you, though the very presence of your god would likely be overwhelming for most of them. Arenul shook his head. I believe my men's faith is stronger than that, but ill take the challenge. Maybe it is just what they needed. Well, then get ready. Well, arrange for all of you to be sent to one of the weaker, chaotic towns after that on Shasan. The emperor would not be starting from scratch, because he would make the journey with a decent-sized selection of soldiers and leaders. Maybe he was getting bored, and so the prospect of building a new nation thoroughly excited him. I wanted to see what others could do on other worlds. Alka and the Delvegardian Yards. The dwarven kingdom of Ruthfjord was one of the powerhouses of Delvegard, and they were also the home of the legendary Delvegardian Yards, commonly referred to as the Yards. Next to the Yards was the official capital of Ruthfjord, Kingskjolds. To the locals, it is where the dwarven king reigned, and the political, trade, and administrative capital, but not military and magic, because the capital of that is the Yards. At this point, Alka had seen so many capitals and cities that it didn't impress him much. He glanced at the map provided by the spies, and then double-checked his documents. It is incredibly easy to get the right dwarven merchants to provide a recommendation letter when the right amount of money exchanged hands. Dwarves were not incorruptible, though their price tags were often a wee bit higher than humans generally, who would often sell out their friends and allies for less. Alka's appearance was one of a much more youthful version of himself. A change in their appearance didn't take all that much of his strength, but worked wonders for espionage. He would infiltrate the Yards as a craftsman. According to records and information gleaned by the spies, it would take about 5 to 6 years to rise through the ranks of the Yards, though given his exceptional abilities, it's likely to be shorter. Alka's goal for the next few years was simple. Weave himself into the Yard's structure, get access or identify a range of classified documents and information, identify and recruit potentially talented craftsmen for the Order, and if possible, usurp the Yards from within. He wouldn't be alone. The Order's spies assigned a few other dwarves who would join over the few years at various levels, through different channels. There were also agents that would enter the other famous Yards and workshops. Together, they'd form a hidden network of agents that would then work to redirect the Yard's leadership. One of the challenges and learning points from the Magisterian Rebellion, in Alka's point of view, was the lack of discretion. The Order was too public and moved a little too quickly. On one hand, Alka understood why. They had no choice. The world wasn't a stable place, and Lausanne's goals were to save lives. For Delvegard, which is currently stable, their involvement could be more discreet, and they could keep themselves hidden for longer, an advantage he intended to maximize. The guard glanced at Alka, back at his paper, and bowed respectfully. Welcome, Craftsman Alka. Craftsman, a title given to promising blacksmiths and crafters who were then given a chance to join the famed Delvegardian Yards as a working apprentice. The passing mark was level 30 as a craftsman, where they could be trained by the level 60 to 80 craftsmen of the Yards. The Yard itself had two main paths. The first path was the craftsman, which referred to those that would work with metals and build the war machines. The second path was the magic path, where alchemists, enchanters, and mages, who would create runic formations, inscriptions, enchantments, all the other magical liquids and components that went into the war machines. Alka was first and foremost an alchemist, but as the Yards generally treated its craftsmen better, he decided it was better to infiltrate the Yards as a craftsman. It would make it easier for him to get close to those who had talent and sway them towards the Order. The two sides worked, studied, and lived together to build the war machine, though they were separated in some of the classes and learning sessions. It was a fairly elite setup that worked well for the dwarven kingdom of Ruthfjord. Over centuries, they accumulated military strength, and so they solidified their position as the best weapons and war machine academy in the world of Delvegard. The only such academy that could even challenge them, the nation of Aaron's Delvegard workshops, was on the other side of the world. He glanced at his documents again. His assigned room was somewhere on one of the corner buildings. The Delvegardian Yards was arranged into long rows of buildings, with wide open spaces in between the buildings. The buildings themselves were each individually self-sufficient. It had its own residential section, its own set of workshop areas, its own canteens, and its own study areas. The wide open spaces were meant to facilitate movement of the war machines produced from the gigantic workshops. Even from afar, the first thing he noticed on each of the buildings were their giant hangar doors. It was quite impressive that these dwarves got to the point of developing their own walkers to counter the old demons. The information Sundust spies gathered from the nearby towns and cities were fairly thorough, but it was quite hard for the spies to get hold of good quality historical documents. There were some basic documents and books, but history for most part only documented the great battles and victories of each nation. Only the king and perhaps its closed advisors had access to the true history of the world, and the yards reputedly had one of the best archives and records of documents from earlier days. Again, Alka understood. History is written by its victors, and so, the less the populace knew about the truth, the easier it was to shape the mindset of its people. Alka looked at the open spaces between each of the blocks, and along some of those empty fields, smaller war machines battling it out. Their means of battle were mainly physical attacks, where the war machines attacked each other using their legs and arms. Magical weapons and energy weapons would only be activated when battles were fought in the special areas located in a different block. Alka looked around and saw about 20 other new craftsmen walk through the door. They all stared and looked around equally bewildered and happy. One of the new dwarven students walked a few steps and suddenly got down and kissed the stone floor. He could hear the dwarf student making a prayer to Eras for guiding him here. The others just groaned. "Oh, come on, don't embarrass our year." It made him think of Freshka Treasury College. There were similar reactions in young recruits when they visited the FTC for the first time. There were supposed to be about 30 new craftsmen this year, and they would be split to each of the 5 main blocks. Each of the blocks were rivals, so most of these would be his rivals. Alka chuckled and checked his document again. The 5 blocks were named after the 5 past kings of Ruthfjord: Ruthen, Arden, Meldon, Ferdin, and Carden. Alka didn't know why Stella chuckled when she heard the names, but it was probably one of those Earth things Alka didn't get. Maybe it was the rhyming names. Block Arden. All right. Alka nodded, got himself settled into a fairly cozy room, and quickly met his supposed batchmates. In the first 2 weeks, he generally kept a low profile and focused on understanding how the entire system worked. Using tools from the Order, he installed additional surveillance tools to keep tabs on the inner workings of the institution. One of the first things he deployed were tiny surveillance golems, made by the golem masters of Treehome. They would spread out and plant themselves throughout different parts of the Delvegardian yards and report the interactions back to him. Everything all right. Alka heard Ian check in through the familiar. "Yeah, all settled in." Alka responded. He didn't have to do this, but the situation on the peripheral worlds was stable, and Alka wanted to do something different just to satisfy his curiosity. Maybe it was one of those things that he wanted to do since his temporary death. Alka remembered a feeling of floating about, and when he re-emerged from Ian's pod, he felt like he was born again. He felt he missed out. So now he sought out these experiences, to do something different. Going to an academy and taking over it seemed like a fun thing to do. A month later. "Alka, come join us. We are meeting some seniors in the head of the Arden block." One of Alka's fellow blockmates slammed on his bedroom door. Alka groaned as he climbed out of bed. The bed wasn't comfortable, so he had it secretly replaced. A shadow emerged right next to his bed, and Alka's sleepy eyes opened to stare at an absolute lookalike of himself. "It's all right, Ally, I'll go for this one." "All right," Ally answered in the form of Alka's lookalike. A body created to look like him vanished into the shadows, and the domain holder walked to the door. "Okay," Alka smiled. Acting wasn't his strongest suit, but it was fairly easy to get used to an environment where there's a lot of work to be done. As new recruits of the yards, they began by making supplementary equipment for the various war machines. These were things like weapon mounts, replacement claws and arms, replacement shields, or just gears and parts for all the various components of the Delvegardian war machines. War machines came in tiers. The largest were the king spiders, and those were the biggest at about the size of a large building and were about the size of the demon walkers. Below that were the prince spiders, which were about the size of a larger room. Then there were the lord spiders, which were generally the size of a bed. The definition, per the yard's rules, were governed by the size of their workshop doors. War machines were similar to golems and warships in many ways. Just like warships, they came with inbuilt abilities bestowed by their creators, which could then be amplified by the abilities of their pilots or controllers. Mages and enchanters could inscribe runic formations and patterns to give war machines even more power. Sunsteel was thus the perfect material for these war machines. Strong, light, and magically compatible, though they needed to be forged with ice crystals, a process then known as cold forging. Stella remarked it sounded quite like the mythical mithril, though we didn't know whether it was even similar. The yards wanted craftsmen to be trained to a high level, since stronger craftsmen gave their war machines stronger skills, which was then amplified by the enchantments that went into the war machines, and also the pilot's own skills. It was for this reason that these large things are so dangerous. Each of them represented the skills and powers of multiple people that coalesced into a single tool for destruction, though the Sunsteel was a big part of why they took this direction. On Treehome, Ian's crafters and golem builders constructed golems and other such structures to fairly good results, but ultimately, the materials had limitations on how much innate strength they had, and how much magic power can be worked into them. This meant there was a cap on how much stronger Treehome's machines got, even if their crafters were better. On Treehome, it was warships with their large sizes, multiple skilled crews that went crazy with their outfits and equipment. "Everything all right, Craftsman Alka?" A supervising crafter, around level 60 or so, walked past Alka and noticed him staring blankly. He then quickly took a peek at Alka's work and answered before Alka could respond. Everything looks good. Amazing, even. Keep up the good work, Alka nodded. In the yards, the craftsmen worked with and trained with other budding dwarven alchemists and enchanters, who were also students going through their own set of challenges. On top of that, they spent quite a bit of time testing out designs, and to a limited degree, work on the sunsteel and sunmetal components, mainly as assistants to more senior craftsmen. As the construction of the giant king spiders took almost a full year, the chief engineer's plans were plastered right at the top, and then components of it were then distributed to each of the different groups. It was familiar. The golem factories and golem magic schools that emerged in the past few decades on Treehome had a similar vibe. Those institutions had a hard time recently due to the crystal shortages, but the golems have been a fairly reliable workforce that supported industrial work. Alka stood and watched the group of eager fellow craftsmen trying to learn from the more senior dwarven craftsmen. Dwarves by their nature were more direct, and so he was fairly pleased to find some of the more insidious forms of politicking were not common in the Delvegardian yards. There really was a fairly genuine desire to learn and be actual better craftsmen, but rivalries were common, and that manifested in duels. It was apparently such a common thing that the heroes laughed when he reported it. So Alka, I heard you're the best one in your batch. The senior then walked over to Alka and taunted him. Alka merely shrugged. Another challenge. Yes, what of it? Humility wasn't a strong suit for dwarves either. Alka didn't get to where he was without being proud of what he's done. If he's good, he's good. Oh, confident. You think you can make a better war machine than me? Alka looked at the senior. He was supposedly in his third year, and due to the adversarial, competitive nature of the Delvegardian yards, the craftsmen and builders would gain levels from challenging each other. Is that a challenge, senior? Yes, the senior grinned. His batch smiled, eager to watch another fight. Oh, are Alka's actually challenging the senior? Alka nodded. What kind of domain holder would he be if he couldn't even face a challenge even if he's here with different intentions? So, what should we do? Let's do it the old-fashioned way. The senior smiled. 2-on-2, Lord-class war machines fight till the other gives up or the war machine's core is destroyed. Alka shrugged. 2-on-2, sure, you may pick one of your friends to help. Alka laughed. That will not be necessary. You may be skilled, but don't be too cocky, the senior countered. War machines, the people of Delvegard were beholden to certain ways of battle. Big towering machines, big frightening weapons, and powerful beam weapons. It was due to the types of the battles they frequently fought, and the power levels of the large war machines. Or maybe it was the sense of security and armor plating the larger war machines had, but Alka had many advantages as an alchemist of his level. One area where Alka excelled is in the use of alchemical lubricants and greases, and the use of various oils and greases to improve performance was still quite primitive among the Delvegardian engineers. Such a small machine, the senior taunted Alka, and only one. Alka laughed as he climbed into his small war machine. It was a small, compact war machine with small arms but engineered to attack and move with far greater speed than what most war machines were capable of. I only need one to win, seniors. Oh, the senior and his friend's war machine charged. Then don't say we are too rough on you. Alka grinned and his war machine moved faster than the other two. The lubrication in the joints meant they moved far faster than his foes. He was able to strike with pinpoint precision. He knew exactly where each of the war machine's weaknesses were and was able to destroy their joints with his small but powerful strikes. The small crowd of other craftsmen watched in awe as Alka somehow systematically disassembled the two larger war machines. It would not be the last time when Alka was challenged by other craftsmen of the yard. It was intentional. This would get him the attention of even more talented craftsmen who would love to battle a rising star. Dwarves respected ability, and just like that, the two seniors couldn't help but be in awe of Alka, amazed. Where'd you learn how to build war machines like that? Alka smiled and placed his bait, somewhere far, far away. Would you all like to visit someday? If they are worth anything, they will be recruited. Predictably, they nodded. In fact, some of the other craftsmen in Alka's batch even joined in. Can we visit too, Alka? Sure. Why do dwarves fight each other? Alka asked during one of the regular beer gatherings in their block. Everyone was fairly happily drunk by then, and Alka made it a point to attend them regularly. So much so that he did feel quite close to these fellow students and hoped they did well in the future, because we're idiots. One of the seniors answered. Craftsman Alka, if you're trying to get us to say something that'll get us in trouble, don't. One of his batch countered. Alka laughed. Seriously, Alka said. You've never thought about it. Craftsmen, alchemists, enchanters. The weapons we build will be used on people just like you. Other workshops build things like this, and the dwarves fight to the death with them. It would be better if conflict could be resolved in more peaceful ways. Of course, one of the seniors said as he drank his 7th mug of beer. But what can we do about it? Those in power are not going to change. So long as there are kings, territories, and politics, conflict is inevitable. Those who are strong do not see the problem when they exert their power over others. What if there is a way out? Alka said. What if you don't have to fight each other, but you can use it on the demons? Demons. The seniors looked at each other. Wait, the demons are coming in a decade or so. Maybe two. No, now look outside and look at the night sky. There are other worlds out there, all with demons. There are people fighting them everywhere. Those present stared at him like he was half insane. Craftsman Alka, how many beers did you drink to say this sort of thing? One of the alchemist students in the drinking session laughed. Have you been snorting some kind of dreaming herb, Alka? Oh, it's very real, my fellow friends. I'd love to show them to you someday. The war against the demons rage on in thousands of worlds. Ha, I'll chop up my leather belt and make soup with it if it's real. A senior taunted, yet Alka could tell some of them felt inspired by it. Alka chuckled. Oh, my good senior, I'll take that bet. When will you show us? Alka touched his beard. I promise you then, within the next 2 years. You're on. He could tell that the rest of his batch were looking at him as if he was insane, but Alka had to plant the seed. Let such thoughts fester in their minds. One day, when he finally opened the door and showed them what exists beyond Delvegard, it will all make sense. Time passed quickly, and just like that, it's been 9 months since Alka joined the Delvegardian Yards. Throughout this time, he made copies of various schematics. Their different origins meant they had design ideas that were worth looking into at great detail. They were also a significantly older institution. The Delvegardian Yards had a history of over 1,000 years, which made them older than Freshka. Generations of craftsmen and dwarven engineers incrementally improved their workings, and Alka found that it was in small things where Treholm's craftsmen could learn from. The slightly different ways screws and bolts were made, or how they were all welded together. Treholm generally had a rapid development of magical equipment, but there were minor efficiency differences that the Delvegardian engineers made to their tools, defensive platings, and war machines that Treholm could learn from. Alka, within that 9 months, had risen the ranks. Within the yards, most newbies were craftsmen, but they could be promoted to be senior if they were good enough. Usually this happened after the 2nd year, because the constant honing and battles amongst the craftsmen and their war machines improved their skills. The craftsmen and seniors of the yards were initially skeptical, but they couldn't match Alka's capabilities, which were much more sophisticated than them. This eventually caught the attention of someone higher up in the chain. Someone knocked on the door. Ally took the door. It was one of the yard's senior craftsmen. He spoke to him a few times. Craftsman Alka, the blockmaster, wishes to see you. Ally nodded. I'll be there. The door closed and Ally looked at Alka. Should I go? He's been spying on us and looking into what you've made. It's fine. I'll handle it. Let's see what the blockmaster wants from me, Alka said. I expected this confrontation for a while. I may need you to shapeshift and be his body double. Ally nodded, as its body transformed to resemble that of the blockmaster. As a parasite spy, it was able to reconfigure the body to match its appearance, and even copy a certain set of abilities. As a Titan of Ian, Ally's level 80-ish presence meant no one would even doubt it was the blockmaster. Then Alka activated his communication ability. Stella, I might need a portal soon. Got someone I might have to kidnap. The blockmaster was one of the 5 middle masters of the yards, one for each of the blocks, and they reported to the forge master, who is the former king of the kingdom. Each blockmaster is individually powerful relative to the rest of Delvegard, and Alka estimated they were likely close to their level cap, at about level 80 to 85. Beer, craftsman Alka, the blockmaster offered as Alka walked into his study. Alka nodded. There was no one here except the two. I normally don't drink, but if it is the blockmaster, I will. The drink was spiked, a rare move from the dwarves that preferred more direct means, but Alka was immune to such weak poisons. Ian's familiar purged it instantly. The blockmaster stared at him. So tell me, Alka, who are you? Your record in innovations is unmatched from anyone in our history, and you clearly have knowledge of something that's not from the Yard's repository of knowledge. Alka smiled at the blockmaster. You clearly have some idea already, blockmaster. Why not tell me what's your theory, and I'll tell you whether it's right. The blockmaster stared at Alka. That's not a way to talk to someone that is your blockmaster. Maybe, but I'd love to hear your thoughts, Alka countered. The blockmaster stared at Alka, and Alka didn't flinch. Fine. My first suspicion is that you are an agent of the Aaron workshops trying to destabilize us. But I've looked at your war machines and realized they don't match anything the Aaron workshops are capable of. So if you're not from the Aaron workshops, then the only other entity able to train a genius of your level would be the highly secretive Shadow Hangers. Shadow Hangers. That was something Alka wasn't aware of. It was clearly intel that Sundus was unable to obtain because it only lingered in the very small circle of senior members of the Yards and not frequently discussed. And what is it about the Shadow Hangers? The blockmaster stared. We destroyed the hangers 30 years ago. Are you here for vengeance? Infiltration is the sort of tactics these foul, corrupted dwarves believe in. Alka smiled, a little amused how wrong he was. Really? And you think it'd be here for something like vengeance? Why else did you come and humiliate the rest of our craftsmen like this? Is this how the hangers want to exert superiority? Are you here to recruit the students? Well, I am not. Alka countered, however, I am here to recruit your students. The blockmaster stared. What? In fact, blockmaster, I think you're a fairly talented craftsman too. Would you like a tour of what we have to offer? The blockmaster was horrified. What do you mean? Is that a no? The blockmaster and Alka exchanged glances as if he was trying to gauge Alka's statement. Would you like to see where I learned how to do what I do? It'll take you on a trip. It wouldn't even take long. Are you serious? The blockmaster seemed fairly surprised but decided to play along. Then, yes. Show me where you learned how to do what you did, the blockmaster said, probably thinking Alka was just going to reveal his secret. Alka somehow blinked right next to the blockmaster. Good, let's go on a little trip. The two vanished through a void portal. Alka and the blockmaster arrived in Treehome, inside one of the many industrial buildings within the wider Freshkin area, and the blockmaster stared. What did you do? What do you think about the state of Delvigard and how the dwarven nations constantly fight each other? Alka ignored his question. The blockmaster looked around and noticed the far more busy city around him. Where am I? Another world, blockmaster. The air feels different here, doesn't it? It does. The blockmaster kept looking around and was trying his hardest to stop it. Where are you taking me? To where my people create weapons used to fight against our real foes. So I ask again, blockmaster, what do you think about the state of Delvigard? Do you think your beautiful weapons are wasted on slaughtering the lives of your fellow dwarves in your brutal battles? It is what we have to do. The lords and kings do not want to bow to others. Our kings, they are proud dwarves. Pride. It's led to such a waste of life. Alka sighed, and the door swung open to reveal a vast industrial factory where crystal weapons were made by the thousands. The blockmaster stared in disbelief. I have a proposition to make to the dwarves of Delvigard, blockmaster. The war between dwarves is unnecessary, useless, wasteful. Instead, I ask the dwarves, talented ones like yourself, to devote your efforts against the real enemies of the wider world. The blockmaster looked at the crystal weapons. What are you talking about? Demons, blockmaster. Delvigard has been a lucky world, a world where the demons only come once a century, but the other worlds are not so lucky. This world once faced demons every decade. The blockmaster blinked, unable to fathom it. He was a relatively old dwarf, at about 160 to 180 years old, and he saw the demons once when they arrived about 80 to 90 years ago. It was a horrible time, but the dwarves banded together and with the help of the dwarven hero, pushed the demons back. The thought of such monstrosities invading the world once a decade was hard. Imagine for a moment what we could achieve if Delvigardian war machines were paired with the magical equipment of my world. The blockmaster watched for a moment. Even at this distance, he knew enough to get a rough sense of the sort of equipment that was being made. You really are recruiting me? Yes, Alka said. I will recruit everyone I can, blockmaster, and I want you to help me. Why do you think we would join you? Because now you use your weapons on your fellow dwarves while I offer to use your weapons on demons. Because now you are capped behind your levels, stuck at level 85 to 90, unable to reach beyond, while we have our ways of reaching in the steps of divinity. Because now your people's purpose is no more than to satisfy the whims of your kings, while we offer the chance to serve a power and purpose that would save many from these demons, and also elevate many more to join us. The blockmaster stared, as Alka led him through the factories and into larger barracks made up of Valthorns preparing for their next deployment on the peripheral worlds. Look around you, blockmaster. These are my compatriots. They will serve in battles against the demons. We have taken the battles beyond our homes and reached into the shores of the demon worlds. The dwarven blood thirsts for war, blockmaster. It is why dwarves are only able to unite during the Demon King crisis, but after that, the dwarves cannot help but fight each other. A void portal world in front of him, and Alka led the blockmaster through to the peripheral world of Sarlpi. Here they witnessed Valthorn warriors hunt down the rest of the fire elemental demons that still remained on Salapi. I offer to take your nation's warriors and war machines, and I offer them the glory, destruction, and war of the demon lands. So, blockmaster, I am recruiting. Death, blood, destruction and suffering awaits the warriors who join our cause, but my fellow dwarves aspire to more than just beer, politicking, and building war machines to slaughter their fellow dwarves. It was a long, long silence. Alka allowed his words to sink in as they followed the destruction left by the Valthorns. The fire demons were torn from the skies. The blockmaster looked around the chaos of Sarlpi and saw people he had never known existed. Take me to one, show me. The blockmaster was clearly shaken, his hands trembled. His heart pounded furiously. Alka nodded as another portal world opened. They landed in front of a rift gate. A void mage nearby nodded. Opening portal to the demon world, connected to Landa's. The rift gate activated and they were both sent to a demon world, untouched. Landa's was freed of its demon king, but the Valthorn had robbed it of its rift gates and locked it to its void coordinates. The demons were everywhere, yet Alka draped a cloak over the Blockmaster. It immediately hid him from detection. The domain holder led the Blockmaster through the still mostly unexplored demon world. Towering demon hatcheries were everywhere, and the stench of demonic energies was still thick. The Blockmaster could feel it and looked uncomfortable. After a few hours, they stopped. "Bring me back. I've seen enough. Send me back to the yards." And they did. The Blockmaster was back in his own office. The first thing he did was walk to his big, comfortable chair and sat on it. He poured himself a beer and downed the entire mug in a single gulp. As the beer's effects kicked in, the Blockmaster looked around his room. Medals from the king were pinned there, as were certain paintings of the glories of their war machines. After a long while, he turned to face Alka. "You really want to recruit me? Yes, you do realize this is treachery and betrayal of the king and the forge master of the yards." Alka laughed. "Yes, if they don't join us too, that is." But the face of the Blockmaster was one of acceptance. Maybe it was bloodlust. Maybe it was a desire to escape from mundane politicking and back into the fires of war. The hell with all of this. Yes, I will. "Who else do you need?" Alka smiled. "Everyone." Year 279. Landas. The Valthorns recruited a sizable group of soldiers and warriors from Landas, many of them from the ranks of survivors during the earlier harsher periods, and went on to be fairly high-leveled soldiers and defenders of the elven cities, were eager to take their skills to other places. Many of these have known a lifetime of fighting, and so the sudden end of wars meant they were feeling out of place in a world where there was going to be peace. Thus they joined the call to serve and fight on other worlds. Not all, though, there was also those that were more than happy to see the end of the fighting. Strong warriors who finally relished the chance to return to normalcy and to do what they always wanted to do. Many finally settled down and restarted what they've long delayed: family, their old family workshops, rebuilding cities and pursuing tasks their parents or grandparents abandoned when things got bad. Now, Landas is doing well. The Demon King has been slain, and the world began to turn a corner. Things were coming around. The old cherry tree that once guarded Samuel regained its old strength, and since it didn't have to store energy to deal with the demons, Cherry redirected their powers towards the rebuilding effort. The old cherry tree had a wide range of forestry-related powers, and so used it extensively to rebuild. Despite these positives, I still expect a few decades before Landas regains some level of normalcy. The world's population declined far too much. In terms of population, we estimated it lost 70 to 80 of its population due to the prolonged demon war. But with heavy intervention from the Valthorns, we were helping the repopulation. Children were born, and we ensured they were well supported. The trilogy priests went about blessing many of the surviving youths and even slightly more mature elvish ladies with fertility potions. Most of their material needs were catered for, with the presence of the Order's craftsmen and workers that set up new factories and workshops, and helped retrain the Landasian elves in crafts to revive Landas' lost industrial capacity. It will be a long process, but the first few steps have already taken place. The first batch of Landa's origin soldiers, such as Novelrecap, were given accelerated Valtrian Order training, though we had to supplement their knowledge with a good helping of teachers and tutors from Treehome. Their combat capabilities and instincts were quite good, due to years of battle experience under defensive conditions. That said, we also felt the need to widen their skill set to cover some of the other things they would encounter in the demon worlds. Rescuing survivors, constructing makeshift structures, knowledge of the various demon types and monster types and combat tactics. Most of them were defenders. Their focus was always in protecting their home cities. Large-scale offensive tactics was an area they needed work on. From defenders, they would now have to be attackers. It's likely that Novelrecap and their batch would be demon world-focused operatives, since that was the environment they excelled at. Constant battles, destroying demons, and surviving with little on the fields came naturally to them. In fact, we generally observed that these survivors were able to tolerate the stresses of long-term battle quite well. I figured it was some kind of survivorship bias at play. Those that couldn't died. What's left were battle-hardened veterans. That said, unlike our homeworlds, it wasn't entirely in the mind. There were skills that helped, and from these battle-hardened veterans, we were able to collect a few skill fragments that I happily replicated with my skill fruit-growing trees. These yielded fruits that contained skills such as battle-hardened and survivor's heart. Those who consumed fruits with these skills tolerated stress better and made better warriors out in the battlefield. Many of my Valthorns didn't need these skills because they acquired it later on in their higher levels. I've always wanted a similar skill for mages. If there was something like a mage's instinct, I would have pounced and tried to replicate it by the thousands, but sadly, most of a mage's set of skills were things like magical memory or large mana pool, though we did notice more specific type of abilities like void sensitivity or elemental instinct. My hopes for the Magicarians were something that could help improve our magical training process. My hope was that the Magicarians had some kind of unique skill I could replicate, and then turn them into skill fruits. As it is, we produced thousands of these skill fruits each year, and we distributed these across all our academies, training schools, and institutions. Some were given out to students as rewards, some for my Valtrian order recruits to round up their own set of skills. My domain holders often claimed that the skill fruits saved each and every one of them hundreds of days of work, because they could shore up their weak points with a skill fruit, and is partly why the Valtrian order and Valthorns are so feared. Very few institutions could claim to produce strong soldiers with such consistency, though the ability to grant skill isn't unique. Priests and trainers could actually grant skills through some of their own skills. Even teachers were able to grant skills, but in most cases, these skills were often in the basic intermediate level, and there was some element of randomness in how they worked. A teacher teaching mana manipulation may have students acquiring weaker variants like mana shaping or basic mana flow. For the Landa's warriors, we also realized that most of them acquired a range of survival skills over their decades, and in some ways, that made them suboptimal for independent operation. This was because my Valtrian order folks trained with the presence of my familiars, and so they often rejected the acquisitions of survival skills since that could be outsourced to the familiars, in order to better focus on combat abilities. My familiars came with a range of food generation, healing, and supplementary abilities. I believe this problem to be transitional, a consequence of recruiting experienced soldiers from a war-torn Landas. Future Landas soldiers that went through our usual regime would not have these drawbacks. Whatever it is, talent is hard to find. Well, take it, and we would just have to find ways to best exploit their strengths. Shazam. The domain holders and the heroes gathered for another round of demonic attack. Alka decided to sit this round out, as he was busy infiltrating the Delvagardian yards. All right, well, be going to a sand world. Kefri was fairly excited when she landed. Her biology found the dry sand to be most comfortable, and unlike the rest of them, sand didn't get stuck in her joints. There was just something about the hot sand, a burning sun overhead, and white-orange sands as far as she could see that appealed to her. I think you're partly brainwashed by your body. Colette countered. I know. Kefri shrugged and rubbed her head slightly. Despite a different biology, she wasn't spared from headaches. But it is what it is. The body likes this kind of environment, and so I like it. Colette said nothing and looked at Prabhu. Prabhu was decked out in gear. A little overkill, but at this point, they'd rather not take many risks. Raja and Weera, the two dragonling heroes, felt their wings warm up from the heat of the sun. They didn't like it the dry heat or the harsh sun all that much. Giganodragon was still far more comfortable to them than any of the other worlds so far, with the only exception being the Magimodern facilities of Treehome and Branchhold. Samuel shared their struggles. The elven hero didn't like the heat or the sun. The domain holders and heroes chatted as they prepared for the start of the operation. Edna clapped her hands. All right, Shasan should be a fairly simple mop-up operation. Shasan's a fairly strong world with strong natural defenses. We don't really expect much opposition other than the Demon King. As usual, Lumuf will fish out the Demon King and well engage it on the surface, hit it with all we can, and then only be left with twin space. Clear, everyone nodded. There were about 30 level 140s Valthorns present as well, and they were the ones that were most visibly nervous. Lumuf smiled. All right, come. Shouldn't be too hard. Relax, it'll be fine. Check your protective equipment. Samuel still looked a little lost. Is that it? Adrian, the hero of Mountain World, tapped Samuel, the hero of Landas, on the shoulder. Y'all get used to it. Took me about 5 or 6 Demon Kings before I was able to get over how casual this whole thing feels. Samuel paused, and after a while he sighed. Both of them knew each other faced their own trauma from the past. Adrian spent quite some time under the corruption of the demons, and Samuel nursed a demonic curse. The idea of facing the Demon King still occasionally pulled out that trauma, and the whole thing